Chapter 70. The private hiding place of the Norman family is located in a small dense forest several thousand meters outside the palace city. Treat this place as a private hiding place. Firstly, it is far away from the palace. And the hiding place is relatively remote. Even if the royal family becomes suspicious and wants to search, they will only go to the Norman family to search. So hiding it outside is naturally much safer. Secondly, after passing through this dense forest and walking a few hundred meters, you will approach the north gate of Dalmatia. If something unexpected happens, it will be extremely convenient to transfer these expensive private items abroad. When the enemy was defeated, the owner of the Black Mist barrier apparently sensed something, so he put the barrier away. Now what Jowan is worried about is that he will escape. If that guy runs away this time, then next time he will most likely instigate the surrounding small countries to gather forces to attack Dalmatia. This existence is like a maggot attached to the bone. If it is not eliminated in a day, then the royal family will also just one day in fear. Without the Black Mist barrier, Chris led a group of people directly through the battlefield filled with piles of corpses and headed towards the small dense forest ahead. Along the way, Chris didn't say much, but lowered her head and hurriedly led the way. Only when Jowan or others had doubts and asked her a few questions, she would answer them out loud. It was obvious that Chris was worried about the coming punishment. After all, she was a traitor to Dalmatia. Even if she repented this time and led them to find the Void Messenger, it was still a disaster. The best outcome was to be sent to the border, banning the noble titles and letting them go to fend for itself. It really makes me curious. You seem to only have the strength of brass 3 stars. Why would my brother invite you personally? Lux walked side by side with Lu Chuan. She turned around and asked Lu Chuan in a low voice. A pair of bi-colorful pupils looked at Lu Chuan with some curiosity. Lux is a straightforward girl who always asks questions about whatever comes to mind. Moreover, when the fearless pioneers arrived, Lu Chuan basically had no energy left, so Lux was relatively vague about Lu Chuan. You must know that her old brother is a very strict person, and he was able to take the initiative to invite Lu Chuan to join the Legion, which surprised Lakis. Maybe General Galen is more brave when he sees me killing enemies. Lu Chuan scratched his cheek. Come here, Dalmatia is full of brave soldiers. If you don't have any strength, you can't even think of joining the fearless vanguard, let alone my brother personally inviting you. Lux blinked and then said, but speaking of it, I seem to have heard my brother mention that you seem to have won the first place in the martial arts competition, but I didn't go see it at the time, and I don't know the specific situation. Maybe I saw that you have some talent. As she spoke, she smiled again. Pretended to be serious and reached out to pat Lu Chuan on the shoulder and said, you have to work hard. There are talented guys in the Fearless Pioneer Corps. If you don't work hard, you will probably end up in the Legion. Those who are at the bottom will be wiped out when the time comes. Lu Chuan's face was speechless. Is this girl deaf? It seems that he rejected her brother's invitation just now, or maybe she didn't hear it at all. However, Lu Chuan was too lazy to clarify. He nodded modestly and said, thank you Miss Lux for your encouragement. I will work harder. Behind Lu Chuan and Lux, Janna and Ari were walking side by side, with Timo lying on Ari's shoulders. After Ari said 2 sentences to Janna but got no response, she was surprised about what was going on. She found Janna staring straight at Lu Chuan and Lux in front of her. She was so smart that she immediately understood something. Smiling. Janna, are you and Lu Chuan together? No. No. Janna came back to her senses. When she heard Ari's question, she immediately blushed. However, she was so simple-minded that she couldn't learn to hide it. She hurriedly covered it up and ended up exposing it to others. A kind of oh so that's it meaning. Seeing that she could no longer pretend, Janna could only sigh helplessly, that's right, it's just that guy didn't know what he was thinking. He clearly made me angry but he didn't come to apologize. Making you angry? What's going on? Ali tilted her head. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed that Janna had not had a good look towards Lu Chuan since she and Lu Chuan returned to the palace. Anyway, in short, I'm just angry. Janna faltered. She couldn't tell her that Lu Chuan had nakedly exposed her body. Moreover, even if she knew that Lu Chuan had not taken away her clothes at that time, she wanted to I still have some grudges in my heart. After all, a pure and innocent girl was showing off everything to a grown man. This feeling was strange to Janna. Perhaps in Janna's heart, only after the two of them have confirmed their marriage relationship and held a wedding, can she give her body to him, right? Then now that you see him walking with other girls, are you feeling particularly angry? Ali is a troublemaker, the type who fears that the world will not be in chaos. No. Absolutely not. Jana concealed it very well this time. She used a quick denial to cover up the anger in her heart. But you must know that when others ask questions, answering too hesitantly or too eagerly will give people a feeling of sudden enlightenment. How could a vixen like Ali not know this? She smiled mischievously at Jana, her blue eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Do you want to help? Help? Yes, you have to know that I am a vixen. I understand men's thoughts best, and after a man has been in contact with a woman for a long time, what he actually looks at is not the appearance, but the inner and personal charm. If a woman has a hole, if God makes things difficult for men and makes trouble unreasonably, no matter how beautiful she is, she will be disgusted by men after a long time, right? That seems to be the truth. Jana is a complete novice when it comes to relationships. She humbly asked Ari for advice. Then what should I do? 500 gold coins, you won't do anything less. Didn't you win a lot of money at the martial arts competition before? Ali smiled like a thief. You are taking advantage of the situation. Jana glared at Ari. Hee, it's not like your man doesn't know how to make money. If you don't have money, just ask him to go. Lu Chuan has never been stingy with you when it comes to money. What do you want so much money for? Save your wife's book. Ali spread his hands. What? Ahem, just kidding. My current cultivation level can't keep up with you. It would be a drag to follow you all the time, so I want to rely on myself to save some money and hoard some magic cores for refining. Ari, tell the truth. In this war, Ali also saw the gap between herself and others. If she continued to stand still like this, sooner or later she would become a burden to Lu Chuan and his party. Although Ari looks carefree on the surface, deep down, she is also an extremely proud girl, and she really can't do it by relying on others to make a living. Okay, let me count how much money I have left. Jana carefully dug out a small cloth pocket from the inside of her clothes, and Ari snatched it all away before she even ordered it. Hey, I haven't counted yet. Give it all to me. I'll teach you a few more tricks later, and I'll make sure you capture his heart and make him devote himself to you. Ali smiled like a charlatan. Oh, okay. Jana sighed helplessly, but she really didn't have a deep concept of money. She had food to eat, a place to sleep, and she could buy gadgets she liked when she met them. Spare money is enough. When the group of people arrived at the entrance of the dense forest, Lu Chuan suddenly felt something was not right. He looked around. But he couldn't tell what was wrong, so he had to give up and at the same time secretly felt vigilant in his heart. Just after the group of people had traveled half the distance, a gust of cold wind suddenly hit their faces. The wind actually had a bit of a biting meaning, and it made Lu Chuan tremble. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and only the sound of a group of people walking on the grass could be heard. Originally, the group of people had met before entering the jungle. Jarvan, Xian Zhao and Galen were discussing the subsequent development of the royal family. Lux asked Lu Chuan to ask questions, and Ari and Jana discussed how to grasp a man's heart. But after now, no one spoke anymore. Everyone buried their heads low and moved forward quickly. The more Lu Chuan thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He subconsciously looked up at the sky. It was already dark at this time, the sun was setting, and the moon slowly climbed into the sky. A full moon hung high in the sky, emitting a burst of soft aqua light. Wait, a blue moon. Lu Chuan frowned slightly and stared at the moon that was constantly emitting rippling blue light. The moon tonight seemed to be particularly attractive. As alluring as a woman with a beautiful face. Just one glance could make people unable to move. Open your eyes. Lu Chuan stared blankly at the blue moon in the sky, his expression becoming dull. The more you look at it, the more fascinating the moon becomes, like a bright red poppy, alluring and fascinating. In my heart, there seemed to be some dark substance huddled in the corner, which was infinitely magnified at this moment. Chapter 71. Tick-tock. The tiny water droplets on the stone finally became unable to hang upside down and fell to the ground, causing a splash of water. Ah! Water drops splashed at Chris's feet, and her nerves were already tense, so she was frightened and leaned towards Lu Chuan. After coming back to his senses, he awkwardly pulled his hair together and separated himself slightly from Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan needed Chris's guidance. He himself didn't know where the Norman family was hiding their secrets. After walking around in the dense forest, the two came to a big tree with only a stump left, with hundreds of rings on it. This was a very big tree, at least it was like this a few years ago. Then Chris didn't know where she touched the mechanism. After she squatted on the ground and fiddled with it for a while, a hole suddenly opened under the tree stump. And then the whole stump was like a flipped bottle. Turning it over, a tunnel-like entrance was revealed. It's right in here. After Chrissy finished speaking, she saw Lu Chuan just staring at her. Chrissy glanced at Lu Chuan with some resentment, snorted, and took the lead in getting into the cellar. After all, this cellar is the territory of the Norman family. If there is any mechanism or the like in it, Lu Chuan doesn't know anything about it. Although it is not kind to let a girl walk in front as a shield, it can ensure that nothing goes wrong. Chris must know what the mechanism was. If she really changed her mind after entering the cellar and wanted to frame Lu Chuan would be able to kill her first. As the two of them got into the cellar, a cold and damp smell hit their faces. This cellar has not seen sunlight all year round. And it was dug out by digging 3 feet of earth. If there is a heavy rainstorm on the ground, there will be water here. A disaster. Of course, there will be special measures to deal with the several underground caves where private items are hidden. However, stepping on this long and narrow corridor feels like stepping on mud, making it difficult for people to pick up their feet and walk to the next step. Step 2. Tick-tock. Another drop of water fell directly on Chris's cheek this time, and she suppressed the fear in her heart. Inexplicably, she was afraid of the guy staying here. She knew nothing about the Void Messenger. But he was a gold-level warrior and could swallow the souls of thousands of people in the blink of an eye. Even if that guy wasn't a demon, he was inseparable from the devil. Far. But we have already arrived here, and if we want to go back, there is no way out. Besides, Chris wanted to give it a try. If she could really defeat that guy this time, her Norman family might still be saved. Come here, I'll be waiting for you here. Suddenly a sinister voice sounded, covering the entire cellar, echoing endlessly. Messenger of the Void. After hearing this, Lu Chuan's vigilance suddenly increased, but Chris's hair stood on end. That kind of shrill and hoarse voice, like a howl coming from the depths of hell, just one sound can make people's hair stand on end and make them lose all confidence. Can't you go, I've already brought you here. Chris was already crying. After all, she was just a girl in her 20s and had never seen anyone older. The wind and waves, this situation were enough to scare her silly. Do you think he will let you out now that you've come in? Lu Chuan grinned, and Chris's heart dropped to the bottom. I don't need you to do too much. You just need to break his bewitching realm. Later I will use my mental power to cover you with a protective film to disguise your life breath. When I talk to him when he makes a move, sneak over and break his formation. After a pause, Lu Chuan spread his palms, and a blazing flame rose from his palms. Because there is a red flame core in the small bead, Lu Chuan can directly use it to generate flames. Take this, it's powerful enough to burn down the barrier. Lu Chuan took Chris's hand and placed a ball of flame compressed to the extreme in the center of her palm. Chrissy withdrew her hand reflexively at first. After all, it was a ball of fire burning in her palm. However, when she found that there was no burning feeling, she carefully looked at the contents in her palm. That little flame. The dance was coquettish, but seemed to contain extremely powerful power. She clenched her fists, and the flames were wrapped in her little fists. She spread them out again, and the flames burned again. Don't worry, I won't burn you. I've wrapped a layer of fire on your palm. Lu Chuan smiled immediately when he saw Chris acting like a curious child. Perhaps it was the warm light emitted by this nameless fire that allowed Chrissy to find some confidence. She said with some trepidation, Okay, I will secretly take advantage of the fight between you two. Sneak over, but I have a condition. If I destroy his barrier, you must agree to help me say a few more words in front of Jarvan. Even if you are banned from the noble title, it doesn't matter. I just don't want the family that has worked so hard to pass down to my generation to be destroyed like this. Chris gritted her teeth and said, although her little face was shaking a little because of nervousness. No matter how bad a person is, he still has something he wants to protect. From the perspective of the Demacia royal family, Chris is a traitor and a bad person, but from the perspective of their family, she just wants to change her family. Be stronger. Okay, I promise you. Lu Chuan sighed slightly and looked at the trembling girl in front of him. Although she was extremely scared at this time, she also had the courage to protect her family. Putting aside the rights and wrongs of the Norman family, she is brave and admirable in terms of her courage. The two of them walked in tandem, and after bypassing several caves, they finally arrived at the main hall where the secret was hidden. This is a large cellar filled with countless goods of all kinds. Lu Chuan glanced at it. In addition to some hard currencies such as gold and silver jewelry that exuded light, there were also some more valuable materials, alchemists' materials, blacksmiths' materials, various materials, and some Demacia materials. Of contraband. Basically, they are some strange powders that can induce hallucinations, and herbs that can forcibly increase physical strength at the expense of lifespan. Bag after bag, box after box piled up in the corner. These are harmful things, but for some mercenaries, they are very useful things. Those hallucinogenic powders can temporarily make the injured mercenaries feel much more relaxed, while the herbs that forcefully enhance their strength, it is also of great use in critical moments. However, because it did more harm than good, it was included in Demacia's list of contraband. This batch of contraband is probably more valuable than the gold and silver treasures piled in the corner. In the center of this large cellar, a man in black robes sat cross-legged. He had his back to Lu Chuan, making it difficult to see his true appearance, but judging from the faint terrifying fluctuations emanating from his body, he should be the Void Messenger. The messenger who stepped out from the void, as the handover between the two planes. What is his purpose in coming to the continent of Valoran? Lu Chuan stopped when he was about 10 steps away from the Void Messenger. Chrissy had been temporarily hidden by Lu Chuan's spiritual power, but out of fear, she still hid behind Lu Chuan. Behind. Coming. The cross-legged sitting posture of the Void Messenger was actually slightly floating. With just a thought, he turned around with his back to Lu Chuan, and he slowly opened his eyes. The moment the pair of coquettish pupils glowing with dark purple light opened, a sudden strong wind blew up in the quiet cellar. The strong wind was like thousands of sharp blades, creating a harsh sound in the air like knives cutting through the ice. Rushing towards Lu Chuan. Chapter 72. Just by opening his eyes, he created such a violent wind. If it weren't for Lu Chuan in front of her, Chris would have been blown away by the strong wind. The strong wind, like thousands of sharp knives, struck towards Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan frowned and shouted coldly, and the mental power in his body began to circulate rapidly, turning into an invisible barrier. Fu-fu-fu. The strong wind blew against the barrier, leaving a few ripples, but they were quickly covered by a steady barrier like the sea. Oh. Are you also a demon warrior? The Void Messenger raised his eyebrows slightly, and just glanced at Lu Chuan lightly, suddenly feeling a little weird. Huh? A 3-star brass warrior. From his mental perception, he only knew that 2 people were coming, but his specific strength could not be found out until they got closer. But after he read the aura on Lu Chuan's body, even the Void Messenger was slightly startled. Is there no one in Demacia who can take action anymore? He actually asked a 3-star brass warrior to cause trouble for him. As you can see. Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes and said solemnly. I originally thought that it was not Galen who came over, but exiled. In your territory of Demacia. The only ones who can show off their skills and barely make it on the stage are the 2 of them, right? The Void Messenger, when mentioning Galen and exiled, his tone was very understated, as if they were minions not worth mentioning. You must know that Garen and exiled are the leaders of Demacia and are well-known existences. Their own strength has reached the peak of silver level, and they are only 1 step away from being promoted to silver 4 stars. Even for new silver level warriors, their treatment in Demacia is very high. After all, 1 silver level warrior can be worth thousands of soldiers. On the battlefield, there can be a few silver level warriors to help them. It is enough to overturn the battle situation, and there is no doubt about its strength. But even so, Galen and exiled are not worth mentioning in the eyes of the Void Messenger. Although he is arrogant, as a gold-level warrior, he does have the capital to be arrogant. What's more, Lu Chuan, who only has 3-star brass strength, in the eyes of the Void Messenger, is probably as easy to deal with as an ordinary citizen. Since you want to die, then I will give you a ride. The Void Messenger stood up slowly at this time. And one after another majestic breath continued to pour out of his body, and at his feet was a circles of rubble were all shaken by the aura and flew out in random directions, piercing the surrounding walls fiercely. What also burst out at the same time was the overwhelming and terrifying pressure. The pressure released by the Void Messenger is completely different from the pressure of the silver-level warrior. If the pressure of an ordinary silver-level warrior is like a heavy weight pressing down on his chest, then the pressure of the Void Messenger at this time is like a mountain weighing on his heart. Even Lu Chuan felt that his legs were as heavy as lead. If Lu Chuan didn't have such pure mental strength as support, he would probably be forced to kneel on the ground by this pressure. Chris, who had been hiding behind Lu Chuan, felt even more uncomfortable at this time. Even with Lu Chuan's mental blessing, her face was already pale, sweat was pouring from her forehead, and she gritted her teeth and held up her knees. That's right. Ordinary silver-level warriors' faces turn pale under my pressure. You are only a mere 3-star brass. But you can still hold on. It seems that you have some tricks. Although the Void Messenger said that he was praising you. Lu Chuan, but there was no hint of praise on his face. Hee, of course I have the means. I'm asking you if you dare to take my move. Monster Lu Chuan laughed twice and pulled out the blood-red Dolan sword, and a touch of heat quickly covered it. The gap between the two was huge. When the Void Messenger released his endless aura, Lu Chuan already knew that according to the normal approach. It was impossible to shake the Void Messenger no matter what, so Lu Chuan chose the lowest 3. Indiscriminate trick, to provoke the general. When two people are hostile, no matter whether their tricks are dirty or not, the winner will be the one who laughs in the end. In a battle that is truly about life and death. Life is more important than anything else. If you can fall into the trap even with dirty tricks, then you will yell out loud after failure. Because losing to Xia Sanlin's tricks, this kind of behavior is even more shameful than Xia Sanlin. However, Lu Chuan's motivation to mobilize the generals, which he had no hope for at first, worked. The Void Messenger crossed his arms and stared at Lu Chuan with a playful expression. If you have the courage to come here, it doesn't matter if I give you a move. This is not the arrogance of the Void Messenger, but the arrogance of being an absolute strong man. If a 3-year-old child says to an able-bodied adult, "Stay still while I punch you," presumably all the adults would think it was a joke and agree. Now, to the Void Messenger, Lu Chuan was like that 3-year-old child, who could not cause any harm to him. He was like a clown performing impromptu. When the performance ends and everyone laughs, he will be forgotten. Then I won't be polite. Lu Chuan frowned and frantically activated the fire in his body. A layer of red and dazzling light quickly condensed on the blade of Dolan's sword. Fire covered it, and the entire Dolan sword seemed to have just been forged from a hot furnace. It was red in color, and the high temperature inside actually gave the air a sense of distortion. With the help of the rich fire intention of the red flame core, it only takes a few breaths to condense it into the Lihua sword in its peak state, but this is not enough. The opponent is a gold-level warrior. Lu Chuan doesn't know how strong the gold-level warrior is, but Lu Chuan deeply understands that in front of the gold-level warrior, he has no room for any trump cards and can only fight at this moment, using all his strongest killing moves. Since he was going to make one move, then one move would make him feel palpitations. If possible, it would be best to make him suffer some trauma. Lu Chuan gritted his teeth. Due to the rapid depletion of physical strength at this time, sweat was already rolling on his forehead, and there was even a drop of sweat hanging on the tip of his nose. On the scorching hilt, at this moment, an extremely inconspicuous khaki color climbed up. At the same time, the hilt also made subtle soft sounds one after another, like cracks in the earth, and there were also cracks on the hilt, covered with khaki cracks. Lu Chuan's arms were trembling faintly. He used the skill fusion once before in the martial arts competition. However, his strength was not enough to control the huge repulsive force at that time. At that time, he used small beads. The self-contained space inside completes the integration. However, the power of the skill fusion completed in the small bead is far less powerful than that directly fused and condensed. After all, the skills released by one's own hands will be accompanied by the warrior's own strength. While in the small bead, it is just the combination of two. It's just a fusion of two skills, that is, the pure power of the two skills without adding half of the strength of a samurai. At this time, the opponent was at the gold level, and Lu Chuan didn't want to hold anything back. The more power he had, the more hope he had. A huge repulsive force came as expected, and Lu Chuan's arms began to tremble more and more violently, and there was a faint tendency that he could not hold the hilt of the sword. Earth is calm and fire is violent. They are like two opposite magnets. If you force the two poles to merge together, you will see them collide with each other unless you exert more effort than the magnet itself. Lu Chuan's own strength was not as strong as that of the Lihua sword and the collapse sword, so he had no choice but to find another way. Lu Chuan exhaled slowly and emptied his mind. At this time, Lu Chuan's thoughts followed his arm and penetrated into the hilt of the sword, trying to find the secret of how to merge the two into one. A complete magnet, after being split and aligned with the gaps, will repel each other. So why doesn't it split due to rejection when it is complete? The same is true for skill fusion. Before the chaos of heaven and earth, everything was one, and the skills of each attribute were originally one family. Why was there rejection after the split? Lu Chuan's state of mind penetrated into the hilt of the sword, and he found that the fire intention and the earth intention had become two poles. The rich and blazing fire intention was on the left side of the sword hilt. And the calm earth intention was on the right side of the sword hilt, and there was a gap in the middle. A huge fault, like a buffer zone. At this moment, Lu Chuan's heart moved. Fire intention and fire intention are not mutually exclusive. If fire intention also appears on the right side of the sword hilt, and earth intention also appears on the left side of the sword hilt, can the two be fused? Lu Chuan tried to move the fire intention on the left side of the sword hilt to the right side. And at the same time move the earth intention to the left side. At this time, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the fire intention that was transferred to the right side was slowly moving. The pull brought more fire to pass. There is a great posture of inviting friends and companions. The small part of the earthy meaning on the left side is also constantly pulling more earthy meanings to take hold. Whether it is the meaning of earth or the meaning of fire, this is a kind of artistic conception. Which means thoughts. They themselves have extremely weak spiritual intelligence. When they are at a disadvantage, they will naturally find ways to strengthen themselves. When the diversion was progressing quickly, a burst of light bloomed above the sword hilt. The rich and hot sword hilt was covered by a thick layer of solid void soil. After reaching a balance point, the breath inside was radiated out uniformly. Buzz! A strong cyclone blew out, blowing Lu Chuan's clothes tightly to his side, and his short hair was dancing wildly. The void messenger, who had been observing Lu Chuan's actions with half-squinted eyes, finally changed his expression at this time. There was an incredible look of solemnity on his face. He noticed the heart-stopping fluctuations contained in the hilt of the sword. If he were to bear the sword forcefully, even as a gold-level warrior, he would probably suffer a certain degree of trauma. But the opponent was clearly just a 3-star brass warrior. How did he do it? How did he use such a powerful skill? Since you gave in, I will use my full strength. Lu Chuan widened his eyes, shouted sharply. Waved the extremely dazzling Dolan sword in his hand, and slashed out across the air, creating a blast that could cover the entire cellar. The arc-shaped sword energy rushed towards the void messenger. The outer blade of the arc-shaped sword energy carries flames that seem to burn everything, while the inner blade carries a majestic and domineering energy. The edge mixed with the sword energy even brings out a deep hole on the surface of the earth. The ravines were filled with rubble flying, just like the powerful laser cutting beam in Zaun's research room. The sword energy rushed forward with unrivaled momentum. The speed of the sword energy was so fast that it was too late to avoid it. The void messenger hurriedly formed seals with his hands, quickly forming a dark purple round shield in front of him. Chris! It's now! Lu Chuan yelled. Chris, who had been hiding behind Lu Chuan, took a deep breath and ran towards a small lavender light barrier behind the void messenger. Go, and at the same time, shoot the cluster of flames in your hand towards the barrier. Chapter 73. Zitsizi. After the lavender model-like small barrier was slapped hard by Chris, the entire barrier itself began to shake. Chrissy herself didn't have any strength, but in her palm, there was an extremely violent flame. And it is a flame mixed with the core fire intention of the red flame. Crack! As the scorching flames continued to burn, a slight crack appeared on the barrier, and then, the entire barrier fell apart like broken glass in an instant. Just as the barrier was broken, a pale color appeared on the face of the void messenger. Perhaps due to the backlash of the barrier being broken, he spurted out a mouthful of blood. And the dark purple shield in front of him also spewed out. For a moment it was torn apart by the sword energy, and the sword energy directly hit the void messenger's body. Bang! A powerful cyclone swept away, the entire cellar began to shake, and the stones above the head began to fall. Let's go. This place is about to collapse. Seeing that the blow was successful, Lu Chuan did not make any pause. He quickly stepped forward and took the arm of Chris, who was still in a daze, and then ran out of the cellar. Although the structure of this cellar is extremely strong, it is obviously unable to withstand a blow from skill fusion. And Lu Chuan also knows deeply that even if the attack just hit the void messenger directly, it probably will not do much harm to him. Damage. Just, that sword energy just now was coming from you. Chris let Lu Chuan drag his arm. Due to Lu Chuan's excessive strength and her light weight, she was thrown into the air by inertia, fluttering like clothes on a rooftop in a strong wind. Otherwise it was you who sent it. Lu Chuan responded, his feet moving as fast as flying. The exit was right in front of him. He remembered the way he had just come. You are really powerful. Although I am not a warrior, and I don't know much about your strength and cultivation, but I just felt the terror of that sword energy. Chris said, deeply take a breath. So now is not the time for you to praise me. Lu Chuan was a little furious. This girl seemed to have had water in her head. She was about to run for her life. How could she still have other things in her mind? Oh, Chris responded, letting Lu Chuan pull her up and fly away. At this moment, a deafening roar came from not far behind. You bastards! I will tear you into pieces. The Void Messenger stood up from the collapsed ruins, bursting with energy and sending all the surrounding rubble away. At this time, although the breath of the Void Messenger was not greatly affected, he looked very embarrassed. His hair was disheveled. And there was a shocking long scar on his chest. His skin and flesh were turned out, and blood was constantly pouring out. Although he was healing rapidly at this time, the Void Messenger's heart was bleeding. He was wearing a piece of low-grade silver armor. Under Lu Chuan's move, it was suddenly shattered into pieces, and he was beaten into this state. If the Void Messenger maintained the dark purple shield with all his strength, he would probably not suffer any skin injuries. After all, the difference between the two was here. But at that moment, the barrier was suddenly broken, allowing him to. There was a backlash, and the barrier was created by his own strength. Once the backlash hit him, he would use his own power to punch himself hard. At the same time, he also fully withstood Lu Chuan's sword energy containing terrifying fluctuations. When did that little bitch with burgundy hair sneak up behind him? Originally, the Void Messenger sensed that two people were indeed coming, but the other person did not come out. However, the Void Messenger could also feel that Chrissy was nearby, and she had no cultivation at all. Not at all. For such a civilian, the Void Messenger simply chose to ignore it, but it happened to be that civilian who shattered his barrier. I'm going to kill you. At this time, the Void Messenger was already in a state of rage. He could not accept the fact that he was injured like this by a guy with only 3 stars of brass. While the Void Messenger was shouting violently, around him, several sharp things like ice crystal fragments were slowly solidifying, but they were covered by a bright purple light and a terrifying turmoil spread from them. Come! The next moment, the Void Messenger waved his sleeves fiercely, and the purple light fragments around him turned into a beam of purple light like fast arrows, and in an instant they struck at Lu Chuan and Chrissy, who had already run far away. The gold-level warrior's furious blow was extremely powerful. In the cellar that was about to collapse, gravels continued to fall. But those fragments were not affected at all. They were cut through in an extremely domineering manner. It penetrated the air and penetrated the falling gravel. The moment the gravel was penetrated, it was shaken into powder by the energy contained in it and shattered into pieces. Ah! At this moment, Chrissy behind him suddenly let out a scream, and at the same time let go of Lu Chuan's hand, and fell heavily to the ground. Lu Chuan stopped in a hurry and turned around, only to find that Chrissy's left hand had been injured by the falling gravel. At this time, blood was flowing out of her left wrist. Chrissy's face turned pale with fright. Behind her, she could already feel the fragments coming rapidly through the wind. It was a powerful killing move that would shatter even falling rocks into powder. Once it pierced her body, I'm afraid she will end up like that falling rock. But at this time, because of the severe pain in her wrist, she let go of Lu Chuan and fell to the ground. As a weak woman, she could not outrun the rapidly approaching purple light fragments behind her. Chris bit her lips tightly, her face full of pain, but in the end she couldn't say anything as upright as, "Leave me alone, leave quickly." She wants to live. When facing the threat of death, everyone will unleash their survival instinct to the greatest extent. And now the only way she can get out of here alive is Lu Chuan. So she wanted to ask for help. Chris raised her head with difficulty, trying to search for Lu Chuan's figure as if asking for help. When she looked up, she found that Lu Chuan had already disappeared without a trace. Chrissy's heart felt like a stone sinking into the sea. She stretched out her hand desperately, as if she wanted to hold the exit that was so close. Have you been given up like this? Sure enough, it is of no use value. The sharp fragments behind him flashed behind Chris in an instant. He would not let Chris go for the culprit who destroyed the Void Messenger's barrier. But at this moment, when Chris was already desperate, she suddenly felt a sound of wind. Running. I am running. No, I was being held and running forward. She opened her eyes suddenly and found that Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan picked her up at some point and ran towards the exit with all his strength. A delicate face filled with perseverance. Bang! But after all, it took some time to save Chris. The first fragment was like a bullet, hitting Lu Chuan's back directly. The thin layer of mental defense shield was cut open by the sharp fragments as easily as tofu and pierced directly into Lu Chuan's body. Humph. Lu Chuan grunted, paused in his steps, gritted his teeth and continued to rush towards the exit. Bang! The second fragment came one after another, piercing into Lu Chuan's back again. Cold sweat kept dripping from Lu Chuan's forehead. He could feel the overbearing fluctuations contained in the fragments, which were constantly impacting his internal organs, as if they wanted to shake away the meridians in his body. Why? Chris looked at Lu Chuan blankly, and looked at his expression of gritting his teeth and bearing it. Chris's mood was indescribable. She and Lu Chuan met by chance, and the most friendship they had was just the brief alliance just now, and they could barely be called temporary teammates. If Lu Chuan left her and ran away, Chris would feel uncomfortable, but she wouldn't say anything, because this was the most correct choice. It would be best for a worthless cannon fodder to die. Even if her and Lu Chuan's identities were exchanged, she would leave Lu Chuan behind without hesitation. But Lu Chuan did not abandon her. He chose to take her with him and leave this place together. With her as a burden. Chrissy's voice was choked up and her eye circles were a little red. Bang! Another fragment pierced Lu Chuan's back. Lu Chuan's step stopped, his body swayed a little, and his running pace gradually slowed down. The energy fluctuations contained in those fragments were too violent. No one could understand how much pressure Lu Chuan was resisting and continuing to move forward. Every step he took was on the wet and muddy corridor. Leave a deep footprint. Bang! The fourth fragment followed. Bang! The fifth fragment. Bang! No, leave me alone, you don't need to do this at all. Chris's voice began to tremble, as if the fragment stuck behind Lu Chuan was stuck in her heart. Every fragment, her heart was bleeding. She didn't know why she felt so sorry for the boy holding her. She had never felt sorry for anyone of the opposite sex in her life, including her childhood sweetheart Jiawen. When she should rebel, she would do so without hesitation. A person like me is not worth saving with your life. I can't repay what I owe you. I can't repay you, let me go, are you a fool? Woo-woo, I can't even understand it at all. Chrissy's tears finally began to flow down uncontrollably. Lu Chuan looked down at the girl who was already crying in his arms, and tugged at the corner of his mouth with difficulty. Even if we are temporary teammates, we are still teammates. I will not do things like burning bridges across rivers. Besides, if you hadn't been there just now, I would have been saved. But my friends who have been bewitched, they should be here soon. If you are willing to put your life in my hands, then I have the obligation to take you out alive. Just when Lu Chuan finished speaking, the sixth fragment arrived as expected and struck hard into Lu Chuan's body. Poof! He spurted a mouthful of blood on Chrissy's face. His feet softened and he fell directly to the ground, also pressing on Chrissy's body. Hey, you don't want to die, you can't die, I haven't returned your favor yet. You can't die now, Chris raised her hand with trembling arms when I picked up Lu Chuan's head. I found that his eyes were closed tightly, blood was continuously leaking from his mouth and nose, and the entire back seemed to be corroded, and it was now festering. Is there anyone? Help! Help! Chrissy's hysterical voice echoed throughout the cellar. Okay, the old habit of Molu has happened again. I call it a cool article, but I can't help but want to write something like this. Such a male protagonist is not too powerful, but he is a flesh and blood male protagonist after all, if you keep pretending all the way to the end. You, as readers, will probably be bored. And brass beats gold, there's no shame in losing, ha ha ha. Chapter 74. When Lu Chuan woke up again, he found himself leaning against a big tree, with the girl's unique faint body fragrance coming from beside him from time to time. Turning his head to look over, he saw Chris resting her head on her shoulder with a tired look on her face, as if she was asleep. Perhaps it was Lu Chuan's slight movement that woke Chrissy up. She rubbed her eyes and woke up faintly. Ah, you're awake. Do you feel better? Chris saw Lu Chuan staring at her, and saw that half of her body was leaning on his shoulder. She hurriedly sat up straight, her gaze was a little unnatural. Drifting away to other places. I'm fine. Lu Chuan said with some confusion, the current situation. You almost died just now, but then Jarvan and the others arrived. Miss Lux used light magic to force the poison out of your body, and then applied wound medicine to you. Later. She asked me to take you to escape as much as possible. Go further away to rest, so I brought you here. Chrissy's left wrist was also covered with bandages at this time. Compared to the despair just now, this girl's face looked slightly better now. But still some pale. Is that so? Lu Chuan responded lightly, listening to what was going on everywhere. Not far away, there were bursts of fighting sounds. It seemed that the battle was not over yet. Even the injured Void Messenger was a bit too strong in his own right, and even a group of heroes couldn't quickly deal with him. What happened just now? Chris hesitated and rubbed the corners of her clothes. She wanted to thank Lu Chuan at this time, but the words came to her lips but she couldn't say them. This life-saving friendship cannot be explained clearly with just one or two words of thanks. But if it goes beyond the boundary, she can't say it, because just now she saw an elf with beige hair and pointed ears. When she saw Lu Chuan injured like this, his eyes were cold and gloomy, scary. She had never seen a girl show such a terrifying look. The elf just glanced at Chris lightly, which made her whole body tremble, as if she was afraid that she would blame Lu Chuan's injury on her. Own. That girl probably liked Lu Chuan to the core. Compared with her, Chris found himself pitiful and small. It's okay, that's the agreement we made before. You help me break the barrier, and I promise to take you out alive and let your family at least survive. Lu Chuan tugged the corner of his mouth gently, and then get up from the ground. Your injury is not completely healed yet. Chris saw Lu Chuan getting up and hurriedly tried to dissuade him. His entire back had rotted away just now. Although the poison had been forced out and the wound medicine had been applied, the injury would not heal so quickly. Compared to this, the battle ahead is more important. Lu Chuan gently pushed away Chris's hand holding his sleeve. I'm sorry, things have reached this point. I and the family behind me have a big responsibility. Chris apologized in a low voice. Lu Chuan just glanced at her gently and said, you can rest here first. Then, he left quickly, and Chris looked at Lu Chuan's leaving figure with some confusion, sighing secretly in her heart. After all, he is just a traitor. If the family had not made that decision and stood firmly by the royal family, the situation might be different now, right? After being branded as a traitor, she now has no courage to face Lu Chuan directly. Especially after having a girl's little thoughts, she feels even more guilty when she looks at him. Oh, Chris sighed quietly and smiled self-deprecatingly. Lu Chuan followed the sound of fighting that was getting closer and closer, and finally found the frontal battlefield. That is, the cellar that had just collapsed. As Jiawen and his team arrived, the cellar collapsed, and the Void Messenger also rushed out from the rubble. Looking at the broken wood and debris everywhere, as well as the bumpy ground. It was obvious that there had been a large-scale battle here, and the opponent was a gold-level warrior. This made Lu Chuan vaguely worried about whether Jiawen and his party could survive. He raised his head slightly and found that the Void Messenger, whose body was emitting a strange purple light, was floating in the air at a relatively far distance, as if he was meditating and resting. Lu Chuan frowned slightly. The Voidbringer can meditate to replenish his strength at this time. Could it be that Jiawen and his party have already? At this moment, Jiawen's voice suddenly sounded next to him, Mr. Lu Chuan, you are here. Lu Chuan looked up and saw that Jiawen was walking towards him wearing a suit of armor and holding a halberd. What made Lu Chuan feel that something was wrong was that Jiawen's armor seemed to be new, not stained with dust. At this time, Jiawen had already walked up to Lu Chuan and said to him with a smile, the Void Messenger has been persuaded to surrender by us, and he is fine now. Persuade to surrender? Lu Chuan glanced at the Void Messenger not far away in surprise. Even if his sword energy did cause some injuries to him, it would probably not be too difficult for him to deal with Jiawen and his party. Moreover, even if he was temporarily defeated, it would be very easy for him to escape. Jiawen and his party, no one could keep him anyway, but why was he persuaded to surrender? While Lu Chuan was thinking deeply, Jiawen beside him suddenly showed a ferocious smile, and stabbed Lu Chuan's neck fiercely with the halberd in his hand. Lu Chuan, be careful. That's fake. From behind the tree on the other side, another Jiawen came out and shouted to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan had long felt that something was wrong with Jiawen in front of him. The armor on his body was too clean. And it didn't look like he had been through a battle at all, so Lu Chuan kept it in mind. Now he suddenly heard someone reminding him behind him and turned his head. Then he found Jiawen stabbing him fiercely with his halberd. Get out of here. Lu Chuan quickly drew out the duolon sword. A wisp of purple light was embedded in it. With one strike of the sword, it directly shook the Jiawen into powder and turned into wisps of purple smoke that dissipated in the air. Mr. Lu Chuan. At this time, Jiawen, who was hiding behind the tree, quickly stepped forward. Lu Chuan still took 2 steps back warily and raised the Dolan sword in his hand. What's going on? Don't get me wrong, it's me, it's really me this time. Jiawen waved his hands hurriedly and took 2 steps back, keeping a safe distance from Lu Chuan. Your Highness, what happened? Where are Jana and the others? Lu Chuan asked with a frown. Mentioning this, Jiawen's face looked a little ugly. Lu Chuan's heart skipped a beat. Could they? Chapter 75. No, don't worry, Mr. Lu Chuan. They are fine. They just encountered some problems temporarily. Jiawen waved his hands repeatedly. Question. Aren't they all with you guys? And where's Galen? Where's Xian Zhao? Why are you alone? Lu Chuan raised his head and glanced at the sky. The moon that was hanging halfway was now gone. After climbing to the top. According to this time calculation, he was unconscious for only more than an hour. So many changes have happened in just 1 hour. Sir, let me explain briefly. Jiawen's breath was a little disordered at this time, which seemed to be caused by overexertion of physical strength. However, Jiawen must have some potion that can quickly restore physical strength. Although he is weak now, it still has some combat effectiveness. He began to briefly explain to Lu Chuan what had just happened. It turned out that after Lu Chuan fainted, Jiawen and the others arrived shortly afterwards. The Void Messenger at that time, because he was hit by a sword energy from Lu Chuan, had to use extra mental power to speed up his recovery, and Jiawen had another problem. Because there are many people, they can still fight on a par with the Void Messenger. Of course, this is based on a 1-on-7 situation, and it can still suppress Jiawen and his group. Soon, the Void Messenger found that his mental power was consumed too quickly, and he could not keep up with the recovery speed. After all, the black mist barrier on the battlefield, the bewitching realm that followed, and the purple light fragments that he transformed later all consumed a lot of his physical strength, and to fight against 7 people, he still needed to be distracted. Heal the wound well. This consumption of mental energy is extraordinary. If he were a silver-level warrior, he would probably be exhausted after just 1 cast of the black mist barrier. However, the Voidbringer was smart enough to avoid the attack if he couldn't defeat it, and directly used the Puppet Master's unique secret technique, the Soul Conjuring Technique. The spiritualism technique used by the Void Messenger is not a real spiritualism technique. It is a soul-absorbing technique in the strict sense. It takes a very long time to set up the formation and is obviously of little significance in actual combat. The Void Messenger itself has stored a batch of souls without directly absorbing them, just in case, if it is unable to defeat it, it can drag out this batch of souls to resist for a while. As a result, the Void Messenger transformed these souls into the appearance of Jiawen and his party. Even their voices, personalities and memories were exactly the same. After all, as a puppet master who is relatively unpopular as a magic warrior, he is best at manipulating souls and skeletons. It is an extremely easy method to obtain information in other people's minds. Originally, the few soul carriers he transformed were not very aggressive at all. It was as if Lu Chuan could make the fake Jiawen disappear with just 1 blow. The fake Jiawen might not even reach the level of Huang Jiawen. Bronze 4-star level. But the problem is that these soul carriers cannot be completely destroyed without some special means. The soul is like air. No matter how high the realm of warriors are, they can only destroy the air in this area. They were forced out, but they couldn't completely eliminate the air. Therefore, these soul carriers have become the most troublesome existence among the group. If they are beaten, they will not be killed. After being scattered, they will automatically gather together after a while. If you don't hit him, he will kill you. This is not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is that this soul carrier is exactly the same as me in every aspect. They are really exactly the same without any difference. As a result, Jiawen and his party have to be careful when facing the soul carrier. Except that he knows in his heart that the soul carrier that imitates him is fake, others don't know. What if he is accidentally injured? You say you are true, and the soul body also says it is true. At first, when a few souls were dispersed, everyone remained rational, but as the souls continued to return to their original state, they merged directly into the 7 people. In the end, no one knew who was real and who was real. It's fake. So Jiawen could only come up with one solution, that is, the 7 people spread out. The Voidbringers themselves now need to recover their physical strength and cannot cause trouble for them for the time being. However, Jiawen and the others are entangled by those souls and cannot even protect themselves, let alone disturb the Voidbringers' recovery. The group of people had no choice but to spread out, as far away as possible, each defending their own side. As long as someone else appeared within their own defense range, they were probably soul carriers and would be directly shattered. Jiawen said this method directly. After saying that, the group of people dispersed. And they were not afraid of being followed by the soul. After all, the soul itself was not strong. When everyone dispersed, it was simply a shame for the soul to follow them. Reveal your identity. Jiawen's plan is to delay. This kind of secret method has a duration, and it won't be too long. Although it will be more difficult to face the Void Messenger after he has recovered some mental power, but there is no better way at the moment. This is roughly what happened. I was hiding behind a tree at first. After I saw my husband, I didn't come out immediately. I also had this concern, because he should be recovering at this time. And I was afraid that he was also a transformed soul body, but after I saw that soul body take action against Sir, I knew that Sir was real, because soul bodies will not kill each other. Jiawen said slowly. In other words, Jana and Ari are scattered in different places at this time. Well, the distance shouldn't be too far, but I don't know exactly where they are hiding. Then let's go find them and join them. First, we can't let the old dog of the void recover too much mental power. If we want to defeat him, this is the only chance we have. Lu Chuan made a decision. This is not appropriate. After all, I told everyone when we dispersed just now that if anyone else appears in the area we are guarding, we will kill them regardless of who they are. Now we rashly go looking for them. Jiawen was a little hesitant. I have a way to deal with those soul bodies. Lu Chuan said at this time. Huh? Jiawen looked at Lu Chuan. Buzz. Lu Chuan raised a finger, and a cluster of flames sprang up from his fingertips. During the movement, Jiawen could feel the extremely rich flame atmosphere. Although those disgusting souls are difficult to eradicate, it is not completely impossible, such as drying them all with fire. Lu Chuan said with a smile. What soul bodies fear most is heat and light. Extremely high temperatures and dazzling light can completely dissipate them in the body. I know what you are thinking. It is true that the soul body is afraid of high temperature and bright light. But it is a soul body summoned by a gold-level warrior. The strength of the soul is naturally not unusual. Lakis also tried this method just now. The light was condensed to the most dazzling state, but it still failed to completely wipe out those souls. Jiawen frowned slightly. Don't worry, my flame is different from other people's. I just hope that those souls won't turn around and run away after seeing it. Lu Chuan showed a confident smile. Just kidding. The red flame core in the bead is a level 3 superior magic core. It requires at least a golden peak fire monster to condense that level of magic core. Otherwise, Lu Chuan's one-hit fusion skill will not be able to overcome it. The two realms have caused injuries to the Void Messenger. For a group of minions who are just souls, almost an instant is enough to wipe them out. Chapter 76. Although Jiawen agreed to Lu Chuan and act with him, he still remained a little wary and kept looking around. Although those soul bodies are not particularly powerful, their biggest feature is that they are hard to guard against. After all, it is difficult to distinguish between true and false. If they are accidentally injured, it will be the most fatal. Moreover, they can even imitate the breath of others, although their false breath will not return to its original state until the moment they take action, but this makes it even more difficult to identify. Regarding Lu Chuan's nameless flame, Jiawen didn't say that he didn't want to believe it, but he also had some doubts about it. Just now, Lux condensed the beam to the most dazzling state, but failed to wipe out those souls. Even if Lu Chuan is a fire attribute warrior, I'm afraid it won't be so easy, right? Stop. The two of them walked among the woods for a while. At this time, a tall man holding a broad sword suddenly appeared in front of Lu Chuan. Who else could that be if he wasn't Galen? He was pointing the broad sword in his hand directly at Lu Chuan and Jiawen. With a hint of distrust in his eyes, are you serious? Jiawen and Lu Chuan looked at each other, and Lu Chuan nodded without any trace, and then quickly stepped forward. Stop. If you come here again, don't blame me for being cruel. Galen held up his sword, and the aura of a silver-level warrior burst out at this moment. But this aura can be disguised. Lu Chuan said nothing and walked quickly to Galen. The moment Galen raised his sword and was about to swing it down, a ball of flame suddenly burned around Lu Chuan. You! When Galen saw the raging fire, a look of fear flashed in his eyes, and he took 2 steps back. Rich flames and extremely strong light all have natural restraint on the soul body. The soul body is instinctively afraid of fire and light. It was the flash of fear in its eyes that made Lu Chuan sure that the guy in front of him was not real at all. Since it was not true, Lu Chuan would not be merciful. He raised one hand and a flame surrounding him rushed towards the fake Galen as if he had been ordered. The fierce flames instantly devoured Galen. Lose. Boy. I won't let you go. With this level of flames, what can you do to me? The soul body shrank rapidly under the baking flames. And in the end only a ball was left. The weak light in the shape of a soul is still shouting. It was this guy who withstood Lux's hard blow earlier. Obviously, it has no scruples about the kid in front of it who has a weaker aura than Lux. But soon, the fake Galen's expression changed. It felt the flame that was still increasing in temperature, burning fiercely around it. The high temperature, many times hotter than ordinary flames, was like magma from hell, making people almost breathless. No, impossible. The fake Galen began to struggle hard in the flames. The flames that had shrunk into a ball now changed shape like a ball of plasticine. Let me go. Get out. I promise to escape Lord Void and be loyal to you from now on. No need, you should do your best for your Lord Void. Lu Chuan smiled coldly and then shook his hands violently. Bang! Only a soft sound was heard from the fireball, followed by wisps of white smoke rising, and there was no more sound inside. Lu Chuan waved his hand again, and the thick flame was retracted into his body. At the position where the flame was originally wrapped, several clusters of ashes-like things scattered down, and a gust of wind blew them away. Wandering wantonly. Completely dispersed. Jiawen was stunned. Even the genius girl Lux, who was extremely talented in light magic, could not completely destroy these souls, but they were crushed into powder by Lu Chuan so easily. And judging from the hysterical roar of the soul body just now, if its existence was not really threatened, it would not struggle so hard. Well, we solved one. Let's quickly find the rest and then join everyone. Lu Chuan nodded and slowly closed his eyes. At this time, the pure invisible mental power spread out in all directions like a spider web. He is using his mental power to perceive everything around him. If they are ordinary magic warriors, mental power is naturally very precious to them. If it were not for their extremely strong mental power, they would not do such a thing at all. While using mental power to perceive the surrounding things, because of the covering the area is too large, so mental energy will be consumed very quickly. Of course, for Lu Chuan, his own mental power is more abundant than that of ordinary magic warriors, and Lu Chuan is not a magic warrior. Whether his mental power is sufficient is obviously not that important to him. If other magic warriors knew that Lu Chuan was wasting precious mental energy in this way, I'm afraid they would be heartbroken. Under Lu Chuan's mental perception, 3 or 4 soul bodies were quickly eliminated one after another. The red flame core was a fatal threat to those soul bodies, and it was really easy to deal with them. And during this intermittent search, Lu Chuan and Jiawen also encountered the true form of Xian Zhao and Galen's group. Although they spent some time explaining it. After all, humans are better at adapting to changes than the soul body. It took too much effort to convince several people. In the end, Lu Chuan found Janna behind a big rock, but the elf girl was very wary and refused to believe anything she said. As for Lu Chuan, he almost revealed her bust size, and Janna's face turned red. He hurriedly stopped Lu Chuan, but at the same time he believed him. In the process of hiding, everyone also recovered a lot of physical and mental strength. After discussing countermeasures, the group came to a conclusion. What a coward, fuck him. That guy was the one who almost destroyed Demacia. It would be difficult to vent his anger without killing him. So the group of people fought back in great force and found the Void Messenger. At this time, the Void Messenger was floating cross-legged in the air, and his mental strength seemed to have recovered to 70. Seeing that the group of people came back to kill him, he opened his eyes slightly, and found that among the group of people, there was one who injured him in the first place. That boy, a cold light suddenly flashed in the eyes of the Void Messenger. Boy, you actually dare to come back and die. The voice of the Void Messenger was as harsh as a knife cutting glass. At the same time, he glanced at the group of people behind Lu Chuan and snorted, then I will do it here all at once. Understand, this will be your burial place. The Void Messenger's body slowly landed on the ground, with his hands behind his back. A powerful cyclone exploded from his body, turning into an invisible shock wave and dispersing in all directions. For a time, sand and rocks were flying. And strong winds were blowing, which was closer to him. A big tree was uprooted by the strong force, and the strong wind forced towards everyone, carrying a cold murderous intention. This guy seems to be a little stronger than before. After the Void Messenger showed all his strength, Lu Chuan's face also darkened. Molu thought it would take a few days before the PK recommendation would be posted, but it turned out to be available today, which caught me off guard. However, being able to PK is a good thing, so Molu, who doesn't have many articles saved, will work hard to give it a try. From today to until the PK is released, there will be 5 updates every day. If you can continue to PK for a week, then update 5 times a day for a week. If you can PK for 2 weeks, update 5 times a day for 2 weeks. But how long it can last depends on everyone's efforts. So come and fight side by side with me. I am responsible for updating, and you are responsible for voting, commenting and collecting fighting. Chapter 77. Lu Chuan could faintly feel that the void messenger in front of him seemed to be stronger than before. It's not that his cultivation has improved in this short period of time, but I'm afraid. When he was dueling with Lu Chuan just now, his mental power was exhausted and he was unable to reach his strongest state. However, after a period of conditioning, his mental power had recovered to about 80. The recovery speed of a gold-level magic warrior's mental power is also terrifying. The next battle will not be easy. When this guy fought with me and even you just now, he probably only showed 50 to 60 of his strength. Now he has recovered to about 80, which is a bit more difficult. So everyone should be careful. If something goes wrong, we'll probably die here. Lu Chuan emphasized the word death very seriously. This battle is no child's play. Their opponents are gold-level warriors who are stronger than all the enemies they have encountered before. Together, we are even stronger. Yeah. Everyone nodded heavily. If you're ready, let's go. Lu Chuan frowned. And the Dolan sword in his hand was quickly covered with a layer of fire. At the same time, he started sprinting, and his whole body was so fast that only a light blue light remained. The afterimage of color rushed towards the void messenger. Just when Lu Chuan moved, a bit of cold light pierced the air, and followed closely. Xian Zhao was holding his spear, and his whole body was straight, as if he was fused with the spear. Hua Luo. Let's go. Qin whistled, and Hua Luo circled in the sky and brought her into the air. Qin pulled out 3 sharp arrow feathers from behind and placed them on the wooden crossbow. He fully loaded the crossbow and locked his gaze on the void messenger below. Galen shouted loudly and rushed directly towards the void messenger with the sharp blade in his hand. He was tall but not slow, following closely behind Lu Chuan and Xian Zhao. Hey, ultimate light rush. Guanghui formed seals with her hands quickly, and soon. A ball of light emitting dazzling fluctuations slowly condensed on her chest, and the light danced between her fingers. There was a soft crackling sound, and then the halo expanded and turned into a strong light rush, shooting towards the void messenger at the speed of light. Break it apart. Poppy slammed the giant hammer in his hand to the ground, and a deep ravine quickly opened, as if it turned into an earth dragon and attacked the void messenger. Janna, Ari and others also used their strongest killing moves, and everyone threw out all their moves as soon as they came up. They and the void messenger are in 2 different realms. When facing the void messenger, they are not qualified to hide their tricks. Try your best to find a glimmer of hope. Looking at the brilliant skill beams in front of him, the void messenger's face darkened slightly. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a dark purple barrier was raised in front of him. Boom! Almost at the same time, everyone's skills hit the shield in front of the void messenger. For a moment, the huge sound erupted from the skills made the ground beneath their feet start to shake. Trembling faintly, an invisible shock wave swept away the dust and spread outward. What everyone didn't expect was that the fierce attack with all their skills combined together only caused the thick shield to shake a little, but there was no crack at all. How could it be? Jiawen's eyes were a little shaken. There were only 4 warriors here who had reached the silver level. And the others were also experts at the bronze level. The combined force of everyone's attack was so powerful that even in front of them it's a small mountain, and I'm afraid it will be shaken into countless rubbles at this time. But the seemingly ethereal dark purple shield seemed to be impenetrable, blocking the void messenger resolutely. Break it! At this moment, Lu Chuan shouted loudly. A sharp serrated dagger appeared in his right hand, and a wisp of earthy yellow light quickly climbed up. Immediately, Lu Chuan pierced the shield with his dagger. Ding! There was a crisp sound as if it was stabbed on solid iron, but the shield showed no sign of breaking. Although Jiawen was still pouring the halberd into his body, his heart sank little by little. Even Lu Chuan, who had the most trump cards, became helpless when faced with that extremely hard shield. Gold-level warriors are really too tyrannical. This battle is probably going to end badly. Just when Jiawen's thoughts had not dissipated, he suddenly heard a soft sound like an eggshell breaking. Crack! Jiawen looked up suddenly, only to find that a very small crack appeared in the seemingly indestructible shield. The crack spread at an extremely fast speed, and soon, the entire shield collapsed like shattered glass with an explosion. Poof! The shield was broken, and all the skills fell on the void messenger. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew out like a cannonball, hitting the ground not far away, smashing a big hole into the ground. It actually broke. Is it successful? Jiawen looked at Lu Chuan overjoyed, but found that his face became increasingly ugly. Sir, I see something wrong with your expression. What's wrong? Jiawen held up his halberd and walked towards Lu Chuandao. Lu Chuan stretched out the back of his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and smiled weakly. I'm afraid I can't defeat him with this level of attack. To be honest, when I faced him alone, I had already defeated him. His shield was punched through once and it hurt him a bit. Hearing this, Jiawen was suddenly shocked. When Lu Chuan faced the void messenger by himself, he managed to break through the shield that everyone had worked together to break through. This kind of explosive power is really terrifying. And in retrospect, when Lu Chuan was unconscious just now, when Jiawen and his team were entangled with the void messenger, they did find a medium-sized scar on his chest, but with the rapid healing, could it be that Lu Chuan not only protected Lu Chuan before? The shield was penetrated, and the Voidbringer was injured. Thinking of this, Jiawen took a deep breath and took a deep look at Lu Chuan. Is this kid in front of me really a human being? Seeing Jiawen's expression was different, Lu Chuan waved his hands with a wry smile and said, Your Highness, there is no need to be shocked. When he faced him alone just now, he only had about 50 of his mental power, and because his bewitchment field was broken at that time, I was able to easily succeed with that move because of the backlash. Otherwise, even if he only had 50 of his mental power, I wouldn't be able to break through the shield. Now, with the combined efforts of everyone, I can barely break through his shield and want to severely injure him. It's still unrealistic. The power of that old dog is beyond my expectation. But sir, his shield obviously requires a lot of mental energy, and I'm afraid it won't be able to be quickly condensed for the second time in a short time. If we do it again, Jiawen said hurriedly. He is too eager to win. The final result of this battle will directly affect the survival of Demacia. If they lose, then the backbone of Demacia will be gone. By then, I am afraid that there will be no need for the Voidbringer to take action. Some small neighboring countries can defeat Demacia by joining forces. Therefore, Jiawen is very eager to take advantage of the moment when the Voidbringer is injured and take advantage of his illness to kill him. Your Highness, Lu Chuan interrupted Jiawen and sighed slowly, we don't have much energy left. Jiawen was stunned and turned around, only to find that everyone in the group was pale. And some were still breathing heavily. It was obvious that they had poured most of their power into them from the combined attack just now. Even if an attack of the magnitude just now was done again, I'm afraid it still wouldn't be able to kill the Void Messenger. And everyone doesn't have the extra energy to jointly release another combined attack. Jiawen glanced blankly at the ground beneath his feet. Not far away, the figure of the Void Messenger slowly emerged. He had disheveled hair and a hideous laugh. Jiawen clenched his fists unwillingly, and even his nails dug into his palms. Red blood slowly dripped down his fingers and splashed on the ground beneath his feet. This land that has been silent for hundreds of years finally couldn't hold on any longer. Chapter 78. Jiawen looked at the Voidbringer who had walked out of the cave. He had many injuries on his body, but they were all insignificant. His aura was still strong. Perhaps in order to maintain the shield, the Voidbringer expended a lot of energy. Force. But how much spiritual power does a gold-level demon warrior possess? No one would know. Jiawen only knew that as long as he sensed the breath of the Void Messenger once, he would feel more despair in his heart. The golden level was really like an insurmountable mountain, pressing hard on his heart, which was daunting. Not only Jiawen, but also Galen and Xian Zhao had a look of disbelief on their faces. In the intense attack just now, the Void Messenger only suffered some superficial injuries, and most of their attacks were offset by the shield. Have you finished the attack? Ants. The Void Messenger smiled ferociously and looked at the sluggish group of people in front of him. The highest level is a silver 4-star warrior. It's pretty good that you can create such a momentum together. But it's still too small. That's it. I said, this is your burial place. None of you can run away. As his cold drink fell, fragments of purple light exuding a dazzling color slowly emerged and solidified around the Void Messenger. Seeing that familiar move being released again by the Void Messenger, Lu Chuan's pupils shrank slightly. This is another extremely penetrating and corrosive technique. Lu Chuan had seen him use it once as early as in the cellar. If Lu Chuan hadn't been protected by chainmail, the purple light fragments would have corroded him long ago. Turned into a corpse. At this time, the Void Messenger meant more than that. He didn't seem to simply kill all the people in front of him, but wanted to torture them to death. Because at this time, around the void messenger, after a short moment, there were already more than 10 purple light fragments, and each one contained an extremely coquettish and strange aura. Against a group of warriors who no longer had much physical strength and whose strength was a whole level below him, a purple light fragment was obviously enough to penetrate them. But the void messenger still had no intention of stopping. He clenched his fists, and his body was surrounded by a faint purple light. There were more and more purple light fragments floating in the air. I'm afraid, it's going to be less dangerous this time. Jiawen showed a bitter expression. He also wanted to lift up his halberd and wipe out the void messenger in front of him to the last dregs. But the gap is so huge that it makes people despair. The expressions on other people's faces were not very good either. After all, death was imminent. When a person learned that he was about to die, the fear rising from deep within his heart was greater than any hope. At this point, Lu Chuan relaxed his body. He breathed out gently, slowly opened his eyes, looked at the crowd and said, I have one last way, although I don't know if this method will work. It won't work, but this seems to be the only way to place hope at the moment. Lu Chuan's words attracted the attention of the group of people. They all stared at Lu Chuan at this time, with doubts on their faces, but most of them didn't quite believe it. It is true that Lu Chuan has created many miracles, but they are relative miracles, and the person standing in front of them is a gold-level warrior. Crossing 2 realms, let alone other people, even Janna felt vaguely impossible. The gap was so big that it couldn't be made up for in any way. However, everyone also has a glimmer of hope and is quietly waiting for Lu Chuan's next step. This is their only hope and last resort at the moment. Lu Chuan took out the small bead that exuded a slight gleaming light from his arms, and said to everyone in a deep voice, I don't have much time to explain too much to you at this time. Regarding its function and origin, I'm sorry. I can't tell you that this involves my most important personal secret. The method I mentioned is to use your blood to drip on this little bead. As he spoke, he opened his palms and placed the beads in front of everyone. Except for Janna and Ali, everyone else stared at the small bead in Lu Chuan's hand in surprise or confusion. The appearance of this bead is indeed unremarkable, and it is translucent and semi-white. Even if it is a high-quality orb, the light it emits is stronger than it. Just drop your own blood on it to solve the current dilemma? This is obviously too unrealistic. Even Janna and Ali knew that Lu Chuan's beads were somewhat magical, but they still had doubts. They had never heard of such mysterious things before. Lu Chuan expected everyone's reaction, but now that he wanted to defeat the void messenger in front of him, the last trump card Lu Chuan could use was this trick. Forcibly awakening everyone, not only will everyone's strength be improved, but Lu Chuan's strength will also rise with the tide. In this way, when the overall level of the team has been raised to a higher level, it may still be difficult to deal with the void messenger. Has the power to fight. But to be honest, Lu Chuan didn't know for sure. He didn't know whether using blood as a contract could increase the limit on his favorability. He just used his consciousness to detect the hero's soul and found that Ari's favorability was still stuck at 49 points. While Jiawen and Jiawen Bobby's favorability level has risen to more than 40 points, and he is approaching the critical point of first level awakening. As for Galen Lux and Xian Zhao, they have also reached more than 30 points. Although the friendship between these 3 people is not too deep with Lu Chuan, they have also gained mutual trust in this battle. After all, in this kind of battlefield on the internet, Lu Chuan and Galen can be said to be able to trust them with their backs. This trust is naturally related to their favorability. If you don't trust someone, how can you expose your back to others in such a dangerous battle situation? And to take a step back, even if this blood contract cannot help them break through the shackles, Lu Chuan still has one last trick. If it didn't work out, he would risk it all. When Janna was stuck at 49 points of favorability, he just kissed Janna to successfully awaken her. If the bloody contract doesn't work this time, Lu Chuan will bite the bullet and hug everyone, whether they are men or women, to have a domineering kiss. At least kissing the big man is better than losing one's life. Chapter 79. I'll do it first. Although he was hesitant, Jiawen was still willing to trust Lu Chuan. It was just a matter of a few drops of blood. Compared with the current situation, if these few drops of blood can really make the most difference, that is of course the best. Of course, Jiawen and the others didn't know that their blood was not ordinary blood, but the blood essence of heroes. Each of their heroes has a corresponding icon in the bead. Tick-tock. Jiawen bit his finger, and the bright red blood slid down the fingertip and dripped on the small bead. Pap. Another drop. He looked at the blood sliding down the dome of the beads and covering it in all directions, but nothing changed. Jiawen's expression froze slightly, and he shook his head bitterly. It seems that the method Lu Chuan said will not work, but thinking about it, it is strange that something like this that sounds like a fantasy has happened. And just when Jiawen's thoughts had not ended, suddenly the small beads that were originally relatively transparent were actually absorbing Jiawen's blood. Yes, absorbing his blood. Those few drops of essence and blood seemed to have penetrated into the small bead, making the entire inside of the small bead filled with scarlet color, like a drop of rich red pigment spreading in the colorless pure water. Those few drops of essence and blood were like silky satin, softly spreading into blood lines, and soon turned into blood threads. At the same time, Jiawen felt that an explosive force surged out from his limbs and bones in his body, impacting his 7 tendons and 8 meridians. That fierce momentum seemed to burst Jiawen's blood vessels. Papa papa. Immediately afterwards, Jiawen's body limbs. Large and small bones and joints made a crunching sound like fried beans, and then a golden light burst out from Jiawen's eyes, and finally exploded slightly around his body. It opened up and dissipated into a white light. A touch of coercion gradually formed. Jiawen let out a heavy breath, lowered his head and stared at his palm in disbelief. He clenched his fist and felt unprecedented power. This feeling, silver level. Jiawen was a little unbelievable. He was considered a waste by the world. And a warrior who could only reach the level of bronze 2-star with various enhancements from the royal family. In such an instant, he broke through the shackles of the brass door and stepped firmly into the realm of silver. A punch was thrown out, accompanied by a roar of wind, as if it could tear open the air with bare hands. Sir! How did you do it? Jiawen's face was filled with ecstasy. He could not even imagine that one day he would be able to step into the silver level. A warrior without talent would stay at the brass door. On the threshold. There is no way to cross that high threshold no matter what. As long as it works. Lu Chuan avoided talking about Jiawen's doubts. Although they had seen this little bead, not even Janna was particularly clear about the mystery inside it. Moreover, although they were not afraid of such confidential things, Jiawen and the others were thinking about it, but even the length and thickness of their lifeblood can only be known by themselves, right? However, Lu Chuan still breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Originally, what he was worried about was that it would have no effect, but now it seems that after absorbing the blood essence of the hero, it can be condensed and improved directly in the small beads. Of course, this method may only be used when he wants to break through the shackles. Lu Chuan still needs to accumulate his favorability in daily life. As Jiawen's strength increased by leaps and bounds, Lu Chuan could also feel that his own cultivation level was improving at a slow speed. If a person's strength is compared to an empty bottle, his cultivation is like the water poured into the bottle. The first few star steps are like a small bottle, and his cultivation is easily overflowing. But now the more he goes, the more water he pours into the bottle. As you move up, the level you need to ascend to becomes higher, and the bottle becomes a lot bigger. It is not easy to fill it with water. After Jiawen's attempt and success, the remaining heroes no longer had any worries. They all stepped forward to bite their fingers and drip the blood on the beads. The beads were accepted by all comers. Except for Janna. Everyone else successfully completed the first level of awakening. Janna has already reached the second level of awakening at this time. To achieve the third level of awakening, she needs at least 500 points of favorability. Janna currently seems to have only over 300 points of favorability. Of course, this favorability rating is several times higher than that of others. After all, Janna's relationship with Lu Chuan is something that no one else can compare with. Sir, the strange treasures in your hands must be properly kept in the future. After receiving the benefits provided by Lu Chuan, Jiawen also began to think about Lu Chuan. That kind of treasure can forcibly improve one's cultivation level, and can also directly help people break through a great realm. Once this thing is made public, I am afraid it will cause fierce competition among the powerful from all sides. Lu Chuan could only nod in response. It was not convenient for him to tell Jiawen, because you are heroes and your favorability reached a certain level. Xia Zuzi would provide this special service. If it were an unrelated person, I'm afraid that once the blood dries up, the little beads will be indifferent and won't even absorb the slightest bit of blood. And instantly Lu Chuan thought of some deeper aspects. There is a hero system in this small bead. In other words, although there is no such thing as a hero in Valoran, it has been formulated in the small bead. Then, why are these heroes drawn up in this little bead? What was the intention of the previous owner of the bead, or rather the great power who created the bead? Lu Chuan didn't know these things. But he understood deeply that the road ahead was dangerous. The little bead in his hand might cause him a lot of trouble in the future. Now that he was safe for the time being, he might just be in a bad state. It's just that it can't attract the attention of powerful people from all sides. Everyone has his own circle, and the same is obviously true for warriors. It is usually not easy for even brass 3-star warriors to come into contact with 5-star brass warriors. Generally speaking, 3-star brass warriors in mercenary groups are basically members of the mercenary group. Position of the leader, and those 5-star ones are all underlings of the group leader. This position is very clear. Further up, it is even more difficult for bronze-level people to contact silver-level people. Galen and Xian Zhao and his party are a good example. It can be seen from their extremely high status among the warriors of Dalmatia. Out. When it came to the gold level of the Void Messenger in front of him. It had been several months since Lu Chuan traveled to Valoran. This was his first time coming into contact with gold-level warriors. Jiawen and the others had only heard of them in rumors. This is the first time for a warrior who has passed the gold level to see it with his own eyes. From this point of view, the circle of gold-level warriors is still on a higher level. Without that level of strength, Lu Chuan cannot be a strong person for this kind of people. As for the circles above the gold level, there is no guarantee that those strong men who can control a party will not be tempted by the little bead in his arms. Just after Lu Chuan used small beads to awaken the heroes one by one, at this time, the purple light fragments around the Void Messenger also condensed to hundreds of pieces. Floating densely beside him, containing terrifying fluctuations. Even the heaven and earth seemed to change color. This time, it is really the last battle, so no matter what, we must not lose. Lu Chuan's cultivation at this time also broke through to the level of brass 1-star due to the awakening of many heroes. Although this realm improved quickly, Lu Chuan also faintly felt some negative effects. That is, this aura is very impetuous and unstable. Although Lu Chuan has now reached the strength of brass 1-star, his cultivation level is probably only as solid as that of a warrior who has just stepped into brass 2-star. This is obviously not a good thing for Lu Chuan. If he could survive this battle, Lu Chuan was determined to suppress his impetuous and high-spirited aura first, and then he could take a higher step after it solidified. Now he is only at the bronze level. If the foundation is not laid well and the foundation is unstable, it will easily lead to the inability to reach a higher level in the future. Lu Chuan also has his own calculations. Let's go. Then, Lu Chuan glanced at the Void Messenger coldly. This time, with full fighting spirit and determination, and a group of elite generals behind him, he once again took the initiative to attack the Void Messenger. Attacked. Chapter 80. Die. The Void Messenger suddenly pressed forward with his palm, and hundreds of purple fragments floating around him rushed towards Lu Chuan and his group like violent arrows. The gun is like a dragon. Xian Zhao flicked the silver gun in his hand, and the gun barrel was swept into a full moon. A majestic energy emitted from the gun barrel. And then Xian Zhao was seen dancing and making a hunting sound with the long gun. The speed was so fast that several afterimages appeared on the barrel of the gun. Ding, ding, ding. The purple light fragments that rushed in front of them were picked up and swatted by Xian Zhao. Without exception, they were all knocked away and shot backwards towards the Void Messenger. You know, even if an ordinary person throws a pebble into the air, and then uses a spear to sweep away the pebble when it hits the ground, it is extremely difficult, not to mention the fragments of purple light that can travel dozens of meters away in the blink of an eye. At this time, Xian Zhao, after his first awakening, his strength had skyrocketed to the level of 3-star silver. His eyes were sharp, and he quickly captured the purple light fragments that followed him. A shot swept out, leaving a shallow circular ravine on the ground. Looking back at Galen, at this time, he danced the sharp blade in his hand to the extreme. He had no gorgeous martial arts skills to speak of, but only the endless power. He instilled the power into the hilt of the sword, and the hilt buzzed. When Mingji let go of his hand, the hilt of the sword was covered with a dazzling golden color and spun around Galen's body at a high speed. It was in this way that there was no blind spot. Galen blasted away all the scattered fragments. Ha! The Void Messenger looked at the people who were still struggling in front of him and raised his brows slightly. The strength of this group of people seemed to have made a qualitative leap when he condensed the purple light fragments. If they were in the state of exhaustion just now, they might not be able to withstand the energy fluctuations of even one fragment. Let alone when facing hundreds of purple light fragments, it still has the power to fight. The power after awakening is beyond Lu Chuan's expectation. Every hero here is much stronger than the warriors of the same level after awakening. If they can maintain this state, they will be able to defeat Voidbringer. Lu Chuan swallowed. It was really not impossible to defeat the Void Messenger. Together, they could defeat a gold-level warrior, which was something they had never dared to imagine before. Just as everyone was struggling to resist the offensive of purple light fragments, the Void Messenger closed his eyes again, and a pale red color appeared on his face. Pfft. He spurted out a mouthful of thick and sticky blood. It was not because he had been severely injured, but because he did it deliberately. After the essence and blood was sprayed out, the thick essence and blood slowly floated in the air without any assistance. With this mouthful of essence and blood sprayed out, the Void Messenger's aura also weakened a lot. It was obvious that he would use it next. This move of essence and blood requires a lot of mental energy. However, the Void Messenger didn't want to delay it any longer. He vaguely felt that the boy named Lu Chuan had something strange about him. Moreover, when he condensed the purple light fragments just now, the aura contained in the small bead he took out made him they all felt faintly timid. What are those beads? Why is it emitting that kind of fluctuation? The Void Messenger didn't think much, and while the purple light fragments could still entangle them for a while, he directly launched his killing move. To be honest, even the Void Messenger himself did not expect that a gold-level warrior could be forced to use the last resort by this group of ant-like existences. However, after my soul-eating formation is deployed, you will no longer be able to make any big waves. The Void Messenger smiled coldly, stretched out his fingertips and lightly tapped the mass of rich essence in front of him. Blood, as if writing a book in blood, started writing in the air. The blood essence was dragged by the fingertips, leaving a long blood trail in midair. The Void Messenger wrote very quickly. Soon, a simple and obscure formation filled with blood was outlined by him. A circular blood formation was interspersed with some incomprehensible words. Bizarre characters. After doing all this, the Void Messenger spurted out another mouthful of blood and sprinkled it on the miniature blood array intertwined with essence and blood. For a moment, the blood array seemed to be activated, and the blood light rose into the sky, forming a very strong beam of light stood upright between heaven and earth. What is that? After Jiawen's halberd shook open a few fragments, he was suddenly attracted by a strange burst of blood. He turned his head and found a blood pillar standing between heaven and earth. The fluctuations that scare people. Oops, Lu Chuan also glanced at the blood pillar, and his expression suddenly changed. Judging from the fluctuations emerging from the blood pillar, this is probably the Void Messenger's final blow, and its power is naturally self-evident. Once enveloped by that bloody pillar, he would probably die extremely miserably. Let's go. Get out of here first. Lu Chuan shouted. And he couldn't care too much at the moment. He directly grabbed the poppy who was closest to him and carried it on his shoulders. The wind and sprint were activated at the same time. The shape retreated violently towards the rear. The strongest blow of a gold-level warrior is definitely not something that people of their level can withstand. Let's go. Let's go quickly. Lu Chuan retreated violently and kept shouting at Jiawen and his group who were still on the battlefield. Seeing Lu Chuan's eyes turning red, the group also increased their speed to the fastest. It's already too late, please stay. At this time, the hoarse and cold voice of the Void Messenger sounded slowly, and immediately after, the blood pillar spread out in all directions at an extremely fast speed. Soon, several heroes who had not had time to retreat were wrapped up. Lu Chuan watched helplessly as Jiawen and his group were swallowed up by the pillar of blood. His whole body was trembling, but his feet were still retreating. Facing such a move, he really had no choice. If Lu Chuan rushed in rashly at this time, he might also die in the formation. But if he retreated and avoided the blood pillar, he might still be alive. The way to rescue. But when he saw the blood swallowing up Jana, Lu Chuan's heart felt as if it had been hit hard by a heavy hammer, and he even became unsteady on his feet. Jana. Lu Chuan seemed to see Jana trying to escape from the blood circle, and the hand she stretched out to him, even her palm was swallowed up by the blood. Except for Poppy, whom he had brought out earlier, the rest of the group, without exception, were all engulfed in the blood. Lu Chuan relied on the dual blessings of wind and sprint to barely escape this disaster, but Jana, Ari, and Jiawen, all. After running out of the coverage area of the blood pillar, Lu Chuan stood not far away in a daze, looking at the giant blood pillar rising into the sky with a radius of hundreds of meters wide, and his head suddenly became empty. Chapter 81. As the blood-colored light beam gradually faded away, the scene before him was like being in hell. The khaki earth was now completely stained with blood, as if blood could be squeezed out every time you stepped on it. The surrounding trees were completely dead, and the gravel looked as if it had been soaked in a pool of blood for several years before being salvaged, and the red color seeped through. Lu Chuan looked at the scene in front of him with some numbness. Under his feet, there was a circular blood formation with a radius of several hundred meters. The formation patterns that were intermittently connected with blood exuded a vague aura of death. The most tingling thing is that at this time, the ground is constantly protruding one after another, empty arms covered with blood, breaking out of the ground one after another. Soon, those bloody hands are coming out one after another. Under the thoughts of the Void Messenger, he caught the unconscious people lying on the ground. The hands were like vines at this time, able to freely stretch out several meters. They wrapped around everyone's limbs and necks, dragged them up, and hung them in midair. The Void Messenger was floating in the air, standing with his hands behind his back, looking at Lu Chuan, who had escaped from his blood-devouring formation, and sneered sarcastically. "I didn't expect that you ran very fast, but even if you can run away. Can these people run away? Who do you think it would be better for me to operate on?" The Void Messenger's thoughts moved, and those who were stained with blood could not escape. The blood-covered arm turned into an invisible sharp blade and was aimed at everyone's throats. If this knife stabs him, he will probably be unable to recover. "Let go, let them go." Lu Chuan's clenched arms were trembling slightly. Poppy followed him. Seeing Lu Chuan's condition, he wanted to persuade him, but he didn't know where to start. "Let them go." "Huh, don't be joking. I said a long time ago that this will be your burial place. I just didn't expect that although the process is a bit more complicated, the ending is the same. And that's enough." The Void Messenger, as a last resort, he really didn't want to use his last killer move, which would not only consume his mental energy, but also cost him the blood and essence in his body. This mass of essence and blood was the result of his cultivation in just half a year. However, the people in front of him are great tonics. If he disembowels them, rips out their hearts, and squeezes out the blood inside, I am afraid that the blood essence and blood that will be replenished will be richer than the one he consumed. Thinking of this, the Void Messenger became a little excited. These great supplements might be one of the keys for him to break through to the 5-star gold realm. "Let them go." Lu Chuan took out the Dolan sword in his hand and walked towards the Void Messenger. Poppy behind him wanted to stop him, but he couldn't find any excuse. At this time, Lu Chuan was obviously extremely angry. TSK, boy, do you look angry now? You're right. Jia, I just want to see you angry. Sometimes it's better to take revenge on someone and torture him than to take his life directly. It's more pleasant, isn't it? The Void Messenger's sharp laughter sounded, and he felt very disgusted and hated towards Lu Chuan. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid he wouldn't have gone through so many troubles now. Facing a group of silver level or even bronze level minions, he was forced to use a killing move. If the news was passed back and reached the ears of those people, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to do it. Knows how to be laughed at. He also injured himself, being injured by a warrior with only a bronze rank. This was even a shame for the Void Messenger, and he could never let it go. And all of this stems from the guy in front of him. The Void Messenger wants to torture Lu Chuan, humiliate him, and want him to see his best friend with his own eyes, trembling with tears and begging for mercy under his frightened eyes. In the sound, the limbs were cut off, the head was cut off, and finally the chest was broken open, the heart that was still beating slightly was crushed and squeezed into powder. It's so wonderful, I can't wait any longer. In this case, let's start with her. The maniacal smile on the Void Messenger's face grew wider, and the corners of his mouth were already grinning to the base of his ears. He cast his ferocious gaze on Ari beside him, leaned over and grabbed her hair, and in front of the unconscious Ari, he sniffed gently and said, "Oh. I seem to have met this girl before, maybe when she was still on the border of Dalmatia. In this way, she is a traitor. Since she is a traitor, let her be the first to be operated on." Bar. As he spoke, the Void Messenger slowly moved his fingers, and when the blade transformed from the invisible hand was about to be aimed at Ari's left arm and slashed, Lu Chuan's voice rang out. "Let them go. I'll give this to you." Lu Chuan gritted his teeth and looked up at the Void Messenger in midair, and took out the small bead that exuded dim light from his arms. This little bead has been by Lu Chuan's side since he traveled to the Valoran continent, giving him great help. In this world, it is not an exaggeration to say that this little bead is Lu Chuan's second life. But if he could really use this bead to save the lives of a group of people, Lu Chuan would be willing to do so. Oh. The Void Messenger raised his eyebrows slightly. Although the fluctuations emanating from the small beads made him faintly palpitate. He could still vaguely get a glimpse of how extraordinary this thing was. The strength seems to be provided by this small bead, and he can also faintly see through the appearance of the bead the spiritual power inside it that is so rich that even he is amazed. The higher the realm, the more clearly some things can be seen. In the eyes of Jiawen and his party, Lu Chuan's little bead may just be magical, but in the eyes of the Void Messenger, this little bead is not just magical, it has more functions, but even the gold-level Void Messenger, and can only get a glimpse of it. If you can bring this bead back to the Void Plane and hand it over to those adults, maybe you can win their favor and grant yourself some more domineering and brutal Void secrets, as well as various means of absorbing souls. Thoughts whirled in his mind. The Void Messenger concealed the greed in his heart and raised his finger at Lu Chuan. "Give it to me. Let them go first." Lu Chuan gritted his teeth. "Are you negotiating terms with me?" The Void Messenger looked down at Lu Chuan, who was like an ant. He liked this feeling. When dealing with ants, he must behave like an ant, otherwise these self-proclaimed nobles ants always think that they are so powerful that no one can stop them. "This is my final bottom line. Let them go first." Lu Chuan stared at the Void Messenger. Chapter 82. Let him go first. "This is my final bottom line." Lu Chuan gritted his teeth and said with a frown. This is the only trump card in his hand that can impress the Void Messenger. If Xiaozhu is given to him and he still refuses to let him go, then Lu Chuan will really have nothing to do. Therefore, Lu Chuan did not dare to hand over the beads in his hand easily. "It's so stupid." The Void Messenger glanced at Lu Chuan coldly. He didn't know where the ant in front of him got the courage to bargain with him. Since he likes to bargain, the Void Messenger will make him regret his current situation. Hesitate. Kill one first to let him know what it means to be afraid, and there are so many guys left who are not afraid that he will not give the beads to him. After making up his mind, the Void Messenger glanced at Ari playfully, slowly raised his finger, and didn't know what secret method he used, and Ari woke up faintly. Soon, Ari discovered that she was in a very dangerous situation. Her limbs were entangled with invisible hands of blood one after another. And she was hung in the air. On her chest, a handful an invisible sharp blade with a cold glow was pressed against it. "You don't come." Ari obviously knew the Void Messenger, but when he was in the small town, he did not burst out with all his power. And now the Void Messenger is powerful enough to be scary. Perhaps something interesting happened just now when you were in a coma that you didn't know about. Then I will repeat it to you again. There is something in your friend's hand that can impress me. But the conditions he proposed, you want me to release the person first before you can give me the thing. The Void Messenger paused, as if giving Ari time to digest his words. He liked to see the fearful and desperate expressions of these people before they died. Those were the most beautiful faces in the world. "But I don't agree. What if I release the person and don't give me your friend's things? This is really a headache." The Void Messenger pretended to be coquettish and tapped his forehead, raising the corners of his mouth in a sinister way, staring at Ari's reaction. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, Ali subconsciously lowered his head and glanced in the direction of Lu Chuan. "I'm afraid the only thing left in his hand that interests the Void Messenger is the small bead, right? And can that little bead save him and his group? Asshole. Don't sow discord." Lu Chuan yelled angrily. At this critical juncture, the Void Messenger still resorted to such a trick. Lu Chuan didn't want to save Jana and the others, but with the character of the Void Messenger, Lu Chuan was sure that there was more than 90 chance that he would change his mind after getting the beads. Lu Chuan's fists were clenched tightly, and his whole body was shaking with anger. But there was no way. The last trump card in Lu Chuan's hand was this bead. When he knew that it was impossible to save the group of people after handing over the bead, Lu Chuan hesitated. It was at this moment of hesitation that the sharp blade thrust straight into Ari's chest, and a trace of blood bloomed. Ari's eyes widened, and he looked down at his chest in disbelief. Blood was flowing out continuously, and a severe pain spread. The bloody hands that bound her limbs had been released, and Ari fell heavily from mid-air to the ground. The atmosphere at this moment was eerily quiet, as if it were a silent black and white movie, with only movement visible and no sound heard. Lu Chuan watched helplessly as the knife plunged into Ali's chest, watched her fall from mid-air, fell heavily to the ground, and watched her die. Until the moment before his death, Ali's eyes were fixed on Lu Chuan's figure. There was a hint of complexity in his eyes, as well as a touch of doubt and disappointment that was difficult to capture. "Didn't we agree to be companions? Didn't you agree that you will always stand in front of me from now on?" Ari's eyes widened until he couldn't see anything anymore. Even the body of the intelligent monster seems to be so vulnerable. It seems that when I treat the next one, I will be gentler and will not let them die so easily. I will torture them repeatedly. I want them to beg me to kill them, jia 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 jia. The Void Messenger's interest seemed to be ignited by Ari's death. He raised his head and made crazy screams toward the sky. Of laughter. Old thing, damn you, Lu Chuan could no longer close his fisted fingers, and his whole body was trembling. Not far in front of him was the corpse of Ali who refused to rest in peace. This girl who seems to have no scheming and carefree appearance, this girl who always brings him a lot of happiness. Similarly, she was just a very pitiful little fox who was used by others for 10 years. Until the day she saw the light of day again, she threw herself into his arms and cried inconsolably, which really made Lu Chuan feel heartbroken. She seems to be happy and carefree every day, but who can really get into her heart and understand her sadness? She always joked with Lu Chuan that she might as well just marry him. Although she didn't like men, she could still get along with him. Didn't you say you would protect me if you asked for it? Ali's squirming mouth and expression full of doubts before he died were like a heavy hammer hitting Lu Chuan's heart. Yes, on the day I brought her into the team, didn't I tell her personally that I would protect her? But why did she die in front of him? Tears burst out of his eyes, and with endless anger, a blazing flame burst out and enveloped Lu Chuan. The rich flames baked everything around him, and even the ground under his feet was coated with a layer of red light. Lu Chuan's eyes became extremely terrifying, his fiercely glowing pupils were filled with bloodshot eyes, and his eye sockets were about to burst. Old guy, pay for it with your life. Lu Chuan roared, his feet suddenly stepped on the ground and he jumped up. The Dolan sword in his hand was burned by the hot flames into a piece of crimson red iron. As if his body was burned. The surrounding air seemed to be on fire, and with an extremely cold gesture, he struck hard at the Void Messenger. Chapter 83. Water is the source of life. The origin of all things also began to thrive in water. Any species with life characteristics cannot leave water. Even camels living in the desert are only because they can store a large amount of water in their bodies, and some vegetation in water-scarce areas just take root deeper. Water and fire are two extremes, completely opposite substances. The water is very soft. People often say that the sea is like the mother's broad embrace, and the sea is made of water. Fire is very violent, and the flames can almost swallow up most of the substances and destroy them in one go, but there is nothing that can be done about the soft, shapeless water. Lu Chuan soaked in a pool of cool water, and his thoughts gradually became clearer. He looked at a pool of transparent, clear water and fell into deep thought. Because of Ari's death just now, he became extremely irritable, and his mind was burned out by the angry flames. He only thought about breaking the Void Messenger into pieces even if it cost all the money. Only then can he avenge Ari. However, the result of being carried away by anger was that he almost burned himself to ashes. Although the core of the red flame was powerful, it was obviously not something that Lu Chuan could control at his level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been in hard battles many times. Now that he calmed down, Lu Chuan also felt that his actions just now were too reckless. And he even felt a little bit of fear and joy for the rest of his life. Fortunately, it was thanks to Bobby this time, otherwise he might have died in front of the Void Messenger. The so-called tit for tat, he had just rescued Poppy with his front foot, and now Poppy had saved his life in turn. This seemingly mysterious and superstitious idea did seem to have God's will in the dark. Lu Chuan took a splash of water and wiped his face, then closed his eyes, let his body empty, and floated freely on the pool. What are you doing? Bobby saw that Lu Chuan had completely calmed down at this time, but she was no longer calm. You must know that on the battlefield not far away, the Void Messenger seemed to have been beaten to pieces by Lu Chuan just now. However, it is not so easy for a gold-level warrior to completely wipe out the Void Messenger. Moreover, if the Void Messenger is once again if they can regain some mental strength, the efforts of this group of people to accompany them with their lives will probably be in vain. You can't win the current situation by relying on anger and impulse. Lu Chuan calmed down and said slowly. During the collision of water and fire just now, I seem to have understood something more mysterious. Now let me calm down and see if you can understand a new artistic conception. Lu Chuan's 5 elements sword intention has only comprehended 2 of them so far, fire intention and earth intention, and the fusion of fire intention and earth intention. Although it is powerful, it may be a bit reluctant for the Void Messenger. So what if it is integrated into the 3rd artistic conception? This was a crazy idea emerging from Lu Chuan's heart. The founder of the 5 elements sword intention skill may not have imagined that the sword intention he created would be fused together and used by Lu Chuan. The sword who could understand the five elements sword was originally a sword for different situations and situations. They were created by law. But he had never thought of merging them together. Otherwise, as early as when Lu Chuan came into contact with the sword intention, there would have been a fusion of related skills in the entry-level artistic conception. But it didn't, which shows that Lu Chuan's blending of various artistic conceptions was his own bold attempt and innovation. Well, hurry up as soon as possible. The old thief's recovery speed is really abnormal. Poppy is a pure strength warrior. When it comes to metaphysics, artistic conception, and such things, she has nothing to lose. Without thinking, he couldn't provide any help to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan smiled softly and let his body soak in the cool water. He relaxed his mind and slowly entered an extremely wonderful artistic conception. The Void Messenger climbed out of the pit in embarrassment. At this time, his clothes had been burned with holes by Lu Chuan's scorching fire, and many places on his skin were burned. This kid must not be kept. The disheveled Void Messenger flashed a stern look in his ferocious eyes. A 3-star brass warrior could force him to look like this, and if the boy hadn't had some problems with himself just now, the Voidbringer even felt that he would be killed by him on the spot. What is the concept of killing a gold-level warrior with 3 stars of brass? In the past, this was absolutely a fantasy. Even if it broke the sky. The Void Messenger would never believe the existence of such a number one person. But now, he could not believe the facts before his eyes. There are too many mysterious things in that kid. The scorching fire is stronger than the fire at the Void Messenger feels on some fire messengers in the Void Plane. I am afraid that it has reached 3 gold stars or above. The fiery heat can only be emitted by the fire magic core. Crack, click, click. The Void Messenger twisted his neck, and after making a crisp sound, he quickly sat up cross-legged and began to quickly regain his mental strength. He could now feel that the kid's breath was stagnant at a certain place not far away. Obviously, the backlash of the fire poison just now did not kill the kid. He is still alive. He may jump out again at any time and give himself a fatal blow. For some reason, when Lu Chuan's figure appeared in his mind again, the Void Messenger felt a strong sense of uneasiness, as if he was being targeted by a poisonous snake. This uneasiness will not go away until I tear him into pieces with my own hands. He is a gold-level warrior, to be forced into this by a brass-level boy. The Void Messenger felt gloomy just thinking about it. The gold-level demon warriors not only have unprecedentedly strong mental power, but also have a recovery speed that is beyond the reach of ordinary silver-level warriors. With a moment of breathing, the essence running in the body absorbs the trace amounts of spiritual power contained in the world. The Void Messenger's mental power is slowly recovering. No, it's still too slow. The Void Messenger secretly thought to himself. Normally, this recovery speed would be considered normal, but what he has to face now is a dog that doesn't know when it will jump out and bite him. The poisonous snake, the Void Messenger had to improve his condition as soon as possible to the point where he could deal with that kid. As long as Lu Chuan regains 50 of his mental power again, even if Lu Chuan uses the same level of fire attack again, he won't be so afraid. The Void Messenger's eyes swept slowly, and finally landed on Ari's body not far away. Cut out her heart, grind it into pieces, and take the essence and blood, which can restore a lot of essence. Although in this state, there is no way to absorb the essence and blood to the maximum extent to improve cultivation, and a lot of it is wasted. But now I can't worry about so much. The Void Messenger thought like this, and mobilized the remaining mental power in his body, turned into a big hand, and attacked Ari not far away, grabbing her arm. Ankle, drag her towards him. Bang! At this moment, a foot stepped firmly and powerfully on the invisible arm, blocking the pulling force. The Void Messenger's face changed slightly, and when he raised his head, he found Lu Chuan's face, which had appeared in front of him at some point. Old dog, your death is imminent. Lu Chuan put the Dolan sword on his shoulder and raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. His smile was extremely bright, but it contained an endless chill. Chapter 84. Looking at Lu Chuan, who was clearly smiling but extremely cold, the Void Messenger's heart sank. He seemed to feel that the boy in front of him seemed to be a little different. Compared with the violent aura just now, he seems to be very calm now, and his mind is as calm as water. Old dog, you are about to die. Lu Chuan's smile grew wider. He pointed the Dolan sword directly at the Void Messenger, and a flash of fire quickly appeared. Immediately afterwards, an earthy yellow light climbed up the hilt of the sword. This move again. The Void Messenger saw that the move released by Lu Chuan was somewhat familiar. In the cellar, he seemed to have used this move to smash his own shield. However, if it was just this move, the Void Messenger felt relieved. If he really resisted with all his strength. If he wanted to withstand an attack of this level from Lu Chuan, he would at most suffer some injuries, but Lu Chuan did not have more physical strength to release the second attack. A secondary skill. By that time, it would be easy to crush him to death. But just when the Void Messenger had not been proud for a long time, the hilt of the sword with the fusion of fire and earth once again, climbed onto another artistic conception. A drop of colorless and transparent water slowly dripped on the hilt of the sword, causing ripples in circles. Then, a light blue mist slowly spread from the hilt towards the blade. Come and drive. Whether it was the extremely violent fire intention or the earth intention that had the potential to collapse landslides and earth shattering, they all restrained themselves at this moment, and the trembling Dolan sword also became quiet. What kind of weird trick is this? The Void Messenger thought like this, and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Now the Dolan sword in Lu Chuan's hand changed from red to khaki, and finally the entire sword was stained. The color is aqua blue. And when the aqua blue color completely enveloped the Dolan sword, Lu Chuan's state of mind in front of him became ethereal and clear at this moment, as if anyone could see through his transparent and clear state of mind. There was no overwhelming anger, no scorching flames, just a heart that wanted to kill him. Yes, it was a pure and single state of mind, very calm, with only one purpose, and that was to kill the Void Messenger. Boy, you are talking nonsense. After understanding Lu Chuan's state of mind, the Void Messenger was startled. He mobilized the few mental powers in his body and turned into purple light fragments and attacked Lu Chuan violently. Lu Chuan stood quietly on the spot, holding the Dolan sword across his chest. Those few pieces of purple light that were enough to penetrate the stone and crack the ground, but the moment they collided with the hilt of Dolan's sword, they seemed to disappear into the sea without any news. It was just a small ripple. Seeing this, the Void Messenger's expression finally changed. He didn't know what kind of artistic conception Lu Chuan had understood. He only knew that in his current state, he would probably have to wait for death if he faced Lu Chuan. Damn it! If you give me another 50 of your mental power, I will destroy your body. The Void Messenger said harsh words, but in front of him, one after another purple light shields were propped up by him. The Void Messenger was finally scared. Facing such an extremely irritable Lu Chuan, he was not as scared as he was now. It felt like he was in a calm sea, but he didn't know when a wave would come and swallow him up. The Void Messenger almost risked his life to hold up the shield in front of him. He spurted out another mouthful of blood, overdrawing part of his mental power and using it to turn it into a dark purple shield. He could vaguely feel that when the boy in front of him didn't take action, everything was calm. But once he takes action, the momentum will be as overwhelming as the waves, making people despair. Looking coldly at the dying Void Messenger in front of him, Lu Chuan finally moved. He slowly raised the hilt of the sword in his hand, without any fancy movements, just made a plain thrusting movement forward. A water-blue arc-shaped sword intention that was not considered powerful even in the eyes of a brass 3-star warrior slowly struck out. The speed of the sword intention was extremely slow. So slow that it even gave people the impression that it could not hurt anyone at all. Illusion. The water is so soft that even the slightest breeze or a fallen leaf can stir up its ripples. But the water is turbulent, and when the waves are so turbulent that even a huge ship will sink. When the soft weak water sword touched the shield, it exploded with a huge impact, like a wave hitting a cliff. Boom! A deafening sound exploded. And the sword intention moved forward with overwhelming momentum. Only one crisp sound was heard, and the shield in front of the Void Messenger was completely wiped out. Beat it to pieces with the weak water sword. It was obviously just an arc-shaped sword energy that was less than an arm's length, but when he rushed to the Void Messenger, he seemed to see a wave of 100 feet high, slapping him hard. Poof! The Void Messenger spat out a mouthful of blood, and like a kite with a broken string, he fell not far away. At this time, he was dying, with only one breath left. The moment the water on Dolan's sword receded like a tide, Lu Chuan felt his eyes go dark and almost fainted. The weak water sword was mixed with the other 2 artistic conceptions, and the consumption on Lu Chuan was huge. His physical strength was now exhausted, and his face was as pale as paper. Lu Chuan bit the tip of his tongue and forced himself to wake up. He raised the Dolan sword in his hand and stumbled towards the Void Messenger. The Void Messenger half opened his eyes weakly and looked at Lu Chuan, who was walking towards him step by step. He no longer had any strength at this time, and he couldn't even stand up. In that seemingly calm blow that contained a turbulent explosion, the Void Messenger could be considered lucky if he could even save a small life. Obviously, Lu Chuan didn't intend to let him go. You, let me go, I'll tell you everything I know, the Void Messenger begged for mercy. He never thought that one day, a gold-level warrior of his would beg for mercy in order to survive when facing a bronze-level warrior. What do you know? Lu Chuan raised his sword and walked up to the Void Messenger, looking down at him. Yes, I will tell you everything I know. The Void Messenger tried to stand up, but he was so weak that he couldn't even stand up and fell heavily again. On the ground. So, do you know how to bring her back to life? Lu Chuan pointed his sword at Ali's body. The Void Messenger's expression froze and he remained silent. Then you still, Lu Chuan pierced the Void Messenger's heart with a sword, and a hot breath spread to the hilt of the sword. Then why are you still alive? Lu Chuan stared at his feet, and the Void Messenger's body suddenly started to burn. There was a slight smile on Lu Chuan's lips. A teardrop fell silently to the corner of his mouth. The first one is sent earlier. Although it is expected that the PK will be released today, it is expected that it will not be as good as other books. However, in order to thank everyone for their hard work with Molo these days, there will still be 5 updates today. Send it. Chapter 85. 3 days have passed since the battle in the western region of Dalmatia. In the end, the rebels paid the price they deserved with an extremely tragic sacrifice. Within these 3 days, Jiawen ordered the soldiers who participated in the battle that day to block all channels of information to prevent any leakage. After all, this kind of war is also a shame for the Dalmatia royal family. The less people know about it, the better. This war has also severely damaged the vitality of the royal family. It is obviously not that easy to train a new group of soldiers. However, regarding this matter, Galen also agreed to help and recruited a new group of non-staff troops in the name of the Fearless Vanguard Legion. You know, compared to the royal guards, more soldiers are more willing to submit to the Fearless Pioneers. Not only is the Fearless Pioneers a sophisticated army, but its internal conditions and atmosphere are very good. Good. Although even for the newly opened Supernumerary Legion of the Fearless Pioneers, there was a steady stream of applicants. In just a few days, thousands of soldiers had been recruited, which could be regarded as temporarily alleviating the lack of available soldiers for the Dalmatia royal family. Crisis. Regarding the punishment of the major families, it will take some time for the results to come out. After all, those rebellious families are among the most influential in Dalmatia. What kind of punishment will be given to them? Jarvan is still there in the midst of thinking. These few days without punishment have been the most difficult days for several big families. The heads of the major families were sitting on pins and needles, their thoughts uneasy. Early morning on the 4th day. At the gate of the Dalmatia Palace, a large group of people gathered around. The sharp-eyed gatekeepers had already recognized the group of people, and could not help but straighten their bodies a little. Everyone present here had top-level official positions and titles in the royal family. Although there were a few among them. The soldier didn't look very familiar to him, but even Jiawen was very respectful to him, so he must be a very important person. Mr. Lu Chuan, do you need me to arrange a few people to go with you to reduce your burden? Jiawen looked at Lu Chuan standing outside the door and asked slowly. After 3 days of training, Lu Chuan was in optimal condition at this time. No need, it will be faster if I go alone. Lu Chuan shook his head gently. Jana stood aside, hesitated to speak, bit her lips and finally said, Lu Chuan, do you want me to accompany you? Are you going together? Just stay here for a few days. I'll come back after I finish handling the matter. Lu Chuan stepped forward and squeezed Jana's little hand quietly. Jana's face turned red and she responded softly. Finally, she didn't say anything more. The purpose of Lu Chuan's trip was to bring Ari's body back to her homeland. Far away on the border of Dalmatia. In a forest further away from the town of Norsel, was where Ari's roots were and where their 9 tails were. The territory of the Spirit Fox clan. After death, one must be laid to rest, and Lu Chuan still had some illusions in his heart. Maybe the 9-tailed Spirit Fox clan has other ways to bring Ari back to life. And really speaking, the situation is irreversible. It is probably Ari's own wish to bury her in her hometown. After all, she has never been back to visit after 10 years. Everyone has. Lu Chuan also encountered homesickness several times. In the dead of night, Ali sat alone in the yard staring at the moon in the sky. She must have been lonely at that time. By the way, sir, take this with you. This is what you deserve. Jiawen took out a small jade bottle from his arms and handed it to Lu Chuan. This is the essence and blood of the Void Messenger. That day, Mr. Void Messenger fought hard and killed him. We processed his body and extracted the richest essence and blood. However, This void messenger was killed by Mr. Alone. Therefore, this essence and blood should belong to you alone. Jiawen cupped his hands and chuckled. Although his words were light and indifferent, the contents of the small bottle moved many people. It was the essence and blood extracted from the body of a gold-level warrior, and only this one was extracted from the entire corpse. The blood essence in the small jade bottle shows how rich and thick the blood essence is. The cultivation level of the monster comes from the magic core in the body. The stronger the magic core, the higher the cultivation level of the monster. The cultivation level of the warrior comes from the richness of the essence and blood. If the essence and blood are strong, then the warrior himself, his cultivation is only as high as you. So even though this void messenger only has such a small bottle of blood essence, it is even better than the third-level low-grade magic core of the same level. After all, the absorption of blood essence between people is obviously better than the absorption of magic core. The core should be more consistent with the bloodline. Lu Chuan didn't show any pretense. After saying polite words, he put the jade bottle directly into his pocket. This blood essence was indeed a good thing for him. Although Lu Chuan now had the strength of 1-star brass, he could not repair it. The result is not solid, but rather a bit frivolous due to running through several levels. The current Lu Chuan, if he puts aside the numerous means, is probably only at the level of a brass 2-star warrior in terms of strength, speed and physical tyranny, so he does need this kind of auxiliary means of essence and blood to reduce his emptiness. The breath stabilized. Then I'll take the first step. If I hurry, I can make the round trip in a few days. Well, sir, please be careful along the way. This is a sound transmission device for our royal family. When you encounter danger, crush it and we will rush over to provide support. Jiawen handed Lu Chuan a small cylinder and nodded. He added, also, in 7 days' time the Courage Trial Tower will be opened. I will not go back on my promise to you, so I hope that you can come back as soon as possible to participate in the Courage Trial. There are many opportunities inside. The treasure must also be of great benefit to Sir. Then thank you, Your Highness. Lu Chuan put one hand on his chest and bent down slightly. After performing a knight's salute, he carried Ali behind his back and quickly disappeared in front of everyone, using the wind. Lu Chuan vaguely remembered that when the mercenary group was first established, he and Jana went to Noershli town once, and met Ari there at that time. According to Ari, her hometown is in the forest deep in the town. But at that time, she turned into a person who was neither human nor ghost, and felt a little ashamed of her companions of the nine-tailed spirit fox clan, so she never dared to go back to visit even once. In fact, she really wanted to go home. Of course I want to go home, don't you want to go home, hee. I still remember when I asked her about it one day, she sat on a big rock with her legs dangling and answered with a smile. Since you're homesick, I'll take you home. Lu Chuan murmured softly, looked sideways at Ari, who could no longer open his eyes, shrugged and carried Ari on his back. His foot became more stable, he looked up at the outline of the town of Noershli, and speeded up a bit. Your home is coming soon. Chapter 86. 2 or 3 months have passed since I first came to Noershli town. As soon as Lu Chuan stepped into the town with Ali on his back, he felt an atmosphere full of life. A few houses not far away, smoke rising from the roofs, and some playful children playing in groups of 2s and 3s. There are also a few shops on this slightly empty street, with their doors open and doing business. Although compared to a small town, the people here are indeed sparse and pitiful, but you must know that 2 or 3 months ago, this place was a ghost town and deserted. Ha ha ha, warrior, I didn't expect you to come back to visit us. I'm really flattered. Fran laughed and poured tea for Lu Chuan. From the earliest days, he was the only one left in the whole town due to the curse, and now the town is scattered with 20 or 30 surrounding villagers' families. All of this is in Fran's heart. Credit to Lu Chuan. If he hadn't broken the curse with his own hands, I'm afraid this town would have continued like this until it was completely reduced to a place of death. To be honest, not long after you left, a lost girl broke into our town, and she and I fell in love at first sight, and then she stayed. Fran smiled. While waving, he shouted, Aya, come out and meet our benefactor. From the back room of Fran's house, a young girl wearing coarse linen clothes walked in. The girl had some freckles on her face, but overall she was quite beautiful. I have met 2 benefactors. Aya bowed slightly and saluted Lu Chuan very politely. No, you don't have to be so polite. I had another purpose at the time, so let's just help each other. Lu Chuan waved his hands repeatedly, and then looked at Fran seriously. Come here this time, and I have one more thing to ask of you. After a pause, Lu Chuan helped Ari, who was lying aside. Straight. At first, Fren thought that Ari might be lying down to rest because of his physical weakness, until Lu Chuan said when it was revealed that she was dead, Fran's expression changed drastically. Dead? Then Fren opened his mouth in surprise. Her hometown is here. No matter what, people have to be buried in their graves after death, so I was wondering if I could find her tribe. I wonder if Mr. Fran has ever heard of a magical beast like the nine-tailed spirit fox. Race? Nine-tailed fox? After thinking for a moment, Fren suddenly clapped his hands and said, yes. There is this race. It is not far from our town of Noershali. It can be reached in about a day or two. You are young. When I was a kid, my father also took me to visit there. At that time, my father was the mayor of the town, and he had some friendship with their clan. In that case, could you please Mr. Fran to lead the way? Lu Chuan took out a small bag from his arms, which contained a pile of gold coins, at least 100 in number. Lu Chuan has never been stingy when it comes to finding his friends. Although he is just leading the way, Lu Chuan is still sincere. After all, if he just relies on himself to find it. There are countless large and small forests around Noershali town, among which there are so many magical beasts and other races, it is obviously not easy to find the nine-tailed spirit fox tribe. Fran just glanced at the gold coin bag, and suddenly pushed the gold coin bag back in fear. The warrior was kind to us before. It was just a small thing like leading the way, which is not worth mentioning at all, so I can't accept this gold coin. Seeing Fran's firm refusal, Lu Chuan couldn't say much and could only put away the gold coin bag. If the warrior is in a hurry, then let's set off now. Fran turned to Aya and said, prepare a good carriage for me. You go find Mr. Chai Luo. I remember correctly his brown horse. If so, he should be able to run very fast. Mr. Fran, there's no need for a carriage. You just need to lead the way. Lu Chuan interrupted him. Ah. But this place is 2 or 3 days' walk from the territory of the nine-tailed spirit fox. If you don't go there by carriage, I'm afraid. Lu Chuan smiled slightly and said, let me handle this. Have you seen the dense woods in front of you? It's denser than the surrounding forests. Yes, there is a small river in front of you, which is the territory of the nine-tailed fox clan. Also, Lord Warrior, can't be slower. Fran was a little dizzy due to the strong wind blowing in his face. It would take at least 2 or 3 days to walk from Noershali town to the territory of the nine-tailed spirit fox. Even taking a carriage would take half a day. However, the warrior Sama just put his hand on his shoulder and led him moving forward together. After about half an hour at most, the two of them had arrived at the border of the nine-tailed fox clan. This guy is simply inhuman, why can he be so fast? Stop. Who is that? Just when Lu Chuan and Fran were about to approach the territory of the nine-tailed spirit fox clan, they suddenly heard a powerful shout. Lu Chuan looked up and saw a tall and sturdy man. A man with a bare upper body and only an animal skin surrounding his lower body. The man held a long spear made of wood in his hand. On both sides of the top of his head, there were a pair of furry ears, which were similar to Ari's. There is no difference in the shape of the ears. Hello, I am the current mayor of Noershali town. I have something to ask for this time. I hope I can meet with your clan leader and explain it to you face to face. Fran took a step forward and explained his purpose. The man who seemed to be a guard within the tribe held a spear and carefully looked at Fran. Then he set his sights on Lu Chuan. When he saw a girl carrying behind him. There was also someone on his head who was the same as their tribe. When the ears were exactly the same, the guard's expression suddenly changed. Who are you? Why are you holding a woman from our clan hostage? The guard tightened his grip on the spear in his hand and was about to teach the two intruders a lesson when a clear voice suddenly came from behind him. The sound of shouting. Grain, don't be rude. The person who spoke was a beautiful woman. Although she looked about 30 years old, her aura as she walked was extremely elegant. The women of the nine-tailed fox tribe are hundreds of times more decorated than the men, and they wear clothes sewn from smooth cloth similar to that of humans. Lord Gina. The guard hurriedly bowed down after seeing the woman, then pointed at Lu Chuan and said. These two aliens broke into our territory and threatened to see our clan leader, and the man on the left was carrying that girl, looks like a member of our tribe. Gina glanced at Lu Chuan flirtatiously and had a slight sense of his strength. Compared to the brass two-star warrior, Gina seemed to be a bit inferior, and his aura was empty. When she glanced at Ari behind him, there was obviously a hint of doubt in Gina's eyes. After thinking for a while, she slowly kowtowed and said, "You too want to see the patriarch, don't you? Please follow me. Come." Chapter 87. In a large and spacious tent. The orcs of the nine-tailed fox tribe all live in tents. And their living habits are closer to humans. Although they are classified as monsters by humans, they possess extremely high intelligence and extraordinary appearance. This may be related to the old ancestors and the ancient demon foxes have a certain blood inheritance relationship. Gina introduced Lu Chuan into the tent. The reason why she brought Lu Chuan to see the clan leader was that this boy and the other guy behind him were not very powerful. Even if they had any evil intentions, they would probably not be able to do it. A big wave is rising in front of the one-star brass clan leader. Secondly, the physical characteristics of the girl Lu Chuan was carrying did look like a member of their nine-tailed fox clan. "Chief, there are 2 foreigners who want to see you," Gina said respectfully to an old man sitting in the center of the tent. The old man looked to be at least 50 or 60 years old, but his face was red and full of energy, and his appearance was much more heroic than the average human being in his 50s or 60s. "Oh." The patriarch frowned slightly and looked at Lu Chuan and Fran for a moment. "What do you do with these 2 uninvited guests?" Lu Chuan took a step forward and said straight to the point, "Hello, patriarch. I have come to bother you this time because I really have something to ask for. I wonder if patriarch still remembers the name Ali. He wants Ari to come back to life more urgently than anyone else, but with Lu Chuan's current methods, there is no way to do it. If Ari can come back to life, then the hope lies within the nine-tailed spirit fox clan. Maybe there is some secret method that can bring back the dead." "Ali?" The clan leader frowned deeply, as if he was thinking. After a moment, he suddenly glared, "Are you talking about Ali? 10 years ago, there was a young fox named Ari in our clan, but because of his extremely talented because of Jia, I sent her to an expert and traveled with him to practice, but I haven't heard from her again in the past 10 years. Seeing what the clan leader said, Lu Chuan was immediately convinced. However, it seems that Ari has indeed never returned to the clan in the past 10 years. Otherwise, the clan leader would not be so naive as to think that Ari is really practicing with some Taoist master. Bullshit. He picked up Ali, who was carried behind him, and slowly laid her flat on the ground. He said to the patriarch, "Chief, this girl is the Ari you said has not returned for 10 years. What?" The clan leader was stunned, and immediately turned his attention to Ali, looking at her stiff skin, her face that was as pale as a dead person, and finally at her pair of furry ears. Stayed for half a minute. The patriarch's breathing quickened. He stood up from the chair tremblingly, walked to Lu Chuan, squatted down, took Ali's arm, and pushed up her sleeves. On the inner side of his right arm, there is a unique mark of the nine-tailed spirit fox clan, which is a crescent moon mark. This is a blood inheritance that every generation of clan members must have. It has been passed down from the ancient times to the present day, but the nine-tailed spirit fox clan has the talent of the fox clan is really unsatisfactory. After declining from generation to generation, they can now only huddle up in a small territory in the forest. This is really Ari, although she was just a young fox when she was sent to the master, and her face was a bit childish, but her appearance was, even after decades, the general outline will not change. The clan leader suddenly groaned. After standing up, his palms turned into claws, and he brought out a strong wind and struck towards Lu Chuan. "For those clansmen who dare to frame our nine-tailed spirit fox, you probably think your life is too long." Lu Chuan ducked sideways to avoid the clan leader's fierce attack. Instead of fighting back, he pulled Fran back a few steps and said, "Clan leader, please calm down first. If it was really me who framed Ari, why would I take her with me again? Come here and plead guilty." "Oh, I don't rule out this possibility." "Are you afraid of retaliation from the nine-tailed spirit fox clan?" The clan leader snorted coldly. "Ari had no father or mother since she was a child. When she was born, her parents both died in an accident. Moreover, Shaonizi has been quirky since she was a child. The patriarch's favorite is Ali, even more so than his own granddaughter. Later, when Ali was sent to practice with the master, she never came back. The clan members began to gossip about her behind her back. Gradually, the clan leader's heart was shaken. Maybe she is just an ungrateful person, as her tribe said. But today, when he saw Ari again, and in the way of farewell, his old heart trembled hard, and his mind recalled Ari's weird and naughty appearance when he was young. "That's all, I won't be unreasonably entangled." At this thought, he couldn't hold back his sadness. The clan leader sighed heavily, waved his hand and said, "As you said, you can send Ali back. Our clan has proven that you are not the murderer. The person has been sent here. You can leave, just leave the rest to us. If you know her enemies, tell me their names. Let's face it, the nine-tailed spirit fox clan will settle things with that person sooner or later. Lu Chuan was startled, then touched his cheek with a wry smile. This patriarch's aura is only 1-star brass. It is obviously impossible to take revenge on an opponent of the level of the Void Messenger. However, he naturally would not say such words. Instead, he changed the topic and asked, sending Ali here this time has the meaning of returning to dust, but I want to know more, within your clan, is there any way to revive her? As soon as these words came out, not only Gina next to Lu Chuan, but also the clan leader's old face showed a hint of hesitation. It was this hesitation that gave Lu Chuan hope. They definitely have a solution. There is a way to revive Ari. Clan leader, if there is really a way to resurrect Ari, I will provide the materials and money required. Lu Chuan said eagerly that he would do anything to resurrect Ari. Sigh. The old patriarch sighed, there is indeed a way, but, forget it, I will not be able to make a decision for a long time. It is a serious matter, and I still need to think about it. Why do we still need to consider matters where human life is at stake? Lu Chuan suddenly became anxious. Seeing what the clan leader meant, he seemed a little reluctant to resurrect Ali. Or is it that the price of resurrection is too heavy for him to bear? Let me think about it. The patriarch still said this, and then looked at Gina. Gina, settle these two guests first, and then receive them after I think about it. Okay, patriarch. Gina nodded, then looked at Lu Chuan and said, 2 guests, please come with me, and I will arrange a place for you. Seeing this, the old patriarch was obviously seeing off his guests. However, if Ali could be resurrected easily, he would not be so hesitant. I am afraid that he also has his own difficulties, and Lu Chuan is not good at it either. Pressure, although resurrecting Ari is his only wish at the moment, the method of resurrection is in the hands of others. The old patriarch refused to say it, at least not now. So no matter how anxious Lu Chuan was to get angry, he could only calm down and wait for a few days to see. Fortunately, before traveling, Jiawen thought carefully and asked the court magic warriors in the royal family to release a unique secret method on Ari, which could keep the corpse intact for a week without decaying. You know, generally speaking, whether it is a human or a monster, once the signs of life stop, the body will begin to decay rapidly. Okay, I'll ask Miss Gina to lead the way. Lu Chuan said politely, although he might be able to sweep the entire nine-tailed fox clan on his own now, and then use force to force them out. Way of resurrection. But this is Ali's home after all, and Lu Chuan can't do this kind of thing. But if there is really no other way, Lu Chuan really doesn't mind using such dirty methods to bring Ali back to life. What does other people have to do with him? As long as Ali can survive, that's enough. Chapter 88. The so-called residence is just a small tent, but it is fully equipped with all kinds of daily necessities, and it is very clean and simple. Lu Chuan and Fran's tents were next to each other. Sir. Just when Lu Chuan was about to get into the tent, Gina who was standing outside the tent suddenly shouted. Is there something wrong with Miss Gina? I can understand Mr. Lu Chuan's desire to resurrect Ali, but I hope that Mr. Lu will not blame the clan leader. He is considering the entire race, so he has to consider more aspects. Gina said slowly. What do you say? Lu Chuan heard that Gina seemed to have something in her words. Gina did not continue speaking, but glanced at Fran next to her. Oh, I'm exhausted. Let's go back to the tent and rest first. Fran is also an eye-catching guy. With just a look from Gina, he hurriedly got into his tent. This incident actually had nothing to do with him. He was just a guide. He was able to stay in the nine-tailed fox clan all because of Lu Chuan's face. Otherwise, it would have already entered the twilight. He still had to rush back. In this forest, it is not safe at night. After Fran got into the tent, Gina slowly spoke. Actually, if we put it in the past, it would not be difficult to resurrect the clan members, because our nine-tailed fox clan, after a pause, she continued, we have 9 lives. 9 lives? Lu Chuan was slightly surprised. Yes, the skills passed down by our ancestors from the ancient demon foxes have been basically forgotten as the blood has been diluted from generation to generation. However, our nine-tailed spirit fox does not have many other things, but many lives. 1. The tail represents a life. When the life is threatened, the tail will be cut off on behalf of the owner. Gina sighed slowly, however, the secret method of cutting off the tail to restore life also requires other auxiliary materials. And one of the most critical materials is the Holy Spirit fruit from the Holy Spirit tree of our nine-tailed spirit fox. The fruit has extremely rich spirituality. If it is fused with the severed tail, a new destiny can be given birth to. Blend into the body of the dead and resurrect them. Gina stared at Lu Chuan and said word by word, Holy Spirit fruit and tail cutting are indispensable. This is also the unique secret method of extending life of our nine-tailed spirit fox. In that case, Lu Chuan was interrupted by Gina before he finished speaking. Sir, don't be anxious. Just listen to what I have to say. Gina leaned against the tree trunk nearby, revealing her exquisite curves. I don't know if God has a special kind of love for this race. Every one of the women in this race is extremely beautiful, and their figures are even better. Gina has obviously reached the age of a young woman, but her body is as curvy as that of a young and graceful woman. Since this method can prolong life, it will naturally attract the prying eyes of other forces. Gina smiled bitterly and then said, as early as a few years ago, the Holy Spirit fruit in our clan was occupied by others. Because of our race is not a race that lives by fighting. The strength of our tribe is much weaker than that of the giant monsters in the forest, therefore, even the sacred tree in our tribe cannot be protected. In the end, we had to, under the coercion of the Tiger Beast clan, the clan leader had to compromise, and in order to preserve the clan, he could only reluctantly give up the sacred tree to others. When Gina said this, Lu Chuan actually had some guesses in his mind. The Holy Spirit fruit on the Holy Spirit tree and the tails of the spirit foxes can be fused together to extend their lives. This strange and unique secret method is definitely subject to prying eyes. In addition, the spirit fox tribe itself does not have particularly outstanding combat abilities. Being bullied by others is also in line with the law of survival in nature, where the jungle prevails. But the meaning of Gina's words seemed to be hinting something to Lu Chuan. You want me to take action to drive away the Rashizahu beast tribe for you and take back your Holy Spirit tree? Lu Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Now that Sir has said this, I won't hide anymore. I do have this idea. I am afraid that I cannot get back what belongs to me just by relying on the weak strength of the tribe. Moreover, in recent years, the Tiger Beast tribe has become more and more excessive. In the past, when the elders of their clan died, they would ask us for the severed tail of the dead fox to use it to extend their lives. In recent years, they have become more and more aggressive. In order to preserve the strength and prosperity of their clan, they forcibly requisition the tails of the surviving spirit foxes in our clan and cut off their tails to extend the lives of their clansmen. As long as it is a tiger beast, the clan members in the clan, even the least talented ones, will come over and ask for their tails to be docked if something happens to them. The more Gina spoke, the angrier she became, with a trace of angry blush on her pretty cheeks. For humans, since there is no tail, there is not much concept. But for the spirit fox tribe, the 9 tails behind them are their destiny. They can extend their lives in the event of an unexpected situation, and the tails are part of their bodies, just like human fingers and toes. Cutting off the tails of living foxes is like cutting off a human finger. 10 fingers are connected to the heart and 9 tails are connected to the tendons. The pain is naturally excruciating. Sir is a human being. Since ancient times, the IQ of the human race has been very high, and the elite power of the human race is also very powerful. I have said so much to my husband, although it also implies selfishness. But this is also a condition. If you can, Sir, use your power to provide us with a group of human soldiers to help us overthrow the oppression of the Tiger Beast tribe. Then after taking back the Holy Spirit tree, we will not only help Ari resurrect, but also transplant a tail for Mr. G to extend his life. G. Na's eyes swept over Lu Chuan's armor without leaving any trace. In her young years, she had also been to the human world. After staying for a while, she saw that the armor on Lu Chuan was well made and delicate. It was obviously not ordinary and could not be worn by ordinary soldiers. At least, he is at the level of a young general. Although his own strength is not too strong. If he can call on a group of soldiers to help, the human army has many civilized weapons. Compared with the most primitive ones like them, fighting to the death is naturally much more powerful. If Lu Chuan can be won over, then the hope of regaining the Holy Spirit tree will be even greater. But what Gina didn't expect was that Lu Chuan also imitated the patriarch at this time, and politely said, "Let me think about it again." A flash of doubt flashed in Gina's eyes. She thought Lu Chuan would agree wholeheartedly. After all, when he was in the clan leader's tent just now, Lu Chuan's expression of eagerness to resurrect Ari was not fake. He really wanted to resurrect Ari, and now he secretly told Lu Chuan how to resurrect the clan leader behind his back, but he had to think about it. Even Gina, who had always been shrewd, couldn't figure out Lu Chuan's thoughts. She couldn't say much. After all, Lu Chuan had no obligation to help her. Sir, let's think about it for a moment. I'll take my leave first. The maid will bring dinner to you later. Gina nodded slightly and left Lu Chuan's tent. After Lu Chuan got into the tent, he fell on the bed made of soft animal skins and let out a heavy breath. Savory. Of course, he thought, if possible, he would like to kill the tiger beast tribe inside and out, and let them give up the Holy Spirit tree. But what if what Gina said was false? Does she just want to use her status to help her eliminate the external troubles of the Spirit Fox clan? After all, this was only Lu Chuan's first contact with the Spirit Fox clan. He didn't know what the Spirit Fox clan was like. And he didn't know the secret method of resurrection at all. Gina could just make up a story and say it was true. Yes, Lu Chuan didn't know either. Foxes are cunning by nature. Without a deep understanding of the Spirit Fox clan, Lu Chuan would not take advantage of him. If they just wanted to use him as a gunman and shoot wherever they wanted without paying attention to Ari's life or death, then didn't Lu Chuan become a fool? Perhaps because he spent a lot of energy on the road, Lu Chuan was really tired when he was lying on the soft animal skin. A feeling of fatigue came over him, and he slowly fell asleep. During this period, even the maid who delivered the meal saw that he was sleeping deeply and could not wake him up, so she had to put the meal on the table aside and then withdrew. After sleeping until midnight, Lu Chuan was awakened by a burst of crying. Lu Chuan climbed up quickly, lifted the tent curtain and looked outside, only to find dozens of beasts with tiger heads and humanoid bodies, holding torches in their hands, blocking the territory of the Spirit Fox clan. Door. Hurry. Let that old immortal guy of your clan leader come out to see me. Our tiger beast tribe needs 10 fresh severed tails to make medicine. If you can't hand them over within a quarter of an hour. Hee. One of them seemed to be the leader. In the hands of the tiger-faced human beast, the shoulder of a girl from the Spirit Fox clan was grasped. The girl was trembling beside him and sobbing softly. If you can't hand it over, I will cut off all of this girl's tails. The tiger beast reached down, grabbed the tufts of furry white tails behind the girl, and threatened fiercely. Chapter 89. Hurry up. Go and ask your clan leader to come out to see me. Otherwise I will take all of this girl's tails. The little leader of the tiger clan held the bunch of soft and white tails in his hand and said with a ferocious smile on his face. The girl who was controlled by the tiger beast clan was so frightened that her face turned pale, and there was no trace of color on her pretty face. Cut off its 9 tails. That would cost her half her life. This is like cutting off a human's hands and feet. Although if the measures are taken properly, the person will not die, but without the hands and legs, it is no longer complete. Go and call the clan leader. At this time, Gina had just put on her clothes and arrived. Seeing that the matter had reached this point, she could not make the decision, so she could only call the people around her to call the clan leader. Soon, the clan leader arrived in a hurry. His face was slightly gloomy, but after seeing the visitor, he had to squeeze out a smile. Leader Evan, what brought you here? Although the clan leader heard the people around him explain the whole story clearly on the way here, he had to please him in front of Evan. Evan is the 3rd leader of the Tiger Beast clan. Not to mention his immense brute strength. His strength alone has reached the peak of brass 1 star. Even the most powerful leader of the Spirit Fox clan is only it hasn't been long since I entered the brass star, and I'm afraid I won't be able to survive 10 moves against Evan. What's more, the 2nd leader and the big leader on it, according to rumors, the big leader has reached the silver realm. Orcs are also a mutated existence of Warcraft, and their cultivation talents are no better than those of humans. The silver realm of the orcs is even more rare. Stop talking politely to me, I will tell you clearly today, 10 fresh severed tails, otherwise I will directly operate on this girl. Evan said coldly with a fleshy face and sharp tiger teeth. The fresh severed tails are naturally picked from the living foxes. This, Chief Evan, there are still a number of docked tails in the clan. I don't know if we can. The clan leader looked embarrassed. Even if the clan wanted to use docked tails to extend their lives, the ones they used were already dead. After all, for a living fox, cutting off its tail means destroying its life. You bastard, you're shaking me. What's the use of those dead fox tails? I'll say it again, freshly docked tails. Don't say I'm inhumane. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to think about it. So I can piece together 10 of them. Leave it to me, or let me take 9 strips directly from this girl. Of course, if I wait to take it myself, I will want more than 10 strips. Evan sneered. Looking at the strong aura emerging from Evan and the dozens of tiger orcs behind him, the patriarch's eyelids twitched slightly. If you resist now, it will probably be equivalent to starting a war with the Tiger Beast clan. Once the war starts, the final result will naturally be that the Spirit Fox clan is slaughtered by everyone. One of the reasons why the Tiger Beast clan does not kill the Spirit Fox clan is because their tails are precious materials. Killing them is not as good as raising them in captivity. If you want to cut off their tails, just come and get them. But once the Spirit Fox clan becomes rebellious, the Tiger Beast clan will not be merciful at all. After thinking for a moment, the clan leader nodded painfully. Take all of Casey's tails. Casey, the girl who is now being held hostage by Evan, looks like she is only in her early 20s. And is naturally delicate and pretty. However, when she heard that the patriarch had abandoned her as an abandoned child, her face suddenly turned pale. Ashes. Clan leader, I don't want to die, Casey said, trembling all over. Cutting off all 9 tails was the same as cutting off limbs for ordinary people, and it was not much different from waiting to die. Clan leader. Gina also shouted anxiously. The clan leader shook his head helplessly and sighed softly. What can I do? The racial talent of the 9-tailed Spirit Fox clan is getting worse and worse. The blood of each generation is not as good as the previous one. It is only God's will that we end up in this situation of being bullied by others. Kill us. If we don't agree to him here, he will also rob us, and then I'm afraid more clan members will be harmed. The old clan leader was unwilling to hand over a young female clan member, and he couldn't bear it, but when facing the powerful Tiger Beast clan, he had no choice. War. It's just accelerating the demise of the Spirit Fox clan. Gina is also aware of the current difficulties and dangers faced by the Spirit Fox clan. But watching the members of the clan have their 9 tails cut off is like watching someone with blood ties to her have their limbs cut off in front of her. Of cruelty. Gina covered her face and began to sob quietly. What else is going on? Faced with the fact that the Tiger clan is becoming more and more rampant day by day, even if the Linghu clan is tolerant, it is probably just boiling frogs in warm water, and its decline will still be a matter of time. Old man, you're wise. You go and cut off her tail. Evan pushed Casey forward. Took out the machete in his hand and handed it to the boy beside him. Casey was so frightened that he couldn't even speak. She couldn't say anything anymore. Apart from her increasingly trembling body, she seemed to have forgotten even crying. Okay, boss. The young man from the Tiger clan took the machete, grabbed Casey's tail, and slashed down hard with a grin. All the members of the Linghu tribe lowered their heads one after another, unable to bear to see this bloody scene. They were either angry, worried, or unwilling. But they knew deeply that once their race collided with the Tiger Beast clan, only their Spirit Fox clan would be destroyed, so even if their teeth were knocked out, they could only swallow them in their stomachs. Ugh. Just when the knife was about to cut off Casey's 9 tails, a red light was like an arrow of violence, with a hint of breaking wind, it struck out fiercely and nailed the machete in the boy's hand into 2 pieces. Cut. At the same time, the red light was still nailed straight to a big tree beside Evan, and its tail end was still trembling faintly because of its excessive speed. Evan glanced at the things around him, only to find that it was a blood-red sword that pierced the big tree. The sudden change made everyone stunned, and Evan stared at the patriarch angrily. Old man, do you like to play this trick with me? Leader Evan, it wasn't me. It really wasn't me. Cold sweat broke out on the patriarch's forehead. He was more anxious than anyone else now. After Evan took the tail, he would leave with his men, but he didn't know whoever is blind takes action at this time and disrupts Evan's plan. Doesn't this push the Spirit Fox clan to death? I did it. Lu Chuan walked leisurely and walked in front of Evan under the gaze of everyone. He did not speak to Evan, but turned his head and glanced at the patriarch lightly. The life and death of the clan members can be thrown away casually. Does this approach make the clan members too chilling? Chapter 90. Boy, don't mess around. The patriarch was so angry that his blood surged. He had already made up his mind to compromise and send Casey to temporarily ensure the peace of the clan, but this kid suddenly intervened and angered Evan. I'm afraid this matter will not be solved so easily. Just because of this kid's sudden intervention, I'm afraid more people in the clan will have to sacrifice. Moreover, he actually pointed at his nose and lectured himself. Thinking of this, the clan leader became even more displeased. I don't need you to teach me how to be the clan leader. Chief Evan, this person has nothing to do with our Spirit Fox clan. Please calm down, Chief Evan. The clan leader hurriedly wanted to cut off the relationship with Lu Chuan. His only hope now was that Evan would pour his anger on Lu Chuan instead of blaming the Spirit Fox clan. Lu Chuan shook his head and sighed slightly. When he saw the situation just now, he actually wanted to help the Spirit Fox clan. But when he tried to help now, he was angrily scolded by the clan leader for meddling in other people's business. The Spirit Fox clan would rather have a female clansman's tail docked than to do so. The conflict with the Tiger Beast clan, such a low-level attitude made Lu Chuan couldn't help but laugh in his heart. It's no wonder that the Spirit Fox clan is getting worse year by year. With such a conservative clan leader. How the Spirit Fox clan has become strong and submissive may have been deeply imprinted on every Spirit Fox over the past 10 years. In my bones. Although he didn't want to care about the life and death of the Spirit Fox clan, Lu Chuan confirmed what Gina said to him in the evening from Evan's words just now. If you add the Holy Spirit fruit to your tail, you can indeed extend your life. Evan just came here to ask for the severed tail, proving that the Holy Spirit tree was also in the hands of their Tiger Beast tribe. In this case, after confirming the method to resurrect Ari, Lu Chuan didn't mind turning the Tiger clan upside down. Where did you come from? That wild boy. This is where you get so arrogant. You look like you're still a human being. You really don't know how to live or die. When did humans dare to come to this Norxul forest to cause trouble? The men next to Evan suddenly sneered. That's it, you kid, come here, kneel down and kowtow to Lord Evan a few times, and we will spare your life. Another subordinate said arrogantly. At this time, Lu Chuan felt his sleeve being pulled by someone, and turned his head, only to find Gina standing beside him at some point, and whispered to him, I can understand Mister's kindness. But still, I hope sir, don't be too impulsive. The guy named Evan has reached the peak strength of 1-star brass, and there are several subordinates behind him who all have cultivation levels above 5-star brass. With your strength, sir, I'm afraid. Thank you, Miss Gina, for the reminder. Lu Chuan nodded, but his opinion of Gina was a little better. After all, when even the leader of the Linghu clan wished Lu Chuan would be slapped to death by Evan, it was really rare for her to come forward and kindly remind him. Seeing Lu Chuan agree, Gina breathed a sigh of relief, but before she could swallow her breath, her heart was in her throat again. Lu Chuan stepped forward, walked directly to Evan, and pulled out the Dolan sword from the tree next to him. This move is undoubtedly a provocation. This guy, why doesn't he listen to advice? Gina's face became anxious. Evan raised his tiger eyebrows, opened his mouth full of fangs and said, Boy, it's not too late to apologize now. I don't have any trouble with your human race, and I don't want to quarrel with you anymore, but you have to know that this place is our orcs' territory is not yet the place for you humans to come and act arrogantly. Do you have the Holy Spirit tree in your hands? Lu Chuan stood in front of Evan, raised his head and stared at him and said slowly. Evan was a bit taller than Lu Chuan, and Lu Chuan stood in front of him, as if he was a little baby that hadn't grown yet and could be killed with one slap. Boy, can't you hear what I said? Get away from me and die. Evan grabbed Lu Chuan's neck, and he was so ferocious that even his bright red gums were exposed, looking very scary. Ask me again, is the Holy Spirit tree in your hands? Lu Chuan asked calmly even though Evan had him pinching his neck. At this time, friends secretly opened a corner of the tent, and when he discovered the scene in front of him, he was immediately frightened. What happened to that Mr. Warrior? Why did he get into trouble with the Tiger Beast tribe in the forest? Those are a bunch of guys with endless power and no sense of reason. It seems that you are determined to seek death. Although we don't want to be enemies of the human race, killing 1 or 2 humans will not pose a big threat to us. Besides, you are a fool. Evan bared his teeth and held a generous palm. With endless wind noise, it pressed directly towards Lu Chuan's Tianling guy. If this palm were implemented, Lu Chuan's head would explode like a watermelon. Everyone either gloated or looked at Lu Chuan with sympathy, sighing for his upcoming fate. In this forest, Lu Chuan was the first person who dared to challenge the leader of the Tiger Beast clan. Bang! Unlike what everyone had imagined, Lu Chuan was still standing on the spot intact, but it was Evan who flew backwards. It was as if he had just been hit by a big mountain, and a piece of his chest collapsed in. The collapsed area seemed to have been scorched by the high temperature. It was a black mass. And his figure continued to fly backwards. After smashing several trees, he was able to stop his momentum and vomited several mouthfuls of blood. For a moment, everyone was stunned and looked at Lu Chuan as if they had seen a ghost. What did that kid just do? With one punch, the leader of the Tiger Beast clan, who was famous for his strength, was beaten until he vomited blood and flew away. Some members of the Linghu tribe rubbed their eyes, as if they were afraid that they had seen wrongly. Lu Chuan put the Dolan sword on his shoulder and walked towards Evan step by step. When he walked in front of him, he bent slightly and reached out to pull Evan's collar. As if like a servant, she was helping Evan adjust his collar, and asked softly with a smile, "Can you take me to see the Holy Spirit tree?" "Go to hell. You lowly human being." Evan roared, but before the overwhelming anger could be released, Lu Chuan's face darkened and he punched him hard in the face. Bang! There was another loud noise, and the hearts of the people of the Spirit Fox clan jumped. This was the first time they saw the extremely domineering Evan in the hands of a human being. They were taught a lesson and were unable to fight back. Lu Chuan had already pressed Evan's head to the ground at this time, and punched it down, causing Evan's head to be half sunken into the soil. To lead or not to lead? Lu Chuan squinted his eyes. Evan glared at Lu Chuan. Bang! Another punch, this time driving his head directly into the dirt. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chuan pulled him up very roughly. At this time, Evan had been beaten by Lu Chuan and was a little dizzy. Lu Chuan's fist attack was as airtight as a storm, and the punches fell like a shower on his face and stomach. On the upper abdomen, chest. Finally, Lu Chuan raised his foot and swept it out suddenly. His legs were coated with a layer of hot firelight. Evan's body fell backwards like a spinning top. And like he was hitting the waves. Like floating pebbles, they stumbled up and down on the ground, kicking up a burst of dust. After doing all this, Lu Chuan took off the dusty breastplate on his body, patted the dust gently, moved his bones and joints, and then turned to look at the stunned group of Tiger Beast clan subordinates. "Which of you can lead the way for me?" Lu Chuan said with a chuckle. Chapter 91. Which one of you can lead the way for me? Lu Chuan's soft smile gave people the illusion of being very warm and kind, but his harsh methods just now made everyone shudder. This young boy who always puts a smile on his face is simply a devil. Lu Chuan finished speaking, but the territory of the Linghu clan was completely silent. No one dared to answer his words. The clan leader waited for a long time before he recovered from his astonishment. He glanced at Lu Chuan complicatedly, but at this moment he felt extremely regretful. Judging from the strength that this kid burst out, he may have hidden his aura and was able to beat Evan to the point where he was unable to fight back. He fell to the side and still didn't know whether he was alive or dead. His strength may be even higher. Even when facing the big boss, he might be able to fight. Why didn't you make good friends with him just now? If you can buy him a favor, then the status of the Spirit Fox clan in this forest will not be bullied by everyone. Recalling that from the moment Lu Chuan carried Ali into the realm of the Spirit Fox clan, he had never given him any good looks, and this lingered in the clan leader's heart like a haze. Compared to the clan leader's shock, Gina's red little mouth couldn't close at this moment. She was just afraid that Lu Chuan would beat Evan to death, but now Lu Chuan almost beat Evan to death. The earth-shaking changes made her it was hard for her to accept it for a moment. That, I know where the Holy Spirit tree is. At this time, a voice as subtle as a mosquito sounded. Lu Chuan turned his head and looked, only to find that it was Casey who had almost had his 9 tails cut off earlier. She spoke softly at this time, but she seemed a little afraid of Lu Chuan and did not dare to look him in the face. After all, the attack power Lu Chuan just unleashed was truly terrifying. Lead the way. Lu Chuan nodded to Casey, and Casey hurried to Lu Chuan's side, as if he was afraid that the Tiger Beast tribe would take her hostage. When passing by the Tiger Beast tribe, Lu Chuan reached out and patted one of them on the shoulder, reminding him in a kindly way, "Why are you still standing there? If you go over to help now, I think your leader can still be rescued. He might die later." "Oh, thank you." The tiger orc seemed a little frightened by the aura exuded by Lu Chuan, and actually thanked Lu Chuan. After Lu Chuan's figure walked away, he slapped his forehead and came back to his senses. "That's not right, my fucking boss beat him, why should I thank him?" Lu Chuan took Casey away to find the location of the Holy Spirit tree, but the patriarch began to worry again. Although it was Lu Chuan who hit the person, Lu Chuan came out of the tent of their Spirit Fox tribe. Once the furious Tiger Beast tribe pursues the case, the Spirit Fox tribe will naturally be inseparable. But before the clan leader decided what to do, the group of Tiger Beast clan boys carried Evan with all their hands, and walked away in despair without even farting. This move made the clan leader a little unbelievable. Rather than retaliating against us, guarding the Holy Spirit tree is obviously the key. They should go back to recruit reinforcements now. Gina stood beside the clan leader and sighed heavily. Although she wanted to be on good terms with Lu Chuan, she was helpless because the somewhat stubborn and pedantic patriarch had just offended Lu Chuan to death. After all, when something goes wrong, it is really chilling to blame someone else for the trouble. Gina, tell me, have I really done something wrong for all these years? The patriarch asked slowly after being silent for a moment. The patriarch also wants to protect everyone at the expense of the small family. Oh, Gina, now that things have happened, you don't have to worry about my face anymore. Maybe I really did something wrong. The patriarch waved his hand and said with a bitter smile. Gina, when Mr. Lu Chuan comes back, we must do our best to help him resurrect Ari and give him enough benefits. As long as we have what he wants, give it to him. Even if we have offended him, we can only worship him like a god now. After all, we alone cannot resist the angry tiger clan. If that kid is willing to help, maybe things will happen. There will be a slight turn for the better. Sir, it's just ahead. Casey led Lu Chuan forward for more than half an hour. After climbing over a bush and pushing aside the weeds as tall as a person in front of him, he suddenly saw a long tower in front of him. A hilltop full of green grass. On the top of the mountain, there is an extremely lush tree growing. From a distance, the outline of the tree is almost the same size as the mountain. The leaves are cherry pink. What is strange is that the leaves actually emit a faint fluorescence. When tens of thousands of leaves gather together, the soft light emitted is extremely strong. A breeze came, and the leaves swayed wildly, and the sky was filled with cherry blossoms. At this time, the sky was already deep into the night. In this night, the Holy Spirit tree, which exuded cherry-colored fluorescence, stood proudly on the hillside, reflecting the stars. Such a beautiful scenery is indeed intoxicating. Is this the Holy Spirit tree? Thank you for leading the way. Lu Chuan nodded to Casey, and Casey said in a low voice with a blushing face. It's me who should thank you, sir. If you hadn't rescued me in time, I'm afraid. Before Casey could finish her words, she felt a breeze blowing on her face. She looked up and found that Lu Chuan didn't know when already walking towards the Holy Spirit tree. Alas! Casey sighed quietly. The moment Lu Chuan rescued her, he was as handsome as Prince Charming in a fairy tale picture book. His eyebrow-length hair, his piercing eyes, his heroic armor and his extraordinary strength were all impressing Casey. Heart. After all, as a girl who has lived in deep mountains and forests all year round, she has never been in contact with humans outside. Lu Chuan's actions really surprised her. What's more, he is his own savior. However, although she has the feelings of a girl, Casey is also a smart person. He understands that such an extraordinary human race man may not fall in love with a little fox like her, so he can only put aside his thoughts that are mostly longing. He got up and followed Lu Chuan's back to the Holy Spirit tree. This Holy Spirit tree was shocking just from a distance. Now Lu Chuan came under its feet and looked at the cherry-pink branches and leaves, the airtight leaf curtains, and the unique light fragrance like a girl's body fragrance. He was even more shocked. The Holy Spirit tree bears Holy Spirit fruit. In addition to extending life, the Holy Spirit fruit is also an excellent auxiliary tonic for improving personal cultivation. However, any tonic is not as important as destiny, so in the early years, this Holy Spirit tree was still when we belonged to the Spirit Fox clan, no one dared to use the Holy Spirit fruit as a tonic during cultivation. But in recent years, I'm afraid this Holy Spirit tree has been ruined and covered with sores. Casey, after all, she is just a girl full of tenderness. Even though the tree cannot speak and has no emotions, she seems to be extremely distressed. She gently presses her white palms on the rough tree trunk and strokes it slowly. Lu Chuan looked up and found that there were indeed some strange-shaped fruits growing here and there on the tree. Generally speaking, the fruits growing on a tree are generally the same. Even if they are different in size and shape, the basic outline is not much different. However, this Holy Spirit fruit looks like a fruit, each with its own shape and various expressions, but it is not too distorted to be seen. There are no taboos in picking the Holy Spirit fruit, right? Lu Chuan turned to look at Kathy. After receiving the girl's reply of shaking her head, Lu Chuan suddenly stepped on the ground with his feet and jumped up high. A gust of wind quickly circulated, and he stepped on. Standing on top of the thick tree trunk, he climbed up to the top of the Holy Spirit tree, which was dozens of meters high, like a hero who could fly over walls and walls. Sir, be careful. Casey raised his neck, fearing that Lu Chuan would fall due to his unstable center of gravity. However, when Lu Chuan climbed to the top of the tree at an extremely fast speed and sat among the treetops, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Lu Chuan was as nimble as a monkey, hurriedly picking the Holy Spirit fruit of various shapes from the top of the tree. After a while, Lu Chuan had 7 or 8 fist-sized fruits in his arms. If the leader of the spirit fox tribe saw it with his own eyes, he would probably faint from heartache. This holy spirit tree only bears dozens of fruits a year, and Lu Chuan harmed 7 or 8 of them just like this. Of course, for Lu Chuan. Not to mention that the holy spirit tree does not belong to the spirit fox clan now. Even if it still belongs to the spirit fox clan, Lu Chuan would not feel any distress when picking it. After all, he has no sympathy for the spirit fox clan. Good impression. However, Lu Chuan was not greedy. After picking about 10, Lu Chuan jumped down and landed firmly on the ground. Here, I'll give you one. Let's take it for refining. This fruit does contain extremely rich aura of heaven and earth. With your current brass 5-star strength, it can be greatly improved. Lu Chuan took out one from his arms. The holy spirit fruit was handed to Casey. The frightened little girl turned pale and stepped back, waving her hands. No, 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 I can't ask for something so valuable. If the clan leader finds out, I'm afraid he will beat me to death. Oops, just take it. If he beats you, tell me, let him pull off all his beard. Let him be. Lu Chuan stuffed the fruit into Casey's arms very domineeringly, and he would inevitably touch it accidentally during the process. When it came to the 2 soft things on the girl's chest, Lu Chuan didn't have much idea, so he didn't feel anything. However, Kathy's heart was stirred up with ripples, her face was red, and she was a little overwhelmed holding the Holy Spirit fruit. The machine was in place. After having this fruit and docking the tail, can my life be extended? Lu Chuan turned to ask Casey. Yes. Yes, but it requires the clan leader or Sister Gina to release the secret method. Not many people in the clan know this secret method of extending life. The little girl seemed a little shy, and she quickly lowered her voice after answering. Lu Chuan clicked his tongue at the sight of such a delicate temperament. It would be great if Jana had such a weak character. It wouldn't be too fun to drink and shout around. Come on, your back is sore, give me a rub on your back. Come on, your legs are sore, rub them for me. Come on, it's sore there, give it to me. Of course, if Jana knew this idea, she would probably slap Lu Chuan to death. According to Lu Chuan's memory, after he traveled to Valoran, he slapped people twice in total, and they were all done by Jana. The girl started her move without hesitation at all, making a snapping sound. Just when Lu Chuan and Casey were about to turn back, there were suddenly a few blasts of wind not far away, and then, several ferocious-looking tiger orcs appeared in front of Lu Chuan and Casey. It seems that you really don't know how high the sky is. You injured my man, but you came here openly to pick the Holy Spirit fruit. You are seeking your own death. The leader, a tall tiger orc man, was wearing a uniform. Wearing animal skin clothes of excellent texture, with a bright machete on his waist. The silver 5-star aura burst out in an instant, and the pressure swept out, causing a heavy feeling in Casey's chest behind Lu Chuan. No, that person is the leader of the tiger clan, Tours. Casey's face turned pale and he hid behind Lu Chuan nervously. Chapter 92. Mr. Lu Chuan, are you up so early? You can rest a little longer. The patriarch stepped forward and greeted with a smile, a bit flattering. Yesterday, he called Lu Chuan just boy, but today he called him sir. Lu Chuan glanced at him indifferently, and without being polite to him, he went straight to the point. I've got the Holy Spirit fruit you asked for. Can we start resurrecting Ari now? As he said that, he took out a small storage bag from his arms. Although the small bead was a huge storage bank, when he was away from home, the small bead was an extremely precious thing. Naturally, it could not be used all the time. Take them all out, lest they fall into the eyes of interested people. As the saying goes, you are not afraid of thieves stealing, but you are afraid of being missed. So before leaving, Lu Chuan asked Jiawen for a storage bag. The storage bag itself is not cheap either. Just the lowest grade storage bag, which can hold more than 10 kilograms of items, costs 50 gold coins. It is really not something that ordinary people can afford, and Jiawen this time what was given to Lu Chuan was a large storage bag that could hold several kilograms of things, and its own value reached thousands of gold coins. I took out a slightly fluorescent sacred fruit from the storage bag. A rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth slowly emitted from it. And even the air was filled with a faint fragrance. Just sniff it lightly. Every bite seems to lift people's spirits. This sacred fruit is indeed a good thing. It is something inherited from the ancient demon fox clan thousands of years ago, so it must not be too bad. Of course, this has to be done. Even if your husband doesn't tell me, I will try my best to save Ali. The clan leader smiled flatteringly. Lu Chuan suddenly sneered in his heart. This old guy, when I asked him to do something yesterday, he didn't agree so neatly, but today he changed his mind. It seems that strong strength is the best pass wherever it goes. But sir, on behalf of the Spirit Fox clan, I also have something to ask for. Last night, sir, I really offended the Tiger Beast clan by taking action. However, our Spirit Fox clan does not yet have the ability to compete with the Tiger Beast clan, so sir. Let's see if we can, of course. We, the Spirit Fox clan, will not treat you badly, and we will do whatever you ask for. As long as it is what your husband wants, we, the Spirit Fox clan, will give it to you with both hands. The clan leader said it very sincerely. He was indeed desperate now. If he didn't embrace Lu Chuan's lap, the Tiger Beast clan would turn things against him and his clan members, which would probably lead to the annihilation of the clan. Oh. I can have anything I want. Lu Chuan looked at the clan leader slightly. Yes. The patriarch wiped the sweat from his forehead a little. He always felt that the request Lu Chuan would make later would be a big deal. But the matter has come to this, even if a piece of meat is lost later, I have to grit my teeth and endure it. Then send all the young and beautiful girls in your clan to my room. Lu Chuan showed a playful smile. This, the clan leader and Gina looked at each other. They had already guessed that Lu Chuan would make some excessive demands, but they did not expect that Lu Chuan would be so excessive. All the young women from the Linghu tribe were sent to his room. This is too much for a lion to open its mouth. Sir, I'm afraid I can't agree to this. See if you can make another request. Cold sweat continued to fall on the patriarch's forehead. Didn't you just say you could agree to any request I have? Forget it, just kidding you, hurry up and resurrect Ari. I have other things to do. Lu Chuan was indeed just teasing the old guy to see how embarrassed he was. After all, the old guy was here today. His attitude towards himself had always been bad before, and he wouldn't feel sorry for it until he straightened it out. Seeing that Lu Chuan was just joking, the clan leader breathed a sigh of relief, nodded repeatedly and said, okay, I'll do it right away. Ari's body has been temporarily kept by the Spirit Fox clan. Seeing that they were starting to resurrect Ari, Lu Chuan originally wanted to go with him to have a look, but Gina politely blocked the door. Sir, this secret method of life renewal is related to the biggest secret in our clan, so I can only ask you to wait here for a while. Seeing that Lu Chuan wanted to follow up on the life renewal barrier, Gina politely refused. However, Lu Chuan also expressed his understanding and did not force it. After all, everyone has their own biggest secret. Not to mention a race that has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. Furthermore, although this secret method of extending life seems extremely precious, it is in fact, Lu Chuan is not jealous. People's fates are predestined by God. The nine-tailed Spirit Fox clan has the ability to extend their lives, which is also given by God. If other tribes try to take it by force, it will only be counterproductive. Waiting outside the door, Lu Chuan sat on the stool anxiously. Casey beside him was bringing tea and water and handkerchiefs to Lu Chuan to wipe his sweat, for fear that Zhou Dao would not be taken care of him. From the respectful tone of the clan leader, it is not difficult to tell that Lu Chuan is probably the most noble person of their Spirit Fox clan. That girl Casey is very smart and does not act recklessly just because she is familiar with Lu Chuan. Whatever should be done, she would do it anyway. Now I finally understand the feelings of the patients' families waiting at the door of the hospital's operating room. Lu Chuan smiled bitterly. Hospital? Surgery? What are you talking about, sir? Kathy was confused. Sometimes she couldn't quite understand what the gentleman said. No, Casey, please sit down and rest for a while. I'm not a 3-year-old child. Looking at Casey's busy figure, Lu Chuan suddenly had an idea. This girl has a docile personality and a good temper. The most important thing is that she is also very clever and smart. Lu Chuan can't stay in Demacia forever. Even with this little bead in his arms, he can't stay in Demacia safely. After all, there are too few opportunities in Demacia. If Lu Chuan's strength he kept standing still until one day someone finally noticed the bead in his hand. By then, Lu Chuan would probably die miserably. In this world, relying on yourself is not as good as relying on heaven and earth, so Lu Chuan plans to go to other places after finishing all the things at hand. Furthermore, the heroic soul in Xiaozhu also requires him to meet more heroes and increase their favorability, so that Lu Chuan's strength will advance even more rapidly. However, as Demacia was his first stop, Lu Chuan had a lot of affection for it and regarded it as his home. If he got tired from being away, he could at least have a home to return to. Therefore, Lu Chuan's plan is that he still has a lot of spare money on hand. He plans to open a store in Dalmatia as a base in the future. Moreover, the store can usually make a profit. If he is really miserable in the future, he will not even be able to afford food. Then he at least still has one store. During the time he left Dalmatia, the normal operation of the store always required one person to take care of it. By the way, Casey. Thinking of this, Lu Chuan lightly tapped the armrests of the chair with his fingers. Sir, what's wrong? Casey brought a pot of tea that had just been brewed to Lu Chuan's table, and then stood in front of Lu Chuan handsomely. Kathy, you have been in the Spirit Fox clan since you were born, right? Have you ever thought about going to the outside world to see it? Lu Chuan stared at Xiao Ni with a smile in his eyes, who exuded youthful vitality. Son. Ah. Casey was obviously taken aback. When he came back to his senses, he whispered with some resentment, I think so, but the clan leader may not let me out. Our Spirit Fox clan is generally isolated from the world, especially the Spirit Fox clan. Unless there is a great opportunity, a woman from the Fox clan can only spend her life in the clan's territory. What kind of custom is this? Lu Chuan touched his cheek in confusion. The patriarch said, Casey's face turned a little red. The patriarch said that the women in our Linghu clan are born with extremely delicate looks. When they go out, they will easily get into trouble and be easily abused. Sir. Can you please stop being so explicit? Casey blushed, stamped his feet, and glared at Lu Chuan shyly. Although this is what she said, girls are all very thin-skinned, and a simple-minded girl like Casey is even thinner-skinned. Ahem, okay, I said it before. Lu Chuan coughed lightly and said. If you really want to go out for a walk, I will negotiate with the clan leader and he will never stop you. I will take you to Dalmatia and show you how life is lived in the human world. Dalmatia has a lot of delicious food. Ah. Really? Casey's big watery eyes almost overflowed with water. She was so excited that she almost jumped 3 feet high. With a young heart. No one can endure loneliness. After 18 years of staying in the clan all day long, Kathy felt like she was getting moldy. In 2 years' time, it will be time to get married. At that time, she will be arranged by her parents to marry a male member of the tribe she does not like, and then get married and have children. Perhaps her life will be so ordinary. Although Xiaonizi is well-behaved and docile, she has more than that on her mind. It's just that she doesn't have the chance to go out and have a try. Well, if you really want to go out for a walk and take a look, I can take you out. But we also have to make an agreement. There are many irresistible temptations in the human world. You are not allowed to be bad, otherwise don't say anything to you. Clan leader, I will break your legs directly. Lu Chuan said seriously. He didn't want to see a lively and cute little girl who was originally in the Spirit Fox clan turn around and look like a ghost. Otherwise, she would be harmed. If that were the case, Lu Chuan might as well just leave Casey in the Spirit Fox clan. Don't worry, sir. Casey promises to be very obedient. If he causes trouble, sir, he will beat Casey to death. Beat him as hard as he wants. Casey straightened his body, as if to cater to this glorious mission. Seeing that Xiaonizi was becoming more and more cute, Lu Chuan couldn't help but smile. But at this moment, the door of the Spirit Fox clan's secret room next to Lu Chuan was pushed open, and the clan leader and Gina both left with tired expressions on their faces. Come out. How is the situation? Lu Chuan stood up quickly and asked anxiously. Chapter 93. How's Ari doing? The moment the clan leader and Gina walked out, Lu Chuan jumped up from his chair and asked eagerly. Gina smiled softly and said, Sir, don't worry too much, Ari has been resurrected. Resurrected? Lu Chuan was overjoyed with excitement and ran towards the secret room. Sir, wait a moment, Gina was just about to stop Lu Chuan. After all, it was the secret room of the Spirit Fox clan. Even members of the clan could not break into it casually. Forget it, Gina, the secret method of extending life has been released, so there is no need to worry too much. He is also eager to let him in. For him, the things in our secret room may not be able to enter his eyes. The clan leader sighed softly. Okay. Gina then gave up. When Kathy saw Lu Chuan rushing in alone, and the only people left in front of her were the 2 highly respected adults in the clan, she suddenly became nervous and hurriedly stood aside obediently. When she saw the clan leader facing her as they walked closer, Casey felt even more nervous. Could it be that she was scolding herself? After all, last night, when the Spirit Fox clan needed Casey to contribute, she cried very hypocritically that she didn't want to die. What was waiting was not a scolding, but the patriarch's hand gently placed on Casey's shoulder. "I'm sorry, Casey." "Ah, eh. Casey looked confused. "Didn't you say you wanted to scold yourself? Why did you suddenly apologize?" "Although I always talk about the overall situation, I ignore the feelings of each of you individually. The Spirit Fox clan can be called a race precisely because of its people. If there are only a few people left, I'm afraid there must be nothing left of the Linghu clan that has been passed down for thousands of years." The clan leader said with some emotion. "I don't know whether what Mr. Lu Chuan did last night is good or bad for the future development of our Linghu clan, but since we have taken the first step, we Linghu clan must take this step forward. This war will continue to the end. From now on, I will never give in or compromise," the patriarch said solemnly. Casey actually wanted to tell the clan leader that even the leader of the Tiger Beast clan had been beaten up by Mr. Lu Chuan. I'm afraid they wouldn't cause trouble again in the future. However, due to Lu Chuan's instructions, she suppressed her words forcefully. At this moment, a guard suddenly ran in hurriedly outside the door. "Clan leader, no, it's not good." The leader of the Tiger Beast tribe, TURs, led a group of men to kill him. Those men, everyone has at least the strength of a brass 3-star. The patriarch's face darkened, and he secretly said something bad. He was also ready to go to war with the Tiger Beast clan, but he did not expect that the Tiger Beast clan would come to his door so soon. Just as the clan leader was anxiously walking in place, he heard a burst of noise outside. "Hey! This is the forbidden area of our Spirit Fox clan. You are not allowed in." There were shouts and chaotic footsteps outside. Soon, several tall figures rushed in, followed by a few more among his subordinates. The last ones to come in were a group of people from the Spirit Fox tribe, who aimed their spears at Tour's group, but the legs of each tribe member were trembling a little. The leader of Tours, the clan leader's face turned a little pale. He saw that Tours and the others were approaching menacingly. Behind him, the two leaders were also there. If there really was a fight, the Spirit Fox clan might be crushed. The attitude of genocide. "Old patriarch, long time no see, What was surprising was that Tours slapped his head, laughed loudly, and then winked, and the men behind him came up respectfully. In front of me, a large, beautifully packaged box was handed over. The patriarch was stunned on the spot, not knowing what tricks TURs was trying to play. Gina also stood vigilantly beside the patriarch. If anything went wrong, she would take action. Although she had only just reached the level of brass 2-star, she had no power to fight back against the silver-level Tours. Just when everyone in the Spirit Fox clan was on alert, they heard TUR say, "Old clan leader, what happened in the past was that our Tiger Beast clan was at fault, but from today on, our two families are allies. Anyone who dares to quarrel with your Spirit Fox clan will have trouble with our Tiger Beast clan. This little gift can be regarded as I apologize for the things I have been sorry for to the Spirit Fox clan for a long time. Open it." Following Tur's instructions, the man opened the large and exquisite box, which contained a row of round first-level demons of various colors. There are almost hundreds of cores, and there are also many second-level magic cores mixed in them. This is no small gift. The old patriarch was confused for a while. What on earth did Tours have in mind? Yesterday, Lu Chuan injured his third brother. It would be a good thing that he came to his door today and didn't cause trouble. Instead, he brought a group of people to give him a big gift. What else are you saying about becoming an alliance with the Spirit Fox clan in the future? Could it be that his brain is trapped? At this time, Casey saw that the matter could not be dealt with anymore, so he simply stepped forward and whispered a few words in the patriarch's ear. Suddenly, the patriarch's expression became strange. "What you said is true." The patriarch looked at Casey in disbelief. "I saw with my own eyes that Mr. Lu Chuan defeated TURs with one move yesterday and spared his life. That's why the leader of TURs came to thank him today." Casey nodded lightly. The clan leader took a deep breath and slowly exhaled it. The surprise on his face could no longer be concealed. That guy Lu Chuan first beat up Evan, and then beat TURs until his teeth were all over the floor. Even TURs, who had always been arrogant, was beaten submissively by Lu Chuan. From this, it can be seen how much more powerful Lu Chuan is than Tours, but before, I was actually worried that he would cause trouble for me, and was anxious to get rid of the relationship with him. Putting away the shock in his heart, since TURs did not come here to cause trouble. The clan leader greeted him with a smile. If they could get the help of the Tiger Beast clan, their status in the forest would not be able to protect themselves, at least no questions asked. Chief Turs, please come this way. In the quiet secret room, there are various items placed. With just a quick glance, Lu Chuan saw a small bed placed in the center of the secret room. On the ground under the small bed, there were some strange, obscure and difficult to understand formations printed on the ground. Is this the Spirit Fox clan's life-extending formation? Lu Chuan stepped forward lightly and walked to the small bed. Ari was lying on the bed at this time. With a quiet and peaceful face, and finally a slight smile on his face. There was a hint of rosy look. Have you finally woken up? Ali. Lu Chuan called her tentatively. Ali opened her eyes faintly, her furry ears shrugged, and a pair of azure eyes glanced at Lu Chuan, then quickly looked away expressionlessly. He turned his face to the side and ignored Lu Chuan. Seeing Ali's move, Lu Chuan could only smile helplessly. Ari was probably angry with him. Chapter 94. But no matter what, Ali smiled, and she couldn't hold back her face and forgave Lu Chuan. Forget it, I'll forgive you this time, and next time, Ali narrowed her eyes and stared at Lu Chuan. Don't worry, I won't betray my teammates even if I go to die next time. Lu Chuan promised again and again. But having said that, things like coaxing girls seem to be done by boyfriends or lovers, right? Why do you care so much about my emotions? Ali looked at Lu Chuan. Who among us is following whom? Lu Chuan shrugged. You shouldn't be eating from the bowl and looking at the pot, right? Don't think too much, don't you only like women? Giggle, that's right. Ari curled her hair and chuckled. I can't control things like you like women, but you'd better drag Jana down. I beg you, okay? Sister. Jana is my first love. Lu Chuan's face turned bitter, wanting to make Ari. This little goblin stayed with Jana every day, and Lu Chuan was really afraid that she would take Jana there. Hey, I didn't expect this to be your first time. Do you want me to help you give it a try? Haha. Once Ali loses his seriousness, even the shameless Lu Chuan can't stand it. But this is the most normal version of her. One day Ali will look like a little daughter-in-law, and then people will wonder if she is sick. Don't, I'm afraid my little body can't withstand my sister's torture. Lu Chuan said, begging for mercy, and then he became serious again. You should rest for a while. You have just recovered your strength, and you can't get out of bed and walk around freely, although here the environment is not very good, but it is quite quiet. You need to rest first, and it's time for me to go out. After all, this is a forbidden area for your Spirit Fox clan, and it's not good to stay here for too long. After that, Lu Chuan raised his legs and walked towards the door. When he was about to walk out of the door, he heard Ali whispering behind him. Thank you, Lu Chuan. Thank you for what I didn't do anything. Thank you for taking me home. Ali looked at Lu Chuan's back, his voice softer than ever before. Lu Chuan smiled softly, waved his hands and said, have a good rest. As the door was closed, the last trace of light was taken away. Normally there was no sunlight in this secret room. Alas. In the quiet and empty secret room, Ari sighed inaudibly, with a hint of complexity in his eyes. Do you really like women? That's just a disguised illusion, because no man in this world can be trusted. Aren't they all animals that think with their lower bodies? But now, this idea of mine, why is it starting to waver? As soon as Lu Chuan came out, he was taken to the patriarch's tent by Casey, who had been waiting at the door. He said that Turs had come with an apology and that the patriarch was entertaining him. As soon as Lu Chuan entered the patriarch's tent, Turs came up to greet Lu Chuandao one step ahead of the patriarch. Hello, Mr. Lu Chuan, thank you for your mercy last night. Is Sir the title of your human race? Then I will call you that. Haha. Sir, your strength is indeed very tyrannical, even beyond my expectation. You will be respected by others wherever you go. This world is a place where you speak with your fists. The reason why Lu Chuan didn't kill Turs was that Turs had no conflict with him. Lu Chuan was not a murderer. He would kill wherever he went before giving up. As for the Spirit Fox clan, they only helped because of Ali's connection. If they were ordinary people, they would have nothing to do with Lu Chuan. Next, after Turs exchanged polite greetings with Lu Chuan, he once again asked his men to bring something in from outside. As the saying goes, swords are given to heroes, but our rough orcs can't come up with good weapons with such fine workmanship. But this little guy may be helpful to Mr. Lu Chuan. When Turs spoke, Lu Chuan took advantage of the situation and moved towards him. The man took a glance and saw that he was holding a thin rope, and at the end of the rope was a small black puppy. Is this? Lu Chuan glanced at Turs in surprise. When he was still in Dalmatia, he had heard some rumors that the orcs liked to raise some magical beasts with low intelligence, and they were quite good after being tamed. Assistance is like a human hunter who likes to raise dogs. However, these orcs like to raise fierce monsters. This is a spirit wolf cub. It is considered to be a highly intelligent type of monster that can be raised. I see that Mr. does not have a right-hand man to accompany him. If this spirit wolf can be raised to adulthood, he will also. It's a good help, sir. Although Turs explained in an understatement, the eyelids of the patriarch beside him twitched. The spirit wolf is a very strange and rare type of monster because it has too many variables. The general types of Warcraft generally have a bloodline restriction, just like their spirit fox clan. Unless they encounter some great opportunity, they will stagnate in the bronze realm in this life. The spirit wolf is a very special kind of monster because its ability to grow is unknown. When it is young, it is weak and can only be used as a pet. However, after it grows into adulthood, it can even reach the gold level due to its own talent. Level of monsters. What is the concept of a gold level monster? It can be seen from this that even a silver 5-star orc like Turs can dominate the forest in the area of Norsali. Therefore, the value of the spirit wolf is naturally self-evident. Such a magical beast that has the potential to grow to the gold level is also very scarce. Now Turs can spend a lot of money to give one to Lu Chuan. In addition to saying that he wants to make friends with Lu Chuan. Apart from that, I can't find any other reason. I'd like to thank the big boss for his kindness. Lu Chuan stared at the dark wolf cub, which was about the size of 2 palms. It also looked at Lu Chuan with its tongue sticking out. Although this little guy is still fine, too much breath fluctuation. His strength may not even reach that of an ordinary warrior with 5 brass stars. But these are just cubs. The growth period of Warcraft is very rapid. Most of these wolf cubs will not be much smaller when they grow up. Even if they are not of much use in the future, they can be used for transportation. Not bad, and the spirit wolf itself is a kind of monster known for its speed. Of course, if Turs and the clan leader were to know about Lu Chuan's idea that it would be good to use it for transportation when he grows up, he would be so angry that he would vomit 3 liters of blood. This is a magical beast that has extremely high growth potential and is very scarce. You actually told me that you use it as a means of transportation. After Lu Chuan accepted the spirit wolf cub, Turs sat in the clan leader's tent for a while, then stood up and left. Old clan leader, if there is anything we need help from the Tiger clan in the future, just let us know. Okay, we will help wherever we can. I will take my leave now. The clan leader also knew that Turs could say such things all because of Lu Chuan. He wanted to please Lu Chuan, and Lu Chuan was a guest of the Spirit Fox clan, so he also wanted to please the Spirit Fox clan. After seeing Turs off, the clan leader bowed his hand to Lu Chuan with a grateful face. Thank you, Mr. Lu Chuan, for helping the Spirit Fox clan so much. I said some rather harsh words to you before, I hope you don't mind. I don't mind. Lu Chuan waved his hand in boredom and yawned. These guys just like to say polite words when they come and go. Why do they make it so complicated? By the way, Patriarch, I have something to talk to you about. Tell me. After saying that, Lu Chuan paused, glanced at Casey behind him, and said slowly, if it's convenient, I want to take Casey back to Dalmatia this time. This little girl is quite smart in doing things. I have some business in Dalmatia and I need her to help take care of it. Chapter 95. 3 days later. A small river in front of the Linghu tribe's territory. Ari's energy has almost recovered. This was Lu Chuan's intention to come here this time. Now that Ari is resurrected, it's time for them to leave. The clan leader and Gina led several members of the Spirit Fox clan and watched Lu Chuan and his party gradually go away from the river. This time, Ali has met a noble person. Looking at the disappearing figures of Lu Chuan and his group, the clan leader sighed. Lu Chuan had only been here a few days, but he had already perfectly solved the problem that the Spirit Fox clan had been helpless in recent years. This alone made everyone in the Spirit Fox clan convinced. After all, the Holy Spirit tree was very important to their spiritual power. For the Fox clan, it is a very important thing. I just hope that Ali's naughty character will not cause too much trouble for the nobles. Immediately, the patriarch remembered Ali's naughty temperament when she was young. That was a little girl who gave him a headache. Although she is now taller now that she's older, I don't know if she has restrained her temper. But Patriarch, did you agree to let Lu Chuan take Casey out? Gina asked slowly from the side. Well, it can be regarded as a kind of experience for her. The tribe has been staying in the deep mountains and forests for a long time, going deep into the mountains and living in a simple way, and has become more and more out of touch with the outside world. Maybe there are 1 or 2 tribesmen who can work hard outside. It is also a good thing for the future development of our Spirit Fox clan, and with Mr. Lu Chuan's guarantee, Casey shouldn't encounter too big a problem. The clan leader nodded lightly. I think that little girl seems to have other thoughts. Gina moved her lips and said, but I also told her before leaving, just do things for Mr. Lu Chuan honestly, don't thinking about things that don't belong to you. Isn't this too harsh for a little girl? A girl's feelings are the most beautiful things. The courage you haven't mustered up yet has been knocked to pieces by you. The Patriarch looked up at the sky. The blue sky is so beautiful that it is touching. It seems that we haven't seen such good weather for several months. Maybe it's a bit harsh, but I'm also afraid that she will be completely injured. I'm afraid there will be no shortage of women around Mr. Lu Chuan. And there will be no shortage of outstanding women. Gina raised her neck and looked at the sky, sighing softly. Road. Oh. Is this a puppy? A bastard? Timo squatted on the ground, staring at a dark puppy that Lu Chuan had brought back. Okay, stop squatting. You're not as tall as a dog when you squat. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes at Timo, but found that Timo had stuffed his fingers into the spirit wolf's mouth. Lu Chuan's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, within 3 seconds, Timo's screams were heard. Oh. He actually bites us. No, we have to duel with him. It's time to prove who is the real man. Timo stood up and pointed at the spirit wolf with great momentum and shouted. Lu Chuan suddenly found a sad fact. Timo doesn't seem to be as tall as a dog when he stands up. A cat and a dog finally decided to fight to the death, rolling around in a ball to prove who is the real man. The group stared at the 2 little ones rolling on the ground, with faint smiles on their faces. After joining forces to fight against the Void Messenger, everyone's feelings for each other have deepened. What? You said you killed that old Void thief? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Ari learned from Jiawen that in the end, Lu Chuan killed the gold-level Void Messenger by himself. After that, he suddenly looked at Lu Chuan in surprise, with a hint of resentment in his eyes. As if asking Lu Chuan why he didn't tell her earlier. Huh, it's okay, it's not as exaggerated as everyone said. When I killed the old Void thief, he only had less than 10 of his mental power left. If he still had 50 of his mental power at that time, I'm afraid I can't do anything, but thanks to everyone's concerted efforts. Lu Chuan laughed modestly, and in the middle of laughing, Timo rolled to his feet with the spirit wolf in his arms, and stepped on Lu Chuan during the fight. Lu Chuan was so angry that he kicked the 2 fuck things away. Really, didn't you see how low-key I am here to pretend to be cool? What do you mean by the 2 of you coming here to interrupt me? Anyway, it's good that Miss Ari is fine. Jiawen also smiled slightly. Now Demacia is gradually becoming stable. And Ari has also contributed a lot on the battlefield. Moreover, he is still a good friend with Lu Chuan, so he should also care about him. Of course, in the eyes of Lu Chuan, they are friends. In the eyes of others, a man and a woman have a good relationship. I am afraid that the status of friends is. However, Jiawen naturally would not reveal this kind of thing. He then changed the topic and said in a deep voice. In 3 days, it will be the day when the Courage Trial Tower will be opened. Mr. Lu Chuan can adjust his condition in advance to be in the best condition. You may gain a lot by entering the Courage Trial Tower. Lu Chuan was shocked when he heard this. The opening day of the Trial of Courage Tower is finally coming. At that time, I agreed to help Jarvan, firstly to increase his favorability, and secondly for the Trial of Courage Tower. Even Janna, who is not a Dalmatian, has mentioned the Trial of Courage Tower more than once. This shows that the Trial of Courage Tower has a good reputation in the outside world. Your Highness, can you tell me something about the Trial of Courage Tower? For example, the environment inside and the content of the trial? Jiawen was slightly hesitant. I'm afraid I can't help you, sir. I've never entered the Trial of Courage Tower, so I don't know anything about the environment inside or the content of the trial. However, I believe that with your strength, sir, I can reach the 50th floor. It's not a problem, and it is said that you can get quite generous benefits by reaching the 50th floor. There are 99 and 81 floors in the Trial of Courage Tower, and one floor is more difficult than the other. Of course, the rewards provided by each level are much richer than those on the previous level. Since the founding of Demacia, no one has ever been able to reach the 81st level of the trial tower. The best result is it seems that during Demacia 2, a knight once rushed to the 53rd floor. After coming out, he practiced and learned, and became one of the best players in Demacia at that time. Is that so? Lu Chuan pondered for a moment. Since Jiawen didn't know about it, he could only wait until 3 days later to enter the trial tower and find out. After chatting with Jiawen for a while, he got up to say goodbye and returned to his small courtyard. After so many days of running in, Janna and Ari have become like sisters. Now that Ari has been resurrected, Janna's interest is also very high. He took Ali and got into the boudoir, and the two of them chatted happily. Lu Chuan glanced at Timo, who was still fighting with the spirit wolf. The two little girls were pretty good at pinching each other. They fought from Jiawen's palace to his own compound and refused to give up. Bobby, on the other hand, moved a small bench and sat on it. At the entrance of the courtyard, he stared at Timo, who was fighting with the spirit wolf. Speaking of which, Poppy's vacation at the Zhanzhan College is about to expire. After a while, she may have to return to the Zhanzhan College to continue her studies. Kathy, let's go. I'll take you shopping. By the way, I'll refer to which store is more suitable for business, so I'll make a list and prepare to open it. Lu Chuan scanned the yard and finally noticed that Casey looked like a ghost, like a little girl who never leaves him. After arriving in Demacia, perhaps because she was unfamiliar with the place, or perhaps because she was not familiar with Lu Chuan's friends, she restrained her lively temper and became extremely quiet and silent. Said nothing, and had an extremely low sense of presence. Now that she heard what Lu Chuan said, she smiled slightly. I will listen to whatever Mr. Lu Chuan says. Unknowingly, Casey had changed the title of Lu Chuan from Mr. Lu Chuan to Mr. Lu Chuan, and his attitude towards him became more respectful. Chapter 96. Being able to open a store on his own has been Lu Chuan's dream for a long time. Even this dream, which is not too high-end, is difficult to realize in Lu Chuan's own world. The conditions in Lu Chuan's family are not very good. Both of his parents are working-class people. They have grandparents to support and Lu Chuan's college tuition fees. Although Lu Chuan also considered finding a summer job after the college entrance examination to relieve some of the pressure on his parents, the matter of traveling to Valoran really caught him off guard. Fortunately, Lu Chuan survived the most difficult period and finally had a small amount of funds of his own. It was time to pay for his dream. Speaking of which, I didn't expect you, Mr. Lu Chuan, to be acquainted with the Prince of Demacia. When Lu Chuan was the only one left by her side, little Casey finally became lively. Surprised? Yes, actually, I told you secretly. I thought you were just a minor official in Demacia at first, but I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Casey said with some admiration. Haha. Lu Chuan chuckled twice, without explaining anything more, and he didn't need to show off to Casey. The two of them walked around the city center of Demacia. Kathy, where do you think it would be more appropriate to choose a store? Lu Chuan glanced at Xiaonizi beside him and asked. What kind of store do you want to open, sir? Just an ordinary grocery store. They sell miscellaneous things. In Demacia, there are also canteens similar to those in Lu Chuan's world. If it's a grocery store. Casey tilted his chin and thought for a moment before saying, the adults took me around just now. And I found that the West Street seems to be the busiest, with a constant stream of people coming and going. But if you open a shop, I think the end of West Street is better than the street. Oh. Can you tell me what you think? Generally speaking, people who open shops like to choose streets because of the excitement and prosperity. But why do you think the end of the street is better? Lu Chuan already had some considerations in his mind. But he still has to test Casey again. The most important thing for a store owner is to be discerning. How to win over customers and how to turn customers into regular customers requires the ability to adapt to changes. After all, the stores in Demacia City have also disappeared. Why should others come to your store to buy things instead of going to other stores? This also requires certain sales methods. Because when I was passing by the street, I took a look. West Street is a big intersection, and as a main road, there are usually a lot of carriages coming and going into the city. If we open the store on the street, then we can only have a quarter of the customers who come and go on the street. After all, if it is just a grocery store, it is everywhere. From the perspective of convenience, the residents across the intersection will definitely not cross a big road to come to us. Shop to buy something. Casey held up a finger and continued. The road at the end of the street has become much narrower, and carriages cannot pass. It is much more convenient to cross the road. Although the people coming and going are not as crowded as the streets, we can occupy all the customers. I just said after paying attention, there doesn't seem to be the type of grocery store at the end of the street that adults are talking about. Maybe everyone thinks that the street is prosperous, so they open their stores near the street. Well. The analysis is good. What Casey wanted to say was what Lu Chuan had just thought about. He took Casey around for a while. Lu Chuan also discovered the phenomenon that Casey mentioned, but he wanted to take a look. Does this little girl have any vision? Facts have proved that his decision to bring her out was right. With this clever girl helping to support the store, even if the business cannot be in full swing, it can at least make a small profit. While he was talking, Lu Chuan had already led Casey to the end of West Street. When he was looking around here just now, Lu Chuan had taken a fancy to a store with residential houses behind him. Since he wanted to open a grocery store, then the objects of service are ordinary people. After entering the store, the napping clerk rubbed his eyes and said, "Hello, sir and madam, would you like to eat something? This shop is a restaurant, but I don't know whether it's because the cuisine is not to the liking of the people around me or for some other reason. It's already lunchtime, but the entire restaurant is empty. I saw the change of ownership notice posted on your door, so I came over to ask, does your store sell it?" "Selling? Oh no, not selling. Oh, I'd better go ask the boss first. Wait a moment." The clerk seemed a little confused and trotted into the back room. After a while, a white-haired old man walked out with a cane and took a look at Lu Chuan. "Guest, do you want to buy this store?" "Old sir, yes." Lu Chuan's tone became a little more polite. When dealing with old people, you can't be aggressive because of other people's weakness. No one has ever been younger. "Young man, this shop was originally for sale, but some troubles have arisen. I'll tell you what happened first, and you can decide whether to buy it or not. Please sit down." The old man coughed and sat nearby. On the dining table chairs. The clerk hurriedly poured a few cups of tea. As soon as Lu Chuan sat down, he found Kathy standing upright behind him, like a female guard. "Let's sit together, there's no need to be constrained." Lu Chuan chuckled, and Casey's face turned red before he carefully sat down next to Lu Chuan. "This restaurant was actually run by my son a long time ago, but now he has gone to Pilvorv to develop, and I am getting old, so I plan to rent out the restaurant. The notice is on. It was posted a few months ago, but then a group of people came." The old man slowly explained the whole story to Lu Chuan. It turned out that the business of this restaurant was pretty good at that time. After all, it was an old restaurant that had been open for more than 10 years. Some of the diners around him were quite familiar with the old man. "It's familiar. And the taste is good, so I buy into his favor and come over for a meal on weekdays. It's just that the old man was too old to run the business, so he wanted to sell the store. As a result, a group of gangsters came and wanted to buy the old man's store at a very low price. Because the price was too low, the two parties naturally failed to reach an agreement. Later, the gang of hooligans would bring people over from time to time to smash up the store and threaten the customers. If they come to eat again, they will chop off their hands. After coming and going, almost all the customers in this store left. The hooligans made it clear, if you don't rent this store to me, I will make it impossible for you to survive. Most people around who want to do business know the situation of this store, so they don't dare to rent or buy this store. Therefore, it has been stranded to this day. There is no business left in the store and it is impossible to rent it. Go out." The old man was very kind-hearted. He did not deceive Lu Chuan into not knowing, but explained the situation clearly to him. It was up to Lu Chuan to decide whether to rent or not. Of course, there have been several groups of outsiders who have taken a fancy to this shop before, but they all stood up and left after explaining the situation, without even having time to wave. "Is that so?" Lu Chuan nodded and stood up, and Casey quickly stood up as well. The old man sighed slightly in his heart. It seems that this business has gone bad again. But come to think of it, which businessman would be so generous and dare to buy this store even though he knew that gangsters would come and harass him all day long? It makes sense not to. Just when the old man was about to call the clerk to see off the customer, he suddenly heard Lu Chuan say something. "Old sir, please quote me a price. I want this store." "Ah." The old man's face was full of astonishment. Chapter 97. The old man thought he heard wrongly, so he took out his ears and looked at Lu Chuan. "Old sir, it's okay to give me a price. How much do you want to sell this store?" Lu Chuan smiled lightly. "Young man, did you really hear what I said clearly?" "Of course." Lu Chuan nodded. Seeing that Lu Chuan seemed to be confident, the old man couldn't help but look at him a few more times. The clothes he wore were plain and ordinary, the most common clothes made of burlap. With such an identity, he didn't seem to have much background. Why did he insist on renting his own shop? Since the young man insists on buying it, the original price of this shop is 50 gold coins. But because of those troublesome things, I can give it to you for 30 gold coins. Seeing that Lu Chuan was bound to win, the old man didn't give much advice. The price of 50 gold coins is quite satisfactory. After all, 1 gold coin in Valoran is equivalent to tens of thousands of dollars in Lu Chuan's world. 500 yuan for a restaurant is quite reasonable. And the difference here in Valoran is that 50 gold coins do not buy the appearance, but the right to use the entire land. In this comparison, the price-performance ratio is even higher than that of Lu Chuan's world. No need to be cheap. Old gentleman. Here are 50 gold coins. Count them. Lu Chuan took out a small cloth bag from his storage bag and weighed it based on his feeling. There should be more than 50 gold coins. He handed it to the old man. The old man accepted it without counting, then turned around and went into the room to get a land deed and handed it to Lu Chuan. Dalmatia did not have excessive and cumbersome rules and regulations. Lu Chuan easily bought this store. The old man also left the place with a few clerks, and gave Lu Chuan a piece of advice before leaving. Young man, if those bastards come to smash up the store next time, and you really can't do it, it might be a good idea to pay some protection fees in exchange for peace of mind. Well, thank you sir, I will consider it. Lu Chuan cupped his hands and watched the old man leave. Sir, when our store opens and those gangsters come to visit us again, do we really have to pay protection fees? Casey asked from the side. Huh, pay protection money? Lu Chuan's eyes flashed with coldness. Here you go, break a leg. The months of training in Valoran have taught Lu Chuan to be cruel when necessary. His actual age may be the same as Casey's. But his mental age is still being tempered. Those who are already mature are not inferior to those old guys who have matured. You're so handsome, sir. Casey looked at him like a nymphomaniac, with little stars in his eyes. Ahem, you're kidding. Lu Chuan coughed dryly. Lu Chuan could now be ruthless when dealing with people who had nothing to do with him, but when it came to his friends, and they were girls, Lu Chuan couldn't stand even a few compliments from them. It seems that the ancients were very correct. The most difficult calamity to overcome is not the calamity of life and death, but the calamity of peach blossom. Since ancient times, heroes have had trouble with beauties. And Lu Chuan has always maintained his true intentions. Although he is surrounded by flowers and beauties, if Lu Chuan really wanted women, he would probably have destroyed at least a few by now. But it's easy to hook them up, but what happens after you hook them up? What can you give them? Or do you just throw the money in their faces and tell them to squander it? Instead of playing with their feelings, just to satisfy your own desires, it is better to go to a brothel girl. Therefore, Lu Chuan has never thought about anything else. He is very satisfied to have Jana by his side. Let's go. Now that the store is closed, we need to make some preparations for opening now. First, find someone to renovate this place, and then purchase a batch of daily necessities. Lu Chuan locked the store door and led Casey to leave. Not long after they left, a few guys dressed as gangsters poked their heads out of an alley opposite the restaurant. Boss. That old guy seems to have transferred the store. What to do next? Blackmail the new store owner? He even dares to buy this kind of store. He looks like a brainless guy at first glance. One of them was thin and small. The monkey-like guy spoke out. Blackmailing him? Huh, blackmailing will give him an advantage. When he opens the store, call a few more brothers over and smash his store. A young man in the lead said with squinted eyes. The thin monkey boy glanced at the young man in surprise. Boss, why don't you be so cruel and just smash up the store? We have no grudges against that guy. These gangsters also have a sense of proportion. Although there are people above to protect them, problems can easily arise if things go too far. Who said there is no more hatred? The hatred between me and him is very big. There was a hint of sinisterness in the young man's eyes. If Lu Chuan looked back at the alley at this time, he would find that the so-called boss of this gang of gangsters was the gangster he met while setting up a stall on the street just a few days after arriving in Dalmatia. Hyson. The conflict with him at that time ended because of a chance encounter with Demi. Hyson called for help but failed to do anything to Lu Chuan. Instead, he was scolded by the helper. He felt extremely unhappy. However, later Lu Chuan and the rest of the world as if evaporating. Hyson stayed near this street for more than half a month. For this reason, he even found a 3-star brass player in an underground black boxing match, but he could not find Lu Chuan. Unexpectedly, they would meet Lu Chuan again in this small restaurant where they came to harass him every now and then. Since it was you who sent me here on your own initiative, don't blame me for being rude, Hazen's smile was filled with coldness. As the saying goes, money can make you drink the strongest wine and live with the wildest dogs. Oh no, the saying goes like this, money can make the world go round. Lu Chuan hired a decoration team at a price that was less than half the original price. Within a day, the small restaurant was decorated into a grocery store. Although the place was not big, the decoration style was quite good. Lu Chuan likes it. The daily necessities in the grocery store were delivered to Lu Chuan's grocery store the day before the opening because Lu Chuan paid some extra shipping fees. And they also came with 2 additional bags made of high-quality green pear flowers and wood. Finished shelves. After 2 days of rest, today, Lu Chuan finally got his wish and became the boss. The small grocery store he named League of Legends was officially opened, with the same name as his mercenary group. At this time, Lu Chuan was sitting comfortably on a chair made of exquisite animal skins and fine wood, crossing his legs and humming a tune. Casey stood aside and fanned Lu Chuan with his hands, even though it wasn't very windy. "Boss, do you want me to give you a leg squeeze?" A sweet voice sounded, and Lu Chuan looked up and saw 2 girls, Ali and Jana, coming in from the door of the store with smiles. Chapter 98. 2 days have passed since Lu Chuan's League of Legends grocery store opened today. In the past 2 days, due to the personal visit of Jelan Galen and others, the store's business was extremely booming. It can be described as a full house. You know, if it is an ordinary restaurant, it will be full easily, but Lu Chuan is just a grocery store. It is the kind of store where customers leave after taking their things and paying the bill. It can make the grocery store full of customers. This shows how popular the League of Legends grocery store is. The income from the day before yesterday, if you include the approximate estimated value of the gift money, was about more than 500 gold coins. And yesterday's turnover also reached 50 gold coins. Casey is now the store owner and accountant. A day's turnover has reached 50 gold coins. That's pretty good. Lu Chuan nodded. In their world, a small grocery store could sell 500 worth of things in a day. This is simply incredible. Frenzied. The errand boys who supplied Lu Chuan yesterday pulled several carriages just to bring goods to Lu Chuan. The business was really booming. If they didn't get the goods in time, they might be out of stock early. "Kathy, your salary is tentatively set at 100 gold coins per month. And I will give you more according to the situation. From now on, you will be responsible for managing this store. Work hard. I may expand the store in the next 2 days. And see if we can sell other things at the same time." Lu Chuan pondered for a moment and then made his decision. Since the business is so booming, it is obviously a waste to only buy small profit products such as groceries. Lu Chuan plans to buy magic cores and other materials in large quantities at low prices from some street vendors. And buy these potions exclusively in the branch that is expanding nearby. Low-grade magic core, and the materials needed by the blacksmith. It is worth mentioning that after Lu Chuan pioneered the new industry of street stalls a month ago, some smart small businessmen began to follow suit. Now the street where Lu Chuan set up a street stall has truly become a street stall. A street, from morning to night. At a glance, there are vendors setting up stalls on both sides of the street, hawking and selling their goods. After all, for these small businessmen and hawkers, it is not appropriate whether they throw the things in their hands to the auction house or private transactions. The profits of the auction houses are easily squeezed. And in private transactions, the demand is generally not large. The remaining goods are easy to accumulate in the hands and cannot be sold, so setting up a street stall has become the best choice. 100 gold coins. Isn't that too much, in fact? I am satisfied if your excellency is willing to take care of the food every month. After all, I came here to learn things and see the world. Your excellency gave me this opportunity and can guide me. I'm very grateful to come out, and I don't dare to think about anything else. Casey lowered his head and said with some embarrassment. Here you go, take it. This is the first time I heard that someone thought it was too much money. Lu Chuan chuckled, stretched out his hand and flicked Casey's forehead. It was this action that made Casey look at Lu Chuan with a hint of resentment in his eyes. It seems that again, you refuse to flirt with me, but you always tease me. Of course, this look disappeared in a flash. Before going out, Gina had warned Kathy repeatedly not to think too much. Otherwise she would end up with bruises all over her body. Regarding this suggestion, Kathy he has always followed very well, keeping a slight distance from Lu Chuan and treating him with the same respect as his master. However, Lu Chuan was indeed very kind to her. He never took advantage of Casey just because of his status. He only asked her to help take care of the store, but he gave her such a generous reward. A monthly salary of 100 gold coins, this is the savings that many ordinary people can save in a lifetime. Then I will save them first. If Mr. Lu Chuan is in need someday in the future, I will return these gold coins intact to you. Casey raised his face and smiled stupidly. Looking at her innocent smile, Lu Chuan's heart moved slightly, but he sighed helplessly. This little girl is probably in love with her, and Lu Chuan still has this ability. As long as Lu Chuan holds Casey's face and lowers his head to kiss her, she probably won't dodge at all. But Lu Chuan couldn't make any promises to Casey. Perhaps for Casey, it would be a great satisfaction to own such a shop in Dalmatia and spend the rest of his life peacefully with his lover. But Lu Chuan's goal doesn't stop there. If he wants to overcome the foggy and unknown dangers and return to his own world, he must keep working hard and sprint towards a higher realm. This extraordinary little bead in his hand is destined to lead Lu Chuan to a different path in the future. Smooth sailing. We have to work harder. Lu Chuan looked down at the texture in his palm, and then clenched it tightly into a fist. Trial of Courage Tower. As the most important symbol of Dalmatia, the Trial of Courage Tower is also famous because of the extremely rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the tower, which is a very good training place for warriors. Of course, since it is a holy land, the conditions for entry are also extremely strict. Only those with royal bloodline can enter and practice on the open day every 3 years. And even if you are of royal blood, you can only enter once in a lifetime. This also ensures that the rich spiritual energy in the trial tower will not be diluted due to excessive abuse. My father is a dedicated person, so the only descendants of my generation are me and my sister. The bloodlines of other side sects are inherited from Dalmatia too and are not qualified to enter the tower. And my sister, you don't have the foundation to practice martial arts. So this time, only you are qualified to enter the trial tower, and no one will compete with you for resources and spiritual energy cultivation. Jiawen said slowly as the group stood under the trial tower of courage. Lu Chuan stood at the bottom of the tower and glanced upward. The towering spire thrust directly into the sky, making it invisible. It was a bamboo shoot-shaped tower. The higher you went up, the smaller the area of the tower on the first floor. Just standing under the tower, you can feel a pure energy wave faintly escaping from its interior. Looking at the 2 ancient and heavy iron doors that had been slowly opened, it was pitch black inside, and it seemed that one could hear the faint howling of ghosts and wolves, which was creepy. The authority of the trial tower has been opened. Sir, you can now go in and start the trial. The trial will last for 7 days. After 7 days, you will be automatically teleported out. As for how many floors you can rush to, it all depends on your strength, as well as the opportunities you get in the tower, but I would also like to remind you, although the higher you go, the greater the benefits you will get, but you should not force yourself too much. Although there are many opportunities in the tower, they are also accompanied by its equally dangerous, but if it doesn't work, sir, you can just crush this jade teleportation talisman, and it will automatically teleport you out. Well, thank you for reminding me, I will pay attention. Lu Chuan took the jade talisman, nodded solemnly, and then turned to look at Jana beside him. Seeing Jana's expression of hesitation and worry, Lu Chuan chuckled and said, "Don't worry too much. If you really can't defeat the monsters inside, I will just teleport out. I won't force myself." "Then, you should be more careful." Jana lightly opened her red lips and said softly. Lu Chuan took a deep breath, turned around and looked at the people who came together and said, "Everyone, I'm going to go in and have a look. Wait for my good news. Come on." Everyone in the group cheered for Lu Chuan. Although there were only a dozen people, the momentum was not small. Amidst this burst of cheering, Lu Chuan stepped into the Courage Trial Tower with steady steps. As he took the first step into the tower, the heavy iron door behind him slowly closed, making a dull sound, swallowing Lu Chuan's figure into the tower. Mr. Lu Chuan has always given us too many surprises. It's really exciting to see how far he will go this time. Jiawen looked up as he spoke. Even he didn't know what kind of opportunities there were in the mysterious part of the tower that reached into the sky. The best result before this was just when the second emperor was in power. A knight with extremely high merits gave him an exceptional opportunity to enter the tower. His best result at that time was Director Xin Zhao, if I remember correctly, your best result at that time seemed to be on the 53rd floor. Zhaowen tilted his head and asked Xin Zhao beside him. Yes. Zhao Xin, who had always been taciturn, nodded slowly. Chapter 99. Bang! As the two thick iron doors behind him slowly closed, Lu Chuan finally stepped into the long-rumored trial of Courage Tower. The first floor of the tower was very dark, with almost no light. Even the 5 fingers in front of me could only vaguely identify the outline. Moreover, the extremely rich energy fluctuations almost made Lu Chuan unable to breathe. For a warrior, although the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth is a good training method, if it is too rich, it may not be a good thing. It is the same as saying that a seriously injured patient cannot eat large amounts of fish and meat to replenish his body during recovery. The ubiquitous rich fluctuations penetrated into Lu Chuan's body along the pores of his skin. At first, Lu Chuan felt a trace of warmth, and there seemed to be a jubilant power growing in his meridians. But soon, the warmth dissipated and was replaced by pain. As if something was about to burst his skin, Lu Chuan's whole body turned red. The energy fluctuations here are too strong. Lu Chuan gritted his teeth, and his mental power swept out of his mind, covering his whole body with a light mental shield, and the pain gradually dissipated. This Courage Trial Tower is indeed well deserved. It's just the first floor, and we have encountered some difficulties. Lu Chuan thought to himself, but if it was only this difficult. It would not be difficult for Lu Chuan. Even if other warriors tried to break through, entering it, they can easily pass through this first level. He took out the small beads as lighting. Although the slightly emitting fluorescence was extremely inconspicuous during the day, it was very effective in such a dark place. At least it allowed Lu Chuan to see things around him. There was nothing there. It was empty all around. It was a large space. Not far in front, there was an upward entrance similar to steps, like a road leading to the second floor. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Chuan planned to absorb some rich energy on the first level to consolidate his cultivation before moving to the second level. Although Lu Chuan has now reached the level of 1-star brass, it is because the heroes broke through the shackles that the tide has risen for him. His aura is impetuous, and it is difficult to control him. To give a simple analogy, it's as if your own rank in the LOL game is at the gold level, but your friend is the king. Even if he helps you reach the diamond rank. If you take over again, he will fall again within a few days. Down, because my own strength cannot control the average level of that rank. The same is true for Lu Chuan at this time. Although he has rushed to the realm of 1-star brass, his foundation is not stable. If all kinds of methods are removed and he just competes with other warriors, I am afraid that any warrior with 2-star brass will be defeated. Can knock Lu Chuan down. After making up his mind, Lu Chuan sat cross-legged on the ground, emptying his mind and feeling the pure energy he had just absorbed in his body. The energy in the tower seemed a bit violent because it was extremely pure without any impurities. When it penetrated into Lu Chuan's body, it could not be well integrated with Lu Chuan's own strength. Instead, it rushed left and right, acting recklessly. Just now the feeling that blood vessels and skin are about to be burst also comes from the impact of this energy. Lu Chuan stimulated his mind and accelerated the flow of breath in his body. An invisible force spread quietly, and then turned into the shape of a knife, gently dividing the violent energy into 2 parts. 4-4. After being divided into 4 parts, the energy changed its shape again, temporarily surrounding the other 3 dense energies, and then began to absorb only the remaining quarter of the energy fluctuations. The impact force was reduced by 3/4, and the remaining energy fluctuations no longer posed a threat to Lu Chuan. As he breathed and breathed, the energy fluctuations slowly integrated into Lu Chuan's body. As the blood flowed, it seeped into the limbs and bones. Lu Chuan slowly opened his eyes, feeling the subtle changes in his body. Although after refining that small amount of energy, the improvement was minimal. If Lu Chuan's current 1-star brass cultivation level was compared to a kettle, if so, the burst of energy just now only made the water level in the kettle rise by a tiny bit, and it would still be at least thousands of threads away from overflowing. But even so, it is much better than relying on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth full of impurities and the magic core that is not too refined to improve your cultivation. Furthermore, the energy fluctuations here are endless, which is enough for Lu Chuan to refine for a long time. After taking a breath of turbid air, Lu Chuan closed his eyes again and began to refine the remaining energy fluctuations. There was no time instrument in the tower. Lu Chuan didn't know how much time had passed since he stepped into the tower. He could only roughly estimate that 3 or 4 hours had passed. In the past 3 or 4 hours, Lu Chuan had been doing repetitive tasks, absorbing the rich energy in this layer, then using his strength to divert the energy. And then refining it one by one. Repeatedly, after 3 or 4 hours passed, Lu Chuan has already faintly felt the obvious blessing in his body. Whether it is strength, agility, physical strength, etc. All aspects have improved a little. Of course, this is still under the condition that Lu Chuan deliberately compressed his cultivation. After all, his current realm is in vain. If he wants to make up for the gap between successive improvements, he needs to severely compress his cultivation. Originally, in these 2 days, in 3 hours of refining, Lu Chuan's cultivation level has increased by about 3% of the water level. After his forced compression, the current cultivation level has only increased by less than 1%. Of course, even so, the speed of this cultivation is extremely terrifying. In just 3 or 4 hours, the cultivation level has been increased by 1%. It only takes 300 to 400 hours to make the cultivation level overflowing, thereby breaking through to the next level. 300 to 400 hours may seem like a long time, but it is only more than half a month. It only takes half a month to advance to a higher level. This speed of cultivation is terrifying. You have to know how many people have a 1-star cultivation like Lu Chuan, but they remain stagnant all their lives. After absorbing the last trace of energy fluctuations in his body, Lu Chuan took a deep breath, stood up, and stretched his waist. It took 3 or 4 hours on the first level. Although the energy fluctuations on this level are strong, if you only stay on the first level for these 7 days, Lu Chuan's cultivation level can be raised to half at most. What chance? Don't even think about it. So between choices, Lu Chuan planned to leave this level. He was not a person who was content with the status quo. At least not in terms of cultivation. He was not satisfied with his current state. If he wanted to advance to a higher level, he would need more great opportunities and harder efforts. After looking around again and confirming that there was nothing else on the first floor, Lu Chuan followed the steps to the second floor. Chapter 100. When we reached the second floor, our eyes suddenly became brighter. Although it is different from being exposed to the sun, it is undoubtedly much better than the pitch-black environment on the first floor. At the same time, the rich energy fluctuations in the first layer also dissipated without a trace when Lu Chuan stepped into the second layer. This also relieved Lu Chuan a lot of pressure. After all, he did not need to use any more mental energy to protect your body from being broken by those energy fluctuations. The floor in front of me, or a small world, would be more appropriate. It was a dark red color, like the sky at dusk. Lu Chuan looked around, but found nothing hindering him. This floor is also empty, and the soil underfoot is somewhat cracked, as if the earth has been dry for a long time. Further forward is the entrance to the third floor. Is there nothing on this floor? Lu Chuan frowned. After waiting quietly for a moment, nothing appeared. He was alone on the entire floor, standing there like a fool. Shaking his head, Lu Chuan ignored it. Since there was nothing stopping him from moving forward and there were no good opportunities, he could just go straight to the third floor. Just when Lu Chuan reached the steps, an iron fence suddenly descended from above, blocking the entrance to the third floor. What the hell? Why didn't you let me pass? Lu Chuan glanced behind him subconsciously. Just one glance, and his scalp suddenly felt numb. On the originally dry and cracked land, the entire surface began to loosen, as if something was about to break out of the ground. Soon, little things with 2 huge pincers that looked like crabs and scorpions emerged from the ground one after another. Each one was only the size of a palm, but this densely packed area looked like it was at least thousands of them. These little things are obviously a type of warcraft, but the fluctuations on their bodies are that of a warrior who has just stepped into the state of mind. A state that even the brass 5 stars have not yet reached. After they emerged from the ground, they seemed to have gained something. As if commanding, they all waved their 2 large pliers and crawled towards Lu Chuan quickly. You won't be allowed to pass until the killing is complete. As Lu Chuan spoke, he flipped his wrist and drew out the bloody Dolan sword. At the same time, a wave of purple light emerged, and he swung the sword in front of him in the air. Bang! The cold sword energy was thrown to the ground in front of him, leaving a deep mark on the surface. This explosive strike swept away the lives of at least hundreds of scorpions. This group of low-level monsters, which did not even reach the 5-star level of brass, posed too little threat to Lu Chuan. And just after this batch of scorpions died, their bodies suddenly emitted a light blue halo. The light group was only the size of a thumb, and then hundreds of halos rushed to Lu Chuan and quickly fled. Entered his body. Buzz. Lu Chuan felt a refreshing feeling wash over his face, and his whole body was lifted up. Huh. After these scorpions were killed, they seem to have provided me with some weak spiritual power. Lu Chuan felt for a moment that in the spiritual field in his mind, the intensity of his spiritual power had increased a lot. It seems that each floor of the Courage Trial Tower, not to mention opportunities, will specifically provide some strength-related energy fluctuations for the warriors. The rich aura of the first layer directly improves the cultivation level, but after killing the scorpion for the second time, you can gain a certain amount of spiritual power. Although the effect of mental power is somewhat negligible for Lu Chuan, if the mental power is strong, it can more or less increase the power of some skills when releasing them. It is better than nothing. I don't know what's on the third floor. Lu Chuan thought like this, and the speed in his hand increased. He slashed out with several sword energy in succession. With one sword raised, he took away hundreds of demons. Scorpion's life. This kind of lowest level monster has not even formed a magic core, so it really has no lethality for Lu Chuan. Very quickly, in less than a quarter of an hour, Lu Chuan had dealt with all the scorpions in the area on the second level. At the same time, the spiritual realm in his mind seemed to be 1/5 stronger than before. The point. This trial tower is indeed an excellent place for training. It's just that the trial tower has become famous over the years. Whoever comes in knows it. Lu Chuan smacked his mouth. It was only the second floor now, and Lu Chuan was already there. I have benefited a lot. If I really reach the rumored level 50 or 60, or even higher, how generous will the rewards be? Thinking of this, Lu Chuan felt a little restless in his heart. If he was lucky enough to reach the top of the tower, Lu Chuan felt that he might be reborn, at least twice as powerful as his original self. However, even Lu Chuan could only think about this kind of thing. Level 81, it is simple to say, but Dalmatia has been a country for so many years. And there are many talented people in the royal family, but the best results it is only the 53rd floor, so it can be seen that the higher you go, the more difficult it becomes. After retracting his thoughts, Lu Chuan glanced at the pile of scorpion corpses at his feet, and suddenly his eyes moved. The first skill he learned was Explosive Slash. Although today, Explosive Slash can only be regarded as an auxiliary skill in combat, but when facing these little guys, its power is self-evident. But, although the explosive slashes shocked these scorpions to death, their bodies were intact, not even a single scratch left on their shells. The scorpion's shell is quite hard. Lu Chuan's heart moved, and he squatted down and started cleaning the battlefield, picking up the scorpion corpses one by one into the storage bag. Maybe when the branch of the grocery store opens in the future, these things can be thrown in and sold. Even if it is 10 copper coins for a devil scorpion, these thousands of them are still 1 gold coin. In line with the concept that no matter how small a mosquito's legs are, they are still meat, Lu Chuan happily threw all the corpses of the dead scorpions on the second floor into the storage bag. At this time, the iron fence blocking the entrance to the third floor was also slowly opened, as if to indicate that Lu Chuan could go up. Lu Chuan thought for a moment, then took out the small bead. After a flash of light, the spirit wolf appeared in front of Lu Chuan, wagging its tail, looking at him with its tongue sticking out in a benevolent manner. Lu Chuan looked down at the harmless and cute pet in front of him, and he was a little bit dumbfounded. When this guy grows up, will he be the same as a husky? However, since there are so many benefits in this tower, and the spirit wolf is a cub, it also needs a lot of cultivation to condense the magic core during its growth period, so Lu Chuan simply released him and followed him. Behind your butt, just treat it as paddling to gain some experience. With the follower spirit wolf, Lu Chuan set foot on the third level. The creatures on this level have transformed from scorpions into small snakes. They still don't have much lethality. The rules are similar to the second level. They have to kill them all. Kill to get to the fourth floor. The third level still provided mental power, which increased Lu Chuan's mental power by another 1/5. Looking down at the spirit wolf, the little guy might have absorbed a lot of mental power. The spirit at that time was much better than before. Sayatsi was running around everywhere, even Lu Chuan couldn't control its posture. Then the 4th floor, the 5th floor, the 6th floor, until after all the monsters on the 10th floor were cleared away, Lu Chuan's mental power had increased to twice as much as before. Now he only felt that his mind was as clear as a mirror, and his energy was surprisingly good. As if it didn't matter if he didn't sleep for a few days. When the strong spiritual power in his mind spreads, it can even cover the entire tower level. He can detect any disturbance by relying entirely on perception. Of course. What Lu Chuan didn't know was that the improvement in cultivation in the Courage Trial Tower was based on the qualifications of the warriors who entered the tower. For the same warriors, this double increase in mental power is actually not much improvement for them. However, Lu Chuan's own mental power is much greater than that of ordinary warriors. This has been doubled again. It can be said that at this time, Lu Chuan's mental power is not as strong as that of any magic warrior within the bronze level. It seems that if you find an opportunity in the future, you can learn the skills of the magic warrior. There should be skill books like those in the beads. It would be too much of a waste not to use the strong mental power. Lu Chuan, while secretly making up his mind, he also led the spirit wolf to the 11th level. Just when his front foot stepped on the ground on the 11th floor, he suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart. Chapter 101. It can be said that Lu Chuan passed the previous 10 floors with ease. Because it is really not too difficult, even on the 10th floor. The creatures encountered are only 4-star brass. In Lu Chuan's several skill sweeps, they all were killed and their bodies were killed. Picked them all up and threw them into the storage bag. As long as it is a warcraft, it is valuable. If a hunter hunts a strong warcraft, the value provided by the warcraft can be almost half a month's food expenses. Its flesh can be eaten, its skin can be made into leather, and its bones can be made into some of the most common bone weapons, for use by warriors who have just entered the warrior's mind. The magic core in its body is a good thing for cultivation. As long as the magic beast reaches the brass 5-star level, it will condense the magic core. Even the most inferior first-grade low-grade magic core can be bought on the market for dozens of silver coins. After several levels of sweeps, Lu Chuan's storage bag was filled with all kinds of magical beasts. The miscellaneous items added up may be worth hundreds of gold coins. For Lu Chuan, this trial tower is not just for training, he can also make a fortune together. If Jiawen and his friends outside knew that Lu Chuan spent more than 10 minutes cleaning the battlefield and picking up the loot every time he passed a floor, they would probably laugh or cry. Other samurai are afraid of running out of time. After quickly solving this layer, they immediately rush to the next layer to ensure that they are always in excellent fighting condition to attack higher layers. But Lu Chuan was leisurely picking up corpses. However, this leisurely situation was finally broken after Lu Chuan set foot on the 11th level. The 11th floor, to be precise, is more like the hall of a certain aristocratic family. It is full of splendor and splendor. There is a soft red carpet under the feet, and the walls seem to have been repainted with a special kind of jade suet. It was like rubbing it over and over again, exuding a light jade-like luster. In front of him were 3 animal skin sofas of excellent quality, placed in front of Lu Chuan in the shape of a pin. In the center of the sofa sat a little old man wearing a black dress and a blue bow. He gently shook a glass of wine and stared at Lu Chuan as sharply as an eagle. "Hello, young samurai, and welcome to the arrogance level." The little old man slowly placed the wine glass on the coffee table in front of him and stood up. He was very short, not even half the height of Lu Chuan, but when he stood up, he seemed to have the majesty of a king in the world. He was obviously much shorter than Lu Chuan, but the way he looked at Lu Chuan actually gave Lu Chuan a ridiculous feeling that he was looking down on him. It's like a giant looking down at the ants under his feet. Arrogant level. Lu Chuan looked around cautiously. No need to search. I am the only guardian on this level. Defeat me and you can reach the world above. There was a smile in the corner of the little old man's eyes, but in Lu Chuan's view, that smile was extremely arrogant and arrogant. Arrogant. As if Lu Chuan, in his eyes, could be crushed to ashes with the movement of his fingers. Lu Chuan did not act rashly, but quietly spread his mental power to find out the little old man's strength. The results obtained made Lu Chuan a little surprised. The little old man in front of him didn't have any of the fluctuations that a warrior should have. He was an ordinary civilian, a civilian with no foundation as a warrior. However, Lu Chuan will not take this lightly. You must know that there are many secret methods that can control one's own aura in Valoran. Although such secret methods that can control all the fluctuations in aura are rare, it does not mean that there are no such methods. Clenching the Dolan sword in his hand, Lu Chuan suddenly stepped on the ground with the sole of his foot, making a dull sound and shooting toward the little old man like a fast arrow. A bright purple light quietly formed on the hilt of the sword. Explosive chop. As Lu Chuan drank, a blow filled with surging energy struck hard at the old man's face. The howling wind blew away the little old man's gray hair. Dancing wildly. The little old man still stood there with his hands behind his back, quietly standing there, but when the cold attack landed on his forehead, the little old man moved. He didn't make a move or move, he still stood where he was. What he moves is his mouth. Stop it. He seemed to be telling Lu Chuan an extremely ordinary thing, but Lu Chuan's fierce offensive actually stopped in front of the little old man. The strong wind blew the white hair on the old man's forehead to both sides. The little old man's cloudy eyes looked at Lu Chuan with interest. How is that possible? Lu Chuan withdrew the dual-on sword and hurriedly took a few steps back. This little old man was a little weird. He stood motionless on the spot, and there was no energy fluctuation in his body from beginning to end. But why? His sword couldn't hurt him, but stopped abruptly in front of his forehead, as if there were a pair of huge pliers clamping the hilt of Dolan's sword tightly, making Lu Chuan unable to press down even half a point. Isn't it strange that the seemingly fierce offensive stopped in front of me and I didn't do anything? As if he had seen through Lu Chuan's mind, the old man squinted and smiled, his smile still revealing. A bit arrogant and provocative. When Lu Chuan couldn't reply, the old man continued. Because you are too weak, and your attack cannot have any impact on me. If an ant bites an ordinary person, the ordinary person will be itchy at most, right? Sarcasm, disdain, and arrogance were what Lu Chuan said to the old man. Evaluation of. Lu Chuan hadn't used all his trump cards at this time, but the old man seemed to have mastered the situation and was confident, at best, confident. But at worst, this is arrogance in arrogance. It's not over yet, let's try this move next. Lu Chuan curled his lips, twisted his wrist, and a touch of hot fire came out of his body, climbed up the hilt of the sword, and made his hand. The Dolan sword was stained with a color as red as magma. Lihua's sword. As soon as the fire intention came out, it suddenly attacked the little old man like a roaring fire dragon. The temperature of the fire was so high that the red carpet on the ground burned wherever the fire dragon passed. Now the compatibility between Lu Chuan and the Lihua sword is very high, and they have reached the state of being able to do whatever they want. The Lihua sword, which is released casually, can exert at least 80 of its power without even needing to charge up. The fire dragon swept and writhed, wrapping around the little old man in circles. Then, Lu Chuan stretched out his hand and pinched it, and drank in a low voice. Burst. Bang. The fire dragon wrapped around the little old man exploded at this moment. The fire mist spread quickly, and sparks flew everywhere, igniting the surrounding furniture. Soon, the surroundings seemed to be plunged into a sea of fire. Lu Chuan, who was wrapped in a layer of fire, had no impact at all in the sea of fire. However, the little old man who looked vulnerable might have turned into ashes at this moment. Bar. Old sir, I'm sorry. If you want to go up, I can only get rid of you, but I guess you will be resurrected soon. Mr. Soul Body. Lu Chuan said to himself, through what he just said during the battle, he could sense that the old man was not a real body, but a soul body. It seems that the powerful person who was able to create this trial tower thousands of years ago was also a partial puppet master. And judging from the fact that the old gentleman's body is as solid as a real person, the puppet master in his early years was probably a bit more powerful than the previous void messenger. After glancing around, Lu Chuan was about to lift his legs and walk towards the 12th floor when he suddenly heard an old voice coming from behind him. Young man, don't be so anxious. I have said before that any of your attacks will have no effect on me. Because you are too weak. There is no way an ant can hurt me in the slightest. Lu Chuan's expression changed and he turned around, and found that the little old man was still smiling and standing with his hands behind his back. Standing in the middle of the sea of fire, letting the tongues of flames move in front of him, but he remained unmoved. Chapter 102. Even the Lihua sword, which contains extremely strong fire intent, can't even hurt this old man in the slightest. Lu Chuan looked at the steps nearby, then slowly turned around. He cannot pass to the next level without defeating the guardian on that level. Go back, you're too weak. The little old man glanced at Lu Chuan slightly, and walked straight to the glass coffee table. Just as he was about to pick up the glass of wine on the table, the wine glass cracked with a click. It's broken, what a pity. The little old man seemed to be talking to himself, completely ignoring Lu Chuan in front of him. Arrogant. Arrogant. Lu Chuan's eyes flashed, and he quickly stepped forward with the Dolan sword in hand, and launched several more basic sword attacks, like a knight stool, stabbing hard at the little old man's neck, chest, abdomen, and thighs. There was no blood splattering as expected, just the attacks that were blocked again and again. In front of him, there seemed to be some invisible force that defused Lu Chuan's several attacks. The little old man ignored this and turned around, as if admiring the raging fire. I always thought that the orderly arrangement of these furniture was a kind of beauty. But seeing the way they were destroyed in the fire seemed to be a kind of beauty blooming. The little old man seemed to be saying to Lu Chuan, it seemed like he was talking to himself. In short, he didn't take Lu Chuan seriously. At this time, Lu Chuan was already out of breath after the continuous sword attacks. He stared at the little old man leisurely spreading in the sea of fire. He seemed to be more interested in these items that were damaged by the fire. Looking at their distorted shapes due to the extreme heat, and finally turned into a ball of ashes, with a gorgeous red edge igniting in the tongue of fire. Do you want to enjoy it with me? This sofa is even more beautiful when it burns, but the smell is a bit unpleasant. With a faint smile on his face, the little old man said to Lu Chuan again, "Go back, you can't even get through this level, you are not qualified to go to the higher level." Looking at the old man's provocative expression, Lu Chuan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Everything this little old man did from just now to now was to anger Lu Chuan. He gave Lu Chuan an extremely arrogant feeling, but it was true that Lu Chuan couldn't hurt him in the slightest with any of his tricks. But Lu Chuan also noticed one detail, that is, from beginning to end, the little old man never made a move. Although Lu Chuan's attacks on him were ineffective, he never tried to fight back. This is extremely abnormal. Even on the first level, those rich energy fluctuations are a slow attack method for warriors. From the 2nd to the 10th level, there are some creatures with low strength, but those, although the creatures were weak, they continued to attack Lu Chuan. Could it be that he is really just a civilian? Lu Chuan vaguely wondered in his heart. Even though he had taken back the Dolan's sword now and stood there thinking quietly, the old guy still didn't step forward to ask for it. The intention was to attack Lu Chuan. You know, for any brass 5-star warrior, if any attack against him by others has no effect, he can almost act arbitrarily. Even against a gold-level warrior, he can fight back. Because other people's attacks are ineffective, he can kill a gold-level warrior even with one slash. Of course, this takes a long time. And if it were just civilians, then their attacks would have minimal effect on the warriors. Combined with this layer of arrogance, and the words that the little old man always said, "You can't hurt me at all, because you are an ant," Lu Chuan suddenly made a bold guess. This tower level may have a subtle enchantment. If you know that the great power who created this tower is a puppet master, then it is not surprising that he possesses enchantment methods. As for why the barrier can exist in the tower for so long, I am afraid that the great power has a more sophisticated method to ensure that the barrier will always exist in the tower. In other words, this great power has not fallen yet. It is also possible to stay at the top of the tower. Putting this aside, Lu Chuan guessed that the subtle barrier was a state of mind barrier. The so-called state of mind enchantment, as the name suggests, is a kind of enchantment that is affected by the state of mind. The blue moon goo previously released by the Void Messenger is also a state of mind enchantment. After looking at the blue moon, the darkest side of the heart will appear. It will be infinitely amplified. At this time, people are most easily deceived and even manipulated. The mental barrier at this level is arrogance. What I think about in my heart is that I am powerful and invincible. To everyone except myself, I am like a fly, unable to shake the big tree of myself. Then this level of mental barrier will bless the delusional person, making him truly indestructible. So that's it. In response, Lu Chuan gently raised the corners of his mouth, and when he looked at the little old man again, there was a sharp edge in his eyes. You are just a commoner, but you dare to act as a guardian on this level. You are really too weak. So you, such a weak person, please disappear from me. Lu Chuan shouted, while the Dolan's sword in his hand was held by him again. He got up and sprinted towards the little old man quickly. When he rushed in front of him, Lu Chuan's thoughts whirled rapidly, amplifying his unrivaled confidence infinitely. This sword strike will definitely shatter him. But how could a mere civilian stop him? So, go to hell. Sting. Just when Lu Chuan's thoughts reached the extreme, there was suddenly a subtle cracking sound next to his ears, as if something solid was broken like an egg shell. At the same time, Lu Chuan struck down hard with his sword. Although it still did not cause any substantial damage to the little old man who had become a soul, the little old man in front of him suddenly became blurry. His figure began to become distorted and abstract. Young man, I didn't expect you to be able to crack the mechanism on this level so quickly. You can go up. There are better opportunities above, waiting for you. Work hard. The little old man's eyes were smiling and his voice was like an old-fashioned like a gramophone. He began to pull away, until finally, he completely dissipated in this layer. And the moment the old man disappeared, 2 more books without any luster appeared under him. Books without luster are secrets. Lu Chuan's eyes flickered slightly. Obviously, after clearing specific tower levels, you will receive additional opportunity rewards. These 2 books must have been left by the great master who created the trial tower. I'm offended. Lu Chuan bowed slightly towards the place where the little old man disappeared. He also understood that the old man had no ill intentions, but as a guardian, he naturally could not let Lu Chuan reach the top so easily. Dai walked up to the 2 secret books and picked them up. Looking at the words on one of the secret books, Lu Chuan suddenly felt happy. There are several big characters written on the secret method. Boundary of mind pride. Second update, I have been conceiving the plot for the past 2 days. I only had a rough outline before, but now I am about to write the next volume of maps. I need a more detailed outline, so the updates will be slowed down to 3 updates a day. Also, do you think the content in this trial tower is boring? If you don't feel like watching it very much, then I can speed up the pace appropriately. If you think it's okay, then the end will keep the original rhythm. In addition, some smart friends have already figured out that the Courage Trial Tower is indeed divided by the 7 original sins. There is 1 original sin for every 10 floors. Everyone is still very happy. Smart. Chapter 103. Inside Jiawen's Palace. Help me announce this decision. I will use this proposal for the time being. Jiawen threw the quill in his hand into the pen holder and handed the paper book in front of him to the official in front of him. The situation within the royal family of Demacia has now stabilized, and Jarvan is gradually regaining the power that was previously vacated. Old Harriman seems to have given up on retiring. He is now 60 or 70 years old. After the previous rebellion, he has aged a lot, and now he has transformed everything large and small. Leave it all to Jiawen to take care of. It was only a matter of time before Jiawen succeeded to the throne and became king. Looking for a sunny day, Harriman planned to hand over the crown on his head to Jiawen. After the confident official withdrew the paper, Jiawen rubbed his forehead with a headache, turned around and said to the person next to him. Manager Zhao Xian, in your opinion, the punishment of those major families should be what decision was made? Manager Xian Zhao has been assisting the king since Demacia II. As the king's right-hand man, he not only has strong strength, but also has a wise vision, which can make up for the king's vision in some aspects. Blind spots and put forward your own opinions. Xian Zhao is absolutely loyal to the Demacia royal family. He has been assisting the king since his 2nd generation. It has been 3 long generations now and he has become Jarvan's right-hand man again. No one knows how old Xian Zhao is, but Jiawen feels that he should be at least 100 years old and belongs to his grandfather's generation. But he looks like he is in his prime in his 30s. The origin of Xian Zhao is also extremely mysterious. It is rumored that the 2nd emperor brought him back from the Noxian arena. Before that, there was no people knew where he came from, and he kept silent about it. But it doesn't matter. As long as his heart is loyal to Demacia, even if he has committed heinous crimes in the past, Jarvan will stop him. The so-called hero does not care about his origin, as long as he can be loyal. My personal suggestion is to keep their families and only cancel their titles. Because these major families control almost half of our financial resources in Demacia. Their economic chain covers a wide range and they even trade with other countries. If they are dealt with together, our country's economic status will be in a state of semi-paralysis. The economy will be set back for at least 10 years. Xian Zhao replied in a deep voice. Well, I also have this plan. It seems that you have the same idea as me. Jiawen sighed slowly. Obviously he is a traitor, and Demacia was almost going to fall into the hands of others, but now for various reasons, we cannot sanction them. Xian Zhao stood next to Jiawen expressionlessly and did not answer any more words. The people all envied the king, thinking that he could eat all the delicacies from the mountains and the sea and enjoy the most luxurious things. And the king could have many women, and they all rushed to throw themselves into his arms. But the king also has his own difficulties. When faced with many things that he clearly knows are incorrect, there are times when the king has no choice but to do anything. For example, for the several major rebellious families at the moment, it would not be an exaggeration to kill them all based on their crimes, but Jarvan couldn't do that. These major families control at least half of Demacia's financial resources. It seems that we can only slowly weaken their power. Jiawen shook his head and looked out the window again. In the distance, he could see the Courage Trial Tower not far away. It's been a day. I don't know how Mr. Lu Chuan is doing. Of course, Lu Chuan's situation was very good, and he even had a lot of fun in the tower. Hey, you guys are too weak. Hurry up and chase me. If you catch me, well, I won't let you catch me. Lu Chuan was running forward at this time, and behind him, followed by a group of brass 3-star club-tailed wolves, numbering at least 100. It's the 30th floor now, and Lu Chuan is trying out his newly acquired secret method of arrogance. The secret method is relatively simple to learn. As long as you get the secret method book, you can learn it in seconds by opening the book. In other words, the secret method is more like a kind of inheritance, which directly imprints the method of using the secret method in the mind of the person who gets it. Lu Chuan just made a mark casually, and an invisible barrier was built around him, covering the entire tower. No matter how intelligent these creatures are, they naturally can't think of a way to get rid of their arrogance. So they just chase Lu Chuan and run away. Even if Lu Chuan sometimes stops to rest for a while, they will not hurt him at all if they pounce on him. It doesn't hurt at all, right? It is said that wolves' teeth are extremely sharp and can bite an adult in two. But Lu Chuan saw with his own eyes that one of the wolves jumped in front of him and bit his crotch, causing several of his teeth to shatter. Ouch, you are so naughty, Lu Chuan pointed at the wolf. The wolf suddenly felt angry and pounced on Lu Chuan again. As a result, Lu Chuan was slapped and flew away like a naughty child. Lu Chuan glanced around and found that there were no other creatures around. It seems that they have all been attracted here. As Lu Chuan spoke, a flash of fire appeared on the Dolan sword in his hand, followed closely by a streak of fire that shot into the sky. Holding the hilt of the sword, he spun it around in place, and the flames spurting from Dolan's sword also enveloped all the wolves in all directions. Ouch! Amid the fire, the shrill howls of the wolves were heard. After having the arrogance enchantment, Lu Chuan's clearance speed was much faster. When facing these creatures on each level, as long as the arrogance enchantment was turned on, they would not be able to hurt Lu Chuan in the slightest. Following Lu Chuan, they began to attract their hatred. After turning the entire tower level around, basically attracted all the hostile creatures in the tower level to Lu Chuan, and launched an attack on Lu Chuan. At this time, Lu Chuan only needed to randomly throw 2 skills to kill all the creatures on the first floor. Swish, swish, swish. As the wolves were roasted to a blackened state and lost their life breath, a light red halo floated on their bodies, and hundreds of halos quickly swept towards Lu Chuan. It blended into his body, making Lu Chuan moan comfortably. Bang! Lu Chuan clenched his fist hard, making a crisp sound. He looked around, then walked to a wall, inhaled, raised his fist, and punched out suddenly. Boom! With a loud noise like an explosion, the entire tower seemed to be crumbling as if it was about to collapse, and the gravel above the head fell down. This power is probably close to that of a silver-level warrior, and it's a warrior who focuses on cultivating strength. Lu Chuan murmured to himself in a low voice. He discovered the pattern in the tower, that is, starting from the second floor, every 10 floors, the attributes obtained by killing the creatures in the tower are different. The 2nd to 10th floors provided Lu Chuan with mental power, while the 12th to 20th floors provided Lu Chuan with physical strength. From the 22nd to the 30th floor, actually directly providing Lu Chuan with a lot of power. These are very important things to Lu Chuan, because his realm jumped too fast, and he did not have a solid foundation like ordinary warriors. It can be said that before Lu Chuan entered the trial tower, if all the things supplied in the bead are removed, he will be far inferior to the same level of warriors in terms of speed, strength, and physical strength. Every battle relies on many means to win, and now Lu Chuan. Even if he removes all the equipment and skills and fights with a warrior of the same level with bare fists, he is still confident that he can knock out the warrior's front teeth with one punch. Lose. It is worth mentioning that Lu Chuan also discovered a pattern. Every 10 floors, a boss-level guy will appear in the tower. They each represent the 7 original sins. Defeating them can gain a lot of improvement in cultivation. The little old man on the 11th floor represents arrogance, while the fat man on the 21st floor represents gluttony. Now Lu Chuan was standing at the entrance to the 30th floor, and the boss level on the 31st floor was up. What will happen at this level 31? Lu Chuan's eyes flickered with strong interest. This tower is simply a paradise for warriors. Chapter 104. After resting on the 30th floor for a while, Lu Chuan led the spirit wolf behind him, who seemed to have grown stronger, to the 31st floor. As soon as he stepped on the ground on the 31st floor, a violent sound hit Lu Chuan's heart like a heavy hammer. I'm going to kill you. The roars were heard incessantly, making Lu Chuan's ears numb. Looking forward, he saw a big man with his upper body naked, holding what looked like an iron mallet in his hand. The skin all over his body was red. And around him, endless anger seemed to melt away. A substantial blood-red halo was created, floating around him. Before Lu Chuan could recover, he rushed toward Lu Chuan, and the mallet in his hand fell hard on Lu Chuan's head. Bang! Lu Chuan hurriedly jumped away, and a big hole had been smashed out of where he originally stood. Go to hell. You scum. The big man didn't care where Lu Chuan came from. He didn't even say a polite word. It seemed that in his eyes, Lu Chuan was as much a heinous sin as pushing down his wife. Could it be rage? Lu Chuan frowned slightly. Among the 7 original sins, one of the original sins was rage. Judging from the fact that the big man in front of him was shouting and killing without saying a word, it should be that rage was unmistakable. Lu Chuan slightly sensed the strength of this big man. It was similar to the aura of 2 he met at the martial arts competition at that time. They were both at the brass gate stage. However, although the slaughter at that time did put Lu Chuan into a bitter fight and almost cost him his life, it is different now. Now Lu Chuan has almost a 100 chance of winning against the brass gate warrior. Bang! Looking at the big man who hit the head with a hammer regardless, Lu Chuan drew out his sword, but this time he didn't have any skills. Because he wanted to see what level of strength he had reached after absorbing several consecutive layers of power. The mallet and the sword hilt collided fiercely, and a buzzing sound erupted. The big man's blow to the head made Lu Chuan's dual-on sword feel a little bent. Death. The big man's eyes were full of endless killing intent, as if he wanted to cut Lu Chuan into 8 pieces, drink his blood, and eat his flesh. From beginning to end, the big man's purpose was clear. He wanted Lu Chuan dead. Every sentence is inseparable from the main idea. And the strength of this big man was indeed extremely domineering. Feeling the dark power that kept coming from his arms, Lu Chuan was slightly shocked. This big man can actually use dark power to attack. The so-called dark power attack is an attack method in which one's own energy is transferred into the enemy's body through a special means. This kind of dark power attack is generally a skill that can only be learned by warriors majoring in the strength department. Because warriors from other departments are not so powerful and cannot use dark power well. Learning it is in vain. Don't waste your energy trying to improve this skill. Simply don't learn. Although Enjin is the most basic method for force warriors, it is also as diverse as the magic warrior's enchantment. The dark power attacks circulating on the market are the most common and can be practiced by everyone. The effect is only when fighting with others. If you use the dark power to trick others when they are not using it, you may be able to deal with warriors of the same level. It doesn't have much effect. After all, force warriors are the most common type. Everyone knows more or less some methods of dealing with force warriors. However, the dark attack unleashed by the big man in front of him was quite different. An ordinary warrior's dark power move is at most equivalent to punching someone else, and then through the dark power, this power is shaken again. But this big man's secret energy had another reason. After the violent energy was conveyed into Lu Chuan's body, it seemed like a small snake had penetrated into Lu Chuan's body, stirring wantonly and moving towards some tricky and dangerous meridians. The attack made Lu Chuan's meridians feel like they were swelling and cracking. The pain in his meridians was the most distressing. Fortunately, the energy in Lu Chuan's body was relatively strong, and he quickly expelled the energy that did not belong to him from the body. Without the interference of energy, Lu Chuan's original intention was calmed down. His arms trembled, and a flash of fire appeared on the hilt of Dolan's sword. Immediately afterwards, a tongue of fire spit out, and the Lihua sword went straight to the big man's face, swallowing him up. To deal with this brass sect realm warrior, Lu Chuan only needed a Lihua sword, just to test the extent of his current strength. Now it seems that the power in his body is many times stronger than before, far exceeding the level of warriors of the same level. Looking at the big man's body that was gradually becoming buoyant, Lu Chuan's eyes were fixed on his body. A secret book, a small bottle of potion as thick as blood. He stepped forward to pick up the secret book and glanced at it. The content on it also made Lu Chuan feel slightly happy. He was just thinking that there was something strange about the big man's secret power, but he didn't expect that now that he had beaten the boss, his secret method of secret power would be revealed. After clearing the boss 3 times, Lu Chuan probably figured out some tricks. The Trial of Courage Tower is like a game where you can farm bosses and explode equipment. Small monsters can provide experience, and big bosses have a chance of exploding good things. But again, it's more cruel here than in the game. If you don't do it right, you'll die directly. The arrogant boss in the first level provided Lu Chuan with 2 secrets. While the gluttonous boss in the second level was stingy and gave him a halo of cultivation that melted into Lu Chuan's body and helped him grow by about less than 5% of the watermark. As for the boss of the third level, Lu Chuan's character exploded again. This time 2 more items were released. In addition to a secret book, there was also a bottle of something that looked like blood. After throwing the dark energy secret method into the small bead, Lu Chuan picked up the bottle of blood and looked at it. This should be, forget it, I'll just read a book first, learning makes me happy. Lu Chuan dug out a thick Valoran encyclopedia from the small bead. He had not been in Valoran for long, only half a year by all means. There were so many things in Valoran that Lu Chuan didn't know, so he had a backup encyclopedia not long ago. Now it is indeed useful. After turning to the page for blood items and searching carefully, Lu Chuan's eyes locked on a line of introduction. Blood of violence. Lu Chuan's eyelids twitched subconsciously, and he looked eagerly towards the introduction in the book. After a moment, Lu Chuan closed the encyclopedia and threw it into the bead, with a look of ecstasy in his eyes. This violent blood is not the essence and blood of normal humans, but a thick, blood-like substance that condenses when anger accumulates to a certain level. To put it bluntly, although this thing has a high-sounding name like violent blood, it is just a ball of anger. Of course, anger is only invisible. To form substantial violent blood, one needs extremely pure and rich anger. In other words, this violent blood can only be formed through those who only want to kill. There is only killing in their eyes. In his world, there is nothing except killing. Only such people can express their anger. Replace it with anger. And when the anger reaches a certain level, a thick mass of violent blood like blood will form. Of course, what made Lu Chuan happy was not because of this violent blood, but because another secret book he picked up on the first level of pride level worked. It turned out that the arrogant old man in the first level gave Lu Chuan 2 secret books, one was Arrogance Barrier, and the other was Apothecary. Pharmacists and pharmacists are 2 completely different concepts. Perhaps there are many pharmacists in the continent of Valoran, because ordinary people often suffer from headaches and brain fever. This type of pharmacist is a bit like the doctors in Lu Chuan's world, or the old Chinese medicine doctors. But the pharmacist, that's different. The simplest and most practical thing about pharmacists is that they can refine the magic core into a liquid, as if it were a potion-like thing. This can reduce some of the violent factors in the magic core. After all, you must know that the physiques of Warcraft and humans are different. The refining magic core itself is an unstable factor. Some people's physiques conflict with the monsters, and some magic cores still retain the original intention of the monsters. It is easy to turn against the guest and take away the lives of the refining people. There are many examples in the Valoran continent of some young but ambitious warriors who wanted to forcibly refine high-level magic cores, but because the energy of the magic core was too violent, they all backfired and lost their lives. But with pharmacists, it's different. They can refine the magic core into potions. The energy in the magic core potion will become very neutral. Even if it cannot be absorbed, it will only be excreted without causing backlash. This alone has made the pharmacist status soar, becoming one of the professions that everyone in Valoran wants to learn most. And not only that, the pharmacist can also use some of his own methods to refine some weird potions. Some potions can improve the warrior's combat ability in all aspects. Just imagine the scene when a warrior with only 3 brass and 3 stars takes drugs and knocks a silver warrior to the ground with 1 punch. Of course, that kind of medicine is very rare and very expensive, and it is not something that ordinary warriors can afford. But this also illustrates the power of pharmacists from the side. There is even a popular proverb in Valoran, it is better to offend an earl than an apothecary. This reflects the dignity of pharmacists. And how to become a pharmacist, this is as funny as a poor beggar asking others how to become a duke. Due to the nobleness of the profession of pharmacist, the threshold for becoming a pharmacist is also very high. It is a profession that depends on talent. Some wealthy families cannot allow their children to study under a pharmacist even if they go bankrupt. Even if they are accepted by a pharmacist and become a non-staff disciple, they may not be able to learn real things. And for Lu Chuan, these are not problems at all. Because he has a pharmacist's secret method in his hand. The so-called secret method is something that can be learned after reading it, but the extent to which it can be understood depends on one's talent. As long as he reads this secret book, all the pharmacist's basic common sense and concepts will be imprinted in Lu Chuan's bones and in his mind like inheritance. No matter how far he could reach or what level of pharmacist he could become, at least he would avoid the embarrassing situation of relying on talent and spending a lot of money to get started but still not learn anything. Lu Chuan had already read through the pharmacist's secret method when he got it. In other words, Lu Chuan was already a qualified pharmacist, but he lacked practical experience and various materials. Lu Chuan had no chance to refine his first potion. As the lowest level pharmacist, Lu Chuan could only make first level medicines. However, there was a potion called Anger Mixture. Lu Chuan took a look at the effect and it seemed that it could increase the current strength by 30 and a small amount of physical recovery ability. This is the most practical for Lu Chuan at the moment. There is one ingredient in the Wrath Mixture, which requires the blood of violence. Lu Chuan has never heard of this thing. After getting the blood just now, he looked through the Valoran encyclopedia and found out that he was holding it in his hand. That little bottle of anger is the blood of violence. Chapter 105. As the dark fragments fell, the scene in front of him once again appeared in front of Lu Chuan. There is a vast expanse of white all around, without any exit, as if you are in a white space. There is also such a space in the small bead, but the spiritual power in the small bead is relatively strong, but there is nothing here. What's going on in this tower? Lu Chuan was speechless. Ever since the 32nd floor, he seemed to have never been normal again. He was jumping here and there again. Young warrior, welcome to the last floor of the Courage Trial Tower. Suddenly, an old voice hovered from above. Lu Chuan hurriedly looked around, but still couldn't find a single figure. Who are you, old man? Me? I am the guardian of this tower. The old voice smiled and then said. Guardian of this tower? Doesn't this tower have 81 floors? Lu Chuan said in surprise. That's only for some people, and for some people, there is only one floor. The position you are standing on now is the real first and last floor of this tower. What do you mean? Only one level? What about my previous trials? Those things you got in the trial naturally belong to you. Since you have the opportunity to get it, I won't say anything more. But the opportunity you encountered is too good, so you can came to this level. What a great opportunity. Lu Chuan was puzzled. Well, every warrior who enters the trial tower will encounter different opportunities. Some warriors will not get any opportunities even if they reach the 30th or 40th floor, but you are only on the 30th floor. When, you got 4 items, right? When the old voice fell, Lu Chuan was also shocked. This old guy seems to really be the patron saint of this tower, otherwise how could he know exactly what he got? But from what he meant, it seemed that he didn't intend to continue going down the level for himself. To put it bluntly, you don't intend to let me continue to have treasures. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. It's equivalent to playing a game and defeating bosses. Suddenly, the staff in the game sent a private message saying, "Brother, your RP is too good. You can't go on like this anymore. Please delete the game quickly and stop playing." But of course, the game begs players to play, and this trial tower is where the warriors squeeze their heads and want to get in. You can understand it this way, but this trial of courage tower has existed for hundreds of years. It's naturally unrealistic for you to empty out the opportunities in this tower. We must also consider for those who come after us. Okay, don't beat around the bush, let's do it. Lu Chuan said impatiently. When he was having fun breaking through the barriers, the sudden pop-up made him lose interest. Well, as compensation, how about I give you some equipment and then teleport you out of the tower? The old voice said again. Equipment? What equipment? This is a high-grade silver thing. Although you can't use it now, you will use it sooner or later. After the old voice fell, a thick book appeared in front of Lu Chuan. There is nothing written on the red book cover. And when I opened it, I saw that it was all white paper with no content at all. This book is called Mahia's Soul-Stealing Scroll. Even though it is just a book, it is a very powerful piece of equipment for the mage. It can absorb the essence and blood of the strong and turn it into its own magic power. If you accumulate it for a certain period of time, you can release a very powerful attack. A very powerful attack. Lu Chuan was slightly startled. The book in front of him looked like a murder book in the game, but the equipment in the game has more or less changed in this world. More than this, Lu Chuan wanted to know how powerful the very powerful attack that the old voice said was. Even the guardian of this trial tower said it was very strong, so it would definitely not be much worse. It's probably equivalent to a full blow from a gold-level warrior, the voice said again. Lu Chuan suddenly took a breath of cold air. A full blow from a gold-level warrior. That scene must be very spectacular and destructive, right? You must know that Lu Chuan and Zhaowen's group, more than a dozen of them worked desperately, and even upgraded to a level through small beads during the period, but they could only kill the Void Messenger who did not have much mental power. If the Void Messenger with full status from the beginning faced their group and directly used a full blow, I am afraid that even the process would be omitted and they would be killed instantly. If he had this murder book by his side, Lu Chuan might really be able to walk around. Don't be in a hurry to be surprised. The reason why this piece of equipment is rated as high-grade silver instead of low-grade gold is that it naturally has its shortcomings. Although it can release super powerful killing moves, charging is also very demanding. It requires at least the essence and blood of a silver-level warrior to complete one charge, and to unleash that killing move, at least 10 charges are required. What about the blood essence of the gold-level warrior? So the shortcoming is here. As the silver-level warriors go up, no matter how powerful the warrior's essence and blood is, they can only charge one part. Therefore, the high-level essence and blood is used to charge, but it is a kind of energy. A waste. The best level of essence and blood is among the silver 3-star warriors. That's right. Lu Chuan nodded. So, do you accept my apology? I'm very sorry. But you are the first person in the past hundreds of years to have such a good opportunity. If I give you a few more floors, I'm afraid this trial tower will be scrapped. Already. There was also a hint of speechlessness in the old voice. I'm afraid he has never seen anyone with such unlucky luck. A warrior named Xian Zhao also arrived here decades ago. Even after reaching the 53rd floor, he only got one middle-grade silver shot. Spears, and some strength improvements. As for this kid, he seems to be a person chosen by God. Every 10 levels will improve certain attributes and provide a steady stream of opportunities. Thinking of this, a trace of surprise suddenly appeared in the old voice. Young man, can you show me the beads in your hand? Dream. Lu Chuan refused unceremoniously. He was joking. This bead was his lifeblood. How could he show it to others casually? You just need to hold it in the palm of your hand. I'm just taking a brief look. And if I really want to steal your things, I'm afraid you won't be able to stop me with your current strength. The old voice said with a trace of pride. Oh. I originally wanted to show it to you, but after you said that, I didn't want to show it to you. I got the stuff too. Goodbye. Lu Chuan didn't know who was hiding in this white light space. Where was the guy? He could only wave his hand upwards. Then took out the jade teleportation talisman Jiawen gave him, crushed it hard, and the whole person turned into a white light and disappeared into the tower. This kid. The old voice smiled helplessly when he saw Lu Chuan running faster than a rabbit after getting the good stuff. But then his tone seemed to be a little more solemn. If you guessed correctly, that little bead is that person's thing, but it shouldn't be that person's thing. Why would you give it to someone who only has a brass ring? Stars boy. Is he really the person chosen by God? Chapter 106. Demacia West Block. Street. It was the early morning market, but it was already full of people. Come here, take a look, there are good things that have just been brought down from the mountain, animal skins, animal bones, magic cores, everything. Come to my house, you can't buy it, you can't lose money, you can't buy it, you can't be fooled, it's a good thing, you can make money if you buy it. Shocking price. The first level magic core only sells for 50 silver coins. Take it back to give to your wife and children, and use it yourself, it is the most affordable. Such hawkers can be heard endlessly. After Lu Chuan pioneered the establishment of stalls, now almost all the east, west, north and south streets in the urban area, there are such hawkers. Like some mercenaries who wanted to find treasures in it, Lu Chuan also got up early in the morning, dressed in rough linen casual clothes, squeezed into the crowd, and kept looking around. He is now planning to open a branch as well. People are greedy, and Lu Chuan is no exception. A small grocery store, even if Jiawen and others come to help improve its reputation, but the income is really too little, and Lu Chuan now has a new job: pharmacist. If he is a pharmacist who stops in front of him, Lu Chuan can live his life without worrying about food and clothing, but if he wants to improve the level of a pharmacist, he has to constantly improve his proficiency. The materials for a pharmacist are the most expensive among all kinds of professions, because they involve magic cores, and better magic cores can almost fetch sky-high prices in Demacia. So if you want to improve the grade of a pharmacist, you have to spend a lot of money to buy various materials and refine them. Lu Chuan has a lot of money on his hands now, only 5,000 or 6,000 gold coins. For ordinary people, this amount of money may not be earned in a lifetime, but for a pharmacist, it is not worth mentioning at all. Even the court pharmacists in the royal family are all rich and ostentatious. So Lu Chuan came to Taobao so early in the morning. Firstly, he wanted to buy some cheap magic cores and materials at a low price. The materials on this stall were several % cheaper than those in shops and auction houses. Secondly, he also has the mentality of Taobao, to see if he can dig up any good things. After walking around, to Lu Chuan's disappointment, he didn't come across anything decent. Even after walking the whole street, there was only one second-level magic core. It was still the lowest grade, and they all got 100 gold coins frantically. After all, the second-level magic core is a samurai whose brass 3 stars go up, and it is necessary to improve his cultivation base. After scanning some first-level magic cores with different materials and quality levels, Lu Chuan was about to go back and buy some breakfast for the 2 girls who were still sleeping at home. Suddenly, he glanced and found a somewhat familiar figure. Does anyone need a map? I can draw the most detailed map of the entire Valoran continent. And it is the most suitable for exploring. A young man with yellow hair and a pair of diving goggles pinned to the top of his forehead squatted shouting at the corner of the West Street. It's a pity, compared to those materials and magic cores, the map he mentioned is obviously not the focus of the mercenaries. After all, most of the mercenaries here are only at the brass level, and they can't even explore the terrain of Dalmatia, so there is no time to explore other areas. Therefore, the business in front of the stall of this little yellow hair can be said to be extremely deserted, and no one cares about it. But he didn't care. He squatted on the ground with a piece of grass in his mouth, put his hands on his knees, and leisurely watched the business in other people's stalls. How do you sell this map? Just as Ezreal was looking around, someone suddenly stood in front of his booth. Hello boss, this map of mine is definitely hand-engraved, exclusively created. And accurately positioned in all directions. Do you want small, medium, or large? Ezreal greeted the guests warmly. When he smiled, his handsome face seemed to be full of sunshine. Is there any difference between a small portion and a large portion? Lu Chuan also squatted down, looking at Ezreal with great interest. Of course there is, boss. A small map can only see the general outline of a region, and you won't get lost. While a large map can accurately describe which forest or mountain, I will face you later, boss. Is there something on it? Why do you always look at me? Ezreal touched his cheek strangely. Cough, Lu Chuan coughed dryly, and hurriedly shifted his gaze to other places. He originally wanted to see how handsome Ezreal was in the game, but after taking a second look, he found that he was indeed handsome, even more handsome than the fair-faced and fresh-faced ones in his world several times. No wonder some girls in LOL games are full of love when they see Ezreal. Seeing Lu Chuan look away in embarrassment, Ezreal turned pale with fright, as if he understood something, put away the stall made of sheepskin, and wanted to run in a hurry. What are you running for later? Lu Chuan grabbed Ezreal. I'm afraid you'll abuse me. Ezreal turned back tremblingly. You've been staring at me since just now, although I have enough confidence in my handsomeness. I'm sorry, I really don't like men of. Get out. Lu Chuan almost kicked Ezreal away. This little yellow-haired boy didn't expect it to be such a small subject. Boss, please let me go. Although I have thin skin and tender flesh, we are really not suitable. Seeing Lu Chuan put his hands on his shoulders, Ezreal turned pale with fright. There must be something wrong with this person. Why did he put his arms around his arms as soon as he came up? Ezreal was thinking wildly. Don't make trouble, I just want to buy a bigger map. As for you, don't worry. I have 2 in my family, why would I keep staring at you? Lu Chuan originally wanted to let Ezreal relax. As a result, after hearing Lu Chuan's words, Ezreal was even more frightened and trembled. What? You have 2 men in your family? No, we are really not suitable. I'm sorry, I have something to leave first. That's why, they are 2 chicks. You old man wants to be normal all day long, can you look at those 2 over there? Lu Chuan pointed to the 2 hooked shoulders passing by him. The mercenary, at first glance, is a good buddy with a good relationship. Those 2, there is a problem with their sexual orientation. Ezreal said with a serious face. Your sister. In your eyes, as long as there is a male who has a physical collision, his sexual orientation is a problem. Ezreal nodding wildly. Lu Chuan. Hey. Isn't that Lu Chuan? Hey. Lu Chuan. At this moment, there was a crisp shout from behind Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan turned his head and found Galen and Lakis. Huh. Why do you 2 come here when you have time? Lu Chuan was surprised. Oh, my big brother. He knows how to practice swords and agility every morning when he wakes up. I'm tired of watching him. I dragged him out today, and walked around the morning market with me to see if there is anything suitable. You can find your magic skill book. Lakis waved to Lu Chuan with a smile, and Galen nodded to Lu Chuan with a straight face. Ezreal saw the opportunity and wanted to take the opportunity to slip away. He dodged suddenly, but Lu Chuan grabbed his clothes tightly and brought him back. Due to the irresistible strength of the pull between the two, with Luck stunned, Ezreal fell, and Lu Chuan also fell along with Ezreal. You bad guy." Ezreal was pressed under Lu Chuan's body, feeling Lu Chuan's thick and masculine breath. Ezreal blushed. On the side are Lux and Galen, who have been petrified. Chapter 107. In the next few days, Lu Chuan took a vacation for himself comfortably. One is to wait for little Huangmao's map to be delivered before Lu Chuan can start his new round of planning and decide where is the best place to go. The second is that it has been several months since he crossed over to the present. In these few months, Lu Chuan has been busy almost day and night, running around in various ways, preparing for this, and for that prepare for. Now that he was relaxed, Lu Chuan felt a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, when he was staying at home, there were still two delicate chicks who often dangled in front of his eyes. They had a perfect figure. Slender thighs, and exquisite jade feet that could be played with one palm. It was covered with blankets, so Ari and Janna were basically barefoot when they were at home. This is a rare meandering scenery. But the good times didn't last long. Lu Chuan had only been comfortable for 2 days, and on the third day, the chicks couldn't bear the loneliness, so they dragged Lu Chuan out of the shopping mall. Lu Chuan followed the two chicks with a bitter face, paying for them and carrying things for them, but the two chicks were happy and relaxed, holding hands in front of them and pointing here and there. Okay, it's women's free time next, men stop. When passing by a large women's goods store, Ari raised her little hand uprightly, making a gesture of prohibiting entry. Lu Chuan glanced inside, and found that there were all kinds of low, medium and high-end animal skin clothes for sale, as well as some obscure underwear for sale. It was really not convenient for him as a man to go in. Okay, you guys go, I'll go shopping by myself. Lu Chuan curled his lips, only to see Ari Subai's little hand stretched out in front of him again. What? Give me the money. Or would you let me and Janna go in and grab it? Ali said arrogantly, but this chick was playing tricks on Lu Chuan because she really regarded Lu Chuan as her own. We'll show these true natures in front of him. If it were someone else, Ari would wear an inscrutable and inexplicable smile on his face, making people immediately understand that this is a rose with thorns, which can be seen from a distance but not played with close up. Yes, I owed you in my previous life. Lu Chuan grinned helplessly, and took out a small cloth bag from his pocket. There are about 200 gold coins in it. As long as you don't mess around, it should be enough. Bring it. Ari snatched the bag, and then patted Lu Chuan on the shoulder. Young man, you have a bright future. I'm optimistic about you. Then you can go crazy on your own. Ari. You really are. Seeing that Ari was not polite to Lu Chuan at all, Janna felt a little pity for Lu Chuan in her heart. On the contrary, Lu Chuan shrugged indifferently. In fact, he was already very familiar with Ari, knowing her petty temper, so he didn't bother to care about it. After watching the two chicks walk into the big shop, Lu Chuan also glanced around and saw a tavern. Boss, let's have a special Frel ice drink. After entering the tavern, Lu Chuan ordered a drink that he had wanted to try a long time ago. It's hot summer now, and if you don't chew some ice cubes in your mouth, you'll feel bad. Soon, the tavern waiter in a small mandarin jacket served Lu Chuan a glass of Frel's ice and snow special drink which was bubbling with cold. As the name suggests, it is a drink made of ice cubes from the Freljord, and some sugar ingredients are added to it. Although there are not as many tricks in the cold drink shop in Lu Chuan's world, the original taste is the most important. The Freljord is a world of ice and snow all year round, and the processed ice cubes have an indescribably wonderful taste. Just chewing the ice cubes. The crisp taste, the ice cubes are accompanied by silk, the coolness of silk shattered in the mouth, covering the tongue and teeth with a layer of extreme coolness. And the crushed ice after processing can spread down the esophagus to the internal organs, making people feel a cold war in this scorching summer, and give a thumbs up and say cool. As soon as Lu Chuan took a sip, he felt that the temperature of his whole body had been lowered, and his mouth was full of a chilly feeling, as if he had returned to his own world. Enjoying the air-conditioned Wi-Fi watermelon, Guyu's sofa, the setting sun, just lay down on its wonderful pleasure. It would be perfect if I could live like this all the time. Lu Chuan sighed in a low voice. There are two cute chicks in the family, and if they don't squander, they can spend a lifetime of money, and there are the ability to walk sideways in this Demacia. Want nothing. Of course, Lu Chuan can only think about this kind of thinking, and there are more things waiting for him to complete. Just as Lu Chuan was tasting fairy smoothies carefully, he suddenly heard two people at the table beside him discussing something in a low voice. Lu Chuan didn't mean to listen to their conversation. But their voices were just enough to make people feel happy. When Lu Chuan heard it, maybe Lu Chuan still covered his ears. Old buddy, the task list at the mercenary guild was updated just now. A man with a mustache said. Oh. Is there any good task? Another strong man with a broad sword behind his back asked. I didn't pay much attention. Anyway, with the strength of the two of us, we can't do better tasks. It's better to wait for the higher strength mercenary group to pick up the task. Let's choose from the rest, it's easier. It's true. But the bounty for that mission has increased again. That task has been raised again. How much is it now? The strong man with the broad sword on his back looked surprised. It has already risen to 200 gold coins. When I saw it just now, no one took over that single task. Damn, 200 gold coins is enough for me to eat and drink for a lifetime. If I can receive so many bounties, and I won't be a mercenary for missions that are not so dangerous. I have a wife and children at home, but I don't know if I will die on the mission one day. This kind of life is really too risky. The mustache felt a little helpless, shook his head. Little mercenaries like them have no strengths other than brute strength, so they can only make a living in this way. After all, the whole family depends on them to support them. If they don't work hard, whoever will work hard? However, their conversation caught Lu Chuan's attention. Lu Chuan was a little interested in a task that they talked about with a reward of up to 200, but still no one was interested in it. Hello, two big brothers. Lu Chuan walked to the table of the two of them with a glass of smoothie. The two of them glanced at Lu Chuan, and their eyes were more wary. After all, he was born as a mercenary, so it wouldn't be wrong to be on guard against this kind of strange and smiling man. I overheard the mission you mentioned just now. Of course, I just overheard it. I was a little curious, so I wanted to know more about it. Lu Chuan sat down on the chair next to him with a smile. Are you a mercenary too? It was the strong man with the mustache who spoke first. While speaking, he glanced at the glass of Frelt in Lu Chuan's hand, and subconsciously licked his lips. His behavior was also overlooked by Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan glanced at the two glasses of drinks on their table. They were just two glasses of plain water with a few small pitiful ice cubes in them. This is the cheapest drink in the tavern. It has no taste, it's just water with ice cubes, but it costs 50 copper coins. After all, Demacia does not produce ice. If you want ice, you must use a special magic device to transport it from the Freljord, so the value of the ice is very high. But being unable to bear the cruel weather really made people upset and irritable. So no matter how expensive the ice cubes were, some poor mercenaries would come over to have a drink or two to get rid of the fire. The two mercenaries in front of them are obviously this type of people. In the eyes of these two strong mercenaries, the special glass of Frere smoothie that cost 10 silver coins in Lu Chuan's hand was simply an extremely luxurious drink. Seeing this, Lu Chuan smiled lightly, snapped his fingers again, and said, "Waiter, have 2 more frerets." Chapter 108. 2 cups of smooth ice that had been ground into powder were brought to them. The mustachioed man and the big man with the broad sword on his back both looked at each other and did not easily lift the cup of smooth ice in front of them. Although they also want to try this luxury jewelry that costs 10 silver coins a cup. I have no other intention, I just want to get some information. I am also a mercenary. And I am somewhat interested in the mysterious mission you are talking about. Lu Chuan chuckled and threw a small bag of gold coins on the table. A round, golden gold coin accidentally rolled out, and the two mercenary men's eyes immediately went straight. Both of them are the weakest 5-star brass warriors. Even if they form a mercenary group. It is only a low-grade brass mercenary group. The missions they can accept are F-level and low-grade. The average mission is only 20, there are about 50 silver coins. Throwing away all kinds of ordinary armor and potions, what you can get in your hands is probably only 10 to 30 silver coins per order. What does this gentleman want to know? As long as I know. I will tell you. The mustache was the first to please Lu Chuan. There was no other way. People died for money and birds died for food. The bag of money on the table was enough for him at least 3 years ago. No need to work for years. As for the origin of that mysterious mission, I just heard what you said. Since the bounty is as high as 200 gold coins. Why does no one dare to take it? There is no shortage of high-level mercenary groups in Demacia, right? Lu Chuan said calmly. Asked. Oh, it's a long story. To be honest, it was a sea-level mission. The mustache sighed. Sea-level? Lu Chuan was slightly startled. Sea-level missions, gold-level difficulty, must have at least a 5-star gold leader or above to receive a sea-level order. But looking at the mercenary groups in Demacia, there are only a handful of silver mercenary groups, and gold-level mercenary groups have not appeared for hundreds of years. Yes, so there is no mercenary group in Dalmatia that is qualified to take on tasks of that level. However, the employer has also said that it does not necessarily require a gold-level mercenary group to do it. She can lower the standard. As long as a warrior has reached the silver level, he can take on that mission. Then why is there still no one to take the job? Lu Chuan asked doubtfully. 200 gold is equivalent to 2 million in their world. This money can almost hire some not-so-well-known killers. Sir, this is just hearsay, and the source is not very accurate. Let me tell you, sir. I'll just take it as a joke. After saying that, the mustache carefully looked around again, and then looked at Lu Chuan Xiao vocal channel. This mission is to help find a person, and that person is a man who disappeared 50 years ago. It is rumored that his missing location was in the desert city Shirima. Shirima? Lu Chuan kowtowed lightly and said, continue. Think about it, a person who has been missing for 50 years and has not come back must have been dead for a long time. Moreover, it is the Shirima city-state that eats people but does not spit out bones. Who dares to go? What if we turn around and find no one? And you lost your life there, what should you do? Is Shirima dangerous? Although he had long known that Valoran had such a place name, Shirima was extremely unfamiliar to Lu Chuan. Sir, are you from a world outside Valoran? The mustache looked at Lu Chuan strangely, as if wondering why he had never heard of the dangers of Shirima. At this time, the man with the broadsword who had been silent beside him said angrily, Shirima is one of the 7 forbidden lands in Valoran. Shirima, Foam Swamp, Voodoo Land. Plague Jungle, Howling Weeping Abyss, Blue Flame Island, and Shadow Island. These 7 places are forbidden areas in Valoran. Tens of thousands of adventurers have died in them. Moreover, if you don't bring back the people or bones, there will be no reward. This alone has deterred countless people. Is that so? Lu Chuan nodded slightly. If he didn't bring the person back, he wouldn't be able to get the bounty. This alone really made this mission lose its greatest appeal. After all, no matter how high the bounty is, if everyone knows that it is an unobtainable bounty, then no one will dare to take the risk. It's as absurd as saying that you lost a needle in the sea and then offered a reward of tens of thousands of gold coins for mercenaries to find it back. After getting the news, Lu Chuan pushed the small cloth bag in front of the two of them. This is your information money, thank you. With that said, Lu Chuan put the finished cup on the table, waved to the two people, and walked out of the tavern. Tell me, is he really planning to take on that mission? The way I look at him, it seems that he is very interested in that mission. The mustached man glanced at Lu Chuan's back. It's hard to say. The man with the broad sword opened the small cloth bag left by Lu Chuan and counted it, and said solemnly, there are 20 gold coins in it. A person who can take out 20 gold coins just to find out information is probably pursuing it's not about the high bounty, but about seeking big opportunities in extremely dangerous places. Oh my god, he really dares to go to such a dangerous place. The mustache looked surprised. Maybe others are more talented and brave anyway, don't think about it. We can't care about other people's affairs. Now let's divide the gold coins in half. Then I plan to rest for half a year. I have been busy for so long and I am tired. Yes, half for each person. The mustache rubbed his hands with excitement on his face. Each person has 10 gold coins for half of it. He has only been able to earn 2 or 3 gold coins from taking orders for tasks for the past year. After coming out of the tavern, he walked around again, and finally returned to the door of the big shop. While waiting for Arine Jana, Lu Chuan was also thinking about the information he just got. Lu Chuan had been thinking about where to go next, but he never had a clear goal. After all, Valoran is a very broad land, full of dangers and opportunities. If you don't prepare in advance, there will be dangers. He might die in a trap someday. But now it seems that Shirima is a good site, and it is known as the 7 Forbidden Lands of Valoran, which also makes Lu Chuan very interested. You know, opportunities always coexist with dangers. The more dangerous the place, the greater the opportunities. The greater the opportunity, the faster Lu Chuan will be promoted. What Lu Chuan needs now is to quickly improve his strength. The stronger, the better. Let's go to Shirima as our next stop. We'll stop by the mercenary guild later and give that mission to the next one as an extra fortune. Lu Chuan made a decision in his heart, and at this time, he faintly heard a quarrel coming from inside the store. The voice seemed to belong to Ari, and it was also a bit angry. Something happened. Lu Chuan frowned, ignored the men's stop sign written on the side, opened the door curtain and rushed in. Chapter 109. Lu Chuan's intrusion shocked some women. Sir, gentlemen, please stop here. If there is your wife or friends inside, please wait patiently outside. At this time, a waiter-like person came forward and said, looking like he was the boss of this shop. After all, as the store gets bigger, there will be more conflicts and disputes. Hiring such a few capable samurai to be the boss will save a lot of trouble. Lu Chuan glanced at the waiter. He was a 4-star brass warrior. Just choose to ignore it and keep walking forward. In the clothing area further ahead, Lu Chuan had already seen Ari and Jana standing there. And Ari seemed to be arguing with another person about something. Although Ali has a naughty nature, she has a sense of control in such public situations and cannot quarrel with others for no reason. Something must have happened. Sir, if you insist, I don't mind letting you get hurt. When the messenger saw that Lu Chuan was ignoring him, he felt unhappy and at the same time, he clenched his fist and swung it towards Lu Chuan's back. Get away. Lu Chuan's tiger body shook, and a powerful force emitted from his body. Before the waiter could touch Lu Chuan, he was thrown backwards and fell heavily to the ground. A group of women screamed in surprise. Ari and Jana were also disturbed by this exclamation. They both glanced over there. After seeing Lu Chuan, Ari immediately shouted loudly and waved to Lu Chuan, Lu Chuan. Come quickly. Your wife has been beaten. What? When Lu Chuan heard what Ali said, he suddenly became furious. Jana was beaten. Is that okay? He quickly rushed to Ari and Jana's side and asked in a deep voice, what's going on? Here's the thing, what about us? Ari started but was interrupted by Jana. It's nothing, let's go first. Ari, please stop saying a few words. Jana glared at Ari, as if she didn't want to bother more. She took the initiative to take Lu Chuan's hand and walked out. And at this moment, a strange voice rang out, hey. The help has arrived. It turns out he is a pretty boy. Look at this little guy, can he withstand a punch from my guard? Lu Chuan looked up and saw a woman covered in rouge and vulgar powder. She was wearing jewels. She looked like the wife of a nouveau riche. Beside her, stood a strong man as big as a small mountain. This place is only for men. Since this woman can bring her guards in, it can only mean that this shop has something to do with her. Either she has some background in Dalmatia, and the owner of this shop doesn't dare to mess with her. Ali, what's going on? Lu Chuan's tone was somewhat cold. He could be humiliated by the two chicks Ali and Jana in normal times, but he would still pat their legs and shoulders for them with a smile on his face. This was not because Lu Chuan was cowardly. Because women should be pampered, and besides, bullying what are the abilities of Jana and Ari. But outside, if something big happened, neither Jana nor Ari would dare to disobey Lu Chuan. Now seeing that Lu Chuan insisted on pursuing the matter to the end, Jana sighed helplessly and whispered, it's really nothing, don't be angry. She said it's nothing, look at her arms. Ari was a straight-tempered man and was furious. He took Jana's hand and lifted her sleeves regardless of her struggle. There was a red pinch mark on the white and slender wrist, which was obviously caused by someone holding the wrist hard. Jana and I had a good time shopping. Jana also took a fancy to a thin mink fur shirt, which was the last one. When she was about to buy it, this woman came over and said that this dress was hers. I also fell in love with it and asked Jana to buy something else. She wanted this dress. I was so angry at that time that I argued with her for a few words. Who knew that she would let her guards take action and pinch Jana's wrist? I pushed her with my wrist, and if I hadn't been holding her up, Jana would have fallen down. That guy was very strong. Ali hurriedly told Lu Chuan everything. The woman's bodyguard was at the brass gate level. Although Ari had broken through once in her previous awakening, she only stayed at the brass level 1 due to talent issues. Jana was indeed at the silver level, but Jana is an auxiliary type of magic warrior. And she doesn't have very sharp attack methods. For a moment, the two weak women really had no way to deal with the guard at the moment, so they were pushed by him angrily, causing them to suffer. Jana almost fell down. After listening to Ali's story, Lu Chuan calmed down. However, his eyes became colder. Women like you who rely on selling things under your skirts are worthy of wearing such exquisite and delicate clothes? What's the use of telling the pretty boy? Can he help you vent your anger or what? After all, the pretty boy is just a pretty boy. He is the one who hides behind the woman, not the one who comes forward, ahaha. The rouge girl covered her mouth with one hand and let out a disdainful laugh. Bang! The next moment, there was a slap mark on her face. The force was so strong that there were even blood stains, and she was also slapped back several steps and fell to the ground. The pretty boy stood up for them. What are you going to do? Lu Chuan twisted his wrist, stared at the woman lying on the ground not far away with only half a breath left, and sneered. He doesn't like hitting women, but he won't be soft on bitches. He was merciful just now. If he adds a little more force, Lu Chuan can beat this woman with no cultivation to death with one slap. Boy, do you know who you are beating? Looking for death. The guard next to the woman finally moved at this time. At the same time, he was secretly shocked that Lu Chuan's speed could kill him before he could react. The owner was beaten until he lay on the ground like a bitch, not knowing whether to live or die. The guard drew out the saber from his waist, and before he could stab Lu Chuan whipped his leg with a whip, making a sound of breaking wind at high speed, and hit the guard's face with his kick, which was as strong as a hill. The guard was kicked by Lu Chuan and flew backwards. After spinning a few times in mid-air, he hit a clothes rack nearby. Boom! The mountain-like body brought up a pile of clothes racks, causing many unsold clothes to be stained with dust on the ground. Everyone in the entire store fell silent, looking at the man in front of them who was thundering. His figure is not tall, his face is not fierce, and he is even a bit delicate. But it was this guy who just used a blink of an eye to knock down such a strong man. This wasn't the end yet. Everyone present looked at Lu Chuan, and he moved again. Step by step, he walked up to the guard and looked at him condescendingly. The guard seemed to be struggling to stand up. Lu Chuan bent down and held the guard's shoulders. A force as strong as a crucible spread along the guard's shoulder, and the guard found himself tightly restricted by him, unable to exert any strength at all. Which hand did he touch Jana with just now? Lu Chuan asked coldly without looking back. Right hand. Ali said, fearing that the world would be in chaos, not to mention that they were already reasonable about this matter. Is that so? Lu Chuan showed a faint smile, which looked particularly cruel in the eyes of the guard. My wife's hand is not something anyone can touch casually. Since you have touched it, just keep it. Lu Chuan chuckled and twisted his wrist suddenly the next moment. Crack. A bone-cracking sound that made everyone tremble resounded throughout the store. Chapter 110. Believe me, I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. Lu Chuan led Jana and Ari out of the store, and he could still hear the hysterical shouting of the woman behind him. Xiao Chuanquan, you are too handsome. As soon as he walked out of the door, the smile on Ari's face couldn't be stretched. Although Jana didn't say much, there was a faint smile on her lips. Thinking about it, Lu Chuan was able to handle the problem in such a domineering way, which shows that Jana holds a very important position in his heart. For a woman, there is nothing more meaningful than occupying a very important position in the heart of the man she likes. Just kidding, since Jana followed me, I definitely can't let her suffer any injustice. Lu Chuan curled his lips in disapproval. What about me, what about me? Ari hurriedly patted her chest again. Will you be like this in the future if something happens to me, breaking other people's hands and legs? No matter what, do whatever you like, you are not my wife. Ah, you bad guy. Why don't you help me if you're not my wife? Ali angrily rushed towards Lu Chuan and tried to bite him. Hey! Are you a dog? Lu Chuan saw Ali opening his teeth and trying to bite, so he hurriedly dodged. Foxes also have teeth. They eat meat. Ouch! Ari screamed, and then the two of them chased and beat Jana, causing others to look at her in astonishment. After seeing the faces and figures of Ari and Jana, those stunned glances turned into surprise and envy. Finally, a row of delicate little teeth marks were left on Lu Chuan's arm, and Ari gave up. Humph, I asked you to leave my aunt alone. If you make me angry one day, I will seduce Jana and ask her to be nice to me instead of you. Ari shook her tail proudly behind her. Ari, what are you talking about? I don't like women, Jana scolded with a slightly red face. TSK, I don't know who often sleeps with me in my arms every night and touches my breasts. Ari rolled her eyes at Jana, who turned even redder. We can't tell anyone. Seeing Jana's appearance, Lu Chuan was even more sure that what Ari said was true. Is it possible that Jana has fallen into Ari's trap? Seeing Lu Chuan's suspicious look, Jana hurriedly explained, her breasts are big and soft so they can be used as pillows. Look, this is already incoherent. But having said that, the background behind that woman is not small. She can take a brass sect realm warrior with her as a bodyguard when she goes out. Shrugging his ears, Ari finally put away his joking expression and said seriously. In Dalmatia, the warriors who can step into the silver level are all famous, and the brass gate is only one step away from the silver level, and the status will not be much worse. A brass doorstep can serve as a guard for others, so its background is indeed not small. No matter what her background is, if she comes to cause trouble again, their legs will be broken. Lu Chuan snorted coldly. Wife-protecting madman. Ali said with his eyes rolled. If I don't protect my wife, who will I protect? Will I protect you? It's okay if you are interested in me someday, you can take me as your concubine. Ali winked her eyes quickly, looking like a charming little daughter-in-law. Why don't you go up to the sky? Why don't you stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? However, Lu Chuan, who knew Ali's temperament, could only curl his lips and give up. After the unpleasant incident just now, the two girls no longer had any interest in shopping, and they both shouted to go home. Lu Chuan originally planned to let the two of them go home first, as he had some things to do, but with the two girls chasing after him, Lu Chuan could only explain what he wanted to do. He also told some of the rumors he just heard in the tavern. A group of 3 people arrived at the entrance of the mercenary guild. Looking at the familiar gate, Lu Chuan couldn't help but feel a sigh of relief. When he first came here, he was still a young man who had not even entered the mindset of a warrior. However, time has passed and now he has become a brass 1-star warrior. First, I changed the level of the mercenary group, from the original low-grade brass to the low-grade silver mercenary group. Because Jana has reached the level of a silver-level warrior. The person who received them was still the little girl who helped them create the mercenary group before. She mocked the name of the League of Legends mercenary group with disdain at the time. But only a few months later, she jumped from brass to low-grade. The little girl was also surprised by the low-grade silver. Here you go, you will officially become a member of our mercenary group from now on. Lu Chuan handed Ari a mercenary group badge and whispered to her, it's just a joke, if something really happens to you, I will also be very angry. Ali only felt a sore nose for no reason. She always felt like she didn't belong in the past even though she lived with Lu Chuan Jianna every day. She felt like an outsider. If you eat and drink all the time but can't help at all, you may be abandoned and left behind one day. Until now, when she got the badge, Ari felt as if she had a family. The jade hand took the badge, but still choked with pride. Bah, crow's mouth, you are the one who got into trouble. Looking at her red eyes, Lu Chuan just chuckled and said nothing. When they arrived at the mission area, the high-value bounty bill was placed very conspicuously, and Lu Chuan could see it at a glance. There are quite a few mercenaries here looking for tasks, but none of them seem to have seen the task list. Obviously, everyone knows the specific situation of the task list. Lu Chuan tore off the bounty mission and took a look at it. It only gave an address and said that he wanted to meet to discuss the mission in detail. The location was at the east block of Dalmatia. Then, when he took the task list and submitted it, it was still the same old man. He wore a pair of thick glasses. At first, Lu Chuan looked familiar. But when he saw the task list in Lu Chuan's hand, he suddenly remembered such a number one person. As early as a few months ago, there was a relatively mysterious bounty task order, which was taken over by a young boy with great determination. After that, the old man never saw the young boy come back again. I thought he would probably die in the town of Norshali, but unexpectedly, this guy actually came back alive, and now he has taken out a task order that no one else dared to take. So it's you. The old man's eyesight was not very good. He squinted for a long time before he recognized Lu Chuan. Huh, the old gentleman still remembers me. Lu Chuan smiled. Why don't you remember that the order you took at that time caused quite a stir in the entire mercenary circle? The old man said with a smile, why, are you planning to challenge the limit again this time? He didn't ask what happened to Lu Chuan before, because now that he could stand here, he had already told everything about the outcome. Moreover, the mercenary group he belongs to has been able to improve several levels in just a few months, which shows that this boy has encountered great opportunities in these few months that ordinary people do not have. Yeah, you won't persuade me this time, right? Oh, I don't want to dissuade you anymore. You have the courage to take the order. Which is something no one else has. I can only say I wish you good luck. The old man smiled and shook his head, then stamped the order. A chapter means that the order has been accepted. Then let me borrow the old man's good words. While Lu Chuan was speaking, the two girls behind him also nodded politely to the old man. The old man was slightly startled by his lively and charming appearance. To be able to get these two beauties to follow him and look so docile, this kid has to say that he does have some tricks. Of course, what the old gentleman didn't know was that Lu Chuan's status at home was not that high. The two smart girls knew that men want face, so they naturally gave Lu Chuan enough face when they were outside, but at home. It's not much different from a servant. Of course, being able to work as a male servant for Jana and Ari is a power that ordinary people cannot enjoy. Just when Lu Chuan finished accepting the mission and had not yet stepped out of the mercenary guild, he heard a burst of noisy footsteps outside. Immediately afterwards, at least 20 strong men rushed in. That's him. One of the strong men saw Lu Chuan at a glance, and Lu Chuan also saw him. He was the guard whose arm was broken by Lu Chuan just now. Chapter 11. It's the Wolf Fong mercenary group. Why did they come here with such force? It's not very clear. Let's take a look at the situation first. As the 20 or so strong men blocked the door, a group of mercenaries in the guild started talking quietly. The Wolf Fong mercenary group is the largest private mercenary organization in Dalmatia. Its leader has a silver 5-star strength and is also the strongest among the many mercenary groups. With such a powerful leader, many mercenaries with good strength will naturally join in. Therefore, the Langya mercenary group quickly expanded from a small mercenary group to a large group with 100 people. Among them, there are fully 30 mercenaries with 3-star brass or above strength. You must know that warriors who have reached 3-star brass can sign up to participate in the assessment of the Fearless Pioneer Group. Although strength is only one aspect of the assessment of the Fearless Pioneer Group, it can also prove the extraordinary nature of this Wolf Fong mercenary group. Did you hurt my man? At this time, a strong man walked out of the Langya mercenary group and walked straight in front of Lu Chuan with a fierce look on his face. His muscles are not particularly developed, but they are full of strength, and his eyes are very sharp as a razor edge. This is the kind of aura that only a person who has been walking on the edge of death all year round can exude. Isn't this Langya, the leader of the Lang Fong mercenary group? He actually came out this time. It seems like it's no small matter. Lu Chuan. Jana whispered worriedly behind Lu Chuan, but after being squeezed by Lu Chuan, she gradually relaxed. It's okay. Lu Chuan chuckled, then turned to look at Langya. I don't remember the person I injured you. After all, I injured many people. If everyone remembers it, you still have to die from exhaustion. Arrogant. Arrogant and arrogant. Lu Chuan's actions made a group of onlookers boo. Who is that kid? Don't you want to live? How dare you provoke Langya in a place like this? You know Langya is very face-conscious. Huh, boy, you're very good. He grinned, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He originally heard that someone beat his woman and broke one of his brother's hands. It was an extremely cruel method of breaking the elbow bone directly from the middle. Looking at it now, this kid is still very arrogant. Langya didn't plan to talk nonsense with Lu Chuan. He obviously didn't come here to chat and drink tea with Lu Chuan and talk about feelings. He came here to break Lu Chuan's limbs. If you cripple one of my hands, I will cripple all your limbs. While speaking, Langya pulled out a stick full of spikes. This kind of big stick with barbs all over the body is called a mace, and Langya is also famous for this stick. It is rumored that almost all opponents who fall into his hands will have their heads smashed by this sharp-barbed mace. Boy, take your life. Langya's eyes were full of fierceness. He shouted, swinging the mace in his hand to the extreme, and then hit Lu Chuan hard on the head. Even Jana and Ari behind them were stunned at this moment. The big man's movements were so fast that they didn't even have time to scream, and the big stick hit Lu Chuan's head hard. Everyone around him took a breath. They originally thought that the thin boy in front of them at least had some trump cards, but they didn't expect that he couldn't even withstand the first blow of the wolf's fang and was hit on the head by him. It's over now. If the stick goes down, no matter how hard his head is, it will probably fall apart like a watermelon, right? However, everyone did not wait for the scene of Lu Chuan's head being broken. Instead, they saw Lu Chuan standing on the spot intact. With a touch of sarcasm, they laughed at Langya. I just heard others commenting that your Langya mercenary group is Dalmatia has the most sophisticated mercenary group, but you, the leader of the group, are too weak, right? How can you hurt me with such strength? Do it again. With that said, Lu Chuan raised his finger at Langya again. Damn boy. Langya was extremely angry. This was the first time he was so angry. Because the kid just stood there and beat him without even injuring him at all, which undoubtedly gave others the impression that he was a loser who couldn't even crack a young boy's head. If you can take this move, I will admit defeat. Langya shouted, and once again swung the mace firmly, and this time, there were stars on the mace. In the flickering light, a roaring wolf head faintly appeared. As soon as the wolf had emerged, a powerful pressure spread out in all directions like a tide. Some of the weakest mercenaries were so shocked that their faces turned pale and their legs were shaking. Isn't this Langya's famous skill, Wolf Howling Hammer? It seems that Langya is really angry this time. The boy doesn't dare to be too big this time. As far as I know, it's a low-level high-level skill. With the full strength of the silver-level warrior, even the hardest granite will be destroyed by this skill. Hammer it into powder. Lu Chuan, be careful. Don't show off. Ali was frightened at this time, her little face turned pale. And the aura on the mace fell like a thunderbolt, as if it could crush everything into pieces. Powder is average. If this is smashed, something big might really happen. Although Ali usually doesn't take things lightly or seriously, in her heart she doesn't want Lu Chuan to get hurt. Bang! A stick hit Lu Chuan hard on the head, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone's eyes widened, eager to put their eyes on Lu Chuan's forehead, trying to find any trace of cracks. But they were disappointed. Lu Chuan's head seemed to be indestructible. No matter how hard the wolf fangs were, they could not be broken. Too weak, too weak. Lu Chuan sighed and shook his head. If a mercenary group can be established at this level, isn't my mercenary group a top-notch one? As he spoke, he slowly raised a hand, and a cluster of flames rose from his palm. Lu Chuan gently raised the corner of his mouth, glanced at the wolf fang that was already stagnant in place. And then used the other one with his hand. He slowly moved the mace away from his forehead. If you are tired from beating me, you might as well take a rest first and see how you can perform a clumsy trick next time. Before Langya could react, the flames in Lu Chuan's palm had turned into a large fire, emitting a heart-stopping heat. The next moment, Lu Chuan slammed his foot on the ground and quickly rushed towards Langya. As Langya's pupils continued to enlarge, the cluster of flames that seemed to be able to burn everything in the world was slapped heavily on the head by Lu Chuan. Buzz! Langya's body burned like an ignited oil stick. Guess Lu Chuan won't be hurt because of his hair. Chapter 112. Water Column. With a powerful shout, the flames on Langya's body were extinguished by a splash of water. When Lu Chuan slapped Langya, he instantly wrapped himself in a thin protective shield with all his strength. Although it withstood some of the heat, he was still in a bit of a mess, and the clothes on his body were all burned. A hole here and a hole there. There were also some burn marks on several parts of the skin on his face. But compared to the physical injuries, his self-esteem seemed to have been greatly hit. He didn't come back to his senses for a while, and his whole person was still in a sluggish state. Boy, you're not old. But you're quite ruthless. At this time, a white-haired old man in a black robe walked out from among the crowd of mercenaries. His beard even hung down to his chest. Look at his appearance. He looked like a magic warrior, and he was holding an aqua blue staff in his hand. Obviously, he had also released the water volume just now. Isn't that the president of the mercenary guild? What? The always mysterious president actually showed up. I thought she was a beautiful girl, but I didn't expect it to be a bad old man. Shoo, keep your voice down. It is said that the president of the mercenary guild is a warrior of the same level as General Galen. However, he is a magic warrior, but his methods are also very powerful. If he comes forward this time, I'm afraid that young man may be in some trouble. Amidst the whispers of others, Lu Chuan learned that the old man in front of him was the president of the mercenary guild. However, his tone still did not slow down, but he said coldly, I thought you would be watching the show all the time, but finally couldn't help but want to come out and stand up for your lackey. Lu Chuan's words did not give the president any face. In the eyes of others, the president wanted to please him in every possible way, but it was of no use to Lu Chuan. Just now Langya had murderous intentions towards Lu Chuan. If Lu Chuan didn't resist, would he be waiting to die? But at that time, the old guy didn't jump out to the rescue. Instead, when he almost killed Langya, he jumped out to the rescue. Everyone knew who the old guy was targeting. Since he has something to do with Langya, Lu Chuan naturally won't be too polite to him. Humph. You kid who talks nonsense, this is the territory of my mercenary guild, you are making trouble here, do you think I have to listen to you even if I try to stop you? The guild leader said with anger on his face. But in fact, he was also testing Lu Chuan. Judging from the various methods Lu Chuan had just used and how quickly he defeated the 5-star Wolf Fang, even if he went up directly now, he might not be able to defeat Lu Chuan. And once he loses, as the president of the mercenary guild, his face will be really lost, and the news will definitely spread by then. The news that the guild president was defeated by a young man and was defeated by that young man will definitely spread all over the sky. By then, he will really have no shame in continuing to hang out in the guild. The longer a person lives, the smarter he becomes. Before he knew the details of Lu Chuan, he did not dare to act rashly. Making trouble? Haha. Lu Chuan laughed coldly. Someone came to block me at the door. Bringing more than 20 people with them. Why didn't you stand up and stop the trouble at the beginning? Now it seems they can't beat them. If I die, it will become a riot. As soon as Lu Chuan said this, many mercenaries whispered in agreement. These iron-blooded mercenaries have a sense of justice in their hearts, but they dare not speak nonsense because of a lot of pressure. After all, it is not easy to make a living in other people's territory. But now that one person agrees, then everyone will agree together. After all, the law does not punish the public. Moreover, what Lu Chuan did was also what they all wanted to do. The mercenaries here have more or less had their rewards deducted by the mercenary guild. If they have complaints in their hearts, they dare not speak out. Now they have a way to vent their anger. The opportunities were almost all given to Lu Chuan. Looking around, most of the mercenaries supported Lu Chuan. The president's face turned livid. Just when he snorted and was about to say something, suddenly there was a loud shout from the door. What are you doing? Why are you blocking the door? Immediately afterwards, a group of soldiers holding long guns squeezed through the crowd and rushed into the guild. A man wearing official clothes and hats walked out of them. The mercenary guild is in the West Block, and the West Block is under the control of Haiyuan. He has just taken office. So he naturally has to do meritorious deeds, so he is particularly concerned about such things as gathering people to cause trouble. As soon as he receives reports from the people, he came immediately with soldiers. I received a tip that someone in your mercenary guild is causing trouble. Haiyuan glanced around the crowd proudly, and when he caught Lu Chuan's figure, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Why is it this kid again? Why is he here? Does it have anything to do with him? At this time, the soldier who was investigating the situation whispered a few words next to Haiyuan's ear. Having understood the ins and outs, Haiyuan immediately waved his hand. Is this the Wolf Fang mercenary group? You have disrupted the order of Demacia, take them all away. The people do not fight against the officials. Haiyuan is now a first-class officer and has the power to take charge of the entire West Block. However, no matter how well these mercenaries get along, they cannot escape the label of common people in essence. Naturally, they dare not resistant. It's just that the president's face is a little ugly at this time. Langia, as the leader of the top mercenary group, has some relationship with him. Now Haiyuan directly asks people to take them all back for investigation without saying anything, which is equivalent to directly taking the president away. Ignored. Master Haiyuan, this is a private matter of our mercenary guild. The president wanted to rely on his old age to beg for love, but who knew that Haiyuan's face darkened? Private affairs? Can gathering people to cause trouble in the streets of Demacia City be called a private matter? When did your mercenary guild have such power? If you want to make trouble, you can make trouble no matter how you go outside the borders of Demacia. In my territory, come on, you are violating Demacia's laws. The righteous words he spoke seemed to have a strong sense of justice. However, the soldiers surrounded a group of mercenaries from the Langia mercenary group, but no one made any move to touch Lu Chuan. Obviously, this Haiyuan probably knew Lu Chuan. The president, who realized this, had no choice but to sigh softly and watch as a group of soldiers took away the members of the Wolf Fang mercenary group. At the same time, Na Haiyuan ran up to him, put on a smile and said to Lu Chuan, Mr. Lu Chuan, are you not frightened by this incident? Lu Chuan only felt that this guy looked familiar, but for a while he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. However, now that he had gone along with the flow and bought himself a favor, Lu Chuan simply accepted it. After a few polite words with Lu Chuan, Haiyuan left first on the grounds that he wanted to work impartially. At the same time, he also invited Lu Chuan to sit in his house for a while when he was free. But poor Haiyuan didn't know that Lu Chuan never remembered who he was from the beginning to the end, and seeing his familiarity, Lu Chuan didn't have the nerve to ask such embarrassing words as who are you? After the officers and soldiers left, the president snorted coldly and walked away. But after this incident, he lost all face. Within a day, the news spread to the public. Neighbors will talk about it when they meet. For example, the president of some mercenary guild personally came forward to protect the person. And the person he protected was the leader of the top mercenary group, but he couldn't protect him. All were sent to Demacia's prison for rehabilitation. And the cause of all this was because of a young-looking young man who made the president of the mercenary guild and Langia all fall into trouble. Moreover, the reason going forward is said to be because of the boy's woman. Pulling her wrist, she burst into anger and became a beauty. As more and more versions are circulated among the people, in the end it is no longer clear which one is true, but it is worthy of everyone's affirmation and approval. The boy who openly provoked the top mercenary group and mercenary guild. How awesome! Chapter 113. In a small alley in the east neighborhood of Dalmatia. Lu Chuan originally wanted to come here alone, but the two girls insisted on following him, wanting to see who the employer was who could issue such a high bounty. Maybe it's the granddaughter of the missing person. 50 years have passed, and the granddaughter must have become a graceful person, right? The back and forth between the employer and the mercenary, TSK, if I think about it too much, I'm afraid it's just a mosaic of images. Therefore, the two girls expressed that they were not at ease with Lu Chuan and insisted on following him to have a look. This alley is too old. The style is just like the buildings from 40 or 50 years ago. Ari stretched out his hand and carefully touched the moss-covered adobe bricks on both sides. I don't know what Dalmatia was like 40 or 50 years ago. Where did the trend of Oriental architecture come from? Many alleys use Oriental-style burnt adobe bricks and bluestone slabs. There are still some Oriental-style courtyard buildings in the palace. The courtyard where Lu Chuan lives now is somewhat similar to the Sai courtyard in his world. Did you make a mistake? Will my employer really live here? Even Jana asked a little doubtfully. The address given on the task list is correct. There is a small courtyard in front. Let's go in and have a look. Lu Chuan gently knocked on the wooden door at the entrance of the courtyard. No one inside agreed. However, the wooden door was not closed properly. With just a slight push, the door opened. A smell of earth hit my face, and I looked around. There seemed to be a small vegetable patch in front of the courtyard, growing various vegetables that Lu Chuan couldn't even name. In front of him was an earthen house made of bricks and tiles. The white ash on the wall had almost fallen off, leaving only a mottled and broken wall. Bundles of fine firewood were placed beside it, like it is used for making fire and cooking. Lu Chuan. How could you just enter someone else's house? Jana pulled Lu Chuan twice, but she didn't hold him back, and Lu Chuan walked straight in. At this time, an old woman with a cane walked out of the house. She was short and hunched over. She looked very old, at least 70 or 80 years old, and her face was full of wrinkles. There seemed to be a hint of excitement in a pair of eyes that were almost invisible. However, after glancing at Lu Chuan and his group, the excitement disappeared and turned into a look of loss. It turns out it's not, the old woman murmured in a low voice. Hello, Grandma, we are from the League of Legends mercenary group. We saw this task on the task list in the guild. The address filled in above is here. Is this the news you posted? The old woman's reaction seemed a little awkward. She was stunned for a long time before slowly nodding her head and saying, yes. You must have heard that the person I am looking for is a person who disappeared 50 years ago. He disappeared in Shirima. In the house. The old woman sat on a small chair and spoke as if it was all a bit laborious, and I had to take a few breaths every once in a while. It was obvious that she had aged beyond recognition. Ordinary people don't have any natural resources, nor can they afford high-end beauty care medicines. If they age naturally, it is really rare to live to the age of 70 or 80. Grandma, don't be anxious, speak slowly. Jana seemed a little distressed and handed the old woman a cup of tea. Perhaps it was because the old woman in front of her was alone, living in such a dilapidated small house that might collapse at some point, which made her a little emotional. If another 50 or 60 years pass and she becomes like this, will she be the same as the old woman in front of her, living a lonely life? Thinking of this, Jana glanced at Lu Chuan secretly, and then quickly looked away. No one can predict what the future will be like. He is my lover, or rather, my unmarried husband. I had already made an engagement. But I didn't expect that he was drafted into Shirima the next day. At that time, Shirima, because some strange phenomena affected the survival of the residents on the border of Dalmatia. So he was recruited. When the old woman said this, there was a hint of loneliness in her expression. Before the day of the expedition, I said that I would wait for him to come back, whether it is a month, a year, or 10 years. I am his and I will definitely marry him. But now I have waited a lifetime, he never came back. The old woman seemed a little excited, and tears flowed from her old and turbid eyes. She stretched out her hand to cover her face, slowly shook her head and said, I'm sorry. She is obviously just an old and ugly old woman, but she still says these things to you young people. It is really rude. It's okay. We are here just to understand the situation. And let me tell you, Grandma. This guy is very powerful. If you have any problems, just tell him and he will definitely solve it for you. Ali comforted the old woman. While selling Lu Chuan out. Lu Chuan was speechless for a while. Perhaps in the eyes of others, I am just a crazy old woman who will never die. He has already left and has not come back for 50 years, but I am constantly looking for him. When I was young, I once visited the Forbidden City in person. Rima, but I am too weak to find him and bring him back. The old woman's words made the two girls feel sad for a while, as if they had all seen such a scene. Decades ago, a young girl, in order to find the lover she had made a pact with, went to Shurima alone. In the wind and sand, she left footprints one after another. She searched like this for decades, but still could not find her lover. Decades have passed, and I have grown old and can no longer walk. My only long-cherished wish before I die now is to be able to look at him again, whether he is still alive or dead. Even if he is allowed to be held by me. I will cry loudly while looking at his ashes, and I will die with no regrets. As she said that, the old woman took off a small jade pendant from her waist with trembling hands. The jade pendant was only half, as if it had been cut in the middle. This is a token of love between me and him. He also has this piece on his body. If you adventurers are willing to help me find it, then take this jade pendant. Maybe it will help you discover something. Ali reached out to take the broken jade pendant and took a look at the texture on it. There is also a line of small words on the jade pendant, which seems to be a person's name, vaguely engraved with Millie Darcy, which must be the name of the old woman in front of me. And this, although I don't know if this can help you. The old woman lay down under the bed and pulled out a small box. After opening the first layer of the lock, she pulled out a yellowed old photos. This is a wedding photo of me and him 50 years ago. It's also the only photo we took with him. The magic capture equipment back then was not as advanced as it is now. And the photo was also black and white. The old woman arranged the photo on the table. Lu Chuan and his group stepped forward to take a look. In the photo, a young and beautiful girl clings to a tall and handsome boy with a happy face, holding his arm, smiling like a flower, and her smile seems to be full of good hope for the future. The boy looked a little dazed, showing a very honest smile, and scratching his head with his hand, as if he was a little embarrassed. Who has never been young, who has never been beautiful? From this photo, you can see how sweet and happy this young couple was. Lu Chuan took his eyes away from the photo and glanced at the old woman. Her wrinkled face was filled with endless sorrow. She is no longer young or beautiful. There is a huge difference from the smiling girl in the photo. The neighbors thought she was a crazy old woman who insisted on waiting for the return of a man who no longer existed. She rejected all engagements, refused all overtures, and even spent her life's savings to find his bones. Neighbors told their children that she was an old witch who could eat people, and her ugly face was the best proof. The children were also afraid of her. Whenever they saw her going out, they would throw stones at her and run away. She could only move to such a quiet place, waiting for the sunset every day, quietly waiting for the end of her life. She spent more than half of every day carrying a small chair and sitting at the door of the yard, waiting for someone to push the door open and say I'm back. No one came back, only the sky gradually dimmed, darkness emerged, and hope disappeared. But, maybe he will come back tomorrow, she thought. It would be great if she could see him again, she thought. Year after year, day after day, her beautiful blue hair has turned gray. My hair is already like snow, and whose farewell is poignant. Chapter 114. That old lady is so pitiful. Ali sighed softly until she left the yard. Jana also looked a little sad. Perhaps as women, we can better understand the feelings that span time. People always say that if two people who love each other are separated from each other and do not contact each other for a long time, the relationship will also disappear. But that old woman had been waiting for her husband to come back and marry her for decades. Such a love that is not affected by time and distance is really rare. On the way home, Jana seemed to have something on her mind, keeping silent and lowering her head. Until Lu Chuan walked to her side and gently took her weak, boneless hand. Don't worry, your worries are all unnecessary. Lu Chuan chuckled, I will protect you for the rest of my life. It's so disgusting. After all, there is a big light bulb like me here. Please pay attention to the impact. It will cause 10,000 points of harm to a single raccoon like me. Ari crossed his arms and made a trembling gesture. Go, nothing will happen to you. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes at Ari. Although Jana was moved, she bit her lip and said, I'm not worried about this. It's just that you are too impulsive. Sometimes when encountering a big situation, I can't persuade you at all. I really don't dare to go thinking about the future. What should I do if one day you are no longer here? Jana was obviously worried about him, because sometimes what Lu Chuan did might seem certain to him, but after all, Jana was not a parasite in his stomach, so he didn't know what Lu Chuan was thinking. Jana would be worried if she saw him doing something dangerous. If something happens to me, will you be worried? At this time, Jana said softly. That's for sure, I'm afraid I'll go crazy if something happens to you. Lu Chuan said half-jokingly, but if something serious happened to Jana, he might not be far from collapse. Then when something happens to you, I won't be very worried. Have you ever experienced the feeling of worry? It must be uncomfortable, but you make me worry every time, although you always stand up intact in the end. Smile in front of me. Jana's eyes were downcast. As if she was telling her own thoughts, I can't control you, and you are not a person who likes to be restrained, so I will try not to restrain you. Let you do it according to your temper. But I'm really afraid that one day I won't be able to see you when I open my eyes again. Because Jana bit her lip, tears rolling down her face, I really like you, that's why I'm so scared, afraid of losing. Lu Chuan stared at Jana's delicate and picturesque face in astonishment. Jana, who had always been very thin-skinned, could say such bold words, which was unexpected by Lu Chuan. Although they have been together for a while, this is the first time they say they like each other so directly. But this also reflected that Lu Chuan really worried her. She just had the feelings that had been hidden in her heart for a long time burst out at this moment. Lu Chuan gently took Jana into his arms, and Jana hugged Lu Chuan's waist and burst into tears. After a long time, Lu Chuan sighed slowly and patted Jana on the back gently. In the future, before I do anything, I will try to discuss it with you and consider your feelings more, so that you can understand why I do this. Do. Yeah. Jana lay in Lu Chuan's arms and choked. Ali didn't know when he left quietly. It's really beautiful. Walking on the street, looking at the pedestrians coming and going, they were in groups of 3 or 2, and there were also some couples. Ali pursed her lips and smiled. But when she smiled, she couldn't laugh anymore. I hate this feeling. I'm the only one left again. It seems like I'm superfluous. She sighed softly. She doesn't know why, but when she sees Lu Chuan and Jana hugging each other tightly, she always feels some inexplicable feeling in her heart. That feeling made her a little uncomfortable, but she couldn't put it into words. Lu Chuan always hung around Jana, but rarely cared about her. Every time, she took the initiative to find Lu Chuan to quarrel, but under normal circumstances, Lu Chuan would not take the initiative to chat with her. Am I so small? So small that he can't even notice it. This is really too much for a woman. Ali said, sighing softly, and shook his head mockingly. Walking towards home. Some feelings can only be buried in the heart. If you say them out, you may only hurt yourself. A week later. After Xiao Huanmao's hard work and sleepless nights. An extremely detailed map of Valoran was finally drawn. If the map were completely spread out, it would probably be at least 2 meters long and wide. Even a small hillside or a small stream above is clearly marked. When Xiao Huangmao learned that Lu Chuan was about to go on an adventure to Shirima, not only did he not stop him, but he even wanted to join the team to please him. Adventure is what I am most passionate about in my life. When he said these words righteously, the enthusiasm in his eyes did not look like he was pretending. Moreover, he is a hero in his own right. It would be a good thing for Lu Chuan to go to Shirima as a companion with Lu Chuan and his group. After all, he can also run in and improve his favorability along the way, which will improve the strength of both parties. Originally, Lu Chuan wanted to take a few people and leave quietly without saying goodbye. He didn't like the sad scene when leaving, although he would meet again in the future. However, after thinking about it, Jiawen and his gang had taken care of him in many aspects when he was in Dalmatia, so it would be better to say something before leaving. Outside the gates of Dalmatia. Are you going to Shirima? Jarvan, Galen Lux and others all came to see him off. It's very dangerous for ordinary people over there, but for Sir, there may be many opportunities. But no matter what, Sir, you still have to be more careful. Thank you for your advice, Your Highness. When I come back again, Your Highness may have been crowned king. Lu Chuan looked at Jiawen with a chuckle. Mentioning this, Jiawen also said with some embarrassment, Mr. is also responsible for this. If you feel tired, you are welcome to come back at any time. Jiawen's words are also the words of Galen and his party, but it is obvious that neither Galen nor Xian Zhao are very good at making appearances, even though their thoughts are consistent with Zhaoen's. Then let's say goodbye first, we will meet later. Lu Chuan had just made a gentleman's salute. Before he finished speaking, he heard the sound of horse hooves breaking not far away. Don't leave. A coquettish shout came closer and closer. Lu Chuan and his party all turned their attention to the city gate. They saw a woman wearing a luxurious dress riding a horse, galloping and whipping. And when they saw the woman's face clearly after looking at each other, Lu Chuan and Zhaoen's faces turned a little pale. Demi? Why are you here? Zhaoen asked doubtfully. However, Demi didn't even have the intention to talk to her brother. She got off her horse, raised her eyebrows lightly, and rushed to Lu Chuan with a bit of anger. She raised her head high and said, "Where are you going? Didn't we agree? Do you want to marry me?" Poof! Lu Chuan almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, and the expressions on Zhaoen's group's faces were even more exciting. When did I, Lu Chuan originally wanted to say, when did I say that? As a result, Demi fully demonstrated her unruly and unreasonable side at this moment. Without saying a word, she put her hands around Lu Chuan's neck, stood on tiptoes, aimed at Lu Chuan's lips and kissed him directly. The final scene was fixed on a row of people turned to stone, Lu Chuan and Demi falling backwards, and Janna with a completely black forehead. Chapter 115. The next morning. The sun shines through the gaps between the mottled leaves, and the rain and dew that were still hanging on the branches last night slowly rolled down under the sway of a breeze and splashed into the muddy puddles on the ground. Ali crept out of Lu Chuan's tent. After making sure that no one was around, he hurried back to his tent. After a while, everyone gradually woke up from their sleep. Good morning. Drinking a cup of hot mare's milk will make you feel energetic throughout the day. The coachman who got up early sat beside the bonfire and greeted the group of people who came out of the tent one after another. There was a small pot hanging on the campfire stand. And the mare's milk inside was boiling and boiling under the heat of the fire. Sorry to trouble you, old man, but you are so considerate. Lu Chuan nodded slightly to the coachman to express his gratitude. This must be a habit of mine for many years. I haven't had any serious illness in these years. The coachman smiled heartily. After washing up and drinking a cup of steaming mare's milk to pad their bellies, the group finally hit the road again. Ali behaved extremely calmly, showing no flaws at all, and her smile towards Lu Chuan was just right. As always, no one noticed anything strange about her. If you think so, just keep it in your heart. Ali held her cheek in one hand, looking at the blue sky outside the carriage window and thinking. Wow! Is this the border of Shurima? It is as shocking as expected. At first glance, it is full of yellow sand. And there are many sand slopes, which are golden. It is said that the sand of Shurima has a gold content. I'm talking very high. Ezreal turned into a fanatical fan of the desert at this time and kept looking out through the carriage window with excitement on his face. So why is he so excited? He's so hot. Lu Chuan pulled the clothes on his chest to get some air. I don't know. The two girls also looked exhausted and kept fanning the wind with their hands. After driving for another 3 days, the carriage finally arrived at the boundary of Shurima. This is a world made of yellow sand. As far as the eye can see, there is nothing but yellow. The hot temperature made several people sweat profusely, and they wished they could take off all their clothes. The only one who felt very excited was probably Ezreal. Guys, we can reach the deserted town in 2 hours. After identifying the road, the driver jumped off the horse and put a circle of spiked gadgets on the wheel of the cart. This kind of small spikes are specially used for walking on sandy roads. The ordinary round wheels have no friction on this soft sandy road and can easily collapse in. The deserted town is the only inhabited town in Shurima, so it is also a necessary stop for many gold diggers. There are also some tomb robbers who come here to look for wealth and treasures, because it is a completely independent town. Therefore, dragons and snakes are mixed together, and there are characters from various countries. There are some places dedicated to black market transactions and laundering unexplained money. The security here is not very good, full of violence and blood. Wait until we get there. Everyone should be more vigilant. So why do you know so well, dear Lu Chuan? Ali raised an eyebrow. Ahem, I love learning, and learning makes me happy. Lu Chuan threw the Valoran encyclopedia back into the storage bag without leaving a trace. TCH, don't pretend to be dead. Ari gave him a look of disdain, and then sighed sadly. It's really hot, it feels like I've been drained. No wonder Shurima is Valor, one of the 7 forbidden lands of Lan, the cruel weather alone is probably intimidating to people. A few hours later, the carriage successfully arrived at the deserted town. The area of this town is much larger than the town of Noershali that Lu Chuan visited before. However, in terms of population, the population here is many times larger than that of Norsal town. The architecture of the town has a bit of a medieval Western cowboy style. There are wooden houses made of wooden boards everywhere, and there are a lot of pedestrians on the road. However, compared to the friendly and peaceful feeling of Demacia, the atmosphere here is people are obviously a little vigilant, and they are in a hurry when walking on the road, as if they have something big to accomplish, and at the same time they are still looking around from the corner of their eyes. There is suspicion and distrust, and everyone here seems to be an individual and exclusive. After thanking the coachman, Lu Chuan took out a small gold coin bag with more than 50 gold coins in it. Then, the coachman raised his whip and returned immediately. With the coachman's only 5-star brass strength, it would be easy to suffer a loss in a place where dragons and snakes are mixed, so rushing back to Demacia as soon as possible is the safest option. This place looks very unfriendly. Ari stood on the sandy road and looked around. He suddenly felt countless eyes directed towards him, mixed with coldness and indifference. There are many shadows hidden in the dark. It was as if he was sizing up the strength of these new guys who entered the deserted town, and whether they had money. Let's find a hotel to stay in first. The encyclopedia's introduction is too general. And there is no in-depth introduction to the actual conditions of the Shurima Desert. We have to stay here for a few days to understand the situation clearly. Let's head into the depths of the desert. Lu Chuan was the one who made the decision among the group, and no one refuted his decision. He led Jana and the others to a hotel that looked decent. After entering the hotel, the boss asked in a very casual tone, "Staying in the hotel? Or what are you here for?" Lu Chuan reached into his arms and smashed a bag of gold coins on the counter. There were 10 gold coins in it. "How many days is enough for you?" The boss was rude, and Lu Chuan didn't bother to be polite to him. Hey, these guests, please come in, stay as long as you want." When the boss saw the gold coins, his eyes immediately went straight, and his face changed very quickly. In such a world filled with death and indifference, money is the only way to speak. The most luxurious suites in the hotel were arranged for Lu Chuan and his party. After all, 10 gold coins are not a small amount. For an ordinary person, this is the income for 2 or 3 years. There is even a small cooling magic device in the room. Although the air conditioning is not very sufficient, it is very rare to have such a touch of coolness in this hot environment. If you are tired, please rest in the room first. It is cool in the room. I will go out to the streets and see if I can collect some information about the depths of the desert. After Lu Chuan said hello to Jana and the others, turned around and walked out of the hotel. He did not come here for tourism. The faster he could understand the situation in the depths of the desert, it would also be helpful for his future exploration. Chapter 116. Hey, buddy, are you here for a trip? Not long after Lu Chuan walked out of the hotel, a middle-aged man in shabby clothes came up to him with a piece of hay in his mouth and an old cowboy hat on his head. Speaking with a thick local accent. Lu Chuan just glanced at him lightly, not intending to pay attention to him, and walked forward again. Hey, buddy, this place is not a safe place. If you bring those 2 chicks here, you have to be careful at all times. The cowboy hat reminded again. It was obvious that since Lu Chuan and his party entered this small town, they had been targeted by various people hiding in the dark. This deserted town is not a peaceful place to begin with, and the public security is also very chaotic. There are many thieves and robbers, and there are even some bloody and violent criminals. There is also some business of selling human organs. Lu Chuan didn't know which force he belonged to right now. However, Lu Chuan still stopped and glanced at the cowboy hat. What do you want to say? Brother, I will be your tour guide. As long as this number is enough, I can tell you everything I know, and I will also tell you some more detailed things. Such as the distribution of secretly entrenched forces, who can be messed with, and who cannot be messed with. How about making sure that you are safe and happy during these days of traveling in a deserted town? Isn't it very cheap? The cowboy hat grinned, showing a set of big yellow teeth. Lu Chuan glanced at the 5 fingers he extended. This kind of person is probably like the snake spirits who hang around in deserted towns all year round. They are know-it-alls. They know something about all aspects. But they don't have any big power. They are not as powerful as those robbers and bandits, let alone it is said to be a higher-level organized gang. They just wander around this small town, looking for tourists who come to visit but don't understand anything, and force them to be tour guides for others, charging a fee, and making a living. After all, although Shurima is scary, there is no danger if you don't go to the depths of the desert. There are also many tourists who come to the deserted town to appreciate the desert style. They have a lot of money in this industry. Lu Chuan really wanted to find someone to ask about various things about Shurima, but he felt a little disgusted when he met someone who stuck to you like a piece of brown candy and refused to leave without paying. "Sorry, I don't need it," Lu Chuan said calmly and left. The cowboy hat stared at Lu Chuan viciously and raised a middle finger at his back. Soon, several more men dressed similarly gathered over. "Huh, fat rat, the fat sheep you're talking about looks like an iron rooster, and it doesn't plucking a hair," someone said, half joking and half mocking. "Go away. Grand, you haven't opened for a while, right?" The cowboy hat named Fat Rat smiled back. "Huh, I killed a big fat sheep some time ago." The guy was so cowardly that he handed over all the money just by scaring him. "So I'm not short of money now. I can play with women for 2 more months." Grand smiled indifferently. As they work in such a chaotic place, they have naturally developed the ability to read people. Some tourists are timid and can extort money from them by just scaring them. This approach is no different from that of bandits. However, when they meet some warriors who are tougher or stronger in their own right, they turn into pure little sheep, leading the way obediently and obediently sharing everything they know, just in case those warriors know anything about it. If they need the information, they will naturally get some benefits, and it is not a loss. But that guy looks like he only has 1 star of brass strength. Maybe he is relatively strong in his area, but when he came to this town, he really wasn't enough. Fat Rat smiled disdainfully, with a pair of rat-like eyes. There was a bit of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Since we are on our territory, it is unreasonable not to leave something behind. If he refuses to give it, then we will rob him. This is not the first time that a robber has done something like this. It's up to you, old man, just share the dividends with us according to the original standards." This was not the first time the other people had done this kind of thing to steal tourists in public, and they all acted very calmly. And a 1-star brass warrior really has nothing to worry about. The weakest among their group have reached 1-star brass, and the strongest have already crossed the threshold of silver level. In this mixed territory of dragons and snakes, there are people from all countries. This town is like a huge black market. Some good things of unknown origin can be thrown here for sale. And no one will care about it. Depending on its origin, you will only consider whether it is suitable for your own use. Therefore, there will be many powerful warriors who like to come to search for treasures incognito. This has also led to the fact that some of the gangsters who hang out in this town are very powerful. After all, people with low strength cannot get along in this town. After the group of people discussed it, they immediately began to divide the work. They divided into several groups and took turns following Lu Chuan, planning to rob Lu Chuan in a relatively quiet place. When Lu Chuan and his party got off the carriage just now, they gave the coachman a bag of gold coins. These guys all observed it secretly. Anyone who can casually give a bag of gold coins to a coachman will definitely not be poor. If you grab it, you'll earn it. In fact, Lu Chuan really didn't have any money. Before going out, due to various miscellaneous expenses such as opening a branch and purchasing goods, Lu Chuan's gold coins were already stretched thin. There were probably less than 200 gold coins left, but 200 gold coins would not last long in a place like this. Moreover, as a pharmacist now, he needs a large amount of refining potions to upgrade his pharmacist level so that he can refine higher grade potions. It is very cost effective to use them for himself or sell them for money. Of course, the materials needed by the pharmacist are also very precious and rare. The street vendors in Demacia sell some of the cheapest things, and the materials Lu Chuan wants are unavailable. Although there is almost everything you need in the black market here, and even some low-grade third-level magic cores are for sale. It is a pity that the prices in the black market are extremely expensive. A small Venetian plant costs 10 gold coins. In Dima, it's amazing that West Asia can hold on and sell 50 silver coins. It's almost the same as grabbing it in the open. It seems I have to find a way to make some money. Lu Chuan walked out of the largest black market in the town empty-handed. He glanced at the people following him from the corner of his eye and continued moving forward calmly. Okay. Pretend not to notice, but Lu Chuan's heart is full of excitement. Chapter 117. A few snake spirits would never think of it. The fat sheep they were eyeing now regarded them as prey. Fat rat. Look, that guy turned into the alley. Grand pointed at Lu Chuan, who suddenly turned into an alley next to him. Huh. I thought it would take a long time, but I didn't expect this kid to hit the muzzle of the gun by himself. We can't help it. As Fat Rat spoke, he pulled out a revolver from his waist. Although Valoran is a world dominated by force and magic, hot weapons like guns do exist. The first to develop gun-type weapons were city-states like Pilvorf with top technology. This weapon, which can kill enemies from a long distance and does not require any magic to activate it, has become the favorite type of weapon among some warriors with insufficient talent. Crack. Fat Rat closed the barrel of the revolver, fiddled with the wheel, and then led a group of people to quickly approach the alley entrance with malicious intentions. Ben was still thinking about how to get closer to Lu Chuan, but he didn't expect that Lu Chuan personally gave them the opportunity. However, after several people rushed into the alley aggressively, they suddenly found Lu Chuan leaning against the wall with his hands in his pockets, with a leisurely look on his face, as if he was waiting for their arrival. Boy, you have a very keen sense of smell. Since when did you realize that we were following you? Judging from your attitude, do you plan on resisting? Fat Rat raised his revolver and pointed it at Lu Chuan's forehead. Fiercely he smiled and said, "But this is good, it saves everyone the trouble. Just hand over the money and I will let you live. Isn't this a good deal? That's pretty good. Just hand over the money and I'll let you live." Lu Chuan chuckled. After the Fat Rat was stunned, he suddenly started laughing. Grand, do you think this kid has lost his mind? What did he just say? Or is he too nervous and incoherent? Ha ha ha, this level you are so stupid that you have to travel to Shurima. You really have a life to make money but not a life to spend. Several people laughed in agreement. Soon, Fat Rat stopped laughing. He narrowed his eyes and put his finger on the trigger. I have done a lot of things like killing people. Besides, in this place where you are free from punishment, if I kill you, no one will do it for you. It's unfair, so I say hand over the money quickly, my patience is limited. As you said, my patience is limited, and I'm not kidding you. Lu Chuan frowned, and with a flick of his wrist, the Dolan sword was held in his hand. Just now, Lu Chuan quickly glanced at the 4 people in front of him. The lowest was 1-star brass and the strongest was 5-star silver. They posed no threat to him. Then give me a shot. Bang! Fat Rat lost the patience to talk nonsense with Lu Chuan. For him, Lu Chuan obediently handed over the money, or killed Lu Chuan and found the money from him. The results are the same. He fired, and the bullet streaked towards Lu Chuan like a ray of light. Lu Chuan also moved, wind and sprint were activated at the same time, and a light blue trail floated past Fat Rat's eyes like a ghost, creating an S shape. His speed was so fast, even faster than the speed of a bullet. As soon as the revolver fired, Lu Chuan rushed in front of Fat Rat and punched him in the abdomen. Bang! Fat Rat groaned in pain and subconsciously arched his body. Lu Chuan grabbed his hair and smashed it against the wall next to him. After hearing a muffled sound, Fat Rat's head was smashed, and blood flowed down his forehead. He looked very miserable. You guys, get on me quickly. Fat Rat shouted to his companions, regardless of his embarrassed appearance. Those guys only came back to their senses at this time. Lu Chuan's actions just now lasted only a second in their eyes, and they had no time to react. Of course, since it takes 1 second, it only takes a few seconds to deal with these people. Bang! Snapped. Tum. A few seconds later, the 4 people who came to surround Lu Chuan fell to the ground in different postures, wailing in pain. Now, after undergoing several enhancements in the Courage Trial Tower, Lu Chuan's physical attributes in all aspects are much higher than those of warriors of the same level. Moreover, after becoming more and more compatible with the Red Flame Core, Lu Chuan became more and more comfortable in controlling fire, and could activate the fire at any time in normal battles. And the fire intention is another addition to Lu Chuan's strength. At present, these guys who are only at the silver level cannot withstand 2 punches from Lu Chuan. Seeing Lu Chuan walking towards them with dual-on sword, Fat Rat was frightened and hurriedly knelt down on the ground, saying in a trembling voice. Brother, I was wrong. The little one has eyes but cannot see the mountains. Please, brother, give us a way to survive. At this time, he finally understood that Lu Chuan was not joking when he said he would let them live. Let you live? Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows. Several guys knelt on the ground and buried their heads low, not even daring to make a sound. A few minutes later, Lu Chuan weighed the bag of gold coins in his hand and said with some regret, only more than 100 gold coins. Aren't you bandits? Why are you so poor? Fat Rat burst into tears. Brother, please let me go, it's not easy for us in this industry. We just grab some money all day long to make ends meet. All this money comes from my wife, so I really can't squeeze out more. Yes, my wife Ben. A group of people cried and agreed. Lu Chuan was amused by them. I don't mind killing you, but I have some problems. Brother, feel free to ask, as long as we know everything, we will definitely tell you everything. Is this what you call the biggest casino in this town? Lu Chuan stood in front of a dilapidated-looking house. The two small doors at the door were very reminiscent of scenes from Western cowboy movies. He just casually asked these guys some irrelevant questions, and they all answered very quickly. However, Lu Chuan didn't trust them too much. After all, he beat someone up and extorted all the property from a group of people. After coming over, even Lu Chuan himself wouldn't believe it if they said they didn't hold grudges. So if you ask directly about the ruins of Shirima, they will lose more than you gain by tricking Lu Chuan. Compared with the ruins, how to make money quickly is obviously Lu Chuan's most important goal now. In a place like this, it is even more difficult to move without money. Speaking of making money quickly, a few guys got together and racked their brains and thought hard, and finally gave Lu Chuan a good idea: go to the casino. Hey, brother, although this place is small and shabby, there is a lot of money here. Many warriors, gold diggers, and adventurers will come here to try their luck, but most of the money in their pockets is gone. But since brother wants to ask, it is true that this is the fastest way to get money. Fat Rat approached Lu Chuan with a flattering smile on his face. Although I don't know what he has in mind, at least on the surface, he is very respectful to Lu Chuan, including the other three people behind him who are also smiling. Then go in and try your luck. Lu Chuan weighed the gold coin bag in his hand, opened the two chest-high doors in front of him, waved his hands casually and said, "It's not my money anyway, if you lose lose." The fat rats behind them all felt their hearts bleed. All the savings they had saved for so long were about to be squandered. And we agreed to rob others, but why did we get robbed by others? Who the hell is the robber? As soon as you enter the casino, it is as deep as the sea. From now on, money is just a passerby. Good boy, don't learn how to gamble. Chapter 118. As soon as he entered the casino, the strong and pungent smell of cigarettes hit his face, making Lu Chuan frown. This small casino with an area of no more than 200 square meters was crowded with all kinds of people, including people who looked like nobles in bright clothes, beggars in ragged clothes, and some cowboys wearing jackets and holding big cigarettes. Due to the windy and sandy weather in the deserted town, cowhide clothing that is not easy to get dirty is the easiest to clean, and has become the favorite of the residents who were born and raised in a deserted town. But no matter what kind of people they were, they all gathered around the gambling tables, either placing bets or watching with excitement. What types of casinos do you have here? Lu Chuan glanced at the venue and asked the fat rat next to him. Back, big brother, there are only 3 major categories. Lucky wheel, poker cards, and dice. Each has many subcategories and ways to play. The easiest one to get started with is probably the lucky wheel. Fat rat wiped the wrinkles on his forehead. Pointing to a circular turntable similar to a dartboard not far away. However, the turntable was countless times larger than the dartboard. It was hung against the wall and was as tall as a person. Is this the lucky wheel? Do you have any tricks? Lu Chuan rubbed his chin with one hand. The turntable is divided into 24 areas in total, including 12 areas each with prizes and no prizes. The prizes and no prizes are spaced apart from each other, and so on until they form a disc. Fat Rat explained again. Speaking of which, this was Lu Chuan's first time entering a casino. Casinos in his world were all illegal facilities and were usually opened in dark basements without light. As a student party member, he really didn't dare to enter casually. But things are different now. In this world, there are not so many things to pay attention to. Whoever has the biggest fist has the last word. What does the 5 written on the first division mean? Lu Chuan carefully paid attention to the lucky wheel. Within the 24 major divisions, those without prizes are marked in red, and those with prizes are marked in green. However, each block is green. The colored areas, that is, the areas with prizes, are marked with numbers. That area has a 5-fold bonus, which means that if you vote in the green area no. 1, the bonus you get is 5 times your bet. 1 gold coin can return you 5 gold coins. Then 10 means 10 times. Lu Chuan nodded and looked down one by one. The highest bonus was 60 times. It was the green area no. 12, but that area only occupied 100 of the entire disc. A very small part, not even as wide as 2 fingers. There is a dark blue pointer on the disc. And there is a bunny girl maid who is responsible for turning the disc. She is wearing a black bodysuit and 2 decorative bunny ears on the top of her head. There are 2 honey bulges on the chest. The group of gamblers he provoked all looked at him sideways. I dreamed about how much enjoyment it would be if I could take those 2 tender balls as my own. Handsome guy, do you want to play 2 games? The bunny girl spotted Lu Chuan in the crowd and immediately gave him a wink. Anyway, you don't need to pay to wink, so you can throw as much as you can. If you hit a rich idiot, the 2 of you can happily find a hotel and have sex, which is also a lot of extra income. Most of the maids who work here are very revealing, and their bodies are not very clean. They are the type that can be played with for money. By the way, brother, I forgot to tell you. There is another way of betting, which is to guess whether you win or not. Compared with other single betting methods. This way of betting has a greater chance of winning, because each person has a higher chance of winning. There is a 50 chance that either the red area will not win, or the green area will win. Of course, the odds of this kind of bet are only 2 times. If you guess correctly, you will get twice the odds of the bet. Then let me try it first. If I win the green no. 1 area with 5 times the bet, I will get 5 times the bonus. Lu Chuan had already placed 10 gold coins in the green no. 1 betting area as he spoke. Brother, your way of betting is really brave, but to be fair, most people guess right or not. There is no hope for betting like you. After all, the area of green no. 1 is too small. This lottery draw is in the green area no. Congratulations to all the guests who placed their bets on area no. As the bunny girl's sweet voice sounded, the fat mouse couldn't close his mouth in surprise. Soon, there was a maid carrying a tray with a small bag of gold coins in the center. She handed it to Lu Chuan respectfully. I'll reward you with these. Lu Chuan grabbed a few gold coins and threw them to the maid. He had also read a lot of novels and movies. When he won money, he would share some with the waiters and maids, so as to show his generosity. Extraordinary and gentlemanly. Thank you, sir. The maid bowed slightly, and the plump spring color on her chest was revealed, and the charming ravine carried endless temptation. Brother, are we also? Fat Rat's eyes widened when he saw it, and he rubbed his hands to please him. You have no share. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes, and several people lowered their heads with a smile. Who told them that they were just Lu Chuan's prisoners? Lu Chuan then bet a few more times, still betting on the green no. 1 area, but it also verified that his first time was indeed due to luck. He missed the next few times and lost all the 50 gold coins he just won. Fat Rat and his group became more cautious. They heard that gamblers would get upset when they lost money, and they were afraid that Lu Chuan would beat them up if he was unhappy. However, Lu Chuan acted extremely calmly. The money was not his own anyway, and he had only been addicted to it twice. You can't go to Las Vegas, but you can still gamble in a different world. Glancing at the excited or frustrated gamblers beside him, watching their enthusiastic bets, and the bunny girl in charge of turning the wheel with a sweet smile, Lu Chuan suddenly had a flash in his mind, as if he had thought of something. I don't know if that method has any effect. Logically speaking, it all depends on the state of mind. Let's try it first. If it doesn't work, just treat it as a fun. Lu Chuan secretly made up his mind in his heart, and then flicked his thumb. A golden gold coin rolled in the air. I'll buy it 60 times this time. Lu Chuan placed the gold coin in the 60 times area, an area that only Lu Chuan bought. After all, 60 times is the reward with the highest multiple in the big carousel. And the area is also the smallest. It is as thick as the pointer. It is almost impossible to stop the pointer in the 60 times area. Everyone is not stupid, so no one will buy it. Hey, kid, have you lost and run out of money? Brother, do you want me to lend you some? It's not much, I only charge you 20 interest a month. At this time, a strong man approached Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan glanced at the strong man indifferently, but he didn't expect that there were loan sharks in this world. No, thank you. Lu Chuan politely declined. Although he is not afraid of trouble, it does not mean that he will beat someone up when he sees a guy. When you can be low-key, try to be low-key. 60 times. You will definitely not win. I have been here for so long and I have only seen it open twice. I'm afraid your dream will be shattered, ha ha ha. It's best not to come to the casino as a poor guy without money. You won't even be able to afford a bitch. The strong man said sarcastically when Lu Chuan rejected him. Fuck you. Brother, I'm a god. I'm so lucky. You won't win even if you say you can't. Didn't I borrow money from you? Why does my mouth smell like shit? Lu Chuan also said without saying anything. Fat Rat stood up to defend Lu Chuan. Although his behavior was meaningless, it had to be said that Fat Rat was a very bright guy. Seeing Lu Chuan's extraordinary strength, he really planned to hug Lu Chuan's thigh tightly. Isn't this a fat rat? What's going on? He couldn't get along in your territory. So he came to make trouble in our territory? Do you want me to break his legs? Only then did the strong man notice Lu Chuan behind him. Several people in the group suddenly sneered coldly. The snake spirits of Fat Rat can only be regarded as the lowest level gangsters in the deserted town. They have no power. At most, a few people huddle together to help each other. They only dare to bully the weak tourists. And hang out in this kind of casino. The loan sharks are backed by casinos, so the two are not on the same level. Fat Rat dared to offend the strong man, which at least showed his determination to stand on Lu Chuan's side. There is no doubt about this. Just when the fat mouse was arguing with the strong man, the bunny girl had already shaken the turntable hard, and the pair of white rabbits on her chest were shaking up and down due to the excessive force. The wheel spun rapidly, and at the same time, Lu Chuan suddenly clenched his fist. Arrogant barrier, open. As he secretly said, a transparent and colorless barrier quietly opened, covering the entire casino. This time, it will definitely be 60 times. He thought firmly, with the pride of winning. Chapter 119. The large turntable rotates rapidly, with green areas and red areas alternating rapidly. God bless it, it must be green. I have invested all my wealth in it. A gambler prayed with his hands clasped together. Stop dreaming. After playing green for so long, it's time to open a red game. A gambler who voted in the red no prize zone snorted coldly. Compared with the simplest betting participation method, gamblers who bet on a single area are obviously more nervous. Although the risk is high, the reward is also high. Even if they buy the lowest five-fold area, they are still 5 times the rewards, not to mention those that are higher. Lu Chuan's eyes were fixed on the turntable. He was actually more concerned about whether his arrogance barrier was effective than winning or losing. Although he has never tried anything else before, this arrogance barrier is a state of mind barrier. Theoretically speaking, as long as the arrogant state of mind remains unchanged, it should be effective on everything. Of course, for some opponents who are much stronger than themselves, this kind of arrogant barrier will be ineffective. Because it is not a form, but a barrier. The barrier is capable of withstanding. When the opponent's strength exceeds this after it can withstand it, the barrier will naturally break. The speed of the turntable slowed down and finally stopped, with the pointer pointing to the red area. There is no prize, and all gamblers who voted green lose. Isn't it effective? Lu Chuan frowned slightly. Just when he was about to give up and stop gambling, he suddenly heard someone exclaiming. No. It's not red, it's green, 60 times more. The exclamation caught everyone's attention, and everyone stepped forward and took a closer look. It turned out that because the pointer barely stopped in the gap between the green and red areas, and because the area of 60 times the area was too small, everyone subconsciously thought that the pointer was pointing to the red area. But if you look carefully, it is indeed 60 times. Everyone burst into a burst of exclamation, 60 times, it is really rare to see it. I remember a young man seemed to have pressed a gold coin in the 60x area, right? I seem to have some impression, because no one has pressed in that area before, so I was curious just now, but it seems that he only pressed 1 gold coin, which is a pity. If I had just spent all my money and pressed 60 times, I am afraid that now I have become the top. He's a rich man now. Huh, it doesn't hurt to stand and talk. Would you dare to bet like that? That kid must have had better luck. Amidst everyone's discussion, the maid just now walked up to Lu Chuan respectfully with a plate and handed over a bag of gold coins, a total of 60 gold coins. Holy shit. I'm hit again. Brother, I really have you. Gran said with excitement, but was slapped on the head by Fat Rat. Why the hell are you talking to eldest brother? You must pay attention to honorifics when talking to eldest brother, you know. Isn't that right? Brother, hey. Fat Rat looked at Lu Chuan with a bit of flattery. Fat Rat is a rough and tumble man, and if Lu Chuan can beat them, guys of the same level, as if they were just playing with the strength of a brass star, then he must have some ulterior motives in his hands. These methods may be related to his 2 winnings, or it may just be his good luck. Of course, Fat Rat will not ask about this. Since you plan to hang out with Lu Chuan, you must keep your posture to the lowest level and hug his thigh as tightly as you can. This is what a younger brother should do. It's just good luck. I bet you won't have such good luck if you play a few more games. The big man encouraged. Oliver, you'd better stop nagging in my ears. Who the hell doesn't know that you wear the same pants as this casino? Brother. Let's just stop it when we see it. If you can make some money, I'm thinking of something else for you. How to get money? Fat Rat glared at the strong man named Oliver, then turned to Lu Chuan and smiled. He could see that the big brother he was following seemed to be short of money, but the casino was a black hole. And anyone could be sucked in no matter how much money they made. Moreover, if they made too much money, the casino would not let them go so easily unilaterally. In the casino of a deserted town, they can turn a blind eye to small fights. But if the guests win too much, they will be invited in for tea. Fat Rat also knows a lot of information. The reason why tourists from out of town had their hands and feet chopped off in this casino was because they won too much money. Thinking of the power behind this casino, Fat Rat swallowed hard. Let's play 2 more games. Lu Chuan said lightly. Fat Rat was a little anxious and didn't know how to persuade Lu Chuan, so he could only agree. Since Big Brother said so, you can play 2 more games. Big Brother is very lucky today. But I personally suggest that Big Brother bet on red or green this time, either red or green. The chance of winning will be much greater, Big Brother. Fat Rat almost choked to death as he spoke. Because he saw Lu Chuan throw the bag of gold coins he just won into the 60 times area. Damn it. This is not how you play with money. Not only Fat Rat, but also Oliver and the other gamblers had their eyes widened, looking like they had seen a ghost. 60 gold coins is not a small amount of money. For ordinary people, this is 10 or 20 years of savings. Even in this ridiculously expensive and deserted town, you can eat the best. Wear the best, and have the most fun. A good woman, spend some time like this. But what about this kid? What did he do? He changed hands and threw the 60 gold coins he had just won into the gambling game. Hey, he turns out to be a greedy fool. Do you really think that this casino is owned by your family? If it's 60 times. It's 60 times. Oliver smiled darkly. He originally planned to use some method to pry out his money, but in the end now I have lost everything back to the casino. A group of gamblers were also talking about it. Does he really think he is a god? I have seen big-hearted people, but I have never seen such big-hearted people. One of the onlookers wiped away his sweat. I think if I don't settle it with him, maybe his luck will really explode today. I want to try with a gold coin. Some also expressed support. Under the divergent opinions, the bunny girl once again shook the turntable vigorously. As the red and green areas alternated, the eyes of a group of people also widened. The turntable gradually slows down. The breathing of a group of people was much weaker, as if they were afraid that taking 2 more breaths of air would affect the final result. Gradually, the turntable became slower and slower, and finally pressed forward at an extremely slow speed. After a few seconds, the gamblers in the entire big wheel area fell into a deathly silence. Even the bunny girl spinning the carousel looked at the direction of the pointer with a dull look on her face, not even noticing that the chest strap had slipped. No way. He looks like. Hit again. Chapter 120. Pushing open the wooden door, Lu Chuan walked in calmly. Fat Rat told Grand and others to wait outside. After all, at this time, if a swarm of swarms rushed in, it would look like they were here to stir up trouble. Fat Rat still desperately hoped that his eldest brother and Harry could have a calm talk. Are you the gambler who won a lot of money? As soon as he entered the door, a very harsh voice sounded. Lu Chuan turned his head and found a man in luxurious clothes leaning comfortably on a sofa with his feet on the coffee table. Took out a small box containing tobacco from his arms. Seeing this, the bunny girl on the side skillfully wrapped a finger-thick cigarette in cigarette paper, handed it to Harry's mouth respectfully, then struck a match and lit it. This demeanor not only showed generosity, but also made it clear that Lu Chuan was not taken seriously. Where's the money? Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows and asked directly. You're really impatient. Do you like money so much? Harry raised the corners of his mouth and smiled playfully. Nonsense, otherwise I still like you. Lu Chuan seemed to be looking at an idiot. Harry choked on his words and almost swallowed the cigarette. The fat rat beside him was even trembling in his heart. This eldest brother of mine really doesn't accept anyone's words, he dares to choke on other people's words while standing on their territory. It seems that this gentleman is determined to get this money. Harry narrowed his eyes and snapped his fingers again. The bunny girl went out, and soon, a few guys who looked like goons from the casino moved a heavy iron treasure box, placed it in front of Lu Chuan, and opened it. As soon as the treasure box was opened, golden light instantly illuminated the entire room. Both Oliver and Fat Rat couldn't help but swallow their saliva. A box of gold coins, this is probably the most money they have ever seen in their lives. These are all the money you won. Harry stood up slowly, walked to Lu Chuan and squatted down, stretched out his hand to grab a handful of gold coins, and let them slip from his palm like quicksand and fell into the iron box. He straightened up and grinned, "If you can take it." He clapped his hands, and quickly, about a dozen people rushed in from the door, all wearing jackets and denim, with a red square scarf around their neck and a revolver at their waist. "Okay guys. It's time for you to perform next. Break the limbs of a greedy guy like this. I hope to see him still have the last breath left to look like he can't live but can't die." After the words fell, more than a dozen cowboys quickly pulled out the revolvers in their hands and pointed them all at Lu Chuan's head. "As long as he moves, he will be beaten into a sieve." Wait, this is a misunderstanding." Fat Rat knew that if he was still timid at this time, he might not be able to please both parties. He hurriedly stopped in front of Lu Chuan and said with a shy smile, "Ha Mr. Lee, this must be a misunderstanding, we didn't win so much money just now, just a small handful, hee hee." As he said that, Fat Rat grabbed a handful of gold coins from the iron box and put it into his pocket. Then pulled Lu Chuan and whispered, "Brother, let's go first, they are more powerful and have guns. We don't need to play with them. The hard one leaves the green hills without worrying about having no firewood. Want to leave? Is this a room where you can come and leave whenever you want? Kneel down, kowtow twice. Slap yourself 10 times, and I will let you two lowly dogs go." Harry saw Fat Rat, he seemed to be submissive, and the corners of his mouth suddenly cracked even more. After all, they are just two greedy dogs without courage. Fat Rat was in a dilemma and glanced at Lu Chuan in embarrassment, but he didn't want Lu Chuan to conflict with the group of people here. Every one of the more than 10 people here has a gun. 1 shot per person. No matter how good he is. You'll also get your head blown off, right? He gritted his teeth and took a step forward. "Mr. Harry, just leave this to me alone." Before he finished speaking, Lu Chuan suddenly pulled him behind him forcefully. "Kneel down, kowtow twice, and slap 10 times. That's enough, right?" Lu Chuan asked at this time. "Yes, as long as you do it. You can grab 2 more handfuls of this box of gold coins and take them away." Harry suddenly felt that sometimes when facing some people, there was no need to beat them to death. It was also different to play with them like circus animals. Flavor. "Then I would like to thank Mr. Harry first." As Lu Chuan spoke, he stretched out his hand and pulled the unsuspecting Harry directly in front of him. Immediately afterwards, Fat Rat, who fell to the ground, saw a scene that made him almost faint. Lu Chuan kicked Harry on the knee socket, then suddenly pressed his shoulders down. Plop. Ah. A sound like the shattering of kneecaps spread throughout the room along with Harry's scream. At this time, Harry was already kneeling on the ground, and both kneecaps were cracked. But that wasn't the end yet. Lu Chuan grabbed his hair again and licked it hard towards the ground. Bang! 3 times in a row, Harry's forehead was smashed, and blood oozed from his forehead. Lu Chuan's sudden move made his consciousness become a little blurry. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chuan raised his hand. Ba bang bang! The whole room resounded with crisp slaps. Not only Fat Rat was stunned, but also Oliver, Bunny Girl, and a group of cowboys who had been pointing guns at Lu Chuan were dumbfounded. They had seen people risk their lives, but this was the first time they had seen someone so desperate. On someone else's territory, he was pointed at by more than a dozen guns, and then he beat up someone else's boss so hard that his knees were shattered, his forehead was bruised, and his face was swollen. But the cowboys didn't dare to shoot now, because Lu Chuan and Harry were stuck together, and they were afraid that one of them would miss Harry and hit him, which would result in his death. "Do you feel good?" Lu Chuan lifted Harry's collar. At this time, Harry's face was covered with blood and he was out of breath as if he might burp at any moment. While Fat Rat was exclaiming in his heart that he was enjoying himself, his legs were also trembling. Beating someone feels good for a while, but then there is a crematorium. After all, this is the son of the leader of the Blood Crow mercenary group, and the Blood Crow is one of the 3 major forces in the area. Now that he has beaten Harry almost to death, he will probably be hunted endlessly in the future. Just when Fat Rat was still thinking about how to escape, Lu Chuan had already clapped his hands and threw Harry aside as if throwing away garbage. He bent over and picked up the iron box and walked to Fat Rat. Let's go. Do you plan to stay here during the new year and wait for them to give you red envelopes? Lu Chuan kicked Fat Rat in the butt. Fat Rat jumped up and hurriedly followed Lu Chuan, turning back every step for fear of a sneak attack by those guys. But the cowboys just watched them leave with guns from beginning to end, but no one dared to actually shoot. Although they were not afraid of Lu Chuan even if they shot him, Lu Chuan's sharp aura shocked them. What is aura? This is called aura. Are you awesome because you are someone else's son? I'm so sorry, I hit someone else's son. Chapter 121. Fat Rat's legs were still trembling until he walked out of the casino. Lu Chuan was satisfied with the fight, but the opponent's background was not small. If they wanted to take revenge, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to escape. Big brother, I suggest that we leave this place right now and find a deserted mountain and forest to hide in. After this period of limelight is over, we can make other plans. Fat Rat swallowed. Swallowing, Lu Chuan suddenly made a silencing gesture to him. Brother? Let me ask you, are you afraid of death? Lu Chuan suddenly asked. Several guys, including Fat Rat, were stunned for a moment, then shook their heads. Are you really not afraid of death? Lu Chuan's eyes became sharp. Under his direct gaze, several people lowered their heads in shame, and finally nodded gently. Lu Chuan sighed softly, and was about to give them a sum of money each and let them leave, when he suddenly heard Fat Rat say again. Of course they will be afraid of death. How can there be anyone who is not afraid of death? Even those bloodthirsty guys from the Blood Crow mercenary group will be afraid of death if a knife is put on their necks, right? But now we have no other way out. People have been beaten, and trouble has occurred. I beat the person, it has nothing to do with you. Fat Rat smiled bitterly and said, although I say this, if Blood Crow is to be investigated, we can't escape the connection. Seeing Lu Chuan's expression was different, Fat Rat hurriedly waved his hand and said, brother, don't get me wrong. I'm not blaming you for dragging us down. Since we are in this small town, we know some things better than anyone else. Don't it seems that we are a bunch of petty thieves? But we are more disobedient than anyone else, and we are more accepting of fate than anyone else. This is a blessing, not a curse, but we can't avoid it, even if the big brother doesn't do something like this today, or we don't meet the big brother. But there will always be a day when we hit a thorn. This town is a mixed bag of dragons and snakes. Anyone can step on the soil here. Maybe one day we will bump into someone we can't afford, and then die. On the street. These brothers know it in their hearts, and they know it better than anyone ever since they started working in this business. Lu Chuan did not interrupt, but quietly waited for Fat Rat to finish speaking. I don't know when this kind of life will end, but today I met my eldest brother. You can say that I flatter you or that I am good at everything. Maybe I was still treating eldest brother when I entered the casino just now. I have some evil thoughts and want to harm my brother. But after experiencing some of the things just now, I am completely convinced by my brother. Brothers are also like this, they can't achieve anything, so if eldest brother doesn't dislike it, we brothers are going to hang out with him. As the lowest level gangsters. We have long been unconvinced by those guys. But what can you do if you are not convinced? You can only hold it in. Now that the matter has come out, if the eldest brother does not dislike it, the brothers will shed their blood for the eldest brother in the future. Fat Rat muttered for a long time. Lu Chuan remained silent, as if thinking about something. Brother. Please let us follow you. Fat Rat knelt on the ground and pressed his forehead firmly to the ground. Maybe Fat Rat has other options now, take the small amount of money Lu Chuan gave him and leave this place, run away far away, and never come back. But this is his home, and he doesn't want to leave, at least not in such an embarrassing way. Who doesn't want a glamorous life? Who doesn't want beautiful women hugging each other? They couldn't do it before, and they didn't have the ability, but today, they met Lu Chuan. Although Fat Rat never had a deep understanding of Lu Chuan's strength, he had a vague feeling that Lu Chuan's strength might be even more terrifying. As the saying goes, if you don't have diamonds, you won't do porcelain work. If Lu Chuan didn't have any skills, how dare he make such a fuss in the casino? How dare you resolutely beat Harry when more than a dozen guns were pointed at your head, only to make others so angry that they dare not say a word? It's not that the raptor can't cross the river, Fat Rat has figured out that the evil star he bumped into is probably not just a tourist, but has big ambitions. Fat Rat knelt down. And the other three gangsters also knelt down one after another. They were the same as Fat Rat. Things had already happened. They either fled to the end of the world, or they had no choice but to stand with Lu Chuan. There was no third party. Give them a road to follow. Lu Chuan didn't say anything, so they kept kneeling on the ground and refused to get up. After a long time, Lu Chuan said slowly. Can you get information about the Blood Crow mercenary group? Yes. Fat Rat raised his head and said excitedly. They are snake spirits who know everything. Many warriors who come to Shurima want to get some information, and they get it from their mouths. I'm referring to the detailed information about their mercenary group, preferably down to the strength, weapons, abilities, etc. of each member. It's not our goal to sit back and wait for death. If they dare to cause trouble for us, we will attack their lair. Go. Lu Chuan said seriously. Ugly things should be said in front of others. What is the use of raising useless people? This group of snake spirits couldn't give Lu Chuan any help in terms of strength, so they could only bring out some other strengths. Brother, please don't worry about this. We are in this business to begin with. Just take care of this little thing. Fat Rat immediately slapped his chest loudly. If Lu Chuan can ask this, it means that he accepts them for the time being, and the rest depends on their performance. When you do things for me, I won't treat you badly. The best you can do is the best I can do for you. Since you have chosen to believe me, please keep this trust. One don't want to see anything in the middle. It's an accident, otherwise you know the consequences. Lu Chuan said coldly, and his cold look made Fat Rat shiver. This is not a threat, but a warning. If Fat Rat can choose to seek refuge with Lu Chuan in such a short period of time, then he may also seek refuge with others under other pressures. Lu Chuan is not a fool. And he needs to be careful about this, so everyone has said it before. If you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. However, since Fat Rat and his group agreed to work with Lu Chuan was not stingy. Each of them first wrapped a red envelope of 100 gold coins as a greeting gift, which was also regarded as a dividend from the casino, which made the group of people excited and grinning from ear to ear. Work hard, and you will only have more money in the future. Lu Chuan put the iron box into the storage bag. Several people nodded repeatedly, holding the gold coin bag in their hands. And then discussed it privately for a while, as if they were calculating. Which direction should I go to get the detailed information of the Blood Crow mercenary group? But these are not things that Lu Chuan worries about anymore. When he offended Harry just now, he had already made these plans in his mind. In such a place where people are unfamiliar with him, the most important thing is to establish his own influence. Yes, besides, Lu Chuan had other things to do on his hands and couldn't spare the energy to take care of so many things. Soon, after Fat Rat and others discussed the plan, they saluted Lu Chuan and quickly disappeared into the street. Is it already noon? Looking up at the sun hanging in the middle, Lu Chuan quickly walked towards the hotel. As soon as I arrived at a strange place, I left two girls alone for a long time. I hoped they wouldn't be angry at this time. Facing fierce enemies, Lu Chuan could eliminate their existence without hesitation, but when facing Jana and Ari, Lu Chuan had no temper at all. They are really two little ancestors. Lu Chuan sighed with a wry smile. Chapter 122. The black market in the deserted town is the place with the largest flow of funds in the entire town. There are many foreign warriors who even come for the black market. After all, only good things on the black market can be purchased with confidence without being held accountable. They should be placed in other countries. Once there are some better and more decent things. Once they are sold, they will fall into the hands of thoughtful people. In the eyes. But this kind of thing doesn't happen here. No matter how good the things are, there is no need to worry about not selling. As long as the things are valuable enough, money is not an issue. As for the safety issue after the purchase is completed, Lu Chuan heard Fat Rat say before leaving that this black market trading house is a territory affiliated with the first mercenary group, and anyone who buys things here will get a guarantee. That is within a week after purchasing. If you are targeted or robbed within the confines of a deserted town, you can complain directly to them. There will be dedicated personnel responsible for handling this matter. This is also to make the samurai feel at ease. Otherwise, they will be robbed as soon as they leave the black market gate. Who would dare to hunt for things here? Of course, in such a safe environment, the transaction prices of items in the black market will be much higher than those in other regions. Stepping into the black market for the second time, Lu Chuan noticed the details that he had not noticed just now. Most of the guys selling their items here wear a square scarf around their faces, and the same goes for the samurai or mercenaries who come here to buy things. It was a strange scene at first, but after everyone did this, Lu Chuan, the only one who didn't cover his face with a scarf, felt out of place. Although there is an official guarantee, everyone still prefers to be more cautious, and this must be the same reason for covering one's face with a scarf. At this time, Elijah and a group of mercenaries from the 2nd Blood Crow Regiment stormed into the hotel where Lu Chuan was originally staying, only to find that he had already gone to the hotel. Blood Crow's eyeliner even trembled and knelt on the ground begging for mercy, saying that he had just taken a nap and died. For such prevarication, the eyeliner paid the price with one hand. Immediately afterwards, Elijah received another tip that a guy dressed like Lu Chuan was found in the black market. Elijah waved his hand and led a group of mercenaries towards the black market again. Although I don't know why the leader of the Blood Crows mobilized so many troops, the order given by the leader is a death order. If Elijah and a group of good men fail to capture Lu Chuan, he will really be ashamed of himself. Brother, how do you sell these cold liquid flowers? Lu Chuan squatted in front of a small vendor and looked at what the vendor was selling with interest. This is a stall that specializes in buying materials needed by pharmacists. There are various medicinal materials on it. Before refining Zhenhuan powder, Lu Chuan must first upgrade his pharmacist level to level 2, because Zhenhuan powder soul powder is a medicine that can only be extracted by a 2nd level pharmacist. The first few levels of apothecary are actually not difficult. As long as there is a large supply of gold coins, you can rely on your proficiency in refining medicine many times to advance to the next level in one go. However, the pharmacist's materials are also the most expensive, and the success rate of refining medicine is also related to one's own talent. Hey! This gentleman has really good eyesight. I picked these cold liquid flowers at the foot of the frozen mountains on the border of Freljord last month. They are guaranteed to be top grade. I will give you 20 gold coins for each plant. That's all. The vendor was also wearing a square scarf, but his eyes were full of cunning. Who are you kidding? This color is almost turning white. It's not the same as the fresh cold liquid flowers. Are you sure they were picked last month and not last year? Brother. There must be a limit to black heart. Lu Chuan unceremoniously exposed the vendor's lies. The guys who set up stalls in this black market are more clever than the others. And they can fool the tourists into running around. If Lu Chuan hadn't been flipping through the encyclopedia when he had nothing to do, he might have been deceived by this vendor. It seems that Sir is an expert, so I won't make such shady money anymore. What do you think of 5 gold coins? This is a conscientious price, so I will give you this price. I won't give in to ordinary people. The vendor said again. This is also a common trick used by small businessmen and hawkers to play the emotional card. I have an affinity with you, so I sell this thing to you cheaply. Or, I sell it to others for 100 to 80 yuan, but if it's you, brother, take the 20 yuan away. This kind of sales method gives people a psychological hint, thinking that he is really good to me and has made him so much cheaper at once. But in fact, this kind of hawker would say this to everyone. Lu Chuan had memorized these routines very well in his own world. 20 silver coins per plant. If it works, just nod, if not, forget it. Lu Chuan directly lowered the price very low. In fact, this kind of thing is only worth 10 silver coins in Dalmatia. Because the cold liquid flower itself is not of much value. It is only used to neutralize the violent factors in other medicines. It is everywhere at the foot of the Freljord mountain. As long as you go to Freljord and get to the foot of the mountain, you can fill a storage bag and come back. Sir, you are too dark, you are darker than me. The vendor suddenly said with a bitter look on his face. Brother, I am actually in this business. I opened a material store in my hometown. We all know the prices of these materials, and everyone who comes to Taobao is not stupid. Who would buy a plant for 20 pieces? No. There are very few people who know the goods. And there are thousands of people selling materials in this black market. Even if you encounter someone who doesn't know the goods, they may not buy it from you, don't you think? When Lu Chuan saw the hawker's expression, he immediately knew there was something wrong. Talking again. If the price really exceeded the hawker's profit, he would definitely send Lu Chuan away instead of sighing with a grimace like this. He just wants to be pitiful now, hoping to make more money, but I'm sorry, Lu Chuan, who has been tortured by that society, will never be fooled by such tricks. Let's do it this way. I'll cover all the materials you have here. How about you give me a real price for as much as you want? Lu Chuan looked at the various miscellaneous materials on his stall and found that the quantity was quite a lot, but they were all some low-level medicinal materials. Not very valuable. But if he accepted everything according to the order, it would save him from searching for materials everywhere. When the vendor heard this, he hesitated in his heart. If you set up a stall here for a day, you might just catch a few dead mice. Each plant costs 20 gold coins. You can't even make 100 gold coins a day. Now as long as you can give a sincere price. I want all the materials. This pile of materials is worth at least 1,000 gold coins, right? Lu Chuan encouraged again. Chapter 123. Forget it, bro, you know how to do business. I think you can definitely make a lot of money if you come over to set up a stall. I'll give you 1,000 gold coins. After hesitating for a moment, the vendor decided to agree to Lu Chuan. After disposing of all this batch of materials, he can also collect new materials to make money. However, if this batch of materials cannot be disposed of, he will have to stay here. Besides, thousands of gold coins is really not a small amount. This vendor has been setting up a stall here for several days, and his daily income is only a few dozen gold coins. Those who come to the black market, as Lu Chuan said, are all guys who know the goods, and no one is stupid. If it is so easy to be deceived, everyone should stop doing other things and just crowd into the black market and set up stalls. Throwing a dozen storage bags to Lu Chuan counted them one by one. This aspect still needs to be confirmed carefully. After seeing that there were countless low-level materials in the storage bag, Lu Chuan threw a gold coin bag at the hawker. The hawker hurriedly took it, felt it carefully, and then grinned. Sir, if you need it next time, you can come to me and I will give you a good price. I'm afraid I'll need level 2 materials next time. Lu Chuan smiled and shook his head. After all these materials were refined, his proficiency with pharmacists would reach level 2 anyway. But just as the vendor was closing his stall, a secret book of secrets suddenly fell out of the bag. Lu Chuan glanced at it and saw a few words written on it. Secret Method Soul Contract. The vendor picked up the book and saw that Lu Chuan had been staring at the book. He immediately shook the secret method in his hand and said, "How about it? Are you interested? 500 gold coins for you." "What is this secret book used for?" Lu Chuan asked doubtfully. "I accidentally picked it up in a cave during an expedition in Bilgewater." The introduction said that it can sign a contract with the soul and then enhance one's control ability. Control ability refers to the ability to control some high-level skills and equipment. Higher-level skills or equipment have level requirements. If the strength of a warrior does not reach that level, it cannot be used or worn. Just like a bronze-level warrior, even if he is given a gold-level weapon, he will have difficulty exerting his power because he cannot control the majestic power. "Brother, we just finished the business, and now you're trying to trick me again. It's not good." Lu Chuan said with a smile, but his heart was moved. There are many good things in his little bead that are of the highest quality and defy the heavens, but they cannot be used because their realm does not meet the requirements. Lu Chuan has long expressed his dissatisfaction with this. It's like watching a naked beauty lying on the bed, but not being able to eat her. But now, once this secret book is given to Lu Chuan, he will be like a fish in water. From now on, he will no longer worry about his skills and equipment not being up to par. "What's going on? You seem to be very interested." The hawker was also a good person. He glanced at Lu Chuan and insisted, "Don't say anything. 400 gold coins. With this secret method, if anything happens in the future, sir. If you encounter any silver level or even gold level weapons, you can get started in advance, which is of great significance, so this thing is of high value." Lu Chuan shook his head and smiled. "Do you really think that silver and gold grade weapons are just cabbage everywhere? If you want them, you can have them. All the weapons I have in my hands now are medium-grade brass weapons, and there is no need for them at all. This book." While talking, Lu Chuan took out the Dolan sword. The vendor glanced at it and saw that it was indeed a medium-grade brass weapon. "Then why do you want this book?" "Just keep it for fun. If I meet someone in need later, I can resell it to him at a high price." "Oh, I really lost to you." "Forget it. For the sake of your magnanimity just now, I gave you 100 gold coins. This time it is a real price. Although this book is not cost-effective, I met someone who really needs it. This book is quite expensive." The vendor threw the secret book to Lu Chuan. He was telling the truth. The value of this secret book can be high or low, it just depends on whether it falls into the hands of the right person. But for the hawker, there are only so many people he can come into contact with. This book has been known for a long time before that in the continent of Valoran, most people hold weapons of a lower level than themselves, and this kind of book is simply not of use. Even if a few interested guys came to inquire about the price, they were deterred by the high price. The hawker almost lost his life in the cave in exchange for this book, so he refused to give in. However, today I met such a generous boss as Lu Chuan and packed up all his materials in one go, which made the vendor very happy. He could find a place to store thousands of gold coins and be able to have enough food and clothing for the rest of his life. Furthermore, it is true that this book is of little use if you keep it. It is not bad if you can sell it for 100 gold coins. Lu Chuan counted out another 100 gold coins and handed it to the hawker. After taking it, the hawker thanked Lu Chuan and quickly left the black market. After purchasing the materials, Lu Chuan walked around again to see if he could find anything valuable. However, the result of shopping around made Lu Chuan a little disappointed. Even if there were some things that Lu Chuan had a slight fancy to, the vendors insisted on high prices, which made Lu Chuan lose interest in competing. Those gadgets, skills or weapons may be of great use to other warriors. But for Lu Chuan, it is just a matter of strength. When the strength has been raised to a certain level, better weapons than those on the black market, there are a lot of skills. Just when Lu Chuan was about to turn around and leave the black market, more than a dozen mercenaries suddenly walked towards him and blocked his way. This majestic posture made the samurai and mercenaries who came to search for treasures step aside one after another, folding their arms and planning to watch the show. Mr. Elijah, this was the guy who injured Mr. Harry. One of the mercenaries jumped out and pointed at Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan felt that he looked familiar. After thinking about it carefully, he seemed to be one of the people who pointed a gun at him in the casino. Is it your boy? You made it easy for us to find it, but you unexpectedly came to this black market to find the treasure. It seems that you really think that the money of our Blood Crow mercenary group is so easy to spend. Leah snorted coldly, took a step forward, and a burst of resolute energy burst out. The strong pressure also spread, and Lu Chuan's chest sank under the pressure, and his energy and blood began to surge faintly. The Silver 2-star warrior is undoubtedly the most difficult opponent Lu Chuan has ever encountered alone. Although the previous Void Messenger was slightly better than Elijah. The Void Messenger's mental power was not at its peak at that time, and there was still the gang fought side by side with Lu Chuan and shouldered a lot of burdens for him. Now, Lu Chuan is completely the only one left. And aside from these, behind Elijah, there are at least 3 3-star silver mercenaries and 5 5-star silver mercenaries. The rest are all guys who are hard to find opponents in the bronze ranks. Them. They all stared at Lu Chuan eagerly. As long as Elijah gave an order, they would rush forward and tear Lu Chuan into pieces. It seems that your Blood Crow mercenary group really thinks highly of me, and you actually sent so many good soldiers to surround me. Lu Chuanpi snorted with a smile, but he was thinking of corresponding countermeasures in his mind. He would definitely not be able to beat him. Lu Chuan knew this very well. Even if the arrogance barrier was activated, it would only take a matter of minutes to be broken. The opponent was a Silver Star warrior, and the arrogance barrier would have little effect on him. If you run. Lu Chuan glanced at the Blood Crow mercenaries who had quietly surrounded him. It would probably be very difficult to run away. Others are not fools. They are rushing towards me in a menacing manner. It is impossible for them to just watch me run away. Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes, glanced at the vendors watching the show, and suddenly thought of a way. If we make use of this black market, maybe we can. Chapter 124. Robbery. Robbery. A voice that seemed to be full of sorrow came from Lu Chuan's mouth. Elijah almost lost his balance and fell to the ground. Just now, he looked like a master before a decisive battle. And Elijah praised him secretly in his heart, thinking that there was something extraordinary about this guy, and he could still keep his face calm when facing the encirclement and suppression by a group of them. As a result, the next moment I heard him yelling as if he had suffered countless grievances, just like the little wife who had been abused. What a master's style! What a kingly spirit! What a fart! The mercenaries who were watching the show were also shocked. No, I originally thought that if I could get the Blood Crow mercenary group to send out the entire 2nd regiment, they might be very powerful. Unexpectedly, he gave up before the fight even started. You can pull him down. This guy's aura is only 1 star of brass. If I remember correctly, I heard that Elijah broke through to 2 stars of silver not long ago, right? The gap between the two is not ordinary. Big. How to fight? Oh, I thought it was a good show, but now it's boring. Someone shook his head inside. Lu Chuan chose to ignore the glares and contempt from others, and instead focused on shouting for help. He hasn't done this kind of thing for a long time, but now he still doesn't feel blushing or his heart skips a beat when he does it. In Sun Tzu's Art of War, the last tactic, the 36th stratagem, is considered the best stratagem and is used as a trick to beat the bottom of the box. This shows the importance of this tactic. Of course the opponent who had beaten him would go up to him and slap him in the face, so hard that he regretted being born. But if you can't defeat an enemy, then there's no need to slap him in the face to make him fat, and go up to him with a lifeless look and have sex with him. The current Elijah and his group are still too reluctant for the current Lu Chuan. If you really want to use all your means, you might be able to forcefully fight to the death of both sides. But that's just a possibility. If the opponent has some trump card that disrupts Lu Chuan's plan, then he may not even have the strength to escape. Lu Chuan's current plan is to shout for help and attract the attention of the townspeople in the black market. There is one rule in this black market, to ensure the personal safety of the samurai mercenaries who find things here. Based on this as a guideline, the popularity of the black market is so strong. Otherwise, who would dare to buy things if they were robbed as soon as they came out of the black market? So the purpose of Lu Chuan's yelling was to use the excuse that his things were robbed. Anyway, put this hat on Elijah and the others first. And wait for a while until the townspeople came over to understand the situation. When the time comes, just find another opportunity and run away while they are wrangling. Boy, I think you are looking for death. Elijah's thick eyebrows were stern, and he had obviously discovered Lu Chuan's intention. This black market is not the territory of their Blood Crow mercenary group. A big fight here will arouse the dissatisfaction of the first mercenary group. In the future, it will be a war between the two mercenary groups. He wanted to cripple this kid before the townspeople came over. By then, the first mercenary regiment will naturally not conflict with them over a useless person. The leader of the Blood Crows only asked to bring back the living ones. As for the disabled people, they are still alive, right? The majestic energy continued to emanate from Elijah's body. He reached out and pulled out a nearly 2-meter-long chain from his waist, and swung it at Lu Chuan. Brush. The slender chain seemed weak, but when it was moved, it struck Lu Chuan's chest as nimbly as a poisonous snake, and the air on both sides was accompanied by bursts of tearing sounds. The surrounding discussions stopped abruptly, and the onlookers took a few steps back and turned their attention to Lu Chuan. They wanted to know whether this boy who could only scream for help would be penetrated by this chain through his chest or what would happen. Arrogance barrier. Lu Chuan looked at the chains that were flying towards him, frowned, and shouted softly, and an invisible barrier opened. Bang! The chain hit Lu Chuan's body like a thick whip, making a muffled sound, but Lu Chuan stood on the spot unscathed. Immediately afterwards, everyone heard a subtle sound like glass breaking, and something seemed to break around them. Sure enough, the effect of the arrogance barrier on a guy who is much stronger than himself is really minimal. Lu Chuan frowned and thought to himself. The barrier of arrogance was broken by that guy with just one move. It seemed that the chain in his hand was at least a silver-level special weapon. Although he was very reluctant to have a conflict here, Elijah seemed not to give Lu Chuan any chance, so Lu Chuan could only bite the bullet and take on the battle. When he was really desperate, Lu Chuan didn't mind using his last trump card to replace this guy even if he died. Ugh. With a flick of his wrist, Lu Chuan also drew out the Dolan sword. The slightly blood-red color on the Dolan sword was much dimmed in front of Elijah's forest white chain. After all, this is just a medium-grade brass weapon. For Lu Chuan now, the increase brought by Duolon's sword is really minimal. It seems that you do have two brushes. Elijah's eyes flickered for a moment. His blow just now seemed to have hit a heavy stone wall, without causing any injury to Lu Chuan. A 2-star silver star faced off against a 1-star brass warrior, but he didn't get any advantage from his attack. This alone made the warriors watching on the side quite talk about it. But next, Elijah plans to take action. Even if the opponent is a guy much weaker than him, he cannot ignore the orders of the Blood Raven's leader. He reached out and brushed the chain. The chain, which was originally glowing with a forest white luster, trembled slightly at this moment, and the white light gradually turned into a light green luster. Chain twist. As Elijah shouted, the chain in his hand turned into countless ethereal chain shadows at this moment. Attacking Lu Chuan from all directions, accompanied by the command emanating from the collision of the chains. The sound of teeth grinding. Bang bang bang. After a series of dense and dull sounds, the chains were inserted into the ground at Lu Chuan's feet. The chains were intertwined with each other, turning a small area with Lu Chuan as the center into a circle made of chains. Like a wrapped cage, Lu Chuan was trapped in the center. Moreover, this cage is still shrinking, and the scope of Lu Chuan's activities is getting smaller and smaller. This time, let me see how you run, Elijah had enough confidence in the strength of his low-grade silver chain. Although it was not indestructible, at least it could not be easily destroyed by a warrior of Lu Chuan's level. Moreover, no matter how hard he tried, all he could destroy was the shadow of the chain. He could activate the chain again and surround Lu Chuan again. In this cage of chains, Lu Chuan seemed to have turned into a fish to be slaughtered. As long as Elijah was willing, countless chains would pierce Lu Chuan's body from all directions. As if a small, closed room suddenly emerged. Like countless flying thorns, the people inside have no way to retreat. Of course, the leader of the Blood Crows demanded to be captured alive, so Elijah just restricted Lu Chuan. Now, he can't run away no matter what. Seeing this, others started to discuss in a low voice. After all, this guy is only 1-star brass, so he was a bit too reluctant to fight against Elijah, but the moment he stood motionless and neutralized Elijah's attack was quite handsome. Brass. For 1 star to be able to do this, it's already considered the limit. Although I don't know how he provoked the Blood Crow mercenary group, I'm afraid he will be unlucky if he is captured this time. Some people lamented from the perspective of pity. However, even though Lu Chuan was trapped at this time, he still didn't panic at all. After experiencing so many things, Lu Chuan knew that when the situation becomes more dangerous, only by calming down can he think of a solution. Lock. Elijah reached out and grasped the chain, speeding up the encirclement and suppression of the chain. Just when he was about to tie up Lu Chuan, a clear voice suddenly came from not far away. Elijah, when will it be your turn to come over and point fingers at the territory of our Gale Wind mercenary group? When a group of people heard this, they all turned their attention and looked surprised after discovering the person coming. It's actually the little witch. This thing shocked her. What is the origin of the brass 1-star warrior? If the little witch wants to intervene, I'm afraid it will be difficult for Elijah to take him away this time. Chapter 125. Lu Chuan also followed everyone's gaze and looked behind through the gap in the chains. A short girl wearing a red trench coat and a pair of long riding boots stood not far away with her hands on her hips. She had short brown hair and a slightly childish face that was not particularly beautiful. But it has a bit of elf and cuteness. This girl seemed a bit familiar to Lu Chuan, but he couldn't tell where he had seen her before. After seeing the girl, Elijah's face flashed with fear, and then he said with a bit of politeness. Miss Talia, this kid has a problem with our Blood Ravens mercenary group. I have no intention of causing trouble in your place. I just want to take him away. You said that if there is a festival, then there is a festival. What if, as he said, you really robbed his things? And then used it as an excuse, wouldn't it confuse the right and wrong of our situation? The girl called Talia did not say anything. He said without giving in, and at the same time walked forward quickly, raising his little hand slightly. Destiny is like a thread, treat it as a rock. She shouted loudly, and in a circle of land around Lu Chuan, all the chains that were pierced into the earth were shaken out. Obviously, this Talia has the ability to control the earth's surface. In other words, she is an earth attribute warrior. Miss Talia, the leader of the group, has given instructions and told me to take him back. I hope your group will not embarrass me. When Elijah saw Talia, he released the chain barrier for Lu Chuan without saying a word. Suddenly looked a little ugly. He seemed to be very wary of the girl in front of him who seemed to be underage. This strange phenomenon made Lu Chuan quietly sense Talia's strength, but he was a little surprised to find that Talia only had brass. The strength is about 3 stars, and the aura is still a bit empty. As if it was forcibly improved by using potions, magic cores, etc. Is a 3-star brass girl worth his fear? Or is it that Talia in front of her is hiding her aura, or that the Gale mercenary group behind her is not easy to deal with? Lu Chuan has not come to a conclusion yet, but now that Talia, as the leader of the black market, has come to understand the situation, this is what Lu Chuan is most happy to see. When the opportunity came to his door, Lu Chuan was not polite. He opened his mouth and started to make up lies. This beautiful and kind-hearted young lady, I just spent all my savings and bought some of the lowest grade materials in your store. And then when I was preparing to go out, I met such a group of people. They asked me to hand over my things. If I refused, they threatened me and finally beat me. What Lu Chuan said made Elijah's face turn blue with anger, and the chain in his hand danced and buzzed, shameless person. At this, classmate Lu Chuan shrugged indifferently. He and Elijah were enemies, and it was a good thing for him to make his enemies explode their lungs. Regardless of whether it is shameless or not, since ancient times, winners and losers have always resorted to unscrupulous means, not to mention that if they don't use some dirty tricks, they may have to explain themselves here. Moreover, Talia seemed to have some problems with Elijah. No one knew how much she listened to Lu Chuan's words and how much she believed them. Anyway, she just waved her little hand and snorted coldly, "Speak less. If you use it, you guys from the Blood Crow mercenary group come to our place over and over again to pick up people, and every time it's the same excuse, can you try something new?" Elijah looked stunned. "Do you think our Gale mercenary group turns a blind eye because we are afraid of you? Now I will just say, he is here, you try to touch him." Talia pointed at Lu Chuan. She and Lu Chuan had never interacted with each other before, but this time she took advantage of Lu Chuan to overwhelm the Blood Crow mercenary group. A conflict like this between big forces. And it was still on her home court, if her momentum weakened, she would be defeated later. A group of onlookers making irresponsible remarks would be even worse. Talia has a straightforward temperament and is straightforward and unambiguous. If you don't give Elijah face, you won't give him face. It doesn't matter if it's a blood raven or a crow, they're all the same bird when their feathers are plucked. Okay. Elijah glared at Talia angrily, but he seemed to be worried about something and did not dare to make an attack. He could only turn his face and look at Lu Chuan coldly and said, "You can escape the first year of junior high school, but you can't escape it. 15. I want to see how long the Gale mercenary group can protect you. It's best not to appear under our noses next time, otherwise it won't be such a good thing. I'm afraid you will be the one who dies next time." Lu Chuan sneered without any scruples. Elijah's expression was suffocated again. He glanced at Talia, who was holding her chest and looking impatient. He could only wave his big hand angrily and said, "Let's go." It looked like a rainbow of momentum, but in the eyes of onlookers, it turned out that he led a group of people away in dejection. Okay, let's all leave. Those who need to do business will do business. Those who need to buy things will buy things. If you have any questions, just come to me. I will be the one watching the show today. Although Talia looks like a little girl, but he imitated the tone of an adult, which made people laugh. "Miss Talia, you will be old enough to get married in another year. If you continue to be so careless, no one will dare to marry you." A mercenary teased half-jokingly. Yes, but with Miss Talia's ability, as long as her personality is better, people who propose marriage should be able to pass the threshold. "Ha, Miss Talia, if you can't get married, tell us and find a more promising one among us." Everyone laughed. It seems that Talia is quite popular in this black market, perhaps because her true temperament makes her very attractive to these hard-blooded men. "Everyone, get out. If you keep talking to me, I will drive you all out. I am married to someone." Talia is a little girl after all. After being teased by so many people, her face turned red and she raised her fist, feigning anger. The group of people laughed and dispersed, each going about his or her own business. "Thank you, Miss Talia, for what happened this time." Lu Chuan turned around and bowed his hands to Talia. If she hadn't come forward today, I'm afraid that even if Lu Chuan wanted to escape, he would have struggled a lot and all his cards would be exhausted. Out. However, after being able to survive this time safely and improve his strength later, Lu Chuan is no longer afraid of Elijah. He might even be able to fight against their Blood Crow captain. It's not that big of a deal. I've long been unhappy with the Blood Crow mercenary group, but the leader is just a hands-off shopkeeper who doesn't care about anything. He only knows how to practice Gale Kendo and drink alcohol all day long. We Gale the mercenary group has always been very low-key. But they, the Blood Crows, regard this low-key as a sign of weakness. They really think we are afraid of them. Talia said in surprise again. "Yeah, why are I telling you this? You don't understand. Well, you can go about your business. If you buy something on our site, you can use it with confidence. If anyone dares to rob you, you can tell me. I will destroy his house." Talia showed a sly and pure smile. Looking at her smile and remembering her earth ability just now, Lu Chuan suddenly felt something in his heart. Is this Talia, a rock bird? As a hero who had just come out of that world, Lu Chuan had never played it once. He only heard about her and had a rough understanding of her appearance. So when they first met, he only thought she looked familiar and didn't think of her for a long time. Soon, Lu Chuan thought of something else. According to the official background introduction, Yang's master seems to be Yasuo. Although there are many places in this world that are different from what is stated in the official background introduction, there are also many similarities. By the way, is the leader of your Gale mercenary group named Yasuo? Lu Chuan asked tentatively. Do you know my master? His name is well hidden. Very few people know his real name. They all call him Windbreaker. Talia looked at Lu Chuan with curiosity. Chapter 126. This. Lu Chuan was at a loss for words. He couldn't talk about her master whom he knew in the game. He was also one of the most deceitful heroes in the server. He was also known as Bronze along with Child Jie, Elementary School Monk, and Cashback Girl. 4 killers. Just when Lu Chuan was still thinking about how to answer, a strong man who looked like a mercenary came forward and whispered a few words to Talia. What? Master, didn't you just get drunk? Why did you wake up so soon? Talia's little face turned pale. And she waved her hand to Lu Chuan in panic. I'll leave first if I have something else to do. If you have any questions, just go to him, directly referring to the big man. Immediately afterwards, Talia let out a soft drink. And a pumice stone emerged from the ground. She stepped on the pumice stone with both feet and turned into a ray of orange light. In an instant, she rushed out of the black market and disappeared without a trace. It seems that Talia seems to have some instinctive fear of Yasuo. However, Lu Chuan also wanted to see who Yasuo was in this real world. The man who holds a thin-handled sword that looks like the wind, even though few people can play it well due to the high operational requirements in the game. And is nicknamed Torsuo, but it does not affect the many players' appreciation of him. Love. Yasuo didn't know when it had become a belief he often talked about. For example, do you want to play black? I am Yasuo Rogue 6. Of course, when this sentence was said, it was also accompanied by a burst of punches and kicks from classmates or friends. Shaking his head, Lu Chuan temporarily put aside these past memories. He had more important things to do right now. The Blood Crow mercenary group has already set its sights on him. Although with the help of the tiger skin of the Gale Wind mercenary group, they will not come to visit him again within this time and a half, Lu Chuan can wear this tiger skin of the Gale Wind mercenary group. It won't take long. After all, he and Talia are not familiar with each other, let alone the mysterious Yasuo. I was lucky this time, but if I meet them again next time, if I still can't show the strength to compete with them, I'm afraid the outcome won't be much better. Lu Chuan walked out of the black market and walked around casually. First he just wanted to pay attention to whether there were any secret sentries from the Blood Crow mercenary group around him. It didn't matter if they were targeting Lu Chuan. What Lu Chuan was most afraid of was that they were targeting Jiao. Them. Fortunately, after wandering around and confirming that there was no danger, Lu Chuan turned into an alley, stayed for a moment, and once again confirmed that no one was following him, then he walked into the doorway leading to the cellar. Aisle. This cellar was also a relatively safe location that Fat Rat had found for him before, although the environment was a bit bad. This is your dinner. I'll put it here. Lu Chuan walked into the cellar and placed the few small bowls he was carrying on the old table with a layer of paint peeling off. He saw 2 girls gathering together. They were chatting together about private things in the boudoir. Oh. Ari agreed from a distance, then turned around and asked Janna something unknown. Janna's face turned red and she hit Ari with her fist. You don't need to think about it to know that Ari's little girl must have teased Janna again. Teasing Janna has now become Ari's greatest pleasure. Glancing at Ezreal, who was still sleeping soundly, as if he would not wake up until the sky fell, Lu Chuan shook his head helplessly, walked straight to the innermost part of the cellar, and sat cross-legged on the ground. Digging out a lot of materials that he had just found on the black market from the storage bag, Lu Chuan quickly changed his mind, and a soft white light emitted from each of his hands. This was his simple alchemy table. The potion that Lu Chuan plans to refine is a potion called Healing. As the name suggests, it is a potion that can speed up wound healing. For mercenaries who have been on the verge of death for many years, this kind of potion can sometimes even save a life. When fighting with monsters and being seriously injured, a bottle of healing potion can often give the mercenaries the last chance. A hint of the strength to fight back. Warcraft, on the other hand, does not have such high intelligence and means to obtain these things. Therefore, among the first-level universal potions, this type of healing potion is the most common. However, because there are few pharmacists, and this type of healing potion can play a life-saving role, the price is naturally high. On the black market, a small bottle of healing potion is worth about 5 gold coins. Of course, this is the price paid by well-connected mercenaries, but for ordinary tourists, this potion will cost at least 50 gold coins. Sky-high price. 2 cold liquid flowers, 1 life fruit, 3 fusion grasses. Lu Chuan carefully felt the recipe for the healing potion in his mind, then reached out and threw a bunch of materials into it. In the medicine refining station, the alchemy table consumed Lu Chuan's physical strength and began to operate on its own. The ingredients slowly melted and finally gathered together into a small pool of light blue liquid. He filled up the refined potion in small bottles. After filling 3 small bottles, Lu Chuan stretched out his fingers and dipped them in as usual. A slightly bitter and cool taste spread in Lu Chuan's mouth. At the same time, Lu Chuan could feel an extremely subtle change taking place in his body. There has been a slight improvement in both mental and physical aspects. Of course, this kind of improvement is not to improve one's own cultivation, but to adjust one's own state to the best. Refining the medicinal materials just now consumed a small amount of physical strength. From another perspective, this healing potion is something that restores physical and mental strength. It went quite well. Putting the 3 small bottles filled with healing potion aside, Lu Chuan whispered to himself. I originally thought that it would be my first time to refine a healing potion because I was unfamiliar with it, so I would have to fail a few times before I could gain experience, but I didn't expect that I succeeded the first time. Is the success rate of a pharmacist's medicine refining somewhat related to his own strength? Lu Chuan shook his head. Forget it, let's rush to the second-level pharmacist first. Lu Chuan didn't know what the threshold was for becoming a second-level pharmacist, but proficiency would definitely be related to refining potions many times. Let's refine the current batch of materials first. Moreover, even if the amount of these refined potions is too much for your own use, you can still sell them on the black market. Healing potions will not have to worry about lack of sales. As long as the price is fair, this will be a considerable amount of income. It seems that the road to getting rich is right in front of you. The higher the level of the pharmacist, the better the medicine he can extract. And the more expensive the price will be. Lu Chuan sighed to himself, and then focused his attention on when he arrived at the alchemy table. He immediately threw in the next batch of materials. Chapter 127. Time passes unconsciously. Lu Chuan was completely immersed in the process of refining the potion, and accumulated insights and experiences bit by bit. Later, Lu Chuan could even refine a dozen potions at a time. After an unknown amount of time passed, Lu Chuan breathed out slowly. There were at least hundreds of bottles of potions densely packed around him. Half of the potions were healing potions, and due to insufficient materials, Lu Chuan made the remaining bottles and jars into other potions, such as speed type, anti-hit type, etc. At this moment, Lu Chuan was surprised to find that the method of making the second-level potion, which was originally somewhat vague in his mind, became clearly visible as if someone had wiped away the mist on the mirror. Has your proficiency reached level 2? Lu Chuan was slightly surprised, because there was a slight difference between the pharmacist's improvement and the warrior's cultivation. A samurai's cultivation will be clearly felt after breaking through a shackle, but the pharmacist is completely different. He breaks through quietly and subtly, and even the person involved is not aware of it. If Lu Chuan hadn't obtained the apothecary's secret book in the trial tower and the memory of the powerful medicine refining in his previous life hadn't been preserved in his mind, Lu Chuan might not even have known that he had reached level 2. That is to say, now I can make the second-level potion. Lu Chuan geared up and took out the materials he had prepared long ago. A second-level high-grade magic core was obtained from Feng Yinhu when he was still on Gangfeng Ridge. Lu Chuan never found a good time to use it because the second-level magic core at that time contained the energy was still too huge for Lu Chuan. So he kept it stored. A pure flame has always been the best way to suppress the soul. Since you want to erase the soul consciousness in the essence and blood of the void messenger, naturally you need a refined flame. Lu Chuan now has the core of the red flame with him. You can have as much refined flame as you want. Finally, there is the cold liquid flower that can neutralize the two. The cold liquid flower is necessary for the fusion of low-level materials. The frost effect contained in it can suppress any violent factors. Lu Chuan took a deep breath, and first threw the second-level magic core into the alchemy platform, followed by a burst of fire that shot out of his body and was slowly carried into the alchemy platform. Baked with refined flames, the second-level magic core quickly turned into a puddle of off-white liquid. Under the control of Lu Chuan's mind, the red flame fire tried to slowly dissolve with the magic core. There is a certain repulsive force between the two, and they are contradicting each other. At this time, Lu Chuan threw the cold liquid flower into the alchemy table again. Soon, the two mutually exclusive attributes gradually became gentle and blended slowly in the alchemy table. After touching it for a while, as the medicine refining table continued to catalyze, the off-white liquid gradually solidified, and finally turned into a round and full pill. On the pill, there is actually a circle of faint blue flames floating on it. Under the neutralization of the cold liquid flower, the original red flame fire has been washed away and violent, and now it looks more like a ball of cold fire floating on the pill. On top of the pill. Is this the soul-suppressing pill? Lu Chuan shook his arms. removed the medicine refining table, and placed the soul-suppressing pill that was only the size of a fingernail in the palm of his hand. After a slight hesitation, he opened his mouth and threw it in. Into the mouth. Now Lu Chuan's body can generate fire itself, and this seemingly weird cold fire has little impact on him. If you encounter a special situation, just activate the red flame to force it out. There is no big feeling in the entrance of Zhenhuan pill, just a slight chill in the mouth. Soon, Lu Chuan felt that the coolness spread more and more, and eventually spread along the esophagus, towards the internal organs, limbs and bones. With a flip of his wrist, Lu Chuan took out the essence and blood of the void messenger. The scarlet liquid was as thick as a paste and was accompanied by an extremely strong fishy smell. Lu Chuan frowned, unscrewed the cap, raised his neck, and poured the entire bottle of blood essence into his mouth. Buzz! The moment the essence and blood entered his throat, it seemed as if a ball of extremely rich flames exploded in Lu Chuan's mouth, and every inch of his tongue felt as if it had been pierced by a fine needle. Lu Chuan's face also turned a little purple at this moment, and cold sweat fell from his forehead in an instant. He seemed to feel that his whole head and body were separated. At this time, his brain fell into a numb blank. There were no other thoughts, and the only feeling was spicy. It was as if I had stuffed a handful of fiery red chili peppers into my mouth and chewed them vigorously. No, it's spicier than Chaotian pepper, and this kind of spiciness is not as spicy as spicy chicken. It is simply spicy without any taste. Perhaps it can be compared to taking a sip of alcohol with 100 concentration. More appropriate. Soon, the extremely overbearing energy flowed down the esophagus to the abdomen. Lu Chuan felt that his 5 meridians and 6 meridians were soaked in chili oil. And the force was constantly impacting his various meridians. Seemed to want to poke countless big holes in Lu Chuan's body. Ah! Lu Chuan couldn't help but screamed. His whole body was soaked with sweat at this moment, and the veins all over his body burst out at this moment, like squirming caterpillars. Even with the neutralization of the soul-suppressing pill, Lu Chuan still underestimated the energy contained in the essence and blood of the gold-level warriors. The power was enough to break the rocks and dive into the sky. Strength. A steady stream of power leaked out of Lu Chuan's body, and his whole body was on fire. The substantial red flames poured out uncontrollably at this moment, surrounding Lu Chuan. At this moment, he transformed into Fireman. Bang! A punch hit the wall on the side, causing the entire cellar to tremble faintly, as if there was a voice roaring in the bottom of my heart. Be mine. It's all mine. Including your body, everything is mine. The appearance of the void messenger appeared in front of him. He smiled ferociously with disheveled hair, and stretched out his hand to strangle Lu Chuan's neck. It's all mine. Give it back to me quickly. You can't control this power. As long as you give it back to me, I promise to let you break through to the realm of gold. He said. No, Lu Chuan's vision became a little blurry. His whole body had become numb and uncontrollable, and he wanted to stumble to stand up. The void messengers in front of him turned into 2, and then into 3. They were all laughing, and laughter surrounded them from all directions, irritating Lu Chuan's eardrums. Stop struggling in vain. With your current strength, there is no way to fully absorb it. If this continues, it will only lead to your death. Do you want to die in this way? Greedy person, put your guard down, leave it and give me your control. It is your great honor to live with me. Chapter 128. At night. Ari opened her eyes drowsily, and was awakened by a strange sound. Turning his head to look, Ari was immediately startled. Lu Chuan seemed to be going crazy at this time, and kept hammering the wall with his fists. Flames were burning all over his body, and big holes were made one after another on the wall with his fists. What's going on? How could something so good be like this? Ari's beautiful eyes flashed with worry, and he glanced at Jana, who was sleeping soundly beside him, and then carefully turned over her. Jumped out of bed. Hey, Lu Chuan. Ali walked quietly behind a stone pillar and called out in a low voice. Lu Chuan seemed not to hear, still immersed in madness. Wherever his fists touched, stone fragments flew everywhere. He should have absorbed the essence, blood or magic core of a high-level warrior. This is a common mistake made by inexperienced warriors. I have had this situation before. If we don't treat him in time, he may be killed. He died from the backlash. After all, he is now in a state of unconsciousness. At this time, Ezreal appeared behind Ari without anyone noticing, startling her. Don't look at me as if you've seen a ghost. I just woke up after a full sleep and saw this scene. Ezreal stretched out his arms. What can you do? Ari glanced at Ezreal. Why do you think so? Ezreal folded his arms and leaned against the wall. He glanced at Lu Chuan, who was continuing to run rampant not far away. Because you look very calm, you shouldn't have just gotten up, right? You discovered his condition very early, right? Are you questioning me? Beautiful lady. It seems that you were blinded by the idiot I showed before. Ezreal slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Ari's ears suddenly stood up, and his eyes were full of vigilance. Are you using us? No, 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 I think you guessed wrong. I just took a ride. I originally planned to come to Shurima for some business. Since you are coming too, I will go with you. Ezreal said. There was a faint smile on his face. That smile made Ari a little more disgusted. She hated this kind of profound smile that seemed to have control over everything. If that's the case, please leave immediately. We don't welcome idle guys to join our team. Ari said coldly. Oh, it's really sad to say that. After all, we have been together for a while, so you want to drive me away so ruthlessly. Ezreal smiled playfully and pointed with his finger again. Referring to Lu Chuan, including not caring about his life or death. Ari's expression froze. What do you want to express? If I guess correctly, you are from the Spirit Fox tribe, right? Humanoid monsters are really a very rare race. Ezreal curled his lips. Does this have anything to do with you? Of course it does matter. I just need a girl with a humanoid monster like you. Ezreal's voice suddenly lowered a bit, and he spoke in a voice that only he and Ari could hear, and finally gradually turning up the volume. So, this is a fair deal. You can choose to reject me, and I won't force you. Of course, if you agree, I will help him resolve the situation as you requested. Crisis. Ali's willow eyebrows frowned slightly, as if he was making a difficult decision, and then glanced at Lu Chuan, who was in a state of madness not far away, and finally gritted his silver teeth and said, okay. I can promise you. But the condition is that you must first help him solve the immediate danger, and we will talk about the rest later. Ezreal was very generous. After seeing Ari nod, he took out a small bottle from his arms and threw it to Ari, who hurriedly took it. What is this? Soul-washing water, a third-level potion, can wash away the soul consciousness contained in any blood essence or demon core below the gold level, including gold level, and help the absorber completely absorb the blood essence or demon core. Ari glanced at Ezreal suspiciously. Aren't you worried that after I let him use it, he would cheat and break the contract? After all, it was only a verbal agreement between you and me. It would be easy to slander it, right? It's not that Ari is overly concerned, it's just that Ezreal is too generous. Ari just nodded and threw the soul-cleansing water to Ari. This will inevitably make people have doubts about Ezreal's actions. A bit suspicious. I am a pacifist, and I generally do not bully others. However, I will not be merciful to people who have already promised to others but deny it. In other words, Ezreal turned his face seriously. Staring at Ali, you guys are really not enough for me to fight, so I hope you can abide by the agreement, otherwise I don't mind using some violence to force you to surrender. Who will I face when things get into that situation? It's no good, is it? Ari took a look at Ezreal and found that his aura was only at the stage of brass 2. However, since he could say such arrogant words and hand over the potion with such a heart, it shows that it certainly didn't seem like he was talking big words. Okay, I understand. Ari took a breath and nodded. Also, don't tell anyone what I told you today. Well, this is part of keeping the promise. That's it, I went to bed. I was so sleepy. Ezreal was very casual. He waved his hands, yawned again, and lay down on the big stone beside him, as if he fell into a deep dream within a few seconds. But after a brief encounter with Ezreal, Ari was not so naive as to think that the little yellow-haired boy in front of him was so broad-minded that he was not guarded against anyone. It's just that no one around him is a threat to him. Is he a gold-level warrior? Ali shook his head gently and walked quickly to Lu Chuan. Come on, be obedient. Drink this and you will feel a lot better. Ari looked at Lu Chuan with an indescribable softness in his eyes. Without Lu Chuan's consciousness, he poured the bottle of soul-cleansing water directly into his mouth. Soon, Lu Chuan's mood stabilized, and the flames around his body quickly dissipated, but he himself fell backwards like a sleeping person. Ali hurriedly caught him and slowly put him down. Flat on the ground. He reached out and gently brushed Lu Chuan's cheek, wiping away the sweat on his forehead. Ali pursed her rosy mouth, smiled silently, and murmured to herself. Don't be so reckless in the future. Although we may not know some things if you ask us, it is always good to have one more person to give advice. I don't know why you are so desperate. From the time I first met you, I feel like you are a very hardworking guy. Do you want to protect something with all your life? Ari's eyes flickered for a few times, then dimmed again, with a hint of bitterness on the corner of his mouth, but that person is definitely not me. But these are not important anymore. You have to promise me that if I am no longer here, you will listen to Jana more, okay? Jana is a woman who likes you to the core, so she doesn't want to restrict you too much. What? We all follow you. But many times, either she or I, we are all worried about you. Next time something like this happens to you, and I am gone, who will save you? With that said, Ali leaned down, kissed Lu Chuan gently on the cheek, pulled up a strand of hair by his ear and whispered, "Good night." Ezreal, who was lying on the stone with his head in his hands, quietly opened one eye, glanced at Lu Chuan's position, closed his eyes after a glance, and sighed softly. It's really the hardest thing to accept the kindness of a beautiful woman. Chapter 129. Morning arrived as promised. Lu Chuan opened his eyes drowsily and found himself lying casually on the ground in the cellar. Just a thin blanket covering him. Huh? Lu Chuan raised the blanket in surprise. He vaguely remembered that after taking blood essence yesterday, his whole body seemed to be on fire, and then he lost consciousness. After clenching his fist, Lu Chuan was even more surprised. This power is obviously several times greater than yesterday. Could it be said that he has been successfully promoted? Lu Chuan's heart moved and he punched the air. This time it was not just a faint sound of breaking wind, but also spread out with an invisible ripple. The punch is as powerful as the wind. If you are a samurai who majors in force, a punch can shake the air into ripples and spread, which does not mean that it is impossible. But for a samurai who majored in swordsmanship, to be able to produce such an effect with one punch, he must at least be in the silver realm. It's strange. I clearly remember that I fainted. Could it be that I was promoted unknowingly while I was fainting? Forget it. It's fine if I can be successfully promoted. After all, it was really dangerous yesterday. I miscalculated. I didn't expect the gold-level warrior. The impact of the essence and blood is so powerful. Lu Chuan wiped the sweat from his forehead with some fear. Because this was the first time he had swallowed the essence and blood of a gold-level warrior, he was not very experienced. Even after taking the soul-suppressing pill. It was backfired to that point, and his body was almost taken away by the soul consciousness. But it's enough that the ending went well. This time, Lu Chuan used the power of blood essence to directly reach the silver level. Both his strength, speed and physical tyranny have been greatly improved. Although these are all important, they are not the most important to Lu Chuan. The most important thing is, after reaching the silver level, what kind of good things can you get from the beads? It's been a long time since Xiaozhu Uchikawa used his soul to infiltrate in, because he went in when he was 1-star brass. Except for some magic equipment. He didn't have any other particularly good things. But now that he has been promoted to silver level, he has it again. Lu Chuan was full of expectations for this little bead's journey with the soul contract, a heaven-defying secret. First he raised his head and glanced not far away. It seemed that Jana and Ari hadn't gotten up yet. Then Lu Chuan suddenly found that Xiao Huangmao was lying on a big rock next to him at some point. Is it sleepwalking? Is this guy really here for adventure? Lu Chuan has complained like this more than once, but Xiao Huangmao only eats and sleeps every day. When he has free time, he goes outside to watch the stars and the moon. It's basically an attitude of being idle and just coming here for sightseeing. Let's see what we can get this time first. Lu Chuan sat cross-legged and with a thought, his soul turned into a white light and penetrated into the small bead. A familiar mental pressure hit him, but now that Lu Chuan's mental power and strength have increased significantly, the pressure diluted in every corner of the space has weakened a lot. First, as usual, he glanced at the hero's soul system. The favorability of other heroes who have not been involved with Lu Chuan for the time being is still in the 50s or 60s. Jana, who has been following Lu Chuan, has a favorability of 368. However, Lu Chuan noticed that the second level awakening to break through to the third awakening requires 100 points of favorability. This is an increase of 800 points from the original 200 points. It seems that the favorability of this 1000 points still needs to be improved over time. Then, Lu Chuan subconsciously glanced at Ali's favorability score. He didn't know it, but he was shocked when he saw it. Ari's favorability level has actually reached 199 points. Before Ari's first awakening, Lu Chuan didn't pay too much attention because he was among a group of heroes. After all, the first awakening only required 50 points of favorability. What happened to the instantaneous increase in favorability by nearly 150 points? This made Lu Chuan very puzzled. As for Ezreal's favorability, it has always stayed in single digits, which made Lu Chuan feel a little strange. According to Lu Chuan's understanding for a long time, as long as he is a hero, after getting along with him for a period of time, his favorability will reach more than 10 points. Because 10 points is a critical line, whether the relationship is good or bad, even if the relationship changes from a stranger to someone who can say a few words but doesn't know each other too well, it will exceed 10 points of favorability. But Xiao Huangmao's mere 5 points of favorability made Lu Chuan wonder if he really only had sleep and stargazing in his mind. After walking out of the hero's soul, he saw at a glance the red and glowing red flame core not far away, as well as several other jade pillars. However, it is a pity that Lu Chuan has not found the second piece with attributes so far. Magic core, even on the black market. It seems that these magic cores that have their own attributes are extremely rare. Equipment area. Lu Chuan has been very interested in a broad sword floating in the air since just now. It is an ordinary-looking broad sword, about the size of a palm in width. And the sword body is glowing with silvery white light. It is made of special steel and toughness. The hilt of the sword is wrapped in a layer of dark blue brocade cloth, and its tail end is finished with pure gold. From the appearance, it looks like a broad sword that is of no use but good for exercising strength. If you use it to kill people, I am afraid it will make people laugh. But Lu Chuan always vaguely felt that this sword was extraordinary. It was restrained and unobtrusive, and exuded a slight silver light. Although the sharpness of the hilt was not even as sharp as the Dolan sword, and the edge was not polished as sharp. But there is a saying that a heavy sword has no edge, and a heavy sword has no skill. This means that a very heavy sword that has never been sharpened can cause great damage when its sharp edge is revealed. This was the feeling this sword gave Lu Chuan. He stepped forward quickly, stretched out his hand to brush the sword, and saw the properties of the sword. Storm sword. Grade, top grade silver. Introduction, a heavy sword capable of causing great damage. It does not come with any additional attributes, but there is only one sentence in the introduction, which is intuitive, clear, simple and crude. It's up to you. Lu Chuan crushed the secret method of the soul contract and raised the level of weapons he could wear to a higher level. Now, even a 5-star silver warrior can use this top-grade silver weapon. After all, the Dolan sword is only a medium-grade brass weapon. It has followed Lu Chuan for a long time. However, as Lu Chuan's strength continues to increase, the Dolan sword has been far behind Lu Chuan's pace. However, Lu Chuan has never found it before. He was more accustomed to using swords than the weapons he liked more, so other weapons, even those that were much better than the Dolan sword, were ignored by Lu Chuan one by one. The storm sword was like a huge boulder. Lu Chuan's body suddenly sank under the pressure, and he almost lost his balance and fell to the ground. I'll go, is it so heavy? Lu Chuan grasped the hilt of the sword tightly with both hands this time, and then he could barely lift the storm sword. However, the tremendous strength of the storm sword prevented Lu Chuan from lifting it above his head. You must know that after Lu Chuan's body has been heavily strengthened by the trial tower, now even if it is a mere comparison of strength, he will not be at a disadvantage with the silver warriors of the same level. In front of this storm sword that is only one length longer than his arm, but Lu Chuan didn't even have the strength to lift it. Chapter 130. But if it was just the weight, it wouldn't be a problem for Lu Chuan. He was a pharmacist now, so there was no problem in refining some second-level potions that temporarily increased his strength. The second-level strength potion can temporarily increase the strength by 40. Lu Chuan could lift the storm sword now, but when the time comes, he will take the strength potion and it will not be difficult to swing it. And as you become more familiar with the storm sword and your own strength continues to improve, you will be able to easily master it without using strength potions. He put away the good things first, then followed Lu Chuan around the equipment area again, and also pocketed a light gray giant belt with fists printed on it. The giant's belt is a medium-grade silver armor that can greatly improve one's physical strength and is also a good thing. Next, there was nothing in the equipment area that made Lu Chuan excited. Even if there was, it was equipment that had not been released from the seal due to insufficient strength. But just as he passed by several pieces of magic equipment, Lu Chuan suddenly stopped. The exploding wand. It can greatly increase the damage of magic skills. Speaking of which, Ari doesn't seem to have any suitable weapons. However, Janna has her own sacred object. This exploding wand should be given to Ari. After Lu Chuan muttered, he also took off the bursting wand. Everyone has known each other for such a long time, and Ari is also a member of his small mercenary group. It is not too much for the leader to give the members some decent weapons. After scanning the equipment area and finding no other good stuff, Lu Chuan moved to the skills area. After acquiring a low-level high-level skill like 5 elements sword intent, Lu Chuan had not visited the skill area for a long time. After all, having too many skills would affect his understanding of each skill. After all, the heart is there is only one copy, and it is impossible to think about that skill while practicing this skill. It is most practical to practice a skill to the point of proficiency, but as his strength continues to grow, Lu Chuan feels that he needs a more powerful killing move. The leader of the Blood Crow mercenary group is at least 1-star silver level. Lu Chuan clearly remembered that even if 3 of his 5 elements sword intent were fused, he could only defeat the Void Messenger who only had 30 of his mental power left. Beat. In other words, if he were to deal with a full-status 1-star silver warrior, relying solely on the fusion of the 3 lines of sword intent, and if the opponent used some extremely strong defensive means, Lu Chuan would probably suffer a big loss. By that time, the strongest killing move had been used and the enemy was still unscathed. This was not what Lu Chuan wanted to see. So now he needs a stronger trump card to suppress the situation. Thunder shooting, gun-type skills are not useful, mountain-breaking stone palm-type skills are not very convenient to use. Lu Chuan walked in the skill area. His eyes scanning the rows of various colors of luster skill books, but most of them are skills for side weapons, and occasionally there are a few books on fists, palms, and the like. However, after getting used to using the sword, it was not so comfortable for Lu Chuan to use his fists and palms. Against ordinary enemies, you can teach them a lesson with your bare hands, but against difficult enemies, it is naturally best to use your most skilled moves. After wandering around for a while, Lu Chuan's eyes suddenly stopped in front of a rich orange skill book. Mirror Shadow Waning Moon, just looking at the cover of the skill book, one could feel the majesty and atmosphere coming towards his face. Lu Chuan stretched out his hand to brush it and saw the attributes of this skill book. It turns out to be an intermediate level skill. After the soul contract is opened. Have the permissions been opened so much? If I remember correctly, the skill book for the intermediate level skill must be at least 3-star silver to 1-star silver. The ability to learn is 2 levels higher than the 5 elements sword intention in Lu Chuan's hand. Lu Chuan has just stepped onto the threshold of silver 5 stars and is already able to learn this skill book. It was a mid-level book, and it was a sword skill book. The combination of these 2 points was really rare. Lu Chuan did not hesitate and opened the pages of the book. As always, there was actually nothing written in the skill book, but as soon as he opened it, the memories of the great master who had imprinted this skill book poured into Lu Chuan's mind. The advantage of the skill book is that as long as you open it and read it, you can inherit the memory of that powerful person and understand how to release the skills. However, unlike secret techniques, skills require more adjustment with oneself, which is often referred to as proficiency. Just like a water-type samurai, even if he picks up a force-type skill, after learning it, he will only achieve twice the result with half the effort. A little flash of fluorescent memory drifted into Lu Chuan's mind. At the same time, a white light gradually solidified in front of Lu Chuan, and the long-lost little man was created again by the space inside the small bead. The sword he was holding in his hand was actually the storm sword that Lu Chuan had just obtained not long ago, and when he held it in his hand, it seemed as light as a feather, and he waved the sword in 2 shadows at will. Soon, the figure with white light in the shape of Lu Chuan stood up straight. The heavy sword in his hand flew and spun for a few weeks, and then he pulled it out with a diagonal slash. This was the most basic starting position for a sword warrior, but Lu Chuan's eyes widened. Because after that oblique slash, the entire space in front of him seemed to have been violently cut open by a sharp blade. Crack! There was a crisp sound, like a broken mirror. The figure in the mirror also became fragmented. Immediately afterwards, the white light dispersed into scattered rays of light and dissipated. A sword skill that can crush space. Lu Chuan was stunned. This skill doesn't seem to be very powerful, nor does it have any fancy movements. It's just a simple diagonal slash, and then the energy in the body is poured into the hilt of the sword to activate the mirror shadow of the moon. But this is a space-wide sword skill, this is scary. This means that as long as you are in this space, you have nowhere to hide, and you will be like the reflection in the mirror or the waning moon in the water, which will break and scatter at the touch of it. Damn it, this ability is so awesome. Lu Chuan reviewed the scene in his mind and hurriedly pulled out the épée. However, as soon as the épée was held in his hand, his whole body felt as if a mountain was being pressed against him. After squeezing out the energy to eat, Lu Chuan threw out a horizontal slash, and at the same time, the energy in his body began to pour into the hilt of the storm sword, mirror shadow waning moon. As he shouted, a space in front of him that was only as big as a thumb made a bang sound, followed by a slight crack, which quickly healed. I'm afraid this power can't even kill a mosquito. Lu Chuan twitched the corner of his mouth. Chapter 131. What? Is this for me? Ari held a slender light yellow staff in both hands, with a shallow shimmer on it, giving people a hazy feeling. But what came out through the light layer was a huge spiritual power. Ari just held his hands on the staff, and his whole spirit was lifted. Well. Is this a belated meeting gift? After all, you have been following me for so long. The leaders of other mercenary groups regularly distribute various rewards to their members every month. Lu Chuan looked at A with starry eyes in front of him. Tanuki scratched his head in embarrassment. This is a low-grade silver weapon. A low-grade silver weapon. Ari widened her beautiful eyes and pouted her little mouth. Low-grade silver weapons, the worst ones, are worth more than 1,000 gold coins. Thousands of gold coins are a wealth that ordinary people cannot accumulate in a lifetime. Lu Chuan gave it to Ari so casually, which made Ari, who had been working hard to save money and planned to buy himself a good weapon, excited for a moment. I don't know how to express my feelings. She cheered and jumped directly into Lu Chuan's arms, letting the two delicate balls squeeze against Lu Chuan's chest. Long live the leader. Lu Chuan chuckled lightly. Before he could say anything, he seemed to feel a gaze covering him. Looking up, he saw Jana looking over here with a smile on her face. Lu Chuan was frightened and pushed Ari away quickly. Stop making trouble, Jana is still watching. Oh, it's just a moment of excitement. Jana, you won't mind, right? Ari shrugged her ears playfully, then covered her mouth and smiled coquettishly. It's not difficult to see how excited she was after getting this weapon. Happy. It's just a low-grade silver weapon. You may not be able to use it right now, so keep it safe for now. Lu Chuan reminded him and stretched his legs again. I'm going to set up a stall on the black market today. I refined a batch of potions overnight yesterday. I plan to sell them first and then come back to continue refining. Oh, by the way. This is for you. As he spoke, Lu Chuan, a small batch of about dozens of bottles of medicine left behind were distributed to everyone. They are all speed potions, strength potions, etc. Are you a pharmacist? Janet gently took a bunch of bottles and jars with her jade hand and glanced at Lu Chuan in surprise. That's right. I picked up a secret book in the trial tower some time ago. It introduced how to become a pharmacist, so I learned it. You're a little lucky kid, you must be a little lucky. Ali stretched his elbow on Lu Chuan's shoulder and teased. If you want to learn it, I will teach you when I learn it later. The pharmacist thing is actually not difficult. Lu Chuan added. Stop, I don't listen to this, but I have heard that some high-level pharmacists look like ghosts because they always deal with toxic materials. You have to try any medicine first to see the effect. And even some pharmacists were accidentally poisoned to death. I don't want my face to turn into an old witch with pustules on her face. Ali immediately shook his head. Do you think of the pharmacist as a poison maker? As long as you don't touch any pharmaceutical ingredients like poison, that's fine. Come on, go set up a stall. Ali pushed Lu Chuan on the back and drove him out of the cellar. Black market. Hey, it's you again, buddy. The vendor who originally sold a large amount of materials to Lu Chuan saw Lu Chuan as soon as he entered the door. He immediately ran up and dragged him to his stall. And whispered, Dude, I got another batch of new materials, do you want them? It's still a good price. Lu Chuan glanced at the things on his stall. They were all first-level materials. For Lu Chuan, who had been promoted to a second-level pharmacist, the effect of first-level materials was minimal. I'm not here to buy materials this time, I'm also here to set up a stall. Lu Chuan smiled, then took out a piece of cloth from his storage bag and spread it next to the vendor. Ah. You also set up a stall. Brother, what do you sell? The vendor was stunned at first, and then asked hurriedly. Sell some potions and the like. As Lu Chuan spoke, he had already placed all the bottles and cans in the storage bag on the ground. Formation. Are you a pharmacist? The vendor's eyes suddenly widened. No. I'm just a middleman. My friend is a pharmacist, he asked me to help him set up a stall. The materials I collected before were also used to prepare medicine for him. Lu Chuan concealed it. After all, the profession of pharmacist is precious. Identity will become the focus of the crowd wherever you go. It is also easy to cause some unnecessary trouble. That's right, but that's right. Bro, you're probably in their early 20s. I've never heard of many people in their 20s who can become pharmacists. The vendor breathed a sigh of relief. He thought Lu Chuan it's a pharmacist. Is it difficult to become a pharmacist? Lu Chuan sat down on the ground. Not long after he opened the stall, he simply chatted with the vendor when he had nothing to do. It's not just difficult, it's simply very difficult. Of course, I also heard what others said. Generally speaking, if you want to become a formal pharmacist and be able to refine first-level potions, you need at least the first 3 years of basic training. Then going forward, if you want to be promoted to a second-level pharmacist, you need to look at your personal talent. It's not unusual for some people with poor talent to stay at the first-level pharmacist level for more than 10 years. However, as long as you can step into the threshold of a pharmacist, even if you become a first-level pharmacist, you will have nothing to worry about in your life. You will also be recruited by various forces. No one wants to die. The more capable those are, the less they want to die and the more they want to become stronger. In addition to daily practice and opportunities, medicine is obviously the fastest way to improve, so even strong people have enough respect for pharmacists. The hawker seemed to have quite a lot of research on pharmacists. Lu Chuan, after just asking a question, he said a lot, and it seemed to make sense. It seems like there are quite a lot of benefits to becoming a pharmacist. Lu Chuan sighed softly. The vendor didn't understand and nodded in agreement, yes. The reason why I know so much about pharmacists is because there was a time when I was very obsessed with the profession of pharmacist, but because I was not talented enough, I finally gave up. While Lu Chuan was chatting with the vendor, a samurai wearing a light-colored robe and a thin sword at his waist walked to Lu Chuan's stall and squatted down, seemingly looking at a large number of potion bottles in front of him. Your business is here. The vendor pursed his lips at Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan also turned his head and asked politely, "What do you need, sir? Is this a strength potion?" The warrior picked up a small bottle with a red cap, opened it, smelled it and asked again. How to sell it? The warrior asked the price directly. The vendor thought this was Lu Chuan's first time doing business, so he kindly reminded him in a low voice, "This first-level strength potion is sold on the black market for 50 gold coins. You can get it a little cheaper, and you can still make a profit by selling a bottle for 40 gold coins. Quite a few. Thanks for the reminder, brother." Lu Chuan also nodded to the vendor in a low voice. "Hey, you're welcome. It's not easy for everyone to make a living, so it would be nice to save you some detours." The vendor smiled heartily. Seeing the two whispering, the samurai frowned impatiently. "How much is it?" "Oh, if you want it, it's free of charge." Lu Chuan replied casually, and both the warrior and the vendor were stunned. Chapter 132. No money. The warrior thought there was something wrong with his ears. Even the vendors on the side stared at Lu Chuan in surprise. "Brother, are you crazy? These first-level potions are worth at least 50 gold coins. Even a knowledgeable warrior would have to pay more than 10 gold coins to sell them." Lu Chuan smiled and waved his hand to interrupt the hawker's dissuasion, and continued, "Yeah, no money. Things that cost nothing. Then I don't dare to ask for it." The warrior patted his sleeves and planned to stand up. This samurai is also a mercenary. But he is not a mercenary from a deserted town. He comes from other areas to hunt for things in the black market. Seeing that there are a large number of first-level potions for sale here, he also plans to buy some and keep them. Keep in reserve. No matter which kind of these medicines they are, they may be life-saving straws at critical moments, even if they have an extra bit of strength, even if they have an extra bit of speed. But this free potion was probably refined by the potion apprentices. Its quality may not even reach the first level, and its effect will naturally be minimal. When it comes to matters of life and death, samurai would rather spend more money to buy some peace of mind. No, I think you misunderstood what I meant. This potion is indeed free, but I'm not giving it to you for free. There are additional conditions." Lu Chuan looked at the warrior with a smile. "Conditions?" The warrior paused and looked back at Lu Chuan. "Perhaps you are worried about the actual effect of these potions? Do you think they are refined by some potion apprentices or even trainees? You can try this now and you will understand naturally." Lu Chuan generously handed over a bottle of strength potion. After hesitating for a moment, the samurai took the potion, unscrewed the cap and swallowed it in one gulp. The black market was very lively with people coming and going, so the samurai really wasn't worried about what Lu Chuan was doing in the potion. The slightly boiling liquid slid down the esophagus, and soon, a light red halo floated around the warrior. This was the state where the power potion was activated. After clenching his fist, the warrior could clearly feel that his strength was slightly greater than before. This is a genuine first-class potion. But if it was really a first-level potion, why would he be so generous and give him a bottle for free first? Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, the warrior asked in a deep voice, "Tell me, if you give me some potions for free, what are the corresponding conditions? Promote it for me." Lu Chuan looked up at the warrior. "Publicity? Well, publicity, publicize it for me at the entrance of this black market. Let everyone who goes in and out of the black market know that I have various first-class potions for sale at favorable prices." Lu Chuan picked out 2 bottles of each type of potion. Pushed it in front of the warrior. "After you're done, these are all yours." What Lu Chuan did was the most commonplace in his world, which was advertising. Through advertising, the product's popularity will spread, so more people will come to buy it. But in this world, Lu Chuan found that no one seemed to have done this. Even in the bustling black market, the vendors just spread a layer of cloth on the ground and waited for the passing samurai to buy it. Although it is only a small stall, if the advertising effect can be achieved, the effect will naturally be extraordinary. Moreover, if all the potions in Lu Chuan's hands are sold, it is conservatively estimated that he can earn thousands of gold coins. The stall was small, but he made a lot of money. This was why Lu Chuan was willing to sacrifice his capital and agreed to give the samurai a bunch of potions for free. The warrior looked at the pile of bottles and cans that Lu Chuan pushed toward him. After his Adam's apple twitched twice, he nodded vigorously and said, "Is it just a matter of publicity? Well, it doesn't require you to bring me many customers, as long as you can convey to every samurai mercenary who comes in and out. I am selling first-class potions here, and the potency is excellent. That's enough." "Yes. Well, you can tell them that the first 50 inquirers can receive a free bottle of a type of potion." "Okay." The warrior nodded in agreement and walked to the entrance of the black market. At this time, the vendor pulled Lu Chuan's sleeve nervously. "Brother. That's not how the medicine is used. Moreover, the first 50 people who arrive can receive a bottle of medicine for free. This gift will cost thousands of gold coins. Let's go out. Even if we only count the cost, we have to give away more than 200 gold coins. Isn't this too much of a loss?" Lu Chuan didn't feel distressed, but the vendor felt distressed. "It's okay if you don't give it to me, why are you giving it to those irrelevant passersby?" Lu Chuan smiled faintly and explained, "Everyone is realistic. I don't know you, so why do you buy things from me?" This is the same for those warriors. They often buy things from people who are familiar with them. When buying things from stalls, firstly, it's because we know each other and the price can be negotiated, and secondly, it's because of the habit of getting to know people well. As the saying goes, good things don't go to outsiders. If it were you, you would like to buy a bottle of potion. Lu Chuan said, picking up a bottle of potion and gesturing, "At this time, there are 2 potion stalls in front of you. If you know one merchant and you don't know another merchant, where would you choose to buy?" Although the hawker didn't like being led by Lu Chuan's thoughts, he could only swallow at this time and said, "I should probably choose the businessman I am familiar with. I feel more at ease." "Look, you will think so too, so everyone will think so. For a businessman like me who has just started setting up a stall and doesn't know anyone, who would be willing to support me? They will be more worried about the effectiveness of the medicine. Isn't it effective? If I sell it cheaply, they will think, is it too cheap to use it safely? If I sell it expensively, they will think, it's better than the one I often bought from before. It's expensive, who will come to buy it from you? Problems always exist. What I do now is to use free gifts to block their mouths. As the saying goes, those who take advantage of people are short-handed and those who eat people are soft-mouthed. After they use my medicine for free, if the effect is good, then they are also quite good. They helped me spread the word invisibly, saying, which pharmacy stall is pretty good, and they even gave it to me for free before. This kind of talk spreads from one to another. Everyone wants to come over and try out the free potion. They are all trying to get the 50 places. Am I still worried about not having any customers?" Lu Chuan spoke for a long time, and the vendor froze on the spot, with a flash of confusion in his eyes, as if he was still digesting Lu Chuan's words. Using loss-making methods to make money instead. The vendor murmured in a low voice, his head racing rapidly. The loss is money that can be seen with the naked eye, because those medicines are given away for free, but what is gained? Gained popularity. Whether you open a shop or set up a stall, as long as you gain popularity and everyone knows that there is a shop or stall like yours, you won't have to worry about running out of business. It's like using real money to turn into intangible popularity, but intangible popularity can change into more money. I seem to understand a little bit. The vendor suddenly straightened his back, then pressed his hands on the ground, kowtowed hard. And said seriously, after listening to what the little brother said, I feel that I have benefited a lot. Please accept the next prayer, this is a return gift. The hawker was unshaven and looked to be in his 30s, but he didn't care at all and instead kowtowed to Lu Chuan. That's too polite. Get up quickly. Lu Chuan scratched his cheek and said a little embarrassed. No. Little brother, don't feel embarrassed. To be honest, I have never heard of such a novel idea before. Losing money is actually making money. This idea is so essential. Little brother is willing to share his idea with me. It is very helpful to me. It's a great help. Just what you just said can be sold for money. And it's worth $1,000. The vendor categorically acknowledged. At this time, the warrior who had agreed to Lu Chuan had already reached the entrance of the black market and shouted at the top of his lungs. Everyone, there is a stall in the northwest corner of the black market selling all kinds of medicines. The prices are fair and the medicines are very effective. I have used them personally. They are definitely made by senior first-level pharmacists. The first 50 people to arrive will receive a free bottle of medicine. The effect is you will know how to do it if you try it. Following the shouts of the samurai, some samurai mercenaries who had just entered or had not yet left the black market gate paused. Free trial of first-level potion. How could such a good thing be possible? Did I hear wrongly? Aren't first-level potions very expensive luxuries? Whether it's true or not, you can just go and see it. There's no way to deceive people about the efficacy of medicine. By the way, where is it? It seems to be over there in the northwest corner. Walk. As soon as a group of samurai mercenaries heard that the first 50 arrivals would receive a free bottle of potion, they ran towards the direction of Lu Chuan's stall. Whether it's true or not, you won't know until you go there. If it's true, why not get a bottle of medicine for free? Everyone was struggling to get there before the 50 people. If someone takes a bird's-eye view of the black market in mid-air at this time, they will find a very strange scene. That is, 80 of the passenger flow in the black market is concentrated towards a point in the northwest corner, just like the tide has found a breach in the embankment, and surges out. Chapter 133. Brother, are you here to deliver the medicine? As a group of people suddenly poured out in front of Lu Chuan's stall, the impatient warrior was the first to ask. Of course, the first 50 people who inquire will receive a free bottle of potion. What type do you want? Lu Chuan responded with a smile. Then give me a bottle of speed potion. The warrior was hesitant. After Lu Chuan handed the potion to his hand, he eagerly opened the lid and swallowed it in one gulp. My body feels much lighter. How's it going, brother, is it effective? There are also cautious mercenaries who want to ask for advice first. It works. An absolute first-class potion. The warrior gave a thumbs up. Suddenly, a group of people rushed towards Lu Chuan's stall like hungry wolves. Bring me a bottle, please, I'm the first to arrive. Bullshit. I am number one. Brother, give me a bottle. Brother, I'm so exhausted from sucking milk, you have to give me a bottle no matter what, right? Don't grab it, don't grab it. The people in front of me are all my grandsons. Whoever BBs will explode on the spot. If it is a genuine first-level potion, its preciousness can be seen. Even if it is resold. You can earn 10 or 20 gold coins. This is money that some mercenaries can earn only by taking orders for a month, and even it is the annual income of some low-level mercenaries. A group of people rushed to grab it, but Lu Chuan coughed in an orderly manner, everyone, please line up first and receive the potion in order. If the formation is too chaotic, I will not deliver the potion. Then the hawker next to Lu Chuan saw a scene that stunned him. These bad-tempered mercenaries who had been hanging out in the black market and never obeyed anyone, now turned into docile little sheep and lined up obediently. A long queue leading straight to the gate was opened. Although some people far behind couldn't hear Lu Chuan's words, they were embarrassed to jump in line when they saw so many people waiting in line. After all, no one knew anyone here and they didn't dare to cause trouble. The vendor dared to raise his hand and swear that this was the best atmosphere he had ever had in setting up a stall in the black market for so long. To be able to see such a harmonious scene in such a chaotic town is not much different from seeing rainfall in the Shirima desert. They are all part of a lifetime series. Here, take it, this is your portion. Lu Chuan handed a bottle of potion to a mercenary's hand, then clapped his hands and stood up, saying to the people behind him, all the extra portions given out today have been given out. To everyone who didn't get it, I'm here to say sorry. As soon as Lu Chuan said this, the hawker secretly said something bad in his heart. When I turned around and looked at the people in line, I saw that they all showed impatient expressions. And some were even yelling, I've been waiting in line for so long and you're telling me this? Although Lu Chuan's gimmick was good enough and attracted enough customers to come and watch, if it did not bring them any benefit, it would make them feel psychologically unbalanced and leave the queue directly. After all, people are selfish creatures. Why can't I receive it when he receives it? In this case, why do I have to buy things from your stall? Many people in the team have already left the team, cursing a few words and planning to leave. It seems that this sales method is also flawed. It is very powerful and can attract enough popularity, but if you really want them to spend money to buy potions, I am afraid it will be a bit difficult. After all, it is a luxury worth tens of gold coins for a small bottle. Good product. All of you here are characters who lick blood at the edge of a knife. They work hard all day long and only make a little money, the vendor secretly thought to himself, and at the same time felt that Lu Chuan's peddling method also had some flaws. But soon, Lu Chuan's next words made him change his mind. Don't worry if you haven't received the free potion. I am also a mercenary. I can understand that the money of everyone here is hard-earned. It is all made with blood and even life. So from now on, the potion in this booth will be. We only sell them for 5 gold coins. Lu Chuan chuckled. The sentence sank to the bottom of the water like a bombshell, causing a splash. The mercenaries who wanted to leave stopped in their tracks and turned to look at Lu Chuan in surprise. 5 gold coins for a bottle of first-level potion. This is far from the cost price, right? The cost of the materials alone for a first-level medicine costs about 2 gold coins, because no matter what the first-level pharmacists do, the success rate of the medicine in their hands is only about 50. In other words, a potion costs 5 gold coins, but the stall owner in front of him, this businessman, only sells 5 gold coins. The vendor wiped the sweat from his forehead and glanced at Lu Chuan strangely. Hey, buddy, are you serious? Probably not. After all, the cost price is only 5 gold coins. If you sell it like this, it's your friends will also have opinions. Is it true that 5 gold coins are enough? A samurai asked. Yes. Lu Chuan nodded seriously. Then the warrior fumbled for his wallet from his arms and handed over 5 gold coins, then give me a strength-building potion. Lu Chuan took the gold coin and handed a body-strengthening potion to the warrior. Pfft. The vendor almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he saw this. There are several stalls selling potions in this black market, but their prices seem to have been negotiated and maintained at more than 50 gold coins. It is precisely because of the price that is like an agreement that many warriors are helpless. Except for some mercenaries who always hang out in the black market. The rest of them who really need a potion can only bite the bullet and buy it. Came down. After all, the desert around this deserted town is not as dangerous as the center of the Shurima Desert. But there are still many opportunities. If you want to get something, you must have a heart that dares to take risks and fight. In comparison, this a small contribution can still be accepted with gritted teeth. But now there is such a stall where the potions are extremely cheap, and they are genuine first-class potions, which makes the samurai and mercenaries almost go crazy. After a group of people were stunned for a moment, they broke out into a more crowded panic-buying situation than before. Brother! Please give me a bottle. Don't squeeze. Don't squeeze. What pervert touched my little brother? I want 20 bottles of strength potion. Looking at the mercenaries with bloodshot faces and bulging veins in front of them, who were fighting for each other and almost getting into a fight. They all raised their money bags, fearing that Lu Chuan would not sell them the things. This phenomenon made the vendors early. The already numb nerves twitched hard again. Is this also part of the plan? It seems that my little brother has a long-term vision, which is beyond my reach. He smiled bitterly, and then consciously joined Lu Chuan's team. He no longer planned to show off. The stall was open. There was a sea of people in front of him. Lu Chuan must be too busy, so he planned to help Lu Chuan and act as a manpower. Southeast corner of the black market. A square-faced man with a thick hemp rope wrapped around his forehead, holding a cigarette in his mouth, slammed a bottle of potion to the ground with an angry look. This kind of rubbish potion is what he relies on to steal our business. In front of him, there was also a stall with various potions placed on it. It's just that business that is usually good is in a state of neglect today. Boss, please calm down. If he sells a bottle for 5 gold coins, I'm afraid he won't even be able to get back the original cost, right? A rough man on the side replied with a loud voice. Whether he makes money or not is none of my business. I only know that he robbed my business. This new idiot doesn't even understand the rules, so he dares to rob the old people's business and deliberately disrupts the balance of market prices. Are today's small businessmen so ignorant? It seems that I have to teach them a lesson myself. The square-faced man named Terry twisted his neck. And after making a crackling sound, he led several people with expressions on his face. He walked gloomily towards Lu Chuan's stall. Chapter 134. Mason is a hawker in his 30s who has yet to find a wife, get married and have children. First of all, his appearance is really plain, his body is not tall and majestic, and his own strength is only at the bronze level. Although in some areas with lower overall strength, brass-level warriors are also popular, but Mason is also an ambitious person. Who doesn't like beautiful women? Who doesn't want that kind of beautiful sister who is as beautiful as a fairy? So he held on to his lofty ideals. Then he set up a stall on the black market for several years. The prices of all aspects of materials in this area are very high, making it easier to deceive some stupid green warriors who don't know anything. He has also saved thousands of gold coins in the past few years. When the materials are gone, I go around collecting them myself. After collecting a large amount of materials, I go back to the black market and slowly sell them, selling a little bit every day. His wife has almost saved up, and the thousands of gold coins in her pocket can already attract some good-looking and well-educated girls to offer him an olive branch. Just when Mason was about to stop, he met Lu Chuan. A guy who looked 10 years younger than him. After seeing his actions and listening to his words, Mason's goal became even bigger. How about the girl from Xiajiabiyu? Why do you want to marry a princess from a small country this time? Even if you can't marry a princess, you still want someone like a duke's daughter, right? It's really a huge crowd. It's my first time to experience this kind of black market. It feels like my home. Mason wiped the sweat from his forehead and helped Lu Chuan throw the 5 gold coins handed by others into the small box behind him. A small box that was originally empty is now 2/3 full of gold coins. It is conservatively estimated to contain more than 200 gold coins. But Lu Chuan seemed to have endless supply of potions. Every time the stall was emptied, he would take out a lot of potions from his storage bag and fill them up. How many potions did your friend make this time? Mason took the time to ask Lu Chuan. Let me think about it, it seems that there are only 500 or 600 bottles, and they are almost sold out. Lu Chuan's answer left Mason speechless. What do you mean, only 500 or 600 bottles? Hey, if a bottle can be sold for 50 gold coins, and all the potions are sold out, can we earn 30 gold coins? Mason sighed with some regret. If we sell it for 50 gold coins, the box behind us may not be able to fill it. There is a saying called small profits but quick turnover. Although the profit is small, the small amount makes more, and it is enough to sell faster than others. Lu Chuan said calmly. Explained. Mason nodded. Sure enough, I still don't know as much as you, little brother, in this regard. I only care about the immediate profits. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from behind the crowd. Immediately after the crowd was separated, a square-faced man with a hemp rope around his forehead rushed towards Lu Chuan with a few people behind him. These guests, please line up if necessary. Lu Chuan raised his head and glanced at them lightly. I'll beat you to Gobi. You're such a harmful thing. Terry bent down and grabbed a bottle of potion from Lu Chuan's stall, and then slammed it to the ground. At the same time, he shook his wrist quickly and quietly sprinkled a trace of powder. Bang! Light red liquid seeped out of the broken bottle. It was a bottle of strength potion. But after the pool of liquid touched the ground, it suddenly seemed to be boiling. It began to roll and bubble upwards. Soon, a pool of burnt stuff was left on the ground. Even a small piece of the ground surface was eroded away. Hiss. Seeing this, the group of mercenaries took a breath of air and took a few steps back. They looked at Lu Chuan with a hint of anger and fear in their eyes. Everyone has seen it, right? Don't say that I, Terry, am jealous of other people's business. I am in the pharmacy business myself. And I know this aspect best. If you buy a bottle of medicine for 5 gold coins, you won't even be able to recoup the cost, so this kind of who would do a loss-making business? The answer is already very clear. This guy deliberately used some inferior materials, or even hazardous materials, to make potions at low cost, so the price is so cheap. Terry pointed the finger at Lu Chuan. But if the cost is inferior, why is the efficacy almost the same as a real first-level potion? There are also mercenaries who have tried the potion and found that the effect is quite good, and come out to fight against the injustice. You are not a pharmacist, I don't blame you, but I can tell you clearly that there is a medicinal material called Tianluokeo. This medicinal material has very strong medicinal properties and can enhance people's potential in a very short moment. But the disadvantage is that, this Tianluo grass is extremely toxic. If you are not a samurai who specializes in poison. If you take a potion containing Tianluo grass, you will feel uncomfortable in mild cases, and in severe cases, you will bleed to death. This is a banned drug in the refining of potions. Obviously, the guy in front of me just used low-cost medicinal materials such as Tianluokeo and cut corners to achieve the point where the fake is the real thing. Terry gave Lu Chuan a provocative look as he spoke. Although Tianluokeo's statement was added by himself, if Lu Chuan had not used any other means, he would not have made a penny by selling the potion for only 5 gold coins. Most of the mercenaries were laymen and did not know the actual method of making potions. Now that what Terry said was true, everyone began to believe it. After all, no one would joke with their own life. Moreover, the bottle of potion that Terry just smashed was taken from Lu Chuan's stall. So there was no fraud. The efficacy of the bottle of potion just now has been witnessed by everyone. It is extremely corrosive and even, the land was stained black. Compensate. Return the goods. I didn't expect you to be such a black-hearted businessman. You don't give up any face or conscience in order to make money, right? At this time, someone in the crowd booed someone, as if a powder keg was lit, the entire crowd, the atmosphere became excited. That's it. Get your money back quickly. Fortunately, I didn't rush to test the effect just now. What if I was the kind of person with a very poor physique? Wouldn't it be over? Forget about paying money. What if Mr. Terry doesn't come to expose his lies this time? What if someone among us is killed? Can life be compensated with money? So profiteers like you have to compensate for everyone's mental losses. Thanks to Mr. Terry. Mr. Terry is indeed a genuine first-class pharmacist who has been dealing with pharmaceuticals all year round. He has a vicious eye and can expose this villain at a glance. Otherwise, all of us would be kept in the dark. Someone also said flatter you at the right time. Mason looked at the angry crowd, then at Terry, who looked aloof and arrogant, and finally turned to Lu Chuan with some uncertainty and said, "Brother, how about we avoid the limelight for the time being? That guy named Terry, he is a veteran in the black market. Because he is a first-level pharmacist, he is quite popular in the black market. Everyone buys into his account. Of course, I have no worries about my brother. That guy Terry must be up to something, but..." Lu Chuan waved his hand calmly, interrupting Mason's words, then stood up and looked around the crowd and said, "Do you think there is something wrong with my potion now?" Nonsense. The potion blistered when it was poured on the ground. Then the ground was burned black. You, a profiteer. Just want to cheat money, but you still want to kill everyone. Aren't you going to give an explanation? No one will let go, it's up to you. Terry added with jealousy. In that case. Lu Chuan casually grabbed a bottle of medicine from the ground, unscrewed the cap and poured it into his mouth. After drinking, he grabbed another bottle. The one I drank just now is a strength potion, and this bottle is a speed potion. The third bottle, this is a body strengthening potion. The fourth bottle, this is the potion of fortitude. In front of everyone's eyes, Lu Chuan picked up various potions, drank one bottle at a time, drank a dozen bottles in one go, wiped his mouth and said, "If there is something wrong with this potion, why haven't I had anything to do until now? Everyone has just seen that the potion is so corrosive that it can even burn the ground black. Why now?" Lu Chuan turned to look at Terry, said with a sarcastic provocation. "I'm not dead yet." Chapter 135. Since you said this medicine is so toxic, why am I still standing there alive and kicking after drinking more than a dozen bottles in a row? Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows and stared at Terry. The clamoring people also fell silent in an instant. They were all the makers of public opinion, but they didn't know the real situation of the matter. They often believed whichever side made sense. Although these kind of wallflowers are ridiculous, they represent the public. The most important thing now is whether he can convince everyone. Terry's strength is not high, he is only at silver 5-star. If he were to compete in strength, Lu Chuan could crush him to death with one hand, but if he didn't speak clearly, hundreds of thousands of mercenaries in this black market would not let Lu Chuan go. Ha ha. Terry laughed a few times when he saw the group's eyes turning towards him again. At first, he just guessed that Lu Chuan's potion was fishy, but Lu Chuan drank more than a dozen bottles in one go to prove himself, which made him a little bit embarrassed. Maybe you are a poison pharmacist and have toxic antibodies, so if you drink these things, it will be. Of course there is no problem. Terry said hard, but his confidence was no longer enough, and the words he said were a bit confusing to the mercenary. Unconvinced. This level of justification has some obvious exculpatory meaning. Is your name Mr. Terry? You said you are not jealous of my stall, so why do you rush up to make trouble when I set up the stall well? There is a saying that is good, when something is over. Who becomes the biggest beneficiary? Then who is the instigator behind it? If my stall is demolished by angry people, who will benefit the most? Terry's heart skipped a beat, feeling something bad. Lu Chuan didn't give him a chance to interrupt, and continued. The ones who benefit the most are naturally the other stalls selling potions in the black market. Because without me to grab the business, the mercenaries have no choice but to go to stalls like you, even if the price is expensive. Have you bought the potion? After a pause, Lu Chuan continued, in other words, if I were selling other types of stalls and had nothing to do with you, would you come over to stir up trouble? You wouldn't, because whether I make money or not has nothing to do with you. It doesn't matter at all, and it won't affect your business at all, so I come to the conclusion that you came here to stir up trouble because I affected you to make money. Lu Chuan's words made some of the onlookers' mercenaries nod in approval. Seeing that the situation was a bit overwhelming, Terry snorted coldly, you're talking nonsense. I'm just thinking about everyone. As soon as he said this, someone in the crowd laughed disdainfully, brother, what excuse can you use? This excuse is too outrageous, right? A person who sets up a stall in the black market keeps saying that he is thinking about everyone. This is just as ridiculous as those prostitutes in the pub saying that they are as pure as a little white flower. Terry also knew that he didn't react at the moment and said the wrong thing. He hurriedly found an excuse to cover up, it's useless to talk more. Whether it is true or not, you will know if you show it. Since you are also a pharmacist, let's compare. How is the scene? Let's see whose potion is the best. Everyone's eyes are sharp, do you dare? He planned to use the topic of refining potions to cover up the fact that he said something wrong just now. As soon as Mason heard this, he planned to speak out to help Lu Chuan refute. After all, in his eyes, Lu Chuan was not a pharmacist, he just came to help others sell things. His friend was not present, so this competition could not take place at all. However, Lu Chuan shrugged his shoulders casually, you can say so. Since it's a competition, let's make some bets. Whoever loses can leave from here, how about it? Mason quietly tugged on Lu Chuan's sleeve, brother, don't be quick to talk. That guy has been doing pharmaceutical business in this black market for several years, which means he has several first-level pharmacists. It's almost the end of the year. I'm very familiar with the techniques and aspects of refining medicine, and my friend of yours is not here yet. Sorry, I kept hiding it from you just now, but I actually made those hundreds of bottles of potions myself. Lu Chuan said calmly. What? Mason was still in a daze until Lu Chuan walked onto an open space voluntarily given up by a group of mercenaries. A man in his 20s, a first-level pharmacist. Seeing Lu Chuan accept the challenge, Terry sneered and said, I accepted the bet, and don't say I won't give you a chance. Let's make 3 potions each, and pick 10 guys from the crowd to evaluate, so there will be a total of 30 each person's rating counts as 1 point. Let's compare who has more points. Is that okay? Refining 1 potion is enough. Lu Chuan glanced at Terry indifferently, and Terry only felt a tightness in his chest. He has been in this black market for so many years. Even when members of several major mercenary groups come to buy things from his stall, they are a bit polite. But this guy made it clear that he looks down on him. Judging from his appearance, he is only in his early 20s, right? Even if a young man of this age becomes a pharmacist, what good medicine can he make? Thinking of this, Terry glanced at Lu Chuan with disdain, and then took out a bunch of materials from his storage bag. He planned to refine the strength potion he was most familiar with. A first-level strength potion that can increase your strength by 30 after taking it. But if Terry concentrates on refining the strength potion and uses all his abilities, he can refine the top-level strength potion, which can increase the strength by up to 50. This is also his greatest reliance. After preparing the medicinal ingredients, he sat down cross-legged and rubbed his hands with a faint white light in front of a group of onlookers. Immediately afterwards, under his control, each medicinal plant was thrown into the halo, and was being refined rapidly in front of everyone's naked eyes. The juice of the medicinal materials also seeped out slowly, and a faint medicinal fragrance came out. Although Terry's potion stall is a little darker, I have to say that this guy does have two brushes. He can refine potions so fast it seems that his control of this level of potions has reached a perfect level. Some onlookers whispered. After all, I have been in the black market for several years and have been dealing with medicinal materials all day long. It is natural for me to be familiar with it. Right? But then again, why hasn't that kid taken action yet? Are you planning to give up? Some people caught a glimpse of it at a glance. Lu Chuan was still standing there in a daze. Terry also took a moment to glance at Lu Chuan while he was refining the medicinal materials. When he saw him standing there in a daze, he snorted. Is it really an embroidered pillow? The momentum is enough, but when it comes to competition, is it true that the balance is messed up? That's fine, just pack up and get out of here. There's no place for a guy like you who doesn't know the heights of the sky to stay. Terry snorted coldly in his heart. Chapter 136. Lu Chuan ignored everyone's suspicions and Terry's disdain. The reason why he stood there without moving for a long time was because he was reading the secret book in his mind attentively. Since it is a competition for refining potions, the chances of winning are not high if you only refine the first-level potions. Because the samurai here are not pharmacists, unless the power increase contained in a potion is very obvious, it is impossible for them to be the referee. In other words, even if the first-level potion extracted by Lu Chuan is slightly better than Terry's, it will be difficult for everyone to tell the difference, and Terry is considered an old dealer in this black market, so it is easier to gain everyone's support. Therefore, Lu Chuan planned to directly refine the second-level potion. Among the second-level potions, the one with the most intuitive effect is the strength potion. Ordinary second-level strength potions can increase the strength by 60. Improving one's own strength by 60 is an extremely obvious concept that can be easily perceived. After searching in his mind, he found the method for the second-level power potion provided by the potion master, and Lu Chuan finally started to refine it. Have you noticed that the luster intensity of that young man's medicine refining table is a little brighter than Terry's? Someone discovered that after Lu Chuan sat down cross-legged and officially started to refine the potion. The light ball he kneaded with his hands was brighter. A little. This shouldn't matter much, just like warriors with different attributes have different skill strengths, but no one can say that this attribute will definitely suppress that attribute. Some layman warriors retorted. At the same time, Terry also took the time to glance at Lu Chuan and groaned, "Have you finally started refining?" "I'm just afraid of being overwhelmed by public opinion, so I just pretended to refine it, but this level of struggle is really useless. It's meaningless. My potion will be refined soon, Mason's eyes were also fixed on the two of them, constantly switching back and forth. But what he saw was Terry, who looked confident, and Lu Chuan, who had a slight sweat on his forehead and frowned. Judging from the expressions of the two, the former seems to have a greater chance of winning. Are you too nervous? Or is it a bit reluctant? However, it is not easy to become a first-level pharmacist in your early 20s. If you give time and learn more experience in the refining process, you may be able to. It is not impossible to be promoted to pharmacist level 2. In the middle of Mason's thoughts, Terry's voice came out, with a hint of pride. The refining is complete. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and divided the red viscous liquid suspended above his palm into 10 parts, put them into 10 small bottles, stood up and let out a long sigh of relief. Then he glanced at Lu Chuan, who was sitting on the ground with his brows furrowed, and grinned slightly. "Everyone here, is there anyone willing to come up and try the effect of the potion?" Terry looked around with a giving expression. However, there were still many warriors and mercenaries rushing to shout. In this competition, Terry must have used his best skills to refine the potion. It is only stronger than ordinary first-level potions. Everyone is willing to be a guinea pig of this nature. Terry selected the 10 mercenaries who spoke first and handed the refined potion into each of their hands, indicating with his eyes that they could take the potion. The mercenaries couldn't wait to open the lid. After drinking it in one breath, Terry asked again. "How does it feel?" "It's great. I have never used a medicine with such a good effect. Now I feel full of strength. Compared with the original, I have at least 50 more strength. This feeling I have never experienced before. I feel like I can defeat a level 2 monster now." A 1-star brass warrior said with praise after taking the potion. "If I had such a potion by my side, I dare say I could take on another difficult task order without fear at all. It's very good. This is the best potion experience I've ever had. It's twice as effective as the ordinary potions I bought on the market before." There are also people who tell the truth. After all, although Terry has a bad mouth, he can. The strength as a pharmacist lies here. The effect of the potion extracted with full concentration will naturally be different from the reaction. No matter how good the potion that boy will refine is, I will vote for you, Mr. Terry. A mercenary hurriedly showed his loyalty. If you can gain Terry's favor, you may be able to buy potions at his stall much cheaper in the future. Well, I also leave my vote for Mr. Terry. Yeah, there's no need to look at the results at all. How old is that young boy? He looks only 20 years old. A 20-year-old pharmacist? Don't make me laugh. I have a friend who is also in his 20s. I am a disciple of a pharmacist, and I still can't even figure out the effects of various medicinal materials. So after everyone has tried the potion extracted by that kid, all of them will vote for Mr. Terry. The 10 mercenaries who tried the potion have made a unanimous decision. Terry's strength potion has gone far beyond the scope of first-level potions. It is the top-notch first-grade potion. Even if that kid is really capable and can refine the top-notch potion, it is just a tie. Since it was a tie, why didn't they favor Terry? After all, in terms of connections and proficiency in refining potions, Terry had the advantage. As for that kid, he hasn't refined it yet, so he probably won't be able to come up with anything good. After hearing the answers of several mercenaries, Terry's face was expressionless, but he was happy in his heart. In this way, the outcome has been decided. These 10 mercenaries have agreed to vote for him. Then all they have to do for the rest of the time is watch that arrogant boy run away in despair with his tail between his legs. At the same time, the advantage of winning the game is that you can also publicize your strength in potions. After all, the top first-level potions are not guaranteed. The surrounding onlookers should have thought in their hearts after seeing the praises of the 10 trialists. A definition. At this point, Terry hoped that Lu Chuan could refine the potion as soon as possible. He slapped Lu Chuan's face with an invisible slap. Finally, when everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Chuan, he finally stood up slowly and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Sure enough, I was too reluctant, and I actually failed. Lu Chuan whispered to himself, shaking his head. Okay, although I know I delayed it for a long time and failed everyone many times, Ice Girl will be finished within this week, probably. Chapter 137. Everyone should know where these potions came from, right? This guy doesn't know how to make potions. Now he has given up. Terry pointed his hand at Lu Chuan. Although I feel sorry for interrupting your impassioned speech, but, Lu Chuan stretched out his hand, and a thick blood-red liquid floated on his fingertips. Which ear did you hear it with? I admit that I gave up. Terry's eyes widened suddenly. Didn't you just say that you were too reluctant and failed? Oh, you're talking about that. I was a little overconfident and wanted to refine a third-level strength potion. But because all the materials were not up to standard, I had to settle for the second best and refine a second-level potion. Said Lu Chuan and stretched out his hand to scratch his cheek with a very embarrassed smile. Terry gritted his teeth and stared at Lu Chuan with a livid face. This guy did it on purpose. It's definitely intentional. Deliberately using words that are easily misunderstood, making people mistakenly think that he has failed, and then saying those words again is undoubtedly a slap in the face. Coupled with that mean smile on his face, it really made people angry. When Terry's lungs were about to burst with anger, the other mercenaries all exclaimed in low voices. What did he just say? He planned to refine a third-level potion. And then it failed. So you took a step back and refined the second-level potion? Hiss. The whole audience gasped. Although the second-level strength potion is only one level more than the first-level potion, it is enough to increase the strength by 80. What is the concept of 80 strength? Almost doubled the original strength. In other words, if a Brass Gate Realm Force Warrior removes all means and only competes with strength after swallowing the level 2 strength potion, he may even be able to defeat a silver rank Force Warrior. Although the battle between the two does not rely entirely on strength or speed to win, these physical attributes can definitely affect the outcome of a battle. To put it more directly, mercenaries generally buy this kind of potion to take when fighting against monsters. For monsters that don't have many fancy skills, nearly doubling their strength is definitely the right choice. It is very helpful to kill monsters. But I always feel that this guy is exaggerating. He looks like he is only 20 years old. A 20-year-old first-level pharmacist is already a dragon with scales and phoenix horns, let alone a second-level pharmacist. Some also expressed doubts. Yes, after all, the huge contrast between Lu Chuan's age and his strength is hard to believe. But there's no need for him to say such unflattering words, right? After all, the 10 mercenaries will know how good the potion is after they try it themselves. That's right, just wait and see what happens. While a group of people were discussing quietly, Lu Chuan had already put the thick, blood-like viscous liquid into 10 small bottles one after another and handed them to the 10 mercenaries. The 10 mercenaries took the potion from Lu Chuan's hand somewhat unnaturally. Originally, they planned to fully support Terry, but if they faced a second-level pharmacist. How do you feel? Lu Chuan glanced at them lightly. The mercenaries had just taken all the potions, and the red light lingering around their bodies at this time was the effect of the power potion. A mercenary glanced at Terry hesitantly and found that Terry's face was particularly ugly. The effect is naturally undeniable. The moment after the mercenary took it, he could feel a steady stream of majestic power emerging from all parts of his body. This was simply not comparable to Terry's first-level potion. But he had already promised Terry, but Terry was still watching from the side, making it difficult for him to speak. My vote goes to this little brother. At this time, a voice suddenly broke the silence. Terry looked up and found that it was the one who first started to say that he wanted to support him, and his brows suddenly sank. Everyone, it is true that what this little brother refined is a second-level potion. No matter how effective Lord Terry's first-level potion is, it cannot be compared with the second-level potion. I think even if you haven't tried the second-level potion, it's true. Everyone who knows about super potions should know better than me. So I gave him my vote. After the mercenary finished speaking, he simply didn't look at Terry's expression. A second-level pharmacist is much more valuable than a Terry. The mercenary knows this very well, so how could he offend a second-level pharmacist for a Terry? This kind of thing seems to have inertia. Once someone speaks, the next thing will be much simpler. Now that he was the winner, several other mercenaries also voted for Lu Chuan. The last few mercenaries hesitated for a long time, and finally voted for Lu Chuan. Each vote counts as 1 point, Lu Chuan got 10 points, and Terry got none. Terry's face was extremely gloomy at this time, and he was also extremely angry. It was a raging rage. I found the venue by myself, I proposed the competition by myself, and in the end, the group of people even said they supported me. As a result, I have lost all my face now. Terry could even feel the numbing sights and whispers around him. The second-level pharmacist had completely exceeded his expectations, and once the second-level medicine was revealed, Terry knew that he had no way out. No matter how effective the first-level medicine is, it cannot be compared with the second-level medicine. Otherwise, what is the meaning of the second-level medicine? Now that victory or defeat is a foregone conclusion, and I can't coyly hang out on this territory. Terry's eyes flashed with a sting, he picked up a bottle of strength potion and poured it into his mouth, and a light yellow halo above his fist also burned. Then you have to pay for it with your life. Boy! Terry shouted loudly, bursting out all the strength in his body and focusing on his fists. He was a force warrior, and a top silver 4-star warrior. At this time, Terry was so angry and ashamed that he couldn't care about that much, and he couldn't care about his reputation. Anyway, I can no longer survive in the black market, so let this kid who has just stepped into the realm of silver die. The onlookers took a few steps back. They could all see that Terry had entered a state of rage. The powerful strike of the 4-star silver-level warrior was as powerful as breaking rocks. Even the warriors from other systems of Silver Star 2 may not dare to show mercy. Just in time. I left a portion for myself to try out the effect. Lu Chuan squinted his eyes and poured a bottle of second-level strength potion into his mouth. The power exploded like a tide, and his limbs were all numb. Extremely powerful destructive power is constantly emerging from the corpses. Originally, Lu Chuan's strength was not weak after being baptized in the trial tower, and he drank a bottle of second-level potion. Terry had already rushed to Lu Chuan's face and slammed down with an extremely violent fist. Go to hell. If you don't let me live a good life, then you won't be able to live either. The smile on Terry's lips became more and more ferocious. Lu Chuan glanced at Terry with a cold eyebrow, and whipped out his whip quickly. Bang! Under the astonished eyes of countless people, the menacing Terry used his strongest blow, but was kicked in the abdomen by Lu Chuan. It shot backwards like a cannonball, covering the entire land. A deep ravine rolled up. Man, you must keep your word. It doesn't matter if you make a mistake. No one will blame you. You find the embarrassing things yourself, and no one will force it on you. But if you make the same mistake again and again, you will be arrogant and think that it is all caused by others. Lu Chuan drew his storm sword, walked towards Terry step by step, and stood in front of him. Isn't this too ugly? Lu Chuan curled his lips slightly. No, don't kill me, Terry was trembling all over. He thought the matter was over, but he didn't expect this guy to raise his sword and want to kill him. For those who have murderous intentions towards me, I will not let them go in most cases, and you are no exception. Lu Chuan thrust the storm sword down expressionlessly. The sharp storm sword cut into Terry's chest like tofu. He died before he could groan, and blood seeped down Terry's body into the ground beneath his feet. At this time, the black market fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared at the young man who looked like he was holding a broad blade. Killing a 4-star silver warrior was nothing surprising. There were even 3-star and even 2-star silver warriors among the mercenaries present. But to achieve such a one-hit kill, even leaving Terry unable to fight back, I am afraid that not even the 2-star silver star samurai can do it. Lu Chuan gently wiped the blood stains on the storm sword with the corner of his clothes, then put it into his storage bag, turned around and smiled at everyone. I'm not very talented, but I have a pharmacy stall. I wonder if you could pay me a favor. Chapter 138. It should be right here, Gudong. Elijah stood at the door of an old-looking small house, swallowed, and looked up again. This place is slightly away from the center of the deserted town, and it is already considered the border of the town. Walking further ahead for a while, you have officially entered the desert territory of Shirima, a place where tourists are absolutely prohibited. It is also one of the 7 forbidden places in the Valoran continent, possessing a terrifying fear. It's really unusual to dare to live alone in a place like this, Gudong. Elijah swallowed again as he spoke. As a mercenary who had been tempered for a long time, Elijah still admired the courage of the hunter who lived in this house. If it were him, he probably wouldn't dare to live in such a place casually. Knock, knock. He raised his hand and knocked lightly on the door, but no one in the room responded. Is there anyone there? He called into the house and knocked on the door again. Still no one answered him. Creak. At this moment, the wooden door opened in response as if it was sensing something, making a heart-wrenching sound. Elijah raised his eyes and looked inside the house. It was so dark that even if the light from outside came in, it would be swallowed up, making it difficult to see what was going on inside. What the hell? Elijah wiped the sweat from his forehead, and after regaining his composure, he walked into the house. Hello, is anyone here? If it had been anyone else, Elijah would never be so polite. But the guy I want to visit today is a guy named Sivir, a powerful being who ranks 10th on the bounty hunter rankings. It is said that his strength has reached the golden level, and even the leader of the Blood Crow regiment can only look up to him when he meets him. Moreover, her whereabouts are also very strange, and few people can actually see her appearance. Rumor has it that everyone who saw her appearance died except for her employer. The room was quiet, except for the crunching sound of Elijah stepping on the wooden floor. I took the liberty to disturb Lord Sivir this time because I wanted to ask for something. Of course, the reward will definitely be very generous. Elijah didn't even know if the guy named Sivir was in the room. But regardless of whether others are present or not, he must adopt a very respectful attitude. After all, Elijah didn't want to lose the chance to leave the room. Still no one answered. Is there no one here? Come back next time. I'll report to the Blood Crow captain first this time, Elijah muttered in a low voice. Just as he was about to lift his legs and walk out, a sudden sound of wind came from behind him. Brush. Elijah suddenly turned his head, and saw an extremely sharp cross dagger grazing past his ear, and even his face was swept with a streak of blood from the strong force. How about the reward? Also, give me back my dagger. A cold female voice sounded from the shadow behind her, with a tone like an ordering servant. Elijah swallowed, then pulled the cross-shaped dagger out of the wall, turned around and walked over. This time, he finally saw it clearly. In the corner of the shadow stood a woman with a hot figure. She wore very little, but a pair of heavy armor, which barely covered the vital parts of her body. A somewhat cold side face, outlined in a perfect arc by a few rays of golden light sneaking in from the door. This is your dagger, sir. Elijah quickly lowered his head and held the cross dagger in both hands. This woman was of the highest quality both in terms of figure and appearance, but she was notorious for killing people. Elijah didn't want his eyes to glance at places he shouldn't have looked at, like his head and neck. Home. Tell me what kind of reward. Sivir took the dagger and turned it into a flower in his hand very skillfully. When the cross-shaped dagger rotated rapidly, it seemed like a disc, but a disc of this size can easily cut the throat of any creature. It's like this. I need your help, sir, to assassinate someone. All I need to do is kill him. After that, I will receive a reward of 2,000 gold. Elijah said cautiously. Oh. 2,000 gold, the reward is a bit beyond my expectation. What kind of person is he? Sivir's eyes lit up slightly. Even for a gold-level warrior, an ordinary task order only ranges from a mere 100 to several hundred gold coins. Of course, such tasks will not include killing and other prohibited tasks. For such a taboo mission, you need to find a shadowy existence like a bounty hunter that is not officially recognized. As long as they can afford the right price, bounty hunters can do whatever they can. This is his information. Elijah respectfully handed over a piece of information. Sivir took it and glanced at it, then raised his head and glanced at Elijah. Are you from the Blood Crow mercenary group? As for this guy, if your information is accurate, he is not troublesome, and is not even as strong as some of the middle-level members of your Blood Crow mercenary group. Why do you want me to take action? Sivir said coldly. According to the information, the guy named Lu Chuan only had 5-star silver strength. If someone else came to ask her to take action and offer such a generous reward, Sivir would have readily agreed. However, the employer is the Blood Crow mercenary group, a mercenary group with a very strong overall strength. To deal with a guy who is only a 5-star silver, and then offers Sivir a high price to take action, Sivir has to be cautious. A character like her who can only exist in the dark has many enemies and could capsize if she is not careful. Master Sivir, please don't mind about this. Although this guy named Lu Chuan is not very strong, he has recently been unexpectedly protected by the Gale mercenary group. Sir. You also know that the Gale mercenary group is the largest group in the town. If they really want to protect one person, it will be difficult for us Blood Crows to attack. Elijah paused and continued. So this kind of secret assassination can only be done by professionals. As long as he is killed where the Gale Wind mercenary group can't see it, and they don't have any evidence to know that it was our Blood Ravens who did it behind the scenes, that's enough. Oh. Is that so? Sivir stopped the rapidly rotating cross dagger in his hand, inserted it into the dagger sheath on his waist, and looked up at Elijah. That, Lord Sivir. Elijah raised his head carefully and looked at Sivir, unable to guess what she was thinking. Even if she said no now and kicked herself out, Elijah would only hold it in. But after returning home, he could not afford to be angered by the group leader because the mission was not completed. After all, he had failed once before, and the team leader at the time was very angry. You need to pay half of the deposit first. After a moment of silence, Sivir said lightly. Elijah immediately straightened his back and handed over a gold coin bag with both hands. This is natural. I just like dealing with you rich and powerful mercenary groups. After all, she stretched out her bright red tongue and licked her cherry-colored lips. If you are in trouble, I can make money. Here I wish all my friends a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 139. As evening approaches, the setting sun casts an orange glow on the ground. The black market was crowded, and Mason slapped his shoulders with a tired look. I'm really tired after a busy day. I've never been so busy. As he said this, he picked up a heavy box and placed it in front of Lu Chuan. Little brother, this is our income for today. Has the black market stall closed? Lu Chuan also wiped the sweat from his forehead and stopped refining at hand. Originally, Lu Chuan just planned to sell out the remaining 100 or so bottles of potions on hand. But who knew that after competing with Terry, the mercenaries in the black market almost rushed over and surrounded him. Stay, don't plan to let him go. Everyone said that it doesn't matter if you raise the price of the potions, but please make sure to refine more so that we can also have potions to use. After all, the fact that Lu Chuan was a second-level pharmacist was spread through word of mouth, and everyone in the deserted town knew about it, and many mercenaries came after hearing the news. A second-level pharmacist is really very rare, and even if a second-level pharmacist refines a first-level medicine, the effect will definitely be much better than that of a first-level pharmacist. Everyone is unwilling to give up this opportunity, so they are forcing Lu Chuan quickly refined it. Of course, Lu Chuan's strength alone could not withstand the enthusiasm of all the mercenaries in the black market, although Lu Chuan also knew that they had no ill intentions and just wanted to keep a few more potions. In the end, Lu Chuan used up all the first-level medicinal materials that could be refined. When he naively thought that he could finally breathe a sigh of relief, other material vendors took the initiative to offer various first-level materials of their own. They were all sold to Lu Chuan at low prices. As a condition, it was just to order dozens of bottles of first-level medicine from Lu Chuan. A group of mercenaries looked at Lu Chuan longingly and shook the gold coin bags in their hands. Lu Chuan sighed helplessly and began to get involved in the intensive refining process again. This refinement unknowingly arrived in the evening, which made Lu Chuan's mental energy richer. At this time, he was already dizzy and almost hallucinating in front of his eyes. Well, the stalls are almost closed at this time every day. After all, at night. The deserted town will truly become a chaotic place, so the merchants in the black market will not choose to set up stalls at night. Mason smiled and replied, today's harvest is not small. I made a rough calculation, and I probably made tens of thousands of gold. 10,000 gold. Lu Chuan was startled. He was just refining the potion at the back. The matter of selling the potion was completely left to Mason. He didn't expect to make so much in one day. I thought it was easy to make money as a pharmacist, but I didn't expect it to be so easy. 10,000 gold was equivalent to 100 million in his world. In the past, this was something that would have been unimaginable. Yes, 10,000 gold, all in this big box. I used it to store materials before. After all, storage bags are quite luxurious. Sometimes if there are too many materials, one storage bag is simply not enough. You can take 2,000 gold coins from it. Lu Chuan smiled faintly. Ah. Mason was slightly startled, I didn't do anything, I just helped you sell something. Take it, I asked the clerk to help me with the store and I have to pay him a salary. If you hadn't helped me today, I wouldn't have been able to make so much money by myself, right? Okay, then I can only say thank you. Mason is not pretentious. 00 gold coins is indeed a very generous income for him. He has been setting up a stall in this black market for several years and accumulated it bit by bit. It's only 2,000 to 3,000 gold coins, and if you exclude the money for materials purchased at low prices from outside every time, he actually only has a few hundred gold coins on hand to circulate. Of course, the money is not free. In the next period of time, I may have to trouble you to give up your stall. Lu Chuan changed the subject again. Little brother, Mason couldn't guess what Lu Chuan was thinking. For the next time, please help me look after the stall. I will provide you with a batch of potions every day, and you will be responsible for selling them. After all, my stall's reputation has been established. If it is only open for one day, I will not put it up. Isn't it a waste? What about you, little brother? I have other things to do, so I asked Big Brother to take care of the stalls in the black market. I won't treat Big Brother badly. 20 of the daily income will be yours. 20%. Mason was shocked again. The reason why Lu Chuan was willing to give him 20 was also a warning, I won't treat you badly, but don't do anything secretly behind your back. However, according to Lu Chuan's observation one day, judging from Mason's words and deeds in all aspects, this person has great ambitions. In other words, for the immediate benefits, Mason hopes to achieve greater development. He can indeed lie about his profits while he is away, but once he is discovered, it will not be a good thing for him. If he worked diligently for him, when Lu Chuan left here in the future, he would have thought of taking him on the road and teaching him some methods of becoming a pharmacist. Once Mason becomes a pharmacist and occupies a very popular territory like Lu Chuan, it will be difficult not to get ahead. This must be what Mason is most interested in. After leaving the black market, he parted ways with Mason and told him that he would come over tomorrow morning with a batch of potions for him to sell. Naturally, Mason patted his chest and promised that he was willing to work for Lu Chuan. After all, no one has trouble with money. At this moment, Fat Rat's figure appeared in front of Lu Chuan. He first waited until Mason's back disappeared from sight, then approached Lu Chuan and whispered. Boss, this is the information our brothers obtained after several days of investigation. This is about the comprehensive strength of the Blood Crow Mercenary Group. And this is about the backbone of the Blood Crow Mercenary Group. Fat Rat handed it to Lu Chuan had 2 pieces of hemp paper woven from rough straw, with names of some people and other information densely listed on them. The speed is quite fast. Lu Chuan approved, took the information and glanced at it carefully. The above information about Blood Crow is very detailed. Almost every Blood Crow member's information is recorded in detail. Lu Chuan really admires the information channels of the group of snake spirits headed by Fat Rat. There were only a few people, but the detailed information of hundreds of mercenaries was obtained in just a few days. However, among these hundreds of mercenaries, nearly half of them are in the brass realm, and most of them are even hovering around the 3-star brass level. But as for the information on the core members of Blood Crow, I'm afraid we can't get it by asking. So we can only follow it ourselves. We need the boss to give us a few more days. By then, we must include the core members of Blood Crow in the group. All the long information will be handed over to the boss. Fat Rat promised. Yeah. Lu Chuan nodded lightly. A few days didn't matter to him. And the Blood Crow Mercenary Group seemed to have stopped recently. Ever since Talia came forward to help Lu Chuan find a place that day, he never caused trouble to Lu Chuan again. It seemed that Lu Chuan was assigned to the Gale Group by default, and there was also a hint of not daring to act rashly. This would just last for a while. After Lu Chuan figured out the situation of their entire group, it was time for Lu Chuan to come to them personally before they could take action. After all, walking in this small town, there are always people thinking about your life, which is not a happy thing. You should take this money and share it with your brothers. While you are investigating, don't treat everyone badly. Eat and drink when you should. Lu Chuan took out a bag of gold coins from his arms and threw it to Fat Rat. Fat Rat hurriedly took it and weighed it in his hands. He found that there were hundreds of them and looked at Lu Chuan in surprise. I said, if you do things for me, as long as you have a clear conscience, I will not treat you badly. Yes. Boss. Fat Rat immediately tensed up his body with a serious look on his face. Okay, let's go. Lu Chuan said lightly, and Fat Rat quickly disappeared in front of Lu Chuan. Looking at the gradually dimming sky, Lu Chuan carefully glanced around again. After confirming that no one was staring at him, he raised his legs and walked towards the cellar. Just when he first entered the alley in the cellar, a cold air came from Lu Chuan's back. It was a murderous aura that only a murderous guy could exude. Lu Chuan turned around suddenly and saw a graceful woman standing quietly at the entrance of the alley. In her hand, there was a cross dagger that was rotated to the extreme. You make my time valuable, damn man. The woman opened and closed her lips slightly while walking slowly towards Lu Chuan on a pair of leather riding boots. As she walked gracefully on foot, an overwhelming and powerful aura emanated from her body. Lu Chuan's heart suddenly sank. It's actually the gold level. Chapter 140. Lu Chuan had only encountered a gold-level warrior once, when he was in Demacia, the void messenger who secretly controlled the power. The price paid at that time was not a heavy one. The combined attack of more than a dozen heroes, coupled with an awakening exerted by Xiaozhu. And another combined attack after changing state, finally Lu Chuan realized the triple sword intention, and then reluctantly defeat it. This shows how powerful and terrifying the gold-level warriors are. But the person standing in front of Lu Chuan now is a real gold-level warrior, and just by sensing her aura, she is probably even better than the void messenger. Do we know each other? Lu Chuan squinted his eyes slightly and looked at the woman in front of him. He always felt familiar, as if he had seen her before. Omit all the unnecessary dialogue. Sivir is not a person who likes to talk nonsense with her opponents. In contrast, she prefers to listen to the bodies of fallen people and the sound of blood pouring out. Even the crisp sound of money falling to the ground is much more beautiful than the harsh words of human beings. After she finished speaking, the riding boots under her feet lightly stepped on the ground, and her speed was instantly increased by several levels, like a leaping lightning, striking towards Lu Chuan. Buzz! There was just a sound of breaking wind, and the sharp cross dagger stabbed Lu Chuan's heart fiercely. Seeing this woman fighting as if she was risking her life, Lu Chuan drew his storm sword horizontally and drank a bottle of level 2 strength potion at the same time. He kept a few small bottles of the second level strength potion just in case of emergency. After all, with Lu Chuan's current strength, it was still difficult to fully swing the storm sword, but after drinking a bottle of strength potion, the storm sword became much lighter. No, his strength was doubled. Bah! The cross dagger struck the blade of the storm sword, making a crisp sound. The force was so powerful that Sivir's arm trembled slightly. Whoa! She missed the blow and jumped a few steps away. Her thin eyebrows furrowed slightly and she looked at the storm sword in Lu Chuan's hand in disbelief. High-grade silver. No wonder. She licked her red lips, and the pair of delicate breasts on her chest were also swaying slightly in the rapid movement just now. If we exclude the violent temper of the woman in front of him who is ready to beat or kill her, even Lu Chuan has to admire that this woman is indeed the best among women. Although Jana is also a beauty, she lacks the wildness of a woman and is more like the gentleness of the sister next door. And Ari's seductive look is indeed very seductive, but that's just her disguise. In fact, Ari is more like an eccentric little girl, who is very nervous all day long and doesn't know what she is thinking. The woman in front of me is a good interpretation of all aspects of a woman's taste, figure, and appearance, and she still has a bit of wildness that is revealed inadvertently. I want to know, who sent you here? Lu Chuan stood still with swords in both hands, and a light red fire slowly emerged around his body. Do I need to tell you this? You are just a 5-star silver person. It seems that you are not qualified to talk to me like this. It is better to lie on the ground and wait for death. Spinner blade. With a sharp shout from Sivir's mouth. The cross in her hand, the dagger spun very quickly. Sivir threw the cross dagger forward hard, and the dagger cut through the air, like a disc with a light-colored tail, and rushed towards Lu Chuan. If Sivir had underestimated Lu Chuan just now, then this time she took action for real. As the cross dagger rapidly approached Lu Chuan, the vibrating air buzzed, like a sawtooth that could cut through the air. General. The speed of the cross dagger barely gave Lu Chuan much time to react before it rushed in front of him. Lu Chuan subconsciously raised the storm sword across his chest, only to hear a deafening crisp sound. Ding! The cross dagger was bounced far away, but the countershock force caused Lu Chuan to suffer a small loss. He was shocked and took a few steps back, and finally sat on the ground. Sivir took back the spiritual cross dagger and walked up to Lu Chuan. The cross dagger glowed blood red under the setting sun. I really almost underestimated you. Are all 5-star silver warriors so strong now? Sivir looked down at Lu Chuan and stabbed the cross dagger downwards without mercy. So you still underestimated the explosive power of the silver 5-star warrior. Lu Chuan shouted sharply, and the storm sword in his hand suddenly flashed with a hot red light. Immediately afterwards, a calm breath climbed up. Finally, like a drop of water splashing on a calm lake, a shallow ripple appeared on the storm sword. The 3 colors of red, yellow and blue on the storm sword are brilliant and dazzling, but they also contain huge power. Oops. Sivir's eyes widened and he secretly said something bad. It turns out that this guy has been holding his sword to resist without making any attacks. He has been accumulating strength. If Sivir desperately replaced Lu Chuan at this time, he could stab the cross dagger into his throat before his attack was launched. But if you do that, there will be no chance to escape. Being hit in the face at such a close distance by a skill that made her feel palpitating, even a gold-level warrior would probably lose half of his life. Throw away half your life for a 5-star silver warrior. Sivir would not be so stupid. She stepped hard on the ground with her riding boots, and while she retreated backwards, she held her jade hands with black fingerless gloves on her chest, shield. A light blue circular barrier contained her entire body. After this, a deafening explosion sound also came. Boom! The combined attack of the 3-sword intense, coupled with the unpretentious power contained in the high-quality silver storm sword, spread like an extremely powerful shock wave in all directions. Wherever it went, sand and rocks filled the sky, bricks and soil were scattered everywhere, and even the big trees planted nearby were uprooted by the strong wind brought by the shock wave. Bang! After holding on for a while, the light blue shield around Sivir finally cracked, and a shock wave followed, hitting her abdomen like a dragon sweeping its tail. Pfft! Sivir spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body swayed like a candle in the wind, and was finally swept up into the air by the strong wind. After several minutes, the storm gradually subsided. Crack! Sivir fell from mid-air, perhaps because she received a strong impact from the front. Her lips and teeth were bloody at this time, her hair was messy and she collapsed on the ground, already unconscious. Lu Chuan also stood up unsteadily. Although he was in the center of the shock wave and did not suffer much damage, all his strength was gone. This storm sword, its power is really terrifying, ha ha. Lu Chuan smiled weakly. Originally, he just wanted to use the triple sword intention to knock Sivir back, and then activate the wind intention and sprint to fight. However, you can run first. As a result, he underestimated the power of the storm sword, which was nearly 10 times more powerful than the Dolan sword. The release of the triple sword intent almost emptied out all the power in his body, and this was with the blessing of a second-level power potion. He walked slowly to Sivir on foot and looked at her with a dusty face and ragged clothes. The soft armor on her body was torn to pieces due to the storm, and could hardly cover the tenderness of her chest. She's actually not dead, the strength of the gold level is really terrifying. Lu Chuan felt her weak breathing. In this battle, Lu Chuan had the opportunity to succeed with one blow after being despised. If this woman had faced him squarely from the beginning and used her strongest strength, Lu Chuan would have become there was a corpse. But the situation is like this. After being attacked by Lu Chuan, Sivir still has breath. Although she looks a little embarrassed on the surface, her breath is still stable. In other words, Lu Chuan's level of attack is not enough for her. There is no fatal threat. Take her back first and ask her about the situation before we talk. After thinking for a while, Lu Chuan decided to keep her alive for the time being. A gold-level warrior suddenly came to assassinate him. There must be something fishy about it. Before I do this, I will wrong you. Lu Chuan glanced at the large spring color exposed on Sivir's body. Then averted his eyes without any trace, took out a thumb-thick hemp rope from the storage bag, and tied it. She was almost tied into a zongzi inside and out. This wasn't the end yet. Lu Chuan flicked his hand with one hand and imposed another mental barrier on the outside. However, if she struggled, Lu Chuan could sense her situation immediately. Then, Lu Chuan carried Sivir on his shoulder with one hand and walked toward the cellar with his feet swaying. Chapter 141. When Sivir woke up, what he saw was darkness. Although she has become accustomed to living in such a dark environment, her career is relatively closer to darkness. But the darkness in this unfamiliar environment still made her feel panicked. After briefly sensing the condition of his body, Sivir learned that his hands and feet were tied with ropes and tied to a stool. The reason why I couldn't see anything was because my eyelids were covered by a black cloth. Could it be that Silver 5-star guy did it? Sivir frowned slightly, recalling what happened before he passed out. It seemed that he had tricked him. He didn't expect that a mere 5-star silver warrior could unleash such a powerful and destructive skill, and then he passed out. But that Silver 5-star guy is really an idiot. Does he think that this level of hemp rope can tie him up? Humph. Sivir snorted coldly, clenched his hands into fists and exerted force. But what was different from the sudden break of the hemp rope that she expected was a wave of fatigue that came over her. My whole body was limp and I couldn't muster any strength. Tap, tap. Someone's footsteps were approaching here. Sivir pricked up his ears and his mind entered a state of alert. Although in her current situation, if someone really wanted to do something to her, she wouldn't be able to resist it. But the defensiveness arises subconsciously. People in her profession have countless enemies. If one day they fall into the hands of others, they may be tortured to the point of being unable to survive or die. Buzz. A subtle sound of flames rose up, and Sivir felt that the light in the room seemed to be brighter through the black cloth in front of him. Immediately afterwards, a man's voice was heard, somewhat softly. No need to struggle, I gave you cartilage pills. Then, the black cloth in front of Sivir's eyes was lifted. In front of her, standing was the man with 5 silver stars that she wanted to assassinate. And behind him, it seemed like a cellar compartment. I really underestimate you, you are so considerate. Sivir said with a sarcastic tone. Thank you for the compliment. Lu Chuan did not feel any discomfort at all because of Sivir's sarcasm. To put it bluntly, Sivir was Lu Chuan's prisoner. He was tied up all over and forced to swallow cartilage pills while in a coma. Now he is a useless person. Who would argue with a loser? Lu Chuan brought her back because he wanted to pry something relevant out of her mouth, not to exchange words with her. If you want to get something from me, it's best to avoid it. I have been doing this job for many years and I know what kind of fate I am about to face. Sivir said coldly. She had already made all kinds of preparations. Even if she was tortured by him, humiliated by him, or even played to death by him, Sivir would not say a word. Because she understood that the news in her mouth was what he wanted to know most, and once it was revealed, she would have no value in living. Since he was going to die anyway, why let him get the news he wanted? Are you hungry? Lu Chuan said suddenly. Sivir was stunned and subconsciously replied, a little bit. Immediately, she reacted, her pretty face turned red, and she shouted, don't play tricks on me. Kill me if you can. Just one stab. TSK, TSK, the look of anger turning into shame is unexpectedly cute. Lu Chuan rubbed his chin with one hand, admiring Sivir's blushing face as if he were appreciating a work of art. Sivir felt extremely ashamed. Although Lu Chuan didn't do anything, there was a word called embarrassing. Sivir experienced the feeling of embarrassment for the first time. He was obviously very handsome one moment and said majestically that he would rather die than surrender, but the next moment the conversation changed and this shameless man actually asked himself if he was hungry. But he nodded mysteriously, saying he was a little hungry. Wanna die? Sivir has never felt like committing suicide for a moment. I'm hungry for your sister's big watermelon. Give me back my seriousness. Since you're hungry, let's eat. Lu Chuan picked up the plate of food placed aside and walked slowly to Sivir. It was a rich plate of food, and all kinds of precious game dishes exuded their own fragrance, which penetrated directly into Sivir's nose. Sivir has never experienced the feeling of hunger before. The profession of bounty hunter has a high degree of freedom. They can act whenever they want. For them, killing is just commonplace. Ordinary enough that they can consider whether to do more. Eat a bowl of rice, then go on an assassination mission or something. But today she fell down in the hands of a 5-star silver warrior. She had been unconscious for so long, and now her stomach was growling, but there was a plate of delicious food in front of her. Want to eat? Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows and rubbed the plate in front of Sivir. Go to hell. Sivir glared hard at Lu Chuan. Look, this is a braised sand crab. It lives in the sand hundreds of meters below in the Shurima Desert. Its meat is extremely delicious. Lu Chuan picked up a stewed crab from the plate and gently when you pry open the crab shell, you will find white and soft crab meat inside, exuding a refreshing fragrance. And this, a hare caught in the jungle 100 miles south of the town. Shurima Desert is north of the town. Roasted until golden brown and crispy, then dipped in a special game sauce. Take a bite, it's fragrant on your lips and teeth. Do you want to have a taste? Veins popped up on Sivir's forehead, but unfortunately she was tied up and couldn't move. Otherwise, she swore that she would flatten the guy in front of her and make him round again. Are you treating yourself like a pet dog? This was not too much. The most outrageous thing was that Lu Chuan directly took the plate, found a stool, sat in front of Sivir with no expression on her face, picked up a piece of crab meat and put it on, entered the mouth. Bah, bah, bah. Lu Chuan chewed loudly on purpose. Sivir gritted her silver teeth and turned her head to one side, but her heart was bleeding. What kind of torture is this? Sivir would rather the guy in front of him curse him, punch himself twice, or even do something more obscene. It's much better than being hungry and watching him eat all kinds of delicious food in front of you. After eating the crab meat, Lu Chuan took a bite of his fingers. Disgusting. Sivir said coldly. There's something even more disgusting. Do you want to try it? Lu Chuan turned away and smiled brightly. For such professional killers, torture or anything like that is the worst method, because since they are killers, they have the consciousness of being tortured to death after being caught. So instead of using torture, it is better to use this kind of mental torture to destroy them. Pfft. Without saying a word, Lu Chuan stuffed the finger he had just licked into Sivir's mouth. Sivir stared at Lu Chuan in disbelief with his wide eyes, and then a look of anger flashed across his face. Just when he was about to bite him harshly, Lu Chuan quickly pulled his finger back. Pop! There was only a crisp sound of teeth clashing. When she turned to look at Sivir, she found tears of pain falling from her eyes. Chapter 142. I'm sorry, it was my fault. Lu Chuan squatted in the corner with his head in his hands. In front of him were Ari with his legs crossed and Jana with an uncertain face. Why do I have to apologize? Sivir and Lu Chuan squatted in the corner side by side with their heads in their hands, their faces filled with despair. Prisoner, Lu Chuan. By the way, what's your name? Ari glanced at Sivir. Sivir bit her lip and kept silent. It was her shame to be imprisoned by Lu Chuan, but now what happened to the two women who suddenly appeared? And he was actually put on trial by these two women. Since you won't tell me, I have to call you codename A. Ali said proudly, raising her feet. Sivir. Sivir said through gritted teeth. Sure enough, these people are out of their minds. Wait a minute, Sivir. Lu Chuan was slightly startled, turned his head and looked at Sivir carefully. If I remember correctly, the girl nicknamed the goddess of war in LOL is also called Sivir, right? It's just that the original painting was too cruel, making Lu Chuan involuntarily think of his aunt, who was completely different from the attractive and beautiful sister in front of him. No wonder it always feels familiar. Ho! It turns out we are old friends. I need to write this down. Ali took out a small notebook from somewhere and quickly took notes, on the 20th of XX. Lu Chuan, the maniac who flirts with girls, carried his beloved wife at home on his back. A private meeting with an old lover. Please don't read it out. And what's going on with that note of yours? Lu Chuan roared, just like the way he tortured Sivir just now. Everything really brings down another thing. Sivir looked at Lu Chuan with contempt. Cough. Jana coughed lightly, with a serious look on her face. Lu Chuan shrank his neck and squatted back in the corner. There was no way, who could let him ignore this matter? Facing his real girlfriend, Lu Chuan Kong couldn't be arrogant despite his abilities. Aren't you going to give me an explanation? Even Jana, who had always been very accommodating to Lu Chuan, felt dissatisfied after Ali's jealousy. That's what happened, so it's just like this. Lu Chuan roughly explained the situation just now. So you can explain the whole thing clearly in just 2 sentences. Ali immersed himself in memorizing the notebook again. The sinful Lu Chuan tried to describe the whole thing in 2 sentences. So listen carefully to me. I just said so many words. Quiet. Jana clapped her hands, took on the posture of a hostess, coughed lightly and said, in other words, this woman planned to assassinate you, and then you captured her alive. He was tricked by him. Sivir corrected. Sorry, you can't speak yet. Jana narrowed her eyes and looked at Sivir with a slight smile. The aura of the main palace is strong, warning of blackening. Ari put his chin in one hand and commented. After a chattering discussion among several people, the jury with Jana as the presiding judge and Ari as the judge made the following decision. Such a woman should be beaten to death. Burn it with fire. Water soaking. What's the best way to prick with a needle? You guys, Sivir's slender eyebrows jumped up and down, obviously trying her best to endure it. Only today did she realize how troublesome and terrifying a woman is. Ahem, okay, don't make trouble, don't make trouble. I was just joking. Lu Chuan suddenly jumped out to cover up, in case these two chicks really did something extremely inhumane to Sivir. Before knowing Sivir's identity, she was just an assassin. Even the essence and blood of a gold-level warrior flowing through her body was even more alluring. But after knowing that she was also a hero, Lu Chuan didn't want to embarrass her. People who can become heroes are not bad in nature. Although these are just background settings in the game, it is a matter of two opinions how they will play out in real people. But Lu Chuan is more willing to believe in those heroes, and he may encounter various heroes in the future. After all, the hero's soul system given in the beads cannot be used to harm him. Since it was given and Lu Chuan was asked to guide it and increase his favorability, it proved that they all had merits. How come you started to speak for her now? Are you really having an affair? Ari took out another notebook. That's enough. Don't forget it. Lu Chuan suddenly shouted seriously, causing both Jana and Ari to look up at him in confusion. I don't mean anything else. This person, she is also an envoy of God. Lu Chuan suddenly remembered the excuse he told Jana at the beginning, that he was the person chosen by God. Angel? Jana and Ari were both surprised, then why does she still want to kill you? This, while Lu Chuan's mind was racing, Sivir glanced at Lu Chuan inexplicably. Didn't this bitch just make things difficult for me in every possible way? Why are you starting to defend yourself now? Could it be that? Could it be that he likes me? I am such a cold-blooded and ruthless woman who only thinks about killing people all day long. Are there times when someone takes a fancy to you? And it's not the kind of gaze dominated by desire. How is that possible? Sivir murmured softly. That's right. Lu Chuan finally thought of a suitable answer and said to Jana word by word, look, didn't you also want to kill me at that time? Jana at the beginning, and the ones you met later. Ari, when we didn't know each other, didn't you always want to kill me? Lu Chuan's answer made both Jana and Ari fall into deep thought. They both pointed at their lips, tilted their heads and thought for a while, then looked at each other again. It feels like. That's what happened. Look, right? Ha! Lu Chuan laughed dryly, and suddenly saw Jana and Ari looking at each other strangely. To be more precise, Jana and Ari both had their eyes on Lu Chuan. What's wrong? Lu Chuan asked doubtfully, and then heard a crisp sound. Crack. It sounded like a rope breaking. When he turned around, he found that Sivir had broken free of the hemp rope tied to his body and stood up. Has the effect of the medicine worn off? Doesn't it last for 2 hours? Lu Chuan's heart skipped a beat, thinking that after Sivir herself was a gold-level warrior, the effect of the medicine on her might be much weaker. But now is not the time to think about that. This woman's purpose was to assassinate Lu Chuan. After the humiliation just now, she was now free. So what she will do next? Lu Chuan quickly stood behind Jana and Ari and shouted in a low voice, you guys, step back first, this woman is a bit scary. Then he directly drew out the storm sword, and with a thud, the tip of the sword hit the ground directly. Without the blessing of the second-level strength potion, Lu Chuan found it difficult to lift the storm sword directly. Sivir moved his wrists, which were tied with hemp rope, and pulled out the cross dagger from the side of his leg. A powerful aura filled the sky, causing Jana and Ari behind Lu Chuan to turn pale. This woman, gold level? Ari swallowed, maybe she was frightened. After all, just a moment ago, he was being judged with his hands and feet tied up. He looked weak and frail, but now he suddenly turned into an existence like an insurmountable mountain. Lu Chuan fumbled for the second-level strength potion in his arms. Unfortunately, the bad news was that the second-level potion seemed to have been used up. When refining it, I only kept a few copies. The bottle I used when I met Sivir just now was probably the last bottle of potion. How to lure her away? Lu Chuan was calculating rapidly in his mind. If Sivir wanted to take action now, he would definitely take action. As a serious gold-level warrior, Lu Chuan asked himself that he did not have the ability to resist her. While Lu Chuan was still thinking hard, Sivir walked out of the cellar with his long and straight legs. Eh. Sivir waved his hand, leaving the three people with confused faces. This assassination mission has been cancelled. Immediately, without giving Lu Chuan a chance to ask why, her graceful figure disappeared at the exit of the cellar. Lu Chuan, Jianna and Ali both look at you and me. Chapter 143. Late one night a few days later. Blood Crow wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the woman with a perfect figure outlined in light armor, sitting on the coffee table where he drank tea. The only person who dares to be so presumptuous in front of Blood Crow can only be someone whose strength exceeds him by a large margin. Then, that, Lord Sivir. What's the point of coming here late at night? Blood Crow glanced at the bright moon outside the window. It was originally a good opportunity to sleep with the beautiful woman in his arms, but this woman directly showed her murderous intent, which made him angry. I woke up from my dream and hurriedly ran over to greet the guests. There's nothing else. I'm just telling you that I won't take that order. Sivir took out a piece of iron sand cloth and gently wiped his crossed dagger, speaking lightly. Ah. Blood Crow understood what list she was talking about. But don't bounty hunters always keep their word? Those who can reach the level of a bounty hunter, although they are a bit more ruthless, can still complete the orders they take over perfectly. Why would the woman in front of me go back on her word after agreeing? Isn't she afraid that her reputation will be damaged? What? Is there a problem? Sivir raised his eyebrows. Just this subtle movement, reflected on her body, showed the charm of a woman, making Blood Crow couldn't help but take a second look. Of course, beautiful roses have thorns. Blood Crow didn't dare to expect anything more. He couldn't afford to sleep with this kind of woman. No, no problem. Blood Crow shook his head repeatedly. That's fine. Since the mission has not been completed, I won't blackmail you for the deposit. Sivir threw the gold coin bag that Elijah had given her back to Blood Crow intact. Then, under the watch of Blood Crow, he disappeared into the house. This damn woman. Blood Crow didn't squeeze out a harsh word from between his teeth until he was sure that Sivir was gone. He could only vent at this time. If the gap from the bronze level to the silver level was compared to a stream, then the gap from the silver level to the gold level was like a big river. Although he has stayed in the realm of silver 1 star for a long time, he has never been able to touch the threshold of the gold level, or even step on the golden door. But Sivir is a real gold level warrior. Based on this alone, he can only dare to be angry but dare not speak out, and he has to hold back his disobedience. After standing in the living room for a moment, a stern look flashed across Blood Crow's uncertain face. Since you, the Gale Wind mercenary group, are protecting that kid to the death, then I will sacrifice my old face and kill him myself. I want to see it. Look, you, the Gale Wind mercenary group, are not willing to go to war with me, but you also want to protect him. There must be other reasons for Sivir's sudden change of heart. The longer it takes now, the more unsettled Blood Crow will feel. He was obviously just a 5-star silver boy who broke both of his son's legs. I wanted to kill him, but found it extremely difficult. The repeated obstacles made Blood Crow feel that things were a little out of character. No longer able to drag it on any longer, the Blood Crow managed to get to this position partly by relying on strength, but partly by relying on sharp intuition. He always felt that the boy named Lu Chuan would become a serious problem in the future if he was not eliminated. So he plans to take action personally tomorrow. Regardless of whether the Gale mercenary group is protecting him or not, this person must die. Bah! At this moment, there was a sudden movement outside the window. Who? Blood Crow turned his head sharply, only to find that there was nothing. The window was wide open, and a strong wind blew slowly outside. What the hell did the servant do? He didn't even close the window. Shue Crow frowned slightly and was about to step forward to close the window. When he returned to the room to sleep, a heavy sword pressed on his neck. Hello, Captain Blood Crow. It's such an honor to hear you chanting my name over and over again at such a late hour. A man's voice sounded from behind Blood Crow. Are you Lu Chuan? Blood Crow reacted immediately, but did not look back. Captain Blood Crow has been worrying about my life these days. In order not to disturb your future life, I sent my own life to you in a considerate way. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Lu Chuan's mouth. The fat rat guys are indeed very efficient in their work. In just a few days, they had a clear picture of Blood Crow's residence, travel habits, and work and rest habits. Haha. Hearing what Lu Chuan said, Blood Crow chuckled. Should I say you are confident, or should I say you are arrogant? A warrior with a 5-star silver star who assassinated a 1-star silver star, are you still awake? Blood Crow's understanding of Lu Chuan was that the threat he posed could not be posed in a short period of time. In other words, Blood Crow does not believe that Lu Chuan has the ability to fight him now. He is worried about Lu Chuan's future growth. A young silver 5-star warrior, with the status of a second-level pharmacist, and a life as tough as a brick. He has survived several of his layouts. So once such a person grows up in the future, he will definitely not Blood Crow can stop him. But, that's for later. But now, he is just a silver 5-star warrior. Are all young people today so unable to control their emotions? Or do you think this deserted town is your back garden, and you can do whatever you want? Blood Crow sneered. And was about to say something else. When I was there, suddenly a bad premonition came over me. Do you think I'm really stupid enough to come to you to die even though I know I can't beat you? You are the naive one, right? Lu Chuan shouted, mirror shadow waning moon. As Lu Chuan raised his hand, the airflow in the entire room seemed to be stagnant, and the sound of the howling wind outside the window also disappeared without a trace at this moment. There was no fierce starting move, nor was there any domineering energy. But it just happened to be such a sword. The entire space seemed to have turned into a mirror at this moment. Blood Crow was horrified, but found that his body could no longer move. It turns out that he had quietly used the starting position of this skill just now. The scariest thing about this skill is its starting position. Ordinary skills will more or less have some noticeable starting moves, which is equivalent to giving the enemy an early warning signal, whether to attack or defend next. However, the start of this strange skill can be performed quietly, even without the enemy noticing. When the skill starts to be released, the entire space will be like a frozen lake or a smooth mirror. The body seemed to have become one with this space and could no longer move. Be it a frozen lake or a smooth mirror, how could one of them move on its own? This is the deterrent of the entire mirror shadow waning moon. Unfortunately, Blood Crow discovered it too late. Even if he had noticed the way the skill was released, he could not stop Lu Chuan's next move. At this moment, Lu Chuan seemed to be an outsider. As long as he waved the heavy sword in his hand, he could cut this mirrored space into countless pieces. Blood Crow's body will disintegrate at that moment, falling into pieces like a broken mirror. At this critical moment, Blood Crow desperately mobilized the energy in his body. Although his body was under control, his consciousness still belonged to him. Sandstone Siege. Along with Blood Crow's consciousness, an earthy color suddenly appeared in his body. Immediately afterwards, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble. Crack. After a subtle sound, the ground under your feet cracked at this moment. The important components of the earth, sand and small broken rocks seemed to be subject to infinite suction at this moment, and quickly it moved closer to Blood Crow and wrapped his whole body, like a statue made of sand and stone. At this time, the small bead in Lu Chuan's arms, which had not moved for a long time, suddenly shone brightly. Second update coming. Chapter 144. Ha! Lu Chuan frowned slightly, feeling the strange changes in the little beads in his arms. Speaking of which, the last change in the little bead can be traced back to the time in the Disha Ridge of Dalmatia. At that time, because of the red flame core hidden under the magma pool, the little bead became spiritual. However, after helping Lu Chuan absorb the core of the red flame, the small bead returned to peace. Apart from the amazing and wonderful effects inside it, it is difficult to associate it with spiritual creatures. But late this night, at Blood Crow's home, the little bead started to tremble again and floated in the air without Lu Chuan's control. Could it be that this guy, a thought flashed through Lu Chuan's mind, but now was not the time for him to think. The Blood Crow in front of him possesses the strength of a silver star, and if he is not careful, he may capsize. Mirror shadow waning moon. As Lu Chuan shouted, the storm sword in his hand slashed down hard. Crack. A sound like a broken mirror resounded throughout the room. Immediately afterwards, all the furnishings in the house seemed to have been chopped off by thousands of knives, and were scattered aside, becoming a pile of rubbish. Pfft. Even the Blood Crow, which had covered its body with thick earth, sand and stones, spat out a mouthful of blood under this move, and the clods of soil on its body began to flutter and fall, like a mud statue soaked in water. Generally. Sure enough, it's a bit weird. Lu Chuan glanced at Blood Crow in surprise, who took a few steps back to distance himself from him. This mirror shadow of the waning moon is an intermediate level skill book that he found in the space inside the small bead. It is very powerful and can even destroy the space in front of him. It's just a matter of a moment, after which the space will heal automatically. A skill that can destroy even space, then all existences in the space other than the caster will also be destroyed. It's like the furniture that was originally neatly arranged is now in pieces. It's such a pity. It seems like this is your last resort, right? Blood Crow kept a safe distance from Lu Chuan. In fact, even the walls were destroyed and the house was almost razed to the ground. Not bad, that move just now. Blood Crow smiled solemnly, I can give you a chance to survive. If you hand over the skill you just used, I can spare your life. In Blood Crow's view, a 5-star silver warrior could unleash such a powerful blow, and perhaps this was his greatest reliance. It's a pity that he didn't count that he had the sand core. It was a level 3 top-quality magic core that he picked up during an expedition in the Shurima Desert. It was generated in the body of a high-level golden earth-type monster. Just relying on this magic core, Blood Crow has escaped from death countless times, and this time is no exception. A 5-star silver warrior who has lost his last resort is no different from the fish on the chopping board. But his method was very attractive to Blood Crow. If you can master that skill, you can have the upper hand even against gold-level warriors, right? It seems that you don't quite understand the situation. Lu Chuan curled his lips lightly, I said, since I dare to come to you, then I am sure to kill you. The next moment, his eyelids suddenly raised, and the storm sword in his hand began to buzz and tremble. 3 rays of light of different colors climbed up the hilt of the sword. 3 lines of sword intent. Lu Chuan flicked his wrist, and 3 rays of luster intertwined and rotated, bursting out from the tip of the sword, turning into a rush of light, roaring towards the Blood Crow. If we really compare the power, Jinying Zhongyue, who has not yet reached the level of perfection, is definitely not as powerful as the 3 lines of sword intention. After all, it is the fusion of 3 skills, even if each sword intention itself is not powerful. However, the advantage of Mirror Shadow Waning Moon is that it can kill the opponent silently. Although Blood Crow used his own means to withstand one blow, it could not stop Lu Chuan's next offensive. The 3 sword intentions intertwined with each other and rushed towards the Blood Crow quickly, emitting a cold sound of breaking wind, and even the surrounding air was wiped out with a faint trace. In an instant, he rushed in front of Blood Crow. Such a move has no effect on me. Blood Crow looked at the 3 sword energy flying towards him without any fear. As a Silver Star warrior, his attacks may not be too fierce, but with the sand core at his side, attacks of this level only require a few more mobilizations of the magic power in the sand core. It can be completely resolved. Although the attack is not powerful, when facing a powerless samurai, isn't it easy to take him down? Just when Blood Crow was about to mobilize the sand core, he suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. The core of sand and dust that he had originally stored in his storage bag and carried close to his body seemed to have been blocked by some sudden intervention of matter. No matter how he manipulated his mind, he could not take out any bit of sand and dust as a shield to isolate the attack in front of you. Looking at the 3 fierce sword energy that had hit his nose, Blood Crow's pupils shrank violently, and he panicked and growled, Blood Crow wings. Behind his back, a pair of broad wings stained with blood burst out, wrapping the Blood Crow itself within it. Bang! The sword intent formed by the fusion of the 3 sword energies surged against the bloody wings. The strong wind instantly lifted the Blood Crow up. After a moment, it fluttered in the strong wind like a kite with its string broken. Leaving blood-red feathers all over the sky, the Blood Crow hit the ground heavily. Compared with the rock-hard sand core, the defensive effect of the Blood Crow wings is really unsatisfactory. Perhaps this was a means to increase speed, and was reluctantly used by Blood Crow as a means of defense. Cough, cough, poof. Blood Crow struggled to sit up from the ground, spurting out another mouthful of blood. Although Sivir was knocked unconscious at that time, all aspects of his body were still intact. At this time, after Blood Crow received the 3 lines of sword intent from the front, the aura in his body became disordered, and the blood flowed out uncontrollably. A gushing feeling. What the hell did you do, oh? Just when Blood Crow was about to stand up and fight with Lu Chuan, the broad sword blade glowing with white light appeared in front of him. You, Blood Crow looked up at Lu Chuan in shock. He couldn't believe that a warrior with only 5 silver stars could actually force him into this embarrassing state with just 2 moves. Are you curious about how I did it just now? After you die, how about asking King Yama? Oh, sorry. You guys here may not believe in King Yama, so go ask Satan. Lu Chuan was about to take the life of Blood Crow, when I was settling a matter on my mind, a timid and clear voice suddenly came from behind me. It sounded as clear as a 7 or 8-year-old girl. Big brother, can you let my dad go? Behind the dirt of the dilapidated house, a little girl with a ponytail revealed a small head and a pair of big tearful eyes. There is a third part of fear and a third part of begging. Chapter 145. The storm sword in Lu Chuan's hand was only half a centimeter away from Blood Crow's throat. If he leaned forward even slightly, Blood Crow would have his throat cut and die. "Brother, please let my dad go," the little girl's voice behind him sounded again, and it seemed that she was walking towards Lu Chuan step by step. "Wen dear. Don't come here. Run." Blood Crow saw his little daughter walking towards him behind him. He suddenly panicked and turned his head to look at Lu Chuan. "Don't do anything to my daughter, she's still it's very small, let her go." Lu Chuan glanced at Blood Crow with a cold eyebrow and did not answer. To be honest, regarding the man lying on the ground in front of him, Lu Chuan and him are almost at odds with each other. Blood Crow now only wants Lu Chuan's life, and Lu Chuan also wants to kill Blood Crow to ensure his own peace. Even Lu Chuan couldn't say whether he would do anything threatening to him again if he was let go. At this moment, Lu Chuan suddenly felt his trousers being pulled twice. When he looked down, he saw a little girl with a face as delicate as a porcelain doll. Her big eyes were full of tears, and she spoke with a childish voice. He softly begged. "Brother, please let my dad go. If he did something wrong, would Wen Tier apologize to you?" Wender, Blood Crow's voice was hoarse, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Because his young daughter was in Lu Chuan's hands, Blood Crow was unsure. He didn't know if Lu Chuan would kill his daughter too in order to eradicate the problem. "The little girl's name is Wen Deer, right? How old is she this year?" Lu Chuan covered Wen Deer's head with one palm and rubbed it gently. 7 years old," Wen Tier replied timidly. "You're so sensible." Lu Chuan smiled slightly. Brother, you will let my father go, right?" Wen Tier raised her head and looked directly at Lu Chuan, although there was still some flinching in her eyes. Lu Chuan turned his head and glanced at Blood Crow again. "If eldest brother lets my father go, as a thank you, Wen Tier can marry eldest brother when he grows up, and can help eldest brother wash clothes and cook every day," Wen Tier said the order to herself. Words that make people laugh. "Wen Tier is good, my eldest brother never said he wanted to kill your father. Look at you. You ran out without even wearing any shoes. There are so many gravels outside, what should you do if you scratch your feet? Go back and put on your shoes first, are you okay?" Lu Chuan said with a chuckle. "Then, big brother Lu go, I promised Wen Tier not to go back on it." Wen Tier stretched out her little finger and lightly hooked Lu Chuan, and then turned back with satisfaction. Perhaps in the heart of a simple little girl, as long as the oath is taken, it means that she has received God's blessing and is absolutely valid. Looking at Wen Tier's petite back, Lu Chuan turned his face and glanced coldly at Blood Crow. "Thank you." Blood Crow's Adam's apple moved, and he squeezed out a thank you from between his teeth with some difficulty. "I have no interest in killing children." Lu Chuan snorted coldly. "If you want to kill me, I have one last request," Blood Crow said slowly as he glanced at his daughter's back with some nostalgia. "What?" "I can't count how many people have died in my hands over the years. This day will come sooner or later. But dying in your hands is indeed something I didn't expect. If you can. I hope you can take my body. Take it away and throw it into any ditch or any hill. Because I don't want her to see my body when she comes back later." Blood Crow's eyes gradually softened. As the saying goes, people who are about to die have good intentions. You do love your daughter very much. Tiger poison also doesn't eat its seeds. No one would do anything to their own children. Just do it. Blood Crow slowly closed his eyes. "You should thank your daughter, she gave you your life." Lu Chuan suddenly took back the storm sword in his hand. Blood Crow opened his eyes in disbelief. "I thought you would definitely kill me. Don't think everyone thinks the same as you. Of course, in order to ensure that you will take revenge in the future, I have to leave a way out for myself." Lu Chuan took out a bottle of medicine from his arms and threw it to Blood Crow. "This is... You must have heard the information that I am a pharmacist, right? This is a bottle of poison. And I only have the antidote. If you do anything detrimental to me in the future, you will experience this, the cruelest way to die in the world." Lu Chuan's eyes became sharp. Blood Crow hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and unscrewed the lid, pouring all the liquid inside into his mouth. "Is this all right? This is not a condition for your survival. This is just my defense against you. As for your condition for survival, do you have an earth magic core in your hand? Hand it over." Blood Crow took out the sand core from his arms very neatly. Because even if he died, Lu Chuan could still find these things from him. In other words, this magic core was something he, as the loser, must hand over. What was your skill with the blood-stained wings just now? Lu Chuan asked again. That's Blood Crow's wings. It's a speed-based skill, and it also has the ability to stay in the air and weak defense capabilities. Blood Crow was stunned for a moment. But he still explained everything in detail, and at the same time, he also took out the weapon from his arms. He took out a skill book glowing with blood and placed it at Lu Chuan's feet. He had done this to other people before, and it was nothing more than a trophy that the victor demanded from the loser. One last thing. Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows and looked at Blood Crow's expression. Your Blood Crow mercenary group belongs to me from today on. Impossible. Blood Crow blurted out subconsciously, and then his expression froze slightly. The Blood Crow mercenary group is the hard work he has accumulated over the years. Although the sand core is precious and can be handed over, the Blood Crow wings can also be handed over. But the mercenary group, Blood Crow values more than his own life, are still important. The mercenary group is the foundation for his foothold in this town. Without the mercenary group, given the people Blood Crow has offended over the years, I am afraid that he will die tragically at home the next day. And even his family, his daughter, they will all be humiliated and tortured to death. Those guys who hang out in the small town won't talk to him about what it means to be human. Are you qualified to refute me? Lu Chuan said calmly. If you want control of the mercenary group, then you'd better kill me, because without the mercenary group as a backup, I'm not far from death. It's just a matter of time. Blood Crow sighed with a bitter smile. Tone. It seems that you have done a lot of evil in recent years. There are many people who want to kill you. Blood Crow said nothing, seemingly acquiescing. But what does this have to do with me? I won't give in, because you don't deserve my sympathy at all. Lu Chuan showed a devilish smile. There are only two choices before you. 1. Give me control of the mercenary group. 2. You can go die. Chapter 146. Blood Crow lowered his head silently, seeming to be making a difficult decision. Lu Chuan just looked at him quietly. At this time, Blood Crow looked very embarrassed, and the aura in his body was also very weak. After all, after being wounded by the triple sword intention, he did not have the capital to fight Lu Chuan in a short time. So Lu Chuan had no worries about what he might do secretly to resist. As for sympathy, although Blood Crow does look very miserable now, being forced to make some fatal choices, there is no room for bargaining. But this alone is not worthy of Lu Chuan's sympathy. Have you considered it? Choose 1 or 2. Lu Chuan asked aloud. Blood Crow gritted his teeth. The biggest step back that I can accept is to give you some of the power of the mercenary group, but if I hand over all of it, you don't even care about your daughter's life or death? Lu Chuan asked again. You. Shui Crow raised his head and glanced at Lu Chuan. Didn't you say you wouldn't do anything to her? But I never said I wouldn't use her as a threat, and promises to dead people are completely unnecessary, right? Lu Chuan smiled softly. Are you a devil? Blood Crow was so angry that his whole body was shaking. First of all, make no mistake, we have a hostile relationship. If I don't kill you, you will try to kill me. So in this relationship, why do you think I should be kind to you? Not to kill you, not to touch your family, these are the conditions I have set, and it just depends on whether you are willing to accept it. Lu Chuan shrugged. After another long period of silence, Blood Crow reluctantly agreed. Because if he died, there would be nothing he could do, and for his daughter and his family, he couldn't guarantee whether Lu Chuan would do something detrimental to them after his death. Only by living can he protect his family. I can promise you, but I have one last request. This is my final bottom line. You can serve as the top commander of the mercenary group. But leave the mercenary group to me. You also know that if the whole regiment is handed over to you, there will be only one way for me and my family to die. If we are going to die anyway, why should I make you happy too? Keep talking. Lu Chuan was not in a hurry to refute Blood Crow's words, because Blood Crow's words did make some sense. If his own survival cannot be guaranteed, death and immortality will become meaningless, and then he will not give the control of the mercenary group to himself. The Blood Crow mercenary group is an elite mercenary group. If Lu Chuan wanted to forcefully take over the Blood Crow group without the approval of the Blood Crow, no one would definitely listen to him. For a person, the best way to make him surrender is to completely crush him in terms of strength. But for a group of people, if you want them to surrender, you need to win people's hearts. What I mean is that as the highest commander, you can control everything about the Blood Crow group from behind, including the Blood Crow group's income. Or when you need manpower, you can also unconditionally recruit people from the group. But Ming, I will take care of the Blood Crow mercenary group above. After Lu Chuan thought for a moment, he added, in order to prevent you from doing something secretly, I need to put some people in. The people I put in will all be named deputy captains. They don't need to be given real power, but in terms of reputation and treatment, they need the power of deputy leader. You shouldn't refuse this, right? Okay. Blood Crow nodded. So it's a pleasure to cooperate. Lu Chuan stretched out his hand. Blood Crow hesitated for a while, but still reached out and shook Lu Chuan's hand gently. At this time, when Tyr's figure ran over from not far away, with beads of sweat hanging on his forehead and a pair of cute shoes under his feet. When she saw her father standing there intact, she breathed a sigh of relief like an adult. Brother, I have changed my shoes. When Tyr smiled at Lu Chuan. Your daughter is so obedient and cute. Lu Chuan rubbed Wen Tyr's hair. Humph. Blood Crow snorted somewhat displeasedly, but didn't say much. It seems that Lu Chuan wants too much this time. Even though he has become Lu Chuan's subordinate now, he doesn't have a good look towards Lu Chuan. Of course, Lu Chuan wouldn't care about whether Blood Crow's face looks good or not. He and he are already mortal enemies, so is it possible that he still wants to smile at him with a flattering look? I will ask my men to report to your mercenary guild tomorrow. Thank you for your hospitality. Lu Chuan waved his hand casually and strode away, like an elegant gentleman. Wendier, if you see him in the future, stay away from him, you know. After Lu Chuan left, Blood Crow knelt down and pinched his little daughter's cheek. Why? Big brother seems like a good person. Wendier asked in confusion. No, he is a demon. Blood Crow smiled bitterly and shook his head. All the things I did to others in the past were returned today. The mercenary group he worked so hard to establish also became his treasure. If time could be turned back, the only advice Blood Crow would give to his former self would be this. Never mess with a guy named Lu Chuan. The boss has been here for so long and there is no movement. Could it be that he encountered some problem? Fat Rat and the others huddled behind a big tree not far away, observing the movement in the Blood Crow house from a distance. At first, they heard a noisy sound, and then after a burst of explosions, there was no movement. However, because the opponent was the Blood Crow, Fat Rat and the others did not dare to rush up to find out. If the loser is Lu Chuan, the few of them will not be enough to fill Blood Crow's teeth. At this moment, a familiar figure walked over from not far away. Boss. When Fat Rat and the others saw it was Lu Chuan, they all rushed to greet him. Boss, how are you? Isn't this nonsense? I'm already standing here, what else can I do? Lu Chuan glanced at Fat Rat lightly, and then said, tomorrow, you brothers don't want to work with me. Ah. The smiles of Fat Rat and others suddenly froze on their faces. Lu Chuan's words seemed to mean that he wanted to abandon this group of people. Boss, what you said, Fat Rat glanced at Lu Chuan in disbelief. They spent almost all their time these days, except eating, drinking and sleeping, on helping Lu Chuan collect intelligence. But what Lu Chuan said now made their brothers feel a little chilled. That's what it means. You don't have to work with me anymore. After Lu Chuan finished speaking, Fat Rat and the others were a little at a loss. Angry? But he didn't dare. I can only laugh at myself in my heart for seeing the wrong person, and then leave silently. Just when Fat Rat was about to turn around and leave with a group of brothers, Lu Chuan said again. Why are you going? Boss, don't you want us anymore? Who said I don't want you anymore? Why does it sound disgusting for such a big man to talk like a child? Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. It turned out that they had misunderstood what he meant. I mean, starting from tomorrow. You will go report from the Blood Crow mercenary group, and remember your identities from now on, the deputy leaders of the Blood Crow mercenary group. After speaking, Lu Chuan chuckled and patted Fat Rat on the chest with the back of his hand. Wah, what? Fat Rat and others stayed where they were. Lu Chuan gave an overview of what had just happened, and Fat Rat and the others were so happy that they couldn't open their mouths from ear to ear. Damn it, boss really has you. Yes, he is indeed our boss, who can make Blood Crow compromise to this extent. Huh, starting from tomorrow, I finally don't have to act like rats living underground, and I can walk through the market openly. Grand laughed. What are you talking about? Swaggering through the streets is still used to describe a rat. Fat Rat slapped Grand on the forehead with his backhand. Lu Chuan chuckled and looked at the people fighting in front of him, and coughed lightly. From now on, you will be fully responsible for the affairs of the Blood Crow regiment. Although you are only the honorary deputy commander, the mission is to gradually seize the real power. With my support, Blood Crow can only turn a blind eye. Long live the boss. Fat Rat and others cheered. They were originally a group of people at the bottom of this small town, but now they have become the top people. How can they not be excited? I said, as long as you are willing to do things for me sincerely, the advantage will be that your brothers will not be missing. There is another thing that needs you. The boss said it. I will go up to the mountain of swords and go down to the sea of fire without any hesitation. Fat Rat agreed, patting his chest. Lu Chuan really had nothing to say to them. Not only was he not stingy with money, he even helped them make a huge leap in terms of status. Chapter 147. Why are you here? When Ali rubbed his eyes and walked out of the compartment that could barely be called a room. He saw Lu Chuan holding a bun in his mouth and sitting on a stool in the makeshift living room in the cave. Look at the Valoran Daily News. Why does it sound like there is a lot of disgust in it? Lu Chuan put down the newspaper and glanced at Ari. He seemed to have just woken up. His hair had not been combed neatly. And there were a few stubborn hairs that looked like old ones. It's like a spring popping out of an old scrapped machine. But there is an indescribable cuteness in it. No, at this time every day in the past, didn't you already disappear? Ali was right. At this point in the past, Lu Chuan had disappeared without a trace long ago. But today, when he got up, he could actually see him. No wonder Ari was surprised by his figure. I had things to deal with before, so I was very busy, but I will be free recently. In the past, Lu Chuan had been busy making money and how to deal with the Blood Crow mercenary group. Now that he has made money, moreover, the matter of the Blood Crow mercenary group has also been settled. Next, there will be a period of idle time until the information on that matter is obtained. This free period can be used to consolidate your cultivation and familiarity with skills. In other words, you will stay at home in the recent period? Ari blinked and smiled as if he had thought of some good idea. That's right, but don't even think about dragging me out for shopping. Besides, there aren't many places to visit in this town. I still need to spend time consolidating my cultivation. It looks like what those old Taoist priests with grey hair and beard said. Ali was strangled to death by Lu Chuan in the cradle before Ari could even express her thoughts. Okay, don't complain. After things here come to an end, let's go back to Dalmatia and go shopping with you. Is that okay? Lu Chuan said with a chuckle. This is how you look like a man. Ari shook the fluffy and soft white tail behind him with satisfaction. So your definition of a man is to go shopping with a woman? I can't tell. Ali said, who knows, and then he came over and took a bun from the plate on the stone table. Wash your face. Lu Chuan slapped the buns out of her hands. Girls, what does it look like to have breakfast right after you wake up? Here he comes. The 100-year-old old man. Ali pointed at Lu Chuan. Don't give me weird names. Because only old men can be so verbose. Is it normal to wake up and wash your face and rinse your mouth? Your mouth is not clean and you are the one who feels disgusted when you eat, right? Lu Chuan rolled his eyes helplessly. What's wrong with you? Ali ran over and breathed at Lu Chuan. What surprised Lu Chuan was that there was no peculiar smell at all, but instead had a faint and pleasant smell, as well as a row of ridiculously white teeth. Hey! The spirit fox tribe is different from you humans. They can be very clean even if they don't take a shower. It's just because after accepting the concept of taking a shower, I feel uncomfortable without taking a shower for a day. Ari put his hands on his hips very proudly. Wagging tail. Well, women from another world really cannot be viewed with worldly eyes. At this time, Jana also came out of the room, rubbing her eyes, glanced at Lu Chuan, and said exactly like Ari, huh? Why are you here too? After breakfast, Ari and Jana wanted to go shopping. Since there was no threat from the Blood Crow mercenary group, Lu Chuan rarely agreed to them. Of course, it was just the two of them who went out on the street, while Lu Chuan and Ezreal stayed at home to look after the house. How many hours do you sleep a day? After the two women left, Lu Chuan glanced at Ezreal, who looked like he was about to fall asleep. Just sleep when you have time. Ezreal shrugged his shoulders disapprovingly, almost unable to open his eyes. Did you spend your adventures like this before? No, I will still cheer up when there is a fight. Does that mean you travel around in a sleepwalking manner? Unless you encounter danger. ZZ is the subtle snoring sound made after falling asleep. This guy, Lu Chuan sighed speechlessly. But it's okay if he falls asleep, so that he is the only one left in the entire cellar. The quiet environment is most suitable for cultivation. At first, Lu Chuan let the group of people live in the cellar just to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, if Ari and the others were caught by the Blood Crow mercenary group, it would be very troublesome. But now that they've gotten used to it, the cellar is better than expected, mainly because it's very quiet and no one will disturb them. The sand core that Blood Crow handed over earlier was dug out from the storage bag. Its size was almost the same as that of the Scarlet Flame core. It was only the size of a palm, but the sand core looked more ordinary. If the core of Red Flame is a stone that can emit a ball of fire, then the core of sand and dust is really just a stone in appearance. Simple and ordinary, without any characteristics. But when you hold it in your palm, you can feel a very calm state of mind. This type of magic core has the same essence as blood essence. It contains the host's own soul consciousness. If you want to use it for your own use, you must erase the original soul consciousness and instill it into your own soul consciousness. Presumably, when Blood Crow obtained this magic core, it had to undergo some refining before it could be used. But for Lu Chuan, that magical bead could help him avoid this process directly. Although I don't know why the small bead needs this kind of magic core, every time an attribute magic core appears, it will behave very spiritually. At the same time, as long as the magic core is placed on the stone pillars that have been prepared in the beads, the soul consciousness will be washed away and penetrated into Lu Chuan's own soul consciousness. It seems we have to go in again. Lu Chuan calmed his breathing and sat cross-legged on the ground. Soon, his mind followed Lu Chuan's breathing and entered the small bead. At the moment when Lu Chuan's soul was separated from his body, Ezreal, who was leaning against the wall and resting his head on his hands, opened his eyes a crack and glanced at the small bead floating in front of Lu Chuan. Huh. This bead, Ezreal frowned slightly, as if he had discovered something. He stood up and walked gently towards Lu Chuan, and then squatted down in front of the bead. Then he took out a magnifying glass from his pocket and looked at the texture of the beads carefully. Soon, Ezreal's breathing became heavier as if he had discovered something. He excitedly took out an old and yellowed parchment book from his arms and quickly turned through the pages. Finally settled on a certain page. This is, Ezreal's pupils suddenly shrank, and his face was full of shock. Chapter 148. Whoa! After a flash of white light, Lu Chuan's figure appeared in the small bead. Lu Chuan was shaken up by the strong spiritual power that hit him. No matter how many times you come in, there is always a reassuring feeling here. Lu Chuan glanced at the hero's soul system. Generally speaking, there are not many subtle changes, and even if there are, Lu Chuan may not notice them so easily. After all, when Janna was alone, Lu Chuan could clearly understand her numerical changes. However, after the hero's soul system was activated for 10 or 20 heroes, it was actually a bit difficult to remember the numerical changes of each hero. However, it is worth mentioning that the favorability of Sivir, who was newly added to the list, actually reached 20. Although this value is not high, Lu Chuan originally thought it would be a negative number. After all, he did something like that to a woman. In the end, she seemed to want revenge, but due to some accident, she buried her face in her crotch. For a woman, is there anything more humiliating than this? So even if her favorability level becomes negative, Lu Chuan will not be surprised, but the sudden display of 20 points of favorability now makes Lu Chuan even more surprised. There were no changes in other aspects, and Lu Chuan did not intend to find out in the equipment area and skill area. At present, his strength has not been improved, and it is impossible to unlock some new equipment and new skills. We followed the road all the way to the newly developed area, the Magic Core area. This is the name Lu Chuan decided on himself, because there are many stone pillars made of jade placed here, and there is a small groove on them, which is specially used to place attribute magic cores. The Magic Core area was only opened after Lu Chuan obtained the first attribute magic core. The Red Flame Core. After placing the Red Flame Core on the stone pillar inside the small bead, Lu Chuan could carry it with him as if he were wearing it. Use the fire power within it. This kind of power not only allows one to have fire attribute abilities, but can also increase the power of fire attribute skills to a higher level. I don't know what it needs these magic cores for. Lu Chuan muttered softly. He now regarded the small bead as a spiritual creature, even though it looked like a glowing bead. He took out the sand core from his arms and stopped in front of a stone pillar with a rock-like painting on the wall. Lu Chuan gently placed the sand core on it. Buzz! Suddenly a gust of wind swept across, making Lu Chuan's clothes and hair dance in a messy manner. Then powerful and rich spiritual power swarmed over like a tide. Although mental power is invisible and intangible, where Lu Chuan is standing now, his mental power is obviously many times stronger than before. It must be that the mental power is commanded by the little beads themselves and swarmed up. As the spiritual power gradually became stronger, in addition to the fierce wind, there was also a low roar of beasts from time to time from the core of sand. Didn't the blood crow completely erase the soul consciousness of the sand core? Lu Chuan thought secretly in his heart when he heard the roar of the beasts. The magic core possesses the soul consciousness of the monster itself, and it can only be used by humans if the soul consciousness is washed away. However, there are also cases where some inexperienced warriors did not completely cleanse their soul consciousness after obtaining the magic core. In this situation where a small amount of soul consciousness remains, it can still be used, but the power will not be fully emitted due to limitations. Moreover, there is a certain danger, and the situation where the soul consciousness devours the master will also happen. After waiting in front of the stone pillar for a while, the spiritual power in the bead slowly became much weaker, and the sand core placed on the stone pillar also emitted a faint fluorescence. Above it, there is a scattered trace of sand-like particles floating, which is the same as the red flame core with tongues of fire emanating slightly around it. Has it been completely washed? Lu Chuan thought as he gently covered the sand core with his palm. The moment his hand covered it, a powerful pressure surged into his heart. The pressure made Lu Chuan groan unconsciously. His chest felt as if he had been hit hard by a heavy hammer. He was dizzy and almost stood up. Can't stand still. Lu Chuan hurriedly let go of the sand core, and then he felt a little better, but a strong sense of surprise also rose from the bottom of his heart. Level 4, Magic Core. The simple-looking dust core in front of him turned out to be a level 4 magic core. The 4th level magic core is the best magic core that can only be bred by platinum-level magic beasts. Moreover, it is an attribute magic core and has the power of sand, which makes it even more rare. It was just that Lu Chuan could feel a power from the desert that could drain all life away just by covering it with his palm. There is a huge disparity between the two. Lu Chuan is only at the silver level, while Demon Core is at the platinum level. If the owner of the magic core, the earth-type monster, was here, even if he had only a little consciousness, he could slap Lu Chuan to death. This magic core may not even be realized by Blood Crow itself that it belongs to the 4th level magic core. You really found a treasure. Lu Chuan couldn't help but clicked his tongue. When he decided to assassinate Blood Crow, he really didn't expect that he had such a top-notch magic core. If it weren't for Xiao Zhuzi's magic core that could devour if he had enough power, Lu Chuan would probably be consumed to death by him in the end. But now that his soul consciousness has been completely purged, it now means that Lu Chuan has earth attribute abilities. In that case, try this move. Lu Chuan turned his hand and drew out the storm sword, and an earth-yellow luster slowly climbed up the hilt. At the same time, Lu Chuan reached out and extracted a small part of the power from the sand core. He is still unable to control the full power of the sand core, but it is not a problem to borrow a small part. Buzz buzz buzz. A slender stream of light emerged from the core of sand and dust, and then penetrated the hilt of the storm sword, and the storm sword began to tremble violently. This is caused by carrying too much energy. Breaking sword. The next moment, Lu Chuan slashed down the storm sword fiercely, and an earth dragon roared out from the hilt of the sword. Even in the space formed by the spiritual power, the earth dragon exuded a huge energy. The destructive power, at that moment, wherever the earth dragon touched, squeezed the spiritual energy to both sides. An earth-colored road was opened. Because it is a space formed by mental power, it cannot be destroyed. At most, it will only disperse the condensed mental power. However, Lu Chuan believes that if it reaches the outside world, the power of this move may be comparable to the double sword intention. The combined power is even greater. And if you add the power of red flames and the power of sand and dust on top of the triple sword intent, the destructive power must be terrifying. The attribute magic core is really a good thing, especially the magic core of high-level monsters. Lu Chuan took back the storm sword, sighed slightly, glanced around, and after confirming that there was nothing forgotten, he withdrew and left the small room. The space inside the bead. When he came back to his senses, he saw Ezreal sitting on a stone bench nearby, looking at him thoughtfully. What? Aren't you going to sleep? Lu Chuan calmly put the beads away and secretly thought he was careless. Because Ezreal gave him the impression that he was sleeping soundly all day long and had a very weak sense of existence, so when he took out the beads, Lu Chuan naturally ignored this. As a result, after coming out of the bead, he found that he had woken up, which meant that he had also seen the existence of the bead. Well, I took a nap and I don't feel so sleepy anymore. Fortunately, Ezreal didn't seem to be too interested in his little bead. He just said hello lightly and took off his arms again. He took out a blueprint and started playing with it carefully. Lu Chuan glanced at it with his peripheral vision and found that it was just a map of Valoran. It was not as detailed as the one he had. Although he didn't know why he wanted to look at the map. Since it was someone else's hobby, Lu Chuan didn't have much to do. What to ask? Everyone has their own privacy that is unknown to others. Afterwards, neither Ezreal or Lu Chuan spoke, and the two girls went out shopping again. No one came to liven up the atmosphere, which made it a bit awkward. In the end, it was Ezreal who broke the silence first and said, "That's right." Huh. Lu Chuan glanced at Ezreal. "Thank you for taking care of you these days, but I have found a new goal, and I may have to say goodbye to you for a while." Ezreal stood up from the stone bench, put the map away, and said seriously he bowed to Lu Chuan to express his gratitude. "Are you leaving now?" Lu Chuan was slightly stunned. This guy was really confused about what to do. "Well, in terms of time, it's almost time, so let's say goodbye for now." He still said something that Lu Chuan couldn't understand. When is it almost time? Lu Chuan thought this in his heart. Why don't we wait for the two of them to come back, and we go to the street to have a meal before leaving? After all, I haven't taken much care of you these days. The living environment and the food are not ideal, but I have treated you a little bit. Lu Chuan kindly invited. "No, I appreciate Mr. Lu Chuan's kindness. I should be the one to say it if you're sorry. I eat and drink here every day, and then sleep with my head in my arms. I don't contribute at all. Haha. Here you go. You're causing trouble, then I'll leave first. We'll meet again when we have the chance." Ezreal scratched his blonde hair, smiled shyly, and left alone without waiting for Lu Chuan to stay. Seller. This guy, looking at his disappearing back, Lu Chuan shook his head helplessly. Because he didn't have deep contact with him, he didn't know anything about Ezreal, and he was even more confused about his inexplicable behavior. But if he wants to leave, he still has to send blessings. Bon voyage, little Huangmao. Lu Chuan finally waved his hand and shouted. Ezreal's footsteps paused at the cellar door, and then he quickly left and disappeared, leaving only a sentence scattered in the wind. "Next time we meet again, I hope you can still treat me like this." Chapter 149. After Janna and Ari came back, they learned from Lu Chuan that little yellow-haired Ezreal had suddenly left. Although Janna was also surprised, Ari was even more surprised. Why did he leave? It doesn't make sense, Ali muttered quietly, frowning slightly. What's wrong? Lu Chuan glanced at Ari, who looked a little strange. No, it's nothing. Ari shook his head. Lu Chuan suddenly approached her and smiled maliciously. You have a crush on him, right? It doesn't matter, he said he will come back sooner or later, so you can confess your love to him then. I already have someone I like. I won't fall in love with him. Ari puffed out her chest as she spoke. Lu Chuan was stunned. Ali actually liked someone? How come I've never heard of this before? Who is it? Lu Chuan asked out of curiosity. I won't tell you. Ali curled her lips, looking confidential. TCH, boring. Lu Chuan shrugged. Could it be that she is from the Spirit Fox clan? Because we made a promise to each other when we were young. And 10 years later we would make a private vow under a certain tree for the rest of our lives. Basically, the plot of Childhood Sweethearts is like this. Although Lu Chuan didn't take it to heart, Janna turned her head and glanced at Ari's profile. Looking at her expression that contained a forced smile, Janna's eyes flickered a few times, but in the end she didn't say anything more. A few days later. Boss. This is the information that the brothers have learned through our connections in the past few days. Everything you want should be in it. The fat rat appeared at the door of Lu Chuan's cellar mysteriously and informed Lu Chuan with a special whistle. Lu Chuan took the specially made collection of parchment papers, glanced at it lightly, and said slowly, so that place is called the Desert Burial Ground? Was it the place where the Shurima Empire was buried thousands of years ago? Fat Rat came closer and whispered to Lu Chuan, actually, that's what everyone thinks. In fact, the Shurima Empire is deep under the yellow sand, and there seems to be a layer of barrier that prevents entry. Then what's the reason for the Desert Burial Ground? It's roughly equivalent to the border of an empire, the entrance. But boss, you should also know that the Shurima Empire thousands of years ago was a very prosperous country, and even the average strength of the residents reached the golden level. It can be imagined from this that even the residents at the border will leave behind a lot of treasures after death. Even if they pick up a piece of armor or a skill book that they usually wear, these are all they are very valuable things. That's true. Lu Chuan nodded slightly. According to the information you collected, the desert burial ground will be opened on the full moon night in late every year? Which day is it specifically? I haven't said the exact day. The opening time is different every year, but the time will definitely be concentrated in the second half of the year. Perhaps it is related to the energy fluctuations between heaven and earth. The moment when the energy fluctuations are the strongest. It can be compared with the desert. The internal barriers of the burial ground cancel each other out, allowing outside warriors to enter. Fat Rat has really worked hard in the past few days to be able to tell the situation in such detail. But this year should be the full moon. Fat Rat said again. Oh. This full moon will be in a few days, right? Well, of course this is not absolute. At that time, many warriors who come to the town will naturally gather together, including the 3 major mercenary groups in the town. After all, there is an improvement in the desert burial ground. No one is willing to give up the best place for cultivation and even opportunities. I'm afraid there will still be competition. It all depends on personal ability. Fat Rat rolled his eyes and flattered him again, but if you are the boss, I'm afraid you can easily grab what you want from those soldiers and generals, right? You're the only one who can say that. Lu Chuan lightly kicked Fat Rat on the butt and cursed with a smile. Hee, this is a sign of trust in the boss's strength. After all, even guys of Blood Crow's level were easily defeated by the boss. If there is anyone else in this town who can barely compete with the boss, then, I'm afraid the only one left is Mr. Swordsman from the Hayate group, who is also a very powerful character. Hearing Fat Rat take the initiative to mention the swordsman, Lu Chuan also became slightly interested. Yeah, oh no, has the swordsman you mentioned been in the town a long time ago? It didn't take long, it seems he came 2 years ago. But with his amazing strength, many mercenaries in the town finally surrendered to him. In the end, his Gale mercenary group became more and more powerful. It became the first mercenary group in the town. This looks almost like the halo of the protagonist. But it is said that Mr. Jianhao himself has no intention of forming this mercenary group. He is indifferent to fame and wealth. And is almost indifferent to everything about the mercenary group. He relies on his group of loyal guys to maintain the mercenary group. Of course, Miss Talia also made a lot of contributions to the order within the group. Fat Rat seemed to have an inexplicable admiration for the character of Asona. After all, the iron-blooded swordsman is indeed very attractive and admirable. Miss Talia, I have heard before that she is called a witch. Lu Chuan recalled that when he first met Talia, a group of people around him called her a little witch. Oh, are you talking about Miss Talia? Calling her a witch doesn't mean how bad her character is. On the contrary, she is very popular in the black market. It's just because of her special physique. I heard rumors about her. It is said that if the witch gets angry, it will cause the world to collapse. As for whether it is true, there is no place to verify it. Fat Rat also expressed that he could not help. After all, this was about other people's privacy and secrets, and it was not what he wanted. You can find out by asking around. It doesn't matter. Okay, the recent affairs have come to an end for the time being. In addition to helping me keep an eye on them in the Blood Crow Regiment, don't let them do other small tricks. The rest of the time, you can use it freely. Thank you, boss. Fat Rat hurriedly bowed deeply to Lu Chuan. This serious and standard way of saluting made Lu Chuan a little embarrassed. After all, although he now has some influence in the town, he still doesn't have the consciousness to be the boss. Rather than leading a bunch of boys and being a gangster and flirting with people everywhere, it would be better to sit at home and watch 2 pretty girls in all their glory. After Fat Rat left, Lu Chuan also made a decision in his heart. If this month is the time to open the desert burial ground, it will be the final destination of this trip. His main purpose of leaving Demacia with Jana and Ari was to travel around and look for opportunities to improve own strength. The desert burial ground is an opportunity right in front of us. Chapter 150. Today is destined to be an extraordinary day. In the small town, today is considered the day of the year when the desert burial ground is most likely to be opened. The night will be a full moon night. At dusk. After arriving at this point in time, the number of pedestrians in the deserted town will begin to decrease. Because the falling of night means unsafety. There are no laws and regulations in the town. In this town, the dead are really related to living people are generally the same. In other words, it is not uncommon for dead people to appear as alive. Only the strong have the qualifications and ability to dominate in this town. But tonight is a very lively day. Compared with killing people to release the twisted anger in their hearts, compared with robbing goods to get some high-quality treasures, being in the desert burial ground is not worth mentioning at all. So at this time of year, late at night has become the safest time. It's really lively. By the way, this is my first time, going shopping at night or something. Ari took Jana's arm and glanced left and right, surrounded by passers-by. I told you this is not shopping. Lu Chuan, who was walking in front, turned around and said. You really have no sense of fun. Can't you tell when people tell jokes? Ali pursed his lips. If this can be considered a joke, it would have killed many people laughing that year. Lu Chuan retorted mercilessly. You're looking for death. Ali raised her fist in displeasure, but Lu Chuan said seriously, I'm really not joking with you. I think it's better for you two to stay at home. After all, this is a desert burial ground. It would be dangerous. Rejected. This time the two girls said in unison. Originally, Lu Chuan wanted to hide it from the two girls, but maybe it was because of his instinct as a woman. As soon as Lu Chuan made any movement tonight, he was stopped by the elusive Ari. Ari insisted on this point, and finally forced Lu Chuan to tell the truth of the matter. Then both girls expressed their intention to go to the so-called desert burial place with Lu Chuan. In fact, what Lu Chuan didn't know was that the time Ezreal told Ari happened to be tonight. So when Ari was about to sneak out quietly, she happened to bump into Lu Chuan, so Ari took a preemptive strike and hid her own affairs. At the border of a deserted town. A large number of people had gathered there, but most of them were loners, and Lu Chuan also saw a few familiar faces among them. For example, the Blood Crow group on the right was accompanied by Elijah and several other mercenary masters behind him. It seems that they are also a group of people who are destined to win this desert burial place. Although the Blood Crow mercenary group has now belonged to Lu Chuan will not interfere with anything they do. He only needs to turn over the income every quarter into his own pocket. When he needs it, he will just one effort is enough. Other times, they do whatever they like, and Lu Chuan doesn't pay too much attention to this. Lu Chuan would not do anything like telling them, like the Holy Mother Tang monk, don't bully children and don't kill animals. The so-called natural selection, survival of the fittest, has been this principle since ancient times. Blood Crow obviously noticed Lu Chuan's arrival. After giving him a slight nod, he turned his head to the side. It seems that he has not yet convinced Lu Chuan from the bottom of his heart. After all, Lu Chuan used his daughter to force him and made it conditional on his survival. Even those who surrender under such circumstances will never surrender to Lu Chuan. But it didn't matter what Lu Chuan said. Anyway, as long as he was obedient to him where he could see it, it was enough. Who could control what he was thinking when he couldn't see it? In addition to a group of experts from the Blood Crow mercenary group, Lu Chuan also spotted a group of people at the front of the crowd. The most dazzling one among them is Talia's short orange hair. Next to Talia, there is a man wearing a blue cloth, with a light gray cloak behind him and a belt tied around his waist, a scabbard. He has long flowing hair, but what is curious is that his long hair seems to move with the wind and never hangs down on his shoulders. Yasuo. Lu Chuan recognized this wind-like man with just a glance. At the same time, Talia was also looking around, and suddenly saw Lu Chuan, so she jumped up and waved to him. What a warm-hearted little girl. Lu Chuan also smiled back at her. But soon, Yasuo seemed to whisper something to Talia, and Talia suddenly pursed her lips, looking glum, but her behavior restrained. Maybe he was scolding her. Isn't the desert burial ground very dangerous? At this time, Ali blinked his big round eyes and pulled Lu Chuan's sleeves. Just now, in order to prevent these two girls from following, Lu Chuan threatened them and said, the desert burial ground is a very, very dangerous place. The result is this rhetoric, and the two chicks will follow him life or death. Jana, in particular, looked very worried. It's quite dangerous. It is said that countless people are buried here every year. Then why are there so many people rushing over and queuing up? Ali stood on tiptoes and glanced at the desolate desert not far away. It was lifeless there. Under the moonlight, it was so quiet that it made people feel too weird. Maybe it's those sparkling treasures that attract them. Just like if there is a platinum-level staff in front of you, but to get it, you have to go to the 18th level of hell, then you will definitely go for it. Right? Of course not. Only a fool would ask for that platinum staff when it is clear that he is going to die. No matter how powerful it is, I don't want it. Ari naturally shook a bunch of soft and fluffy tails behind him. You guy. Lu Chuan helplessly held his forehead, but having said that, Ari really didn't have any particularly big goals or ideas. If he could live comfortably, why bother dying from exhaustion? At this moment a woman's voice suddenly sounded in Lu Chuan's ears, with a hint of provocation. Hey, you guys are here too. He turned around, only to find that Sivir was standing beside him at some point. Suddenly, Ari and Janna behind him became nervous and looked at Sivir with hostility. Well, I'm just here to join in the fun. Lu Chuan said very low-key. Sure enough, for someone of your level, you are just joining in the fun. If you take a few steps deeper into the burial ground, you will probably be scared out of your mind. Sivir sarcastically said. Lu Chuan was startled for a moment, then thought of this woman's behavior a few days ago, and suddenly gave an inexplicable smile, and whispered in her ear. By the way, I was in Blood Crow's room a few days ago. When you meet someone who looks a lot like you and say that you have been released from the assassination mission, that person can't be you, right? Sivir was stunned, and soon her face turned red. You, where were you at that time? It's impossible, why didn't I feel it? Is it really you? No. If it were me, how could I be relieved of the assassination mission? For a person like you, I wish I could kill you 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Sivir's tongue was curled up. She quickly glanced away. You must have seen it wrong. Is that so? Lu Chuan chuckled and nodded. Okay, just think I was wrong. Really, a man like you is really annoying. Go and die quickly. It would be best to die in a burial ground. Sivir added his disgust towards Lu Chuan. It seems that she is really an arrogant woman. Lu Chuan admired her red face and secretly confirmed it in his heart.